The school forum of Honghai No. 7 High School has completely exploded. Someone caught Gyu Zio, the only charity student in the school, hiding in a filthy, foul-smelling slaughterhouse killing chickens just 1 month before the college entrance exam. He cannot afford the 30,000 yuan body tempering powder, so he goes off to become a butcher. What a disgrace to our martial arts high school. How disgusting. Being in the same class as someone like that is beneath me. The wealthy students sneered outside the school gate, showing off the body tempering paste their families had just bought for 300,000 yuan a box. Meanwhile, inside the Yongxing slaughterhouse, Gyu Zio was completely unaware of the mockery online. He was staring fixedly at the hen in the cage before him, thrusting the rusty dagger in his hand with a sudden movement. Squelch! The hen twitched twice and gave its final breath. Immediately after, a voice only he could hear rang in his mind. Basic sword technique proficiency +1. Absorbing residual energy from target, experience points +10. Gyu Zio looked at the translucent panel before him, his heart pounding wildly. Others spend hundreds of thousands on medicine, enduring drug resistance and physical strain, only to gain a minuscule improvement. But for him, all he had to do was grab these poultry and drain them, and his experience points and martial arts proficiency would skyrocket without any bottlenecks. Looking at the thousands of live birds packed in the slaughterhouse, Gyu Zio swallowed hard. This is no slaughterhouse. This is clearly his infinite treasure trove leading to the pinnacle of martial arts. And this complete reversal of his destiny all started 3 days ago, the moment he first opened his eyes in this high martial world. 3 days ago, early morning. It is so good to still be able to see the sunlight. Gyu Zio stood by the window of the cramped room, letting the morning light spill onto his face. A second ago, suffering from a terminal illness, he was still on the hospital rooftop, closing his eyes forever amidst his parents' urgent cries. The next second, he opened his eyes and arrived in this world. A massive amount of cluttered information flooded his mind. Martial artist. Basic sword technique. 18 basic gymnastic forms. And Gyu Zio endured the throbbing pain, choosing not to lie down. Having been bedridden from paralysis in his previous life for too long, at this moment, he simply wanted to greedily savor the solidity of standing on his own 2 feet. Mom, Dad, I am sorry. Little brother, little sister, I will have to leave our parents in your care from now on. Gazing at the brightening scenery outside the window, he said his silent farewells. After a long while, the pain subsided, and he fully digested the memories of this body. It is now the year 500 of the martial arts era. 500 years ago, a meteorite with a diameter of 100 kilometers struck Earth. Instead of triggering an apocalypse, it caused the resurgence of spiritual energy, drastically expanding the space for survival. What followed were spatial rifts appearing everywhere and the descent of countless terrifying monsters. Thermal weapons gradually lost their effectiveness. China's cities plummeted from over 600 to fewer than 100, and the population collapsed. At the brink of life and death, martial arts shone brilliantly. Grandmaster Li created Jeet Kune Do and guarded the imperial capital alone, with no monsters daring to approach within 100 miles. Master Ma was revered as the sword saint, taking the head of a monster lord from 1,000 miles away amidst a beast tide in the magic city. Even more strong figures like Grandmaster Hu emerged, finally fighting for a glimmer of hope for the human race. Although humanity remains at a disadvantage, the overall situation has been moving in a positive direction. And so your name is also Gyu Zio. What a coincidence. The life story of the original owner surfaced in his mind. 10 years ago, during a monster riot, his parents died in battle, and he became a martyr's orphan at the age of 8. He had barely survived, relying on the house preserved by the government and the monthly relief payments. A few months ago, he turned 18, the payments stopped, and he had to cover all expenses himself. To prepare for next month's martial arts exam, the original owner practiced excessively, which, compounded by severe malnutrition, led to his sudden death last night, allowing him to transmigrate here. Pathetic and lamentable, clearly wanting to live with all his might, yet being powerless to do so. Gyu Zio let out a long sigh. The martial arts exam is next month, right? In my current state, I would not even get into the university with the lowest requirements. Sigh. However, being able to live another life, I am already content. Gyu Zio shook his head, casting aside his distracting thoughts. Ding, detecting that the host meets the requirements. System binding successful. A cold, mechanical voice rang out abruptly in his mind. Immediately following this, a vast amount of information flooded into his mind, and a translucent panel popped up before his eyes. Name, Gyuzayo. Realm, Martial Apprentice Level 3, 110/2000. Cultivation Method, System Technique Max Level. 18 Basic Gymnastic Forms, Entry Level, 663/1000. Martial Skills, Basic Combat Entry Level, 15/1000. Basic Sword Technique Entry Level, 8/1000. Basic Movement Technique Entry Level, 5/1000. Current Experience Points, 0. Martial Apprentice Level 3 increases by 3 points automatically every minute. My golden finger has finally arrived. Looking at the panel before him, Gyuzayo's eyes lit up. He carefully studied it for a while, stroking his chin and muttering to himself. This system technique can automatically idle to gain experience, but the name is too cheap. It would be better to call it Northern Profound Divine Art. As soon as he finished speaking, the system technique on the attribute panel flickered, and it actually changed to Northern Profound Divine Art. Gyuzayo's mouth twitched. That is quite user-friendly. At that moment, the old mobile phone on the table suddenly vibrated. After picking up, the anxious voice of his homeroom teacher, Su Qing, came through. Gyuzayo, why did not you answer the phone yesterday? Did something happen? Teacher Su, I was not feeling well yesterday and slept too soundly, so I did not hear it. Gyuzayo made up an excuse. As long as you are okay, that is fine. I am informing you that from today on, the third year of high school will be on break until the college entrance exam. Su Qing paused, then added, however, you are free to come and use the school's equipment anytime. Okay, I understand. Gyuzayo, I know your family situation is difficult. Feel free to ask for help whenever you need it. Although I am not wealthy, I can certainly afford to sponsor you a few packets of body forging powder. I will keep that in mind, thank you Teacher Su. All right, do not be afraid to trouble me, I have to go get busy. Beep beep beep. A break. Gyuzayo sneered. In his memory, Honghai No. 7 High School was a private school for the elite, filled with the rich and powerful. The fact that a penniless person like him had managed to get in could only be attributed to a clerical error by the government. With only a month left before the college entrance exam, other schools were desperate to keep their students chained to their desks 24 hours a day. Yet Honghai No. 7 gave its students a month off. The reason was simple: to let these rich kids go home and comfortably binge on body-tempering powders and pastes for a final sprint. However, Gyuzayo was still grateful to the school. Since his junior year, the school had issued a monthly packet of body-tempering powder worth 30,000. If not for the school's deep pockets, he never would have reached the third rank of martial apprentice on his own. At an ordinary school, only the top 100 students would receive such treatment. He took out the body-tempering powder he had just received yesterday. It was only the size of a palm. Perfect time to test the North Dark Divine Art and see how much experience this 30,000 value packet can yield. Gyuzayo channeled energy into his palm and activated the North Dark Divine Art. The powder in his hand visibly shriveled and shrank, disappearing entirely in the blink of an eye. Experience points plus 500. If I get 4 more packets, would not that mean an immediate breakthrough to the 4th rank of martial apprentice? Gyuzayo realized immediately that normal consumption would never yield 500 points. The North Dark Divine Art had achieved a 100% lossless absorption. As long as I have money, I can become a full-fledged martial artist in no time. He shook his head, suppressing the greed. His predecessor had suffered from long-term malnutrition and severe physical deficiency, not daring to break through recklessly, which was why this packet of powder had been saved until now. With his welfare payments cut off, he had to rely on himself for everything. Gyuzayo casually tied up his hair and headed out to a nearby slaughterhouse to work. The place was filthy and stinking, and if it were not for a labor shortage, a weakling like him would not even have a chance to work there. On the street, martial artists in protective gear brushed past scholars in ancient Hanfu. Even though he had inherited the memories, seeing such a magical, mismatched world in person was still a huge visual shock. 10 minutes later, he arrived. Yongxing Slaughterhouse. It covered 2,000 square meters and primarily dealt in chickens and ducks. The boss, Wang Yang, happened to be at the entrance and looked a bit confused when he saw him coming. Zayo, no class today. Uncle Yang, the school is on break, so I came over early. That makes sense. Your school is like that every year, you. Wang Yang stopped mid-sentence, remembering Gu Zio's family situation, and swallowed the words, "Why do not you spend your time exercising instead?" "Uncle Yang, I can exercise here too. Let me get to work." Gu Zio smiled and strode inside. Watching his back, Wang Yang sighed. Gu Zio felt grateful toward Wang Yang. Because he was physically weak, he could never meet the quota for killing chickens and ducks, but Wang Yang had never blamed him, and his wages were always paid in full. After changing into his work clothes, Gu Zio did not pick up the usual kitchen knife, but instead chose a short dagger. He wanted to use the slaughtering of chickens and ducks to grind his proficiency in basic sword skills. It is a bit short, but it should work if I treat it like a sword, right? He weighed the dagger in his hand. Gu Zio recalled the basic sword skills taught by his instructor and thrust the dagger at an old hen in the cage. The dagger slid along the edge of the cage. He missed. The hen fluttered and clucked as if mocking him. Point the tip directly at the target, move the arm from bent to straight, and focus the force on the tip of the blade. The martial arts instructor's guidance flashed through his mind. Gu Zio took a deep breath and lunged again. With a squelch, the dagger pierced straight through the hen's body. The hen twitched a few times and stopped breathing. Gu Zio was slightly frustrated. He had originally aimed for the head. He summoned his status panel, and basic sword skills had indeed updated. Novice 9 out of 1,000. It actually works. Gu Zio's eyes lit up. If every time I kill a chicken I gain proficiency without spending experience points, I can definitely grind basic sword skills to a minor or even major completion before the college entrance exam. He deftly tossed the dead chicken into a basket nearby. His job was limited to slaughtering, and someone else would collect and process them later. Just as he wanted to take the opportunity to channel the North Dark divine art to absorb experience, he caught sight of Wang Yang walking over and had to stop immediately. "Zio, was that basic sword skills you were just using?" Wang Yang asked as he approached. Gu Zio felt embarrassed, figuring Wang Yang must have seen him miss earlier. "Yes, Uncle Yang, I wanted to take the chance to practice while I work." "That is good. Come by my office after work tonight. I have something to discuss with you." "All right, Uncle Yang." Seeing Wang Yang turn and leave, Gu Zio refocused, no longer dwelling on what might happen in the evening. The immediate priority was to kill a few more, confirm the pattern of proficiency growth, and secretly absorb a few to figure out the range of experience points that chickens and ducks could provide. As for Wang Yang, Gu Zio silently apologized in his heart. For freeloading off the boss, he would definitely repay this kindness tenfold in the future. After a few discrete tests, I found that each chicken or duck provides about 10 experience points. After all, they are just ordinary poultry. I wonder how much the ferocious beasts outside the city are worth. Basic sword techniques, novice, 110 out of 1,000. Experience points, 1,801. Over the course of the morning, my basic sword techniques increased by 101 proficiency points. If I dumped all my experience into it, I could reach the minor achievements stage immediately. After lunch at the slaughterhouse, Gu Zio went home for a nap. Wielding the basic sword techniques places a huge burden on the body. If I do not lie down to recover, my body just will not be able to take it. Outside the slaughterhouse, "Brother Kai, were not you grounded?" Brother Kai rolled his eyes. "Do not even mention it. I am just out for some air today, but I will not be able to have any fun for the next month. My old man is going to get me some body forging paste this afternoon, and he will not let me out until the day before the college entrance exam." Body forging paste. The surrounding students exclaimed in unison. They treat 30,000 per pack body forging powder like water, but a 300,000 per box body forging paste is something you cannot even buy with money, and the black market price is twice that. Using body forging paste for a whole month is a staggering cost. "You develop a resistance if you use too much," Brother Kai said, feigning helplessness. "That is still better than nothing. At least we can use it. Think about that person in our class." "Speak of the devil, is not that him?" A sharp-eyed student suddenly pointed into the distance. Brother Kai followed his gaze and saw Gu Zio walking out of the slaughterhouse, his pant legs still stained with specks of blood. "Is he working at the slaughterhouse?" "A butcher. He really is a disgrace to our Honghai No. 7 high school." "How unlucky. Let us go. It is embarrassing if we get recognized." The group hurried away. Before long, the news of Gu Zio working as a butcher spread across the school forum. boosting his already high level of notoriety even further. At this moment, Gyu Zhao was sound asleep at home. Even if he knew about the mockery on the forum, he would not care. Earning money to support himself while getting free experience and proficiency points is a triple win. After his nap, Gyu Zhao felt in great condition. By the time he finished his shift at 6 in the evening, he had slaughtered 200 poultry, double the amount from the morning. Basic sword techniques, novice 310 out of 1,000. Experience points 3207. The progress of his sword techniques was nearing 1/3, and his swings were becoming increasingly skillful. Most importantly, his experience points had broken the 3,000 mark and were still increasing automatically at a rate of 3 points per minute. He could reach the 4th level of the martial apprentice rank at any time now. However, before that, he had to ensure he had enough energy. When he went from the 2nd level to the 3rd level of the martial apprentice rank, he almost starved to death. At the moment of his breakthrough, his cells felt like they had been starving for 300 days. He cleared out everything edible in his house just to barely pull through. Ultimately, it was all due to the physical deficit caused by long-term malnutrition. The effects of leveling up increase exponentially. Without enough energy supplementation, he would not dare to break through rashly now. Wang Yang's office. Gyu Zhao knocked and entered. Wang Yang smiled and gestured toward the empty seat across from the tea table. Zhao, sit. Uncle Yang, what do you need me for today? Gyu Zhao got straight to the point. Wang Yang opened a drawer, pulled out a small bottle, and pushed it toward him. Uncle Yang, what is this? Gyu Zhao did not reach for it. Blood replenishing and chi boosting pill. Blood replenishing and chi boosting pill. Gyu Zhao was shocked. This is a first-grade elixir that can completely make up for his blood and chi deficit and perfectly solve his current energy problem. But it costs 2 million, and he could not afford it even if he sold his house. Gyu Zhao stared at the pill bottle. Although he was tempted, he gritted his teeth and pushed it back. Uncle Yang, this is too valuable. I cannot take it for nothing. Wang Yang looked at his firm expression and smiled as he pushed the medicine bottle back. Just take it. Consider it a loan. Are not you afraid I will run away with the medicine? I do not believe you are that kind of person. After all, you are their son. You know my parents. Gyu Zhao was stunned. In the original owner's memories, there was no one named Wang Yang at all. Yet, not only did this person know his parents, but their relationship was clearly not shallow, or how else would he casually lend out a pill worth 2 million? 19 years ago, your parents and I were in the same warrior squad. Back then, I was a level 8 martial apprentice, your father was a level 8 warrior, and your mother was a level 4 warrior. That day, we encountered a severely wounded level 3 armored rhinoceros in the wilderness. It looked like it was on its last breath, and a level 3 armored rhinoceros is worth millions once sold. But a level 3 beast is still a level 3 beast. Even when heavily wounded, it was far beyond what we, as mere warriors, could handle. It was not until the rhino slowed down due to blood loss that we could finally catch our breath. We were lucky enough to kill it in the end. The moment we watched the rhino collapse, the 5 of us in the squad let our guard down, and that was when disaster struck. A squad that had been hiding nearby ambushed us. Out of the whole team, only your parents and I managed to escape. Although we got away, we paid a heavy price. Wang Yang looked at Gyu Zhao, recounting the past, and finally added with a bitter smile. Although we escaped, our meridians were damaged, preventing us from advancing to the warrior stage. As for your parents and me, our realms fell directly back to the martial apprentice stage. Listening to Wang Yang, Gyu Zhao finally understood why his parents had always remained at the martial apprentice stage. After we returned, we spent some time recovering until we could barely move freely. We were preparing to go to the warrior guild to report the squad that ambushed us, only to find that we had been put on the wanted list. The reason given for the wanted order was that we had ambushed and killed them. Since then, we never went to the warrior guild again except during beast tides, and I even gradually lost touch with your parents. Why? Do you know who the leader of that squad was? Wang Yang continued with a face full of mockery. He is the current mayor of our Honghai city, Lin Liu. How could that be? Chen, that is the truth. We had no background, so how could we ever fight against them? Unfortunately, we underestimated Lin Feiguang's pettiness. Relying on his influence, he actually had the whole city searched for us. It was fortunate that he did not see our faces clearly in the wilderness, and the sketches and descriptions did not match us. which is the only reason we escaped that disaster. Wang Yang looked at Guo Zio's face and suddenly asked, "Do you know how your parents died?" "They died in battle, while on a mission during the Beast Riot," Guo Zio replied truthfully. "When your parents went on that mission, it was the last time we gathered. Your parents told me they were going to investigate the cause of the Beast Riot. Do you know, for people only at the martial apprentice stage, that was a suicide mission. The Warrior Guild would never have arranged something like that. That year, I investigated in secret and found that it was a conspiracy, arranged by Lin Feiguang. He thought he was being very discreet and that no one had found out. But during a business meeting with me, he let it slip after he had been drinking." Boom, Guo Zio was stunned. "When I found out, I wanted to adopt you, but your name was not even on the list released by the authorities. It was not until I pulled some strings that I found out you had already been taken in by the government. At that moment, I knew you had been marked by Lin Feiguang, and that there were even people keeping an eye on you at all times. But you have your martial arts exam next month. If I do not help you now, it will really be too late. That is your only chance to change your destiny. I obtained this blood-replenishing chi pill by chance. It can help improve your current physical condition and even help you break through to the 5th stage of martial apprenticeship within a month. Then you will have a chance to get into a martial arts university." Put the medicine away quickly. Wang Yang saw Guo Zio still in a daze and directly put the pill bottle into his pocket. Then Wang Yang dialed a number on the landline and said after it connected, "Li, come in for a moment." After a while, the Li that Wang Yang mentioned came in. "Go to finance and withdraw 3,000 for him." "All right, boss." Zio Li glanced at Guo Zio subtly and said to Wang Yang. After watching Zio Li leave, he whispered to Guo Zio, "In this world, you can only trust yourself. I cannot help you anymore. Remember, this 3,000 is an advance on your salary from the slaughterhouse." "Boss, I have brought the money. Here, this is your 3,000 advance. It will be deducted from this month's salary." "Thank you, boss," Guo Zio said to Wang Yang with gratitude. "All right, it is time to clock out. You can go." "Zio Li, arrange the car, we're heading back too." "All right, boss." What a world we live in. Wang Yang sighed after watching Zio Li leave. The slaughterhouse boss Wang Yang has been in contact with the target for about 30 minutes. Reason: target is having financial difficulties, borrowed 1,000 in salary. Understood, keep monitoring. Beep, beep, beep. He is just a poor kid. Is there really any need for this much attention? Zio Li hung up the phone, drove out of the garage, and went to the gate to wait for Wang Yang. Back home, Guo Zio stood before his parents' memorial photos for a long time without saying a word. After a long while, Guo Zio firmly said to the photos on the table, "I do not know why Lin Feiguang was so determined to kill you, but do not worry, once I have the ability, I will investigate all of this and avenge you. I swear." After saying this, he went back to his room. He took the bottle containing the blood-replenishing chi pill out of his pocket. No wonder Uncle Yang was so caring toward me. I owe Uncle Yang a huge favor this time. Should I absorb a little less experience when I go to work tomorrow? Sigh. He stopped overthinking it and poured the pill out of the bottle. Once the pill was in his hand, Guo Zio could clearly feel that the cells all over his body were filled with a craving. They wanted to absorb the pill in his palm. To feel like this even before consuming it, a level 1 pill is truly extraordinary, Guo Zio murmured as he looked at the pill. He placed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. He would not be stupid enough to turn this pill into experience points. I do not feel anything, do not tell me this pill. Before he could finish his sentence, a soul-stirring cry escaped his mouth. Seeing such a soul-stirring sound coming from his own mouth, he hurriedly covered it in fright, but it was just too comfortable, and he could not control it. Once the blood-replenishing chi pill entered his stomach, it slowly melted. As the pill dissolved, waves of pure energy flooded his body. Guo Zio could feel every cell in his body devouring the energy hungrily, and as he reached saturation, he could not help but cry out. Fortunately, the soundproofing in his room was quite good, so the noise would not carry too far. Otherwise, such a soul-stirring cry would surely be mistaken for. About an hour later. Name: Guo Zio. Realm: Martial Apprentice Stage 4, 1265/4000. Cultivation Technique: North Dark Divine Art Max Level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Forms Entry: 663/1000. Martial skill, basic combat techniques entry, 15/1000. Basic swordsmanship entry, 31/100. Basic footwork entry, 5/1000. Current experience points, 3927. Martial apprentice stage 4, auto-incrementing 4 experience points per minute. Looking at the 3927 experience points, I did not hesitate and directly upgraded my realm to the 5th stage of Martial Apprentice. As the experience points poured in, a surge of energy erupted within my body, growing stronger and stronger. Not long after, boom, I successfully advanced to the 5th stage of Martial Apprentice. I feel like I could kill a cow with a single punch now. Wait, the 5th stage of Martial Apprentice possesses at least 500 jin of strength, so punching a cow to death should be pretty normal, right? The 5th stage of Martial Apprentice barely meets the requirements for a prestigious martial arts university, but it is not enough. To get into a top-ranked one, I need at least the 7th stage. I wonder how much progress the 18 basic gymnastics moves can add to my realm. Suddenly, I remembered I had not used my basic technique yet. I immediately started practicing the 18 basic gymnastics moves right where I stood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And goodness, are these 18 basic gymnastics moves really this exhausting? Gyu Zhao sat on the ground, panting to himself. Name, Gyu Zhao. Realm, 5th stage Martial Apprentice, 2/8000. Cultivation technique, North Dark Divine Art max level. 18 basic gymnastics entry, 664/1000. Martial skill, basic combat entry, 15/1000. Basic swordsmanship entry, 31/100. Basic movement technique entry, 5/1000. Current experience points, 1342. 5th stage Martial Apprentice, automatically gaining 5 points per minute. Damn, I did these 18 moves for half an hour, only to gain 1 point of realm progress and 1 point of proficiency. And I am exhausted. It is hardly worth it. Seeing that the North Dark Divine Art had granted me 150 experience points in that same half hour, I felt even more convinced that there was no need to practice the basic gymnastics right now. After a short rest, I picked up the 500 martial arts theory questions and started flipping through it. I was not the least bit sleepy. As for why I was reading it, the martial arts exam also includes a theory section. All the questions and answers are in this book. As long as you read it carefully, you can basically get a high score or even a perfect one. It would be a pity to miss out on those marks. The next day, Gyu Zhao, having read an entire page, stretched his back. He habitually checked his attribute panel. Experience points, 4042. Not bad, not bad. Even if I do not do anything today, I can still reach the 6th stage of Martial Apprentice. That feels good. Inside the Yongxing slaughterhouse. After changing into my work uniform, I headed to my station. The weakness I felt before was completely gone. Zhao. Uncle Yang. With the martial arts exam approaching, try to find time to cultivate more. The slaughterhouse will not suffer just because you are away. All right, Uncle Yang. Gyu Zhao blinked and replied. All right, go on with your work. Seeing Gyu Zhao's expression, he knew he must have taken the blood-boosting pill, and he felt relieved. He then walked away. As the owner of the slaughterhouse, he had plenty of things to handle every day. Seeing Wang Yang leave, Gyu Zhao continued his grand plan of slaughter. As the proficiency of my basic swordsmanship increased, my killing efficiency became higher and higher, until I could hit exactly where I aimed. Killing, moving the chickens or ducks from the cages to the baskets on the side, and sneakily absorbing a bit of experience. It was not boring at all, I was even enjoying it. Completely immersed in his task, Gyu Zhao had lost all sense of time. Boom! As he finished killing the chicken in front of him, a stream of information surged into his mind, leaving him frozen in place. Then, his consciousness felt as if it had been pulled into a space where, wherever he looked, there were figures performing basic sword techniques. He widened his eyes, trying to see who the figure was. As the image became clearer, he was about to see through the mist. In the next second, his consciousness returned to his body. An auntie passing by his station noticed Gyu Zhao standing still and reminded him. Zhao, it is time to get off work. Zhao. She called out again, but noticing no reaction, she walked in and gave him a nudge. Gyu Zhao, whose consciousness had just returned, felt someone push him. Turning around, he saw it was an auntie from the slaughterhouse and said, "Auntie Wang, what is wrong?" "Zio, are you okay? I called you several times, but you did not respond, so I came in to see if something happened." "I am fine. Maybe I did not get enough rest last night and was just a bit tired, so I did not hear you." "That is good. I will head out first then. My old man is waiting for me to cook dinner." "All right, Auntie Wang. I will rest for a bit, then I will head out too." Auntie Wang took a look at Zio, saw he seemed normal, and feeling relieved, headed home. After watching her leave, Zio looked at his own hands. Time flies so fast. I felt like I was only in there for a moment, but it is already evening. And where was that just now? Was it my consciousness space? Who was that figure? Could it have been me? Unable to figure it out, he put the thought aside. He would know eventually, and thinking about it now was useless. He picked up the dagger from the floor and casually practiced a few moves from his basic swordsmanship. Fluid. Smooth. Basic swordsmanship at the minor completion stage is truly not something the entry level can compare to. I wonder what major completion and perfection feel like. Name, Zio. Realm, 5th stage martial apprentice, 2/8000. Cultivation technique, North Dark Divine Art max level. 18 basic gymnastics entry, 664/1000. Martial skill, basic combat entry, 15/1000. Basic swordsmanship, minor completion, 1/10,000. Basic movement technique entry, 5/1000. Current experience points, 9712, 5th stage martial apprentice, automatically gaining 5 points per minute. Only 10,000 points to go from minor completion to major completion. Is that really so little? With over 9,000 experience points, I will advance to the 6th stage of martial apprentice once I get home. After a quick cleanup, I left the slaughterhouse. Anxious to get home and break through, Zio ran all the way back. Seeing his home in sight, he slowed his pace. Someone was standing by his front door. It was dark, so he could not see clearly, but the figure looked like a woman. Who is that? Is she looking for me? Not dwelling on it, he walked over. He was not afraid of anyone trying to cause him trouble inside the city. Teacher Su? As he got closer, he realized it was his homeroom teacher, Su Cheng. I thought I had the wrong address again. Seeing her student Zio return, she breathed a sigh of relief. In the entire school, not a single student knew where Zio lived, which seemed truly unbelievable to Su Cheng. According to one student, he had been seen in this neighborhood. Before coming here, she had already asked several households, but they all claimed not to know anyone named Zio. Fortunately, a local auntie recognized the name, and that was how she found this place. She had been waiting for nearly an hour, and was starting to think she had come to the wrong place again. Zio, could you please check your phone? I have called you so many times, cannot you just call me back? Teacher Su, I left my phone at home. I did not bring it out today. Hearing Zio's reply, Su Cheng felt helpless. Are not you going to invite me in for a seat? Oh right, I will open the door right now. After entering Zio's home. Clean, tidy, cozy. That was the first impression upon entering the house. Many of the appliances looked old and worn out, and much of the putty on the walls had peeled off, but somehow it did not look out of place at all. It felt very comfortable. Her heart, previously restless from waiting, instantly calmed down. Without minding the faded sofa, she sat straight down on it. Just then, Zio came out from the kitchen carrying a glass of water. He set it on the table in front of Su Cheng and said, Teacher Su, my place is quite humble. I only have plain water. It is fine, plain water is enough. Immediately, Su Cheng said to Zio in a stern voice, Zio, do you realize there are only 28 days left until the martial arts exam? Even if there were only 1 day left, you should not give up. Teacher, I have not given up. Su Cheng had intended to continue lecturing him, but seeing Zio wearing simple, coarse, modern-style clothing, her expression softened involuntarily. This style of clothing was the cheapest available in this era. Su Cheng took 10 packs of body tempering powder out of her backpack, placed them on the table, and said softly, My salary is not high, so this is all I can support you with for now. Try to avoid the slaughterhouse lately and focus on breaking through to the next minor stage. Teacher Su, you really do not have to. Enough, that is it for now. I have things to do, so no need to see me out. As long as you achieve a good result in the exam, that is the greatest consolation for me. With that, she got up and left. Watching Su Cheng leave, Gyu Zhao looked at the 10 packs of body tempering powder on the table, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. Was this considered giving him money? It is a stroke of luck to have such a good teacher. Heh, I will give you a surprise when the time comes. He picked up the body tempering powder from the table and began to absorb it immediately. Experience points plus 5,000. Nice, it is time to break through. As the experience points flowed in, waves of energy began to build up in his body, growing stronger and stronger. Boom! Without feeling even a hint of resistance, his level broke through to the 6th stage of martial apprentice. The medicinal effect of the blood replenishing and chi boosting pill was still in his system, so there was no discomfort at all after the breakthrough. He even felt a subtle sense of refreshment. A grade 1 pill really lives up to its name. One pill saved a lot of unnecessary trouble. He thanked Wang Yang in his heart once more, silently promising to repay him well in the future. Name, Gyu Zhao. Realm, 6th stage martial apprentice, 1/16,000. Cultivation method, Northern Divine Art, max level. 18 basic gymnastic moves, beginner, 664/1000. Martial skill, basic combat beginner, 15/1000. Basic swordsmanship, intermediate, 1/10,000. Basic footwork, beginner, 5/1000. Current experience points, 7014, 6th stage martial apprentice, gaining 6 experience points automatically every minute. He sat on the sofa, looking at his status panel, lost in thought. The night passed without incident. The next day, Gyu Zhao woke up early. Downstairs, he said to the owner of the breakfast shop, "Boss, 3 meat buns and a bowl of soy milk, please." 3 meat buns and a bowl of soy milk, coming right up, the waiter shouted as he held a tray. It had the atmosphere of an ancient inn. "This is not mine, is it?" he asked the waiter, noticing an extra egg. "It is a gift from the boss's wife." Gyu Zhao turned to look at the boss and his wife, who were busy working. Sensing something, they looked over, nodded at him with a smile, and went back to their tasks. The breakfast shop was right downstairs. He would eat there every few days. Back when he did not have enough money, he would just get steamed buns to get by. Over time, they had become familiar with each other. Whenever he came to the shop, the owners took extra care of him and would always add a few extra sides. Sometimes a bun, sometimes an egg. And they never charged him for the extra food. Gyu Zhao was very grateful to them. After finishing breakfast and paying his bill, he left the shop. He did not need to be so stingy anymore. He had taken a salary advance of 3,000 yuan 2 days ago, which was just about enough for now. If he were not practicing martial arts, 3,000 yuan could easily last him 2 or 3 months. But for a martial artist, 3,000 yuan was far from enough. If not for the system, he would not have dared to splurge on 3 meat buns and a bowl of soy milk. After all, this simple breakfast alone cost 10 yuan. With the system, was there any need to worry about going hungry? He was already at the 6th stage of martial apprentice, and by tonight, he would reach the 7th, which already met the requirements of top-tier martial arts universities. With 27 days left until the exam, it was not impossible to even reach the rank of martial artist. Would he still be short of pocket money by then? Inside the Yongxing slaughterhouse, Gyu Zhao looked at the chickens and ducks in front of him, his gaze turning sharp. After all, these chickens and ducks were experience points and skill proficiency. Swish! Swish! His swift and forceful sword strike landed directly on the old mother ducks, or maybe they were old drakes, in the 2 cages. Looking at the 2 ducks slowly collapsing in the cages and then at the dagger in his hand, he muttered to himself in disbelief. So this is what intermediate basic swordsmanship feels like. Yesterday, after the breakthrough, I only felt a sense of smoothness and fluidity, but testing it today shows there really is a natural gap compared to beginner level. Seeing the power of intermediate basic swordsmanship, he was even more expectant about reaching the mastery level. Having reached the 6th stage of martial apprentice, Gyu Zhao's movements were becoming increasingly fast. Every breakthrough did not just increase strength, it was an all-around improvement. Is Zhao off his meds today? Why is he acting like the poultry is his mortal enemy? Why kill so fast? We only need to kill 500 a day to meet the quota. He must be bored out of his mind. And the people nearby were baffled, watching Gyu Zhao's crazed performance. Outside the Yongxing slaughterhouse. Hello, friends in the audience. A few young and beautiful girls were waving to the cameraman ahead. Goddess Xin, the sun is so hot, hurry and hide under the tree. Goddess Xin, I love you. Jingya, darling, I love you. And looking at the live comments scrolling frantically, the girls nodded in satisfaction as they watched them vanish. Then the leader continued. Guess where we are? The cameraman then adjusted the lens at the right moment to pan around the surrounding environment. This place looks kind of familiar. Is not this where that butcher works? What butcher? Could it be? And seeing the stream of comments on the screen and knowing the atmosphere had picked up, she continued. That is right, this is where the butcher from our school works, the lead girl replied with a smile. Wow, the new goddess looks so beautiful when she smiles. What are you talking about? Jingya is clearly better looking. Forget the Xin goddess and the Jingya wife. Xiaoyu is obviously the most beautiful one. And with every move they made, the screen in the live broadcast room was refreshed crazily. I checked the time, he should be off work soon. Let us wait for him a bit and interview him then. Why is not at me? I also want the goddesses to wait for me. So envious. And the three of them looked at the number of viewers in the broadcast room and nodded with satisfaction. They were the president and vice presidents of the Honghai No. 7 High School News Department, but they could not help that Gu Zhao was such a hot topic on the forum. If they did not take advantage of this kind of hype, they would not be worthy of their positions. Anyway, they had all reached the 7th rank of martial apprentice, and since it was only about 20 days away, reaching the 8th rank was basically impossible, which was why they came for the interview. At this moment, Gu Zhao, immersed in slaughtering poultry, had no idea that someone was waiting outside the slaughterhouse to interview him. Name, Gu Zhao. Realm, 6th rank martial apprentice, 1/16,000. Technique, Northern Deep Divine Art, max level. Basic gymnastics 18 forms, beginner, 664/1000. Martial skill, basic combat beginner, 15/1000. Basic swordsmanship, intermediate, 398/10,000. Basic footwork beginner, 5/1000. Current experience points, 9720, 6th rank martial apprentice, automatically increasing by 6 points per minute. Not bad, not bad. As long as half a month passes, my basic swordsmanship will reach the mastery stage. Looking at the proficiency of his basic swordsmanship, he calculated the progress and nodded with satisfaction. He checked the time, tidied up his work, and prepared to go home to rest for a while so he could continue working in the afternoon. Look, he is coming out. Goddesses, he is coming out. He is out. The camera had been pointed at the Yongxing slaughterhouse the whole time, and as the comments flooded in, the three of them knew Gu Zhao had come out. Student Gu Zhao. Hearing someone calling his name, Gu Zhao turned his head to look. 3 beautiful and young girls, but their makeup was a bit thick, especially that lipstick. It was way too bright. And the one on the side with her head held so high, does she think she is a peacock? He silently gave these 3 girls a bad review in his heart and asked, "Do we know each other?" Hearing this, the 3 of them rolled their eyes in unison and spoke at the same time. Of course we do. We are all from Class 5, Grade 3. Oh, so it is you. I got some sand in my eyes just now and did not see clearly. I am really sorry. Haha, there is actually someone who does not know the goddesses. Is this guy an idiot? This guy is actually quite handsome. He would look even better if he changed his hairstyle. +1. And glancing over, he noticed someone on the side holding a phone and pointing it towards them, not knowing if they were taking photos or recording a video, so he asked, "What do you want with me?" Gu Zhao, I am Wang Xin, the president of the school's news department. They are the vice presidents Chen Jingya and Lin Yu, and he is our photographer Li Si. News department president Wang Xin introduced him to the people around and then continued. It is like this, we heard you have been working at the slaughterhouse recently, so we wanted to come and interview you. Interview me? Yes. Looking at them, Gu Zhao seemed to remember something and said, Actually, this topic is quite serious, let us do it again. This guy is really something. It is killing me, talking about it being serious. And at this point, the number of people in the live room had reached nearly 100,000. Seeing Gu Zhao walk back to the entrance of Yongxing slaughterhouse, stand there, and adjust his clothes, the viewers were frantically posting comments. Seeing Gu Zhao come out again, the people from the news department smiled and said, Student Gu Zhao. Get lost. Gu Zhao said coldly, and then left without even looking back. Watching Gyu Zhao leave, the people from the news department were stunned. After all, no one had ever treated them like that before, especially since the three of them were famous internet beauties. Oh my god. Oh my god. Impressive. And seeing Gyu Zhao's bold move, the comments started flooding in wildly. The people from the news department recovered, looking at Gyu Zhao who had already left, their faces looking rather ugly. They really wanted to go and beat Gyu Zhao up, but there were nearly 100,000 people watching the live broadcast. If they really attacked him, the goddess image they worked so hard to build would be ruined. Maybe the three of us are not pretty enough. He does not think our interview is worth his time. I am so sad. Exactly. As expected of the news department president and vice presidents, they reacted quickly, pretending to be sad while speaking to the phone in front of them. Next time I see him, I will definitely beat him up and make him kneel down and apologize to you. That is right, we will do it together next time. And the live broadcast audience fell for it, successfully resolving the awkwardness of the three, while also successfully stirring up hatred against Gyu Zhao. However, they never expected that such a simple bit would become popular all over the internet in such a short time. The people from the news department became famous, and Gyu Zhao became famous too. Lin family. Just a piece of trash, I will let you live a little longer. A middle-aged man watched the video on his phone and said with a sinister expression. Meanwhile, in a room in the Lin residence. Brother Kai, I just sent you a video, take a look, your future wife is being bullied. The one called Brother Kai, hearing that his intended wife was being bullied, hung up the phone immediately and opened the video to watch. Get lost. So sad. Wang Xin in the video only showed a sad expression, but Brother Kai's heart also tugged along with it. Gyu Zhao, you kid are really asking for death. Just wait a while, I will make you pay. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. So he made a phone call. Brother Kai, find an opportunity to teach Gyu Lin a lesson, but remember, do not kill him. Do not worry, Brother Kai, the martial arts exam is coming soon, we will not go too far. Afterward, he called Wang Xin to comfort her, and promised that he would definitely make Gyu Zhao pay. Uncle Yang. Zhao, have you offended someone? Offended someone? I do not think so, I have been keeping my head down lately. Well, then what is going on? Some friends of mine from the Martial Arts Association and the procuratorate told me to fire you immediately, lest I get myself in trouble too. Suddenly recalling the incident with the news department that morning, he told Wang Yang and asked, could it be about what happened this morning? Wang Yang heard this and replied with a bitter smile. Do you have any idea how powerful the background of the Honghai No. 7 high school news department is? I do not, Gyu Zhao replied honestly. Anyone in the Honghai No. 7 news department is basically a pampered rich kid or someone with significant connections. By telling them to get lost today, you have pretty much offended all of them. You are kidding, right? Why are they so petty? For people with money and power, face is everything. You did not give them any face today, so what do you expect? All right then. Uncle Yang, I will not cause you any more trouble. Could you calculate my wages? I will bring you whatever I still owe you this afternoon. After all, I had borrowed 3,000 yuan last time and only worked a few days this month. Do not worry about it, it is not much money anyway. I have to go, another call is coming in. Stay home and do not go out much if you do not have to. Gyu Zhao was about to say something, but he heard Wang Yang hang up the phone in a hurry. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. What a mess. Hearing the dial tone, Gyu Zhao felt completely helpless. He had only taken a nap at noon, and when he woke up, he had lost his job. Should I go out of the city? He had originally planned to go into the wilderness only after reaching the 7th stage of martial apprentice and mastering basic swordsmanship. While the wilderness is full of danger, it also offers great rewards. Since he had decided, Gyu Zhao did not hesitate anymore, but before leaving the city. Boss, how much for this sword? Seeing a Longquin sword hanging on the wall of the weapon shop, he asked the boss at the counter. The tag is under the sword. 90-fold refined Longquin sword, 1.2 meters long, 0.08 meters wide, weighs. A cannot afford it. Seeing the price tag of 200,000, he lost interest. Meteor hammer, 0.8 meters long, weighs 30 kilograms, price 300,000. Willow leaf sword, price 200,000. And the weapons in the shop dazzled Gyu Zhao, but he could only look at the ones in the main hall. He could not afford any of them. "Boss, do you have anything cheaper?" "Go look over there," the boss said without looking up, pointing in a direction. He walked in the direction the boss had pointed. Passing through the door, he entered a space much larger than the main hall, where there were more people. People in the hall heard his footsteps, looked up, saw a young man, and then went back to looking at the weapons, uninterested. "Hello, how can I help you?" A girl in a work uniform walked over and asked Gyu Zio. "I want to buy a sword." "Is it for practicing basic swordsmanship? Come on, I will take you to look at some." Although Gyu Zio's clothes were a bit shabby, she did not mind and said to him. Gyu Zio followed the shop assistant to the sword section. Inside the area, the most common ones were, "How about this iron sword? It is only 12,000 yuan. Do you have anything cheaper? This steel sword is only 7,000 yuan. Is there anything even cheaper? The cheaper the better," Gyu Zio said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Then wait a moment, let me go check for you." After a while, the assistant came back with a sword. It was in a wooden scabbard, so he could not see what the material was, but it looked quite ordinary. "This bronze sword is only 3,000 yuan. It is the cheapest one we have. I will take this one." After leaving the weapon shop, he sighed again. Now he had less than 500 yuan left in his pocket. He needed to get out of the city to hunt monsters and make money as soon as possible, or the money in his pocket would not last a few days. Hunting gale wolves 100 miles outside the city. Anyone want to join? Gathering herbs outside the city. Need some martial artists. Generous reward, come quickly. Buying gale wolf and three-eyed fox furs. Inside the city gate, it was like a bustling market with all sorts of shouting. Just then, a man with his chest exposed, wearing dark brown pants and carrying an axe on his right shoulder, spoke boldly to Gyu Zio. "Little brother, want to hunt monsters together?" "No thanks, I am waiting for a friend." "Ha ha ha, no worries, let us hunt together some other time." With that, he left. "Captain, that kid is clearly just a martial apprentice. If he had agreed, would not we have been carrying a dead weight?" "It does not matter, he did not agree, did he? And do not you think he looks a lot like we did when we were younger?" "You know, he really does. He really does look like us, both so broke." And watching them leave, Gyu Zio muttered to himself, "Actually, finding a team would be nice. After all, it is my first time out of the city, having a guide would be good." Unfortunately, having the Beiming divine ability meant he was destined to act alone. He had no interest in staying here any longer, so he went straight out of the city. Near Gyu Zio's house. "Boss, how much longer are we going to wait? Why do not we just rush in and give him a beating?" The leader hit his subordinate's head hard and said, "Are you stupid? The martial exam is coming up. You want to touch those students at a time like this? You are asking for death." "I guess you are right." After that, he did not say another word, his eyes fixed on the floor where Gyu Zio lived. "Boss, there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Let us hear the bad news first." "Gyu Zio is not home. We waited for nothing." "And the good news?" "We do not have to keep watching anymore." The leader's face turned dark, and he hit the subordinate's head again. "Boss, I was not the one who said it. Why hit my head again?" "I just do not like the look of you. Is that not allowed? If you talk back again, see if I do not hit your head again." The subordinate, who had already been hit twice, immediately shut up and even moved further away, fearing that the boss's mood would shift and he'd get hit again. "Where is that kid?" the leader asked the subordinate who brought him the news. "Reliable sources say he went out of the city." "Out of the city?" "Yes, boss." "Which city gate? East, west, south, or north?" Seeing his boss starting to ramble on again, he hurriedly said, "North gate." The leader glared at his subordinate in annoyance and said, "Then let us go, we are going to the north gate too." "Boss, we are only at the martial apprentice stage. Do we really need to go out of the city to find him?" "Are you stupid? Cannot we just wait for him to come back at the north gate?" Not far ahead, there was a beast with a connected head and neck, a long snout and big mouth, short legs, and a fat body. Its skin was white, and its long ears looked like fans. Most peculiarly, it had two curved tusks in its mouth. It was a first-tier monster, the tusk boar. The most valuable part of the tusk boar is its two tusks, which can be ground into powder. They have remarkable effects whether used in artifact forging or alchemy. The tusk boar's strength is roughly at the first-tier 5th level, equivalent to the 5th stage of a martial apprentice. However, at the same rank, monsters have a far stronger physical enhancement from absorbing spiritual energy than humans. Even though it is only at the first tier 5th level, its combat power is comparable to the 7th stage of a martial apprentice. He recalled the information about the tusk boar in his mind. Yes, you are the one. He had decided that the tusk boar would be his first monster kill. If the tusk boar knew what was on Gyu Zio's mind, it would wonder if it should feel honored. Since it was his first time, to be safe, Gyu Zio crouched down, softened his footsteps, and inched his way toward the tusk boar. Seeming to sense something, the tusk boar lying on the ground lifted its head to scan the surroundings. Seeing nothing, it lowered its head and went back to resting. Phew! Now within 3 meters of the tusk boar, Gyu Zio panicked slightly when he saw it raise its head. Fortunately, the surrounding bushes were tall and he was half-crouched, so he was not spotted. Seeing the tusk boar lower its head again, he let out a sigh of relief. Snap! Snap! Not paying attention to the dry branches under his feet, he stepped right on one, and the sound of the branch breaking rang out clearly in the surroundings. Hearing the noise, the tusk boar stood up instantly and glared in the direction of the sound. It never expected Gyu Zio to be so close. Had it not stood up, it would not have been able to see him at all. Especially when it saw the unsheathed bronze sword in Gyu Zio's left hand. Even though it did not know what it was, a chill surged from its heart. It was the scent of danger and death. The tusk boar was instantly enraged. It scraped its left hoof on the ground, locked its gaze on Gyu Zio, and charged. Good heavens! Seeing the tusk boar charging straight at him, he could not help but shout. Watching the tusk boar closing in, he panicked and hurriedly performed a roll to the side to dodge. As he landed, the tusk boar brushed right past him. A sharp gust of wind accompanied by a foul stench swept over Gyu Zio. Ignoring the stink in his nose, he stood up and turned to face the tusk boar, which now had its back to him. He gripped the hilt of the bronze sword with his right hand and pulled it from its scabbard. Shing! The tusk boar slowly turned around, and upon seeing the bronze sword in Gyu Zio's hand, it became even more frenzied. It remembered its companions, who had been killed by this kind of weapon, their most precious tusks hacked off, their skins peeled, and their meat eaten. It did not want to die. It wanted to live. It had not even found its beautiful mate yet. How could it die? At that moment, it cast everything else aside, with only one thought in its mind. And that was to kill Gyu Zio. Only then could it survive. It scraped its hooves on the ground twice more, fixed its eyes directly on Gyu Zio, and launched itself forward. As it got close to Gyu Zio, it leapt up, jaws wide open, thrusting its 2 tusks toward him. Just as the tusk boar reached him, he swung the bronze sword with all his might, striking the beast's 2 tusks directly. Man and beast were sent flying in opposite directions. However, the tusk boar fared better than Gyu Zio, only sliding back 2 meters while Gyu Zio was pushed back about 4. Climbing up from the ground, his right hand holding the bronze sword began to tremble slightly. When you encounter monsters in the future, you must not panic. You must remain calm, use your surroundings and the martial arts you have learned, find the right opportunity, and strike for a one-hit kill. Looking at the standoff with the tusk boar, he somehow recalled what his martial arts instructor had taught in class. The tusk boar watched Gyu Zio in the standoff, not in a hurry to attack. That last strike against its tusks had caused a sharp, stinging pain, which made it very uncomfortable. Furthermore, that strike had stoked the flames of its anger even higher. If Gyu Zio had just slashed its body, the pain might have made it lose the desire to fight and look for a chance to escape. But its tusks were its treasures. How could it rest easy without killing the enemy before it? Besides, looking at this human, it seemed it could win. Was not this the perfect chance for revenge? The human before it did not know what was wrong and had suddenly stopped moving. Was not this its chance to attack? It scraped the ground with its hooves, let out a roar to the heavens, and charged at Gyu Zio again, with speed clearly faster than the previous 2 charges. Hearing the beast's roar brought Gyu Zio back to his senses. When the tusk boar was 2 meters away, it pushed off its front legs, leapt into the air, and lunged at him. This time, he did not panic as before, but watched the tusk boar closing in. Just as the beast was about to reach him, he took 1 step back, perfectly dodging the tusk boar's attack. His right hand brought the bronze sword down upon the tusk boar's head. The blade of the sword pierced directly into the tusk boar's skull, without the slightest resistance. The tusk boar struggled once and then collapsed, motionless. Gyu Zio, who had been slightly weaker than it just a moment ago, why did he kill it so easily now? It could not fathom it, and then it lost all consciousness. But its eyes remained fixed on Gyu Zio, as if hoping its stare could kill him. Ignoring the beast's gaze, Gyu Zio said to the corpse on the ground, "Brother Pig, do not blame me. Remember to be reincarnated into a better life next time, even as a pet pig would do." Then, remembering something, he muttered to himself, "I wonder how much experience points I can get from a tusk boar." He checked the surroundings and, finding no one, approached the tusk boar's corpse, placed his hand on its head, and activated the North Dark divine skill to absorb it. The tusk boar's body slowly shrank as the flesh and blood within were absorbed as experience points, leaving only the hide behind as if it were telling a story. Experience points plus 5,000. 5,000 points of experience. This efficiency, though a bit dangerous, is countless times faster than killing chickens and ducks. Glancing at the hide on the ground, Gyu Zio smacked his head in annoyance. "I should have removed the 2 tusks first. They are worth quite a lot." "Oh, never mind. At least the hide is left that should fetch a good price." The sky was gradually turning dark. Night is when wild beasts are most active, and he certainly did not want to spend the night in the wilderness. After rolling up the tusked boar hide from the ground, he checked the direction back home and left the area. The traces on the ground left by the tusked boar's charge showed that a fairly intense battle had taken place here. Inside the bustling city gates of Honghai City. Step right up, do not miss out. Freshly prepared hemostatic powder detox pills. Selling all kinds of medicinal herbs, a must-see for those who practice alchemy. Buying all kinds of wild beast materials. And more people were returning to the city from the wilderness, now gathered in the market to sell the materials they had collected. Business owners in many industries often sent people here to purchase various materials. He randomly chose a stall that was buying materials and asked, "Boss, are you buying tusked boar hide?" "Yes, we are." The young man at the stall saw the hide Gyu Zio was carrying and knew it was from a tusked boar, but he did not turn him away. After all, there were plenty of competitors in the market these days. "How are you pricing it?" "We buy tusked boar hide for between 1,000 and 5,000, depending on how intact the hide is." Perhaps noticing that Gyu Zio looked young, he added, "Do not worry, this is the market rate. We would not dare quote random prices. We are in this for the long term." Gyu Zio did not say much, simply handed the hide to the young man to let him inspect it and name a price. The young man took the hide and laid it flat on the table behind him, revealing its exceptional integrity for all to see. "It is so intact. Young man, how about selling it to me for 5,000? I will pay 5,500. And nearby competitors saw such a perfect piece of hide and immediately came over to make offers to Gyu Zio. They had seen Gyu Zio was just a young man earlier and had not paid any attention to what he was carrying. Now that they saw such a fine piece of goods, they could not hold back. 10,000. "Boss," the young man at the stall called out at the right moment. "Old Chen, that is not very fair of you. It is worth 8,000 at most, yet you are bidding so high." "Hey, what can I say? I have got the money. If you can outbid me, go ahead, I certainly will not fight you for it." "Not worth the trouble. Cannot mess with him." And the surrounding owners, seeing the high bid of 10,000, gave up on the idea of buying and returned to their own stalls. 10,000? Did not you say the range was 1,000 to 5,000? How come? Gyu Zio was surprised by the 10,000 price tag. The boss at the stall saw Gyu Zio's astonishment and explained with a smile. "Normally, hides stripped from beasts have more or less some defects, so the standard price is 1,000 to 5,000. But one like yours is definitely worth a bit more. 10,000 are you selling?" "Yeah. My name is Chen. You can call me Boss Chen. We are long-term buyers of hides here. If you have more next time, I hope you will continue to sell to us. We will definitely give you the highest price." Zio Lin put the hide away. He turned to his clerk, then addressed Gyu Zio. "Bank transfer." Gyu Zio did not have such a thing as a bank account. He had not even applied for a card. After all, he was so poor that the most money he had ever possessed at once was 5,000 yuan. "Can you pay in cash?" Boss Chen seemed to understand something when he looked at Gyu Zio's attire, and he nodded at him. He took a stack of money from the drawer, handed it to Gyu Zio, and said, "You should go get a bank card when you have time. It is not safe to carry too much cash around these days." Seeing Boss Chen's kind reminder, he said, "Thank you, I will get one when I have the chance." Boss, look, is that the kid Gyu Zio? He looked in the direction his subordinate was pointing, checked the photo on his phone, compared it to Gyu Zhao, and said confidently, "That is him, no doubt." Boss looked quickly. They saw Gyu Zhao take a stack of cash from the stall owner and put it in his pocket, and their eyes instantly lit up. The leader came to his senses and said to his subordinates, "Let us go, we will wait at his place for him. First, we will beat him up and take that money, and afterwards, we can still go collect a reward from Brother Long." "Boss, what if we cannot beat him?" "Are you kidding? That brat is only at the 3rd stage of martial disciple. I am already at the 5th stage, and plus you lot are at the 3rd stage too. How could we not beat him?" "Oh, that is right. Good point." Gyu Zhao had no idea that some people were already waiting at his home for his return. After taking the 10,000 from Boss Bai, he said goodbye. He was not in a rush to head home. He had just heard someone selling hemostatic powder and detox pills nearby. It was his first time in the wilderness today, and he had been so hurried he had not prepared properly before rushing out. Since he would be spending a lot of time in the wilderness in the future, it was necessary to get the right supplies. He wandered around nearby and found the stall he had heard about earlier. "How much for the hemostatic powder and detox pills?" "The hemostatic powder is 2,000 per pack, and the detox pills are 10,000 per bottle, with 10 pills in a bottle." "What kind of pills are these?" "These black ones are pseudo-fasting pills. Taking 3 a day will keep you full and satisfied. Each bottle contains 21 pills and costs 1,500. These are energy-boosting pills. Taking one will restore some of your strength. They cost 5,000 per pill." And Gyu Zhao listened as the owner pointed to the pills on the table and explained them one by one. He looked at all the various pills and medicines on the table and realized he could not afford most of them. After hesitating, he bought 2 packs of hemostatic powder and 4 bottles of pseudo-fasting pills, using up all the money he had just made from the tusked boar hide. The shop assistant counted the 10,000 Gyu Zhao handed over, then gave him the items and said, "Young man, these are your 2 packs of hemostatic powder and 4 bottles of pseudo-fasting pills. This small satchel is a gift from our shop, no charge." "What is the difference between these pseudo-fasting pills and regular fasting pills?" "The pseudo-fasting pills are not as effective as real ones. Real fasting pills only require you to take one a day to stay full. Also, the pseudo ones do not taste as good." Gyu Zhao wanted to ask something more, but the assistant ran off to help other customers, leaving him with no choice but to let it go. "Boss, why has not that kid come back yet? I am getting a bit sleepy." "Yeah, and the kid is so poor, he does not even have a drink." "Exactly, boss." "Yeah. Huh, why is there sound coming from inside?" Just as he took the key out of his pocket and prepared to insert it into the lock, he faintly heard the sound of voices from inside the room. He listened outside the door for a while. "Are these hoodlums? Why do they seem a bit dim-witted?" Listening at the door for a moment, he gathered they were there to teach him a lesson, and based on what they said, none of them had high cultivation levels, with the strongest only at the 5th level of martial apprentice. He let out a sigh of relief. He was currently at the 6th level of martial apprentice, and his basic sword technique had reached the minor mastery level, so dealing with a few hoodlums should not be a problem. After all, few who work as thugs are serious people. He inserted the key and opened the door to the room. What met his eyes was a chaotic living room. 4 men were lounging on the sofa. Seeing Gyu Zhao enter, they stood up with pleasant surprise and walked toward him. He lifted his sword sheath toward the door, causing the door to shut behind him, and looked at them, asking, "Who are you guys, and what are you doing in my house?" "Boss, is this kid scared stupid? Why did he close the door himself?" "You kid, you kept us waiting for a long time." "Exactly, hand over the money." They looked at Gyu Zhao with wicked smiles, clenching their fists as if they were about to give him a brutal beating. Watching the thugs get closer, he did not draw his bronze sword, but swung it horizontally while it was still in its sheath. Smack! The leading thug, a 3rd-level martial apprentice, was sent flying instantly, knocking another thug behind him to the ground. The 2 on the ground clutched their bodies, rolling around in an attempt to ease the pain. "Boss, avenge us." "Ah, it hurts so much." "You brat, very well, you have angered me." In his eyes, Gyu Zhao was just a 3rd-level martial apprentice kid, who had only managed to take down 2 of his men by relying on the power of his weapon and a sneak attack. He signaled to the thug, still standing beside him. "Swish! Swish! The clear sound of 2 daggers being drawn echoed through the room. It turned out they had both pulled daggers from their waistbands. The leading boss said viciously to Gyu Zio, "If you're smart, throw your sword on the floor." Seeing that Gyu Zio did not react at all and just stood there, he assumed he was scared silly. He was not as ignorant as his subordinates on the ground, so he gave a signal to the thug beside him. The thug saw his boss's signal and understood. After all, they had hung out together for a long time, and sometimes a single look was enough to know what the next move would be. After seeing his underling nod, he charged at Gyu Zio with his dagger raised, followed closely by his underling. Having spent a long time on the streets, he was not someone those fallen 2 underlings could compare to. Regardless of whether the opponent still had the ability to act, he would stab them a few times first. Gyu Zio looked at the 2 rushing toward him with interest, holding his bronze sword and swinging it out again, but this time he used his full strength, as the leading boss was at the 5th level of martial apprentice. Smack! Smack! The 2 men hit were disarmed as their daggers fell to the ground, and their figures were sent flying back to the positions they had stood in before, collapsing on the ground bent over. The thug boss, lying on the floor, pointed at Gyu Zio tremblingly and said, "Are not you at the 3rd level of martial apprentice?" Gyu Zio walked toward the men on the ground and said to the boss, "Who told you I was at the 3rd level of martial apprentice?" Seeing Gyu Zio get closer, the men on the floor started to tremble. Their boss was at the 5th level, yet he had been defeated so easily. The thug boss now spoke viciously to Gyu Zio. "Let us go immediately and pay our medical expenses, otherwise Brother Long will not let you off." Gyu Zio feigned fear and said to the boss, "Oh, I am so scared." The boss, squatting on the ground, did not see the glimmer of a smile in Lin Zio's eyes and thought he was genuinely terrified, so he said, "If you know you're scared, why do not you help us up?" Gyu Zio kicked the boss, causing him to fall back to the ground again. The boss tried to say something, but was interrupted by Gyu Zio. "Who is Brother Long, who sent you here?" "Brat, let us go now." "Oh, and what if I do not?" "Brother Long knows we came to teach you a lesson. If we do not return, you had better be prepared. If I let you go, you will just find others to teach me a lesson. If I do not let you go, your so-called Brother Long will send someone else to do it." He paused and continued, "Tell me, should I let you go or not? I am in no mood to play with you anymore. Speak, who is Brother Long? Why is he causing me trouble?" After a long time, seeing them lying on the ground moaning and ignoring him, he grew impatient. "Not talking, huh? This is the consequence." He squatted down, placed his hand on an underling's head, and began to absorb his energy with the North Sea divine technique. The thug, being absorbed by Gyu Zio, clawed at the air in struggle and said painfully to the boss, "Boss, save me. What is happening to me? Boss, save me." The 2 thugs he had dragged by their feet also began to wail. The thug boss was truly frozen in shock, as hot liquid began to leak from his pants. He watched as the flesh of his underlings slowly diminished, soon leaving nothing but skin and bones. With his own eyes, he saw his underlings change from living men into skeletal wrecks. Their eyeballs even began to leave their sockets until they disappeared, and one could even see various parts of the brain clearly through the empty eye sockets. Bit by bit, they vanished right before his eyes. Their original wails gradually faded until they disappeared completely. Only a few still warm clothes remained on the ground as evidence that they had ever existed. Experience points plus 9,000. "Speak." "I do not know. I only know Brother Long told us to come and teach you." Before he could finish, the boss started to lose his mind. "Demon, stay away from me." "Ah, do not come near me." The boss had watched with his own eyes as the demon devoured his underlings. The clothes on the floor were the best proof. He was truly scared out of his wits and began to mumble to himself. Seeing that the boss had been scared into insanity and nothing more could be learned, he placed his hand on the boss's head and began to absorb him with the North Sea divine technique again. In a short while, more clothes lay on the floor. Experience points plus 5,000. Ahe. After witnessing the thug leader dissolve into nothingness with his own eyes, Gyu Zio could no longer hold it back. He rushed to the bathroom and began to vomit. It was truly terrifying, even sickening. This way of dying was far more horrifying than performing an autopsy. Especially when he was facing the thug leader directly, everything inside the human brain was exposed to his sight. After being absorbed by the Northern Deep Divine technique, that ugliness became even more pronounced, making it unbearable to look at. He threw up everything he had eaten for lunch in the bathroom, and by the time there was nothing left to bring up, he was retching up bile. It was not until the nausea in his heart had faded significantly that he finally came out. He took a pseudo-abstinence pill from his small bag and swallowed it. Swallowing the pill made Gyu Zhao frown, but it also made him feel much better, and the nausea in his heart disappeared completely. The pseudo-abstinence pill tasted a bit foul, even sour, and was not very pleasant, but its effect was indeed excellent. After swallowing it, he felt no hunger at all. He looked at where the thugs had been. The floor was covered in the clothes they had been wearing. He had no intention of wearing things others had worn, even though the quality of those clothes was definitely better than what he had on. He tidied up his place again and threw everything that needed to be discarded into the trash can outside the door. Looking at the reorganized living room, he nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, the thugs had only made a mess of the living room. What a good guy, he even brought a phone. Holding the phone, the thug leader had dropped on the floor. He could tell just by the appearance that it was many times better than his own antique. I love you, loving you just like. Suddenly, the phone's ringtone went off. Seeing the name Brother Long displayed on the screen, Gyu Zhao hesitated for a moment before answering it. Zhao Zhang, how did things go? Brother Long on the other end of the line waited for a while without hearing a sound and sensed that something was wrong. Who are you? What did you do to Zhao Zhang? Was not it you who told them to come find me? Why are you asking who I am? Gyu Zhao? Impossible, he is just a poor kid at the third stage of martial disciple. How could he possibly defeat Zhao Zhang and the others? Believe it or not, it is up to you. Can you tell me who wanted to teach me a lesson? It looks like you really are Gyu Zhao. I never expected you to hide so deeply. Are you planning to shock everyone on the day of the martial arts exam? Think whatever you. Before Gyu Zhao could finish, Brother Long on the other side hung up. Gyu Zhao tried calling back, but the number you have dialed is powered off. Knowing he had been blocked, he did not bother anymore. He took out the SIM card, threw it into the trash, and put in his own. I really did not expect that kid to be playing the pig to eat the tiger. He must be at least at the 6th stage of martial disciple. Otherwise, with Zhao Zhang at the 5th stage and several others at the 3rd, there is no reason they could not teach him a lesson. If it were not for the fact that the martial arts exam is almost here, and we are being watched too closely by the procuratorate, making it impossible to send more men otherwise. What a waste of Zhao Zhang and the others. Forget it, it is better to stay low for a while. After thinking for a while, he made a call to Lin Kai. When Lin Kai received the call from Brother Long, he assumed they had successfully taught Gyu Zhao a lesson and asked the other end. How was it? That kid is at least at the 6th stage of martial disciple. The people I sent are likely gone. How is that possible? Lin Kai on the other end was shocked. A 6th stage martial disciple meant little to him, but Gyu Zhao was publicly known to be at the 3rd stage in school. Now that he had suddenly become at least 6th stage, he asked incredulously. Brother Long was silent for a moment, then said, 1/5 stage martial disciple and at least 3/3 stage disciples. Their status is unknown. Lin Kai listened in silence for a long time. Then let us just leave it at that for now. The martial arts exam is coming up. Tell your men to keep a low profile. The Procuratorate and the Martial Artists Guild have teamed up recently. If you get caught in there, not even my father can save you. Understood? Yeah. Name, Gyu Zhao. Realm, Martial Disciple 6th State, 1/16,000. Technique, Northern Deep Divine Technique, full level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Forms, entry, 664/1000. Martial Skill, Basic Combat Techniques entry, 15/1000. Basic Swordsmanship, minor achievement, 410/10,000. Basic Footwork entry, 35/1000. Current experience points, 32,680. Martial Disciple 6th stage, automatically increasing by 6 points per minute. Lying on the sofa in a relaxed state, Gyu Zhao checked his attribute panel. The experience points line currently reached 32,680 points. He did not rush to improve his realm, but looked at his basic footwork. He remembered it had only been 5 points at noon, but now it had actually climbed to 35 points. The martial arts instructor was right. Actual combat is the most effective way to improve. But today, there were indeed some issues with the fight against the tusk boar. Reflecting on the battle this afternoon, he exhaled for a long time. I was actually afraid when facing a beast today. Having already died once in my past life, I did not think I would be afraid of death now. Beasts are indeed beasts. At the martial disciple stage, their physical strength is surprisingly great. I am already at the 6th stage, yet my strength is actually not as good as a level 1, grade 5 beast. Sigh, I was reckless today. He felt his performance this afternoon was poor. But if anyone else knew, they would not have any idea what to think. After all, being able to pick up a weapon and fight a beast the first time, and eventually killing the tusk boar, was already an excellent feat for a newcomer. There were even those who were so terrified when facing a beast for the first time that they wet themselves. After a long while, looking at the attribute panel again, the experience points had jumped to 32,806, an increase of 126 points from just before. This feeling of gaining experience anytime and anywhere is really great. No longer hesitating, he directly injected experience points into his realm. As the experience points were injected, the energy within his body surged more and more, with every cell in his body crazily consuming the energy pouring out. Until, boom! When his body reached the threshold to break through the realm, there was not the slightest resistance, like tearing through a thin membrane. His realm successfully reached the 7th stage of martial disciple. Tusk. There were none of those so-called barriers at all. I wonder if it will go just as smoothly when I break through to the warrior stage. Breaking through a cultivation level should have been a joyous occasion, yet Gyu Xiao found himself frowning involuntarily. He reached into his small side bag, took out another pseudo-bigun pill, and swallowed it. Sure enough, even after consuming the pseudo-bigun pill, he still felt a faint sense of hunger. After a while, the hunger subsided. Perhaps his body had simply grown accustomed to this sensation. I reckon that once I break through to the 9th stage of martial disciple, or the martial artist realm, the effects of the blood replenishing and chi boosting pill will be completely exhausted. Every breakthrough is equivalent to a physical refinement, and since it is a refinement, it requires corresponding energy. The injection of experience points only saves me the time spent on cultivation, but it does not mean it can replace the energy my body requires. The saying that scholars are poor and warriors are rich is truly not false. Without sufficient wealth, it is impossible to cultivate. He shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside for the moment, and looked at his status panel again. Seeing that he still had 17,041 experience points, he did not intend to save them. After all, if his strength grows, earning 10,000 points will be as easy as a breeze. He directly injected the experience points into his basic swordsmanship and basic movement technique. Information regarding both techniques flooded his mind frantically, as if he had already possessed them in the past. Suddenly, just like when he was in the slaughterhouse, his consciousness entered the mysterious space again. Everywhere he looked, there were mysterious figures either practicing basic swordsmanship or basic movement technique. This time, he widened his eyes and focused on one of the figures practicing the swordsmanship. It was slightly clearer than last time, though still a bit blurred, yet the mysterious figure felt very familiar to Gyu Xiao. In the next second, his consciousness returned to his body. Why do I feel so dizzy? Once his consciousness was back, Gyu Xiao felt his head heavy and disoriented, with a slight sense of vertigo. Was it because of the information I just absorbed and the entry into the mysterious space? It seems I need to be careful with breakthroughs in the future. If I get lost in that mysterious space while being ambushed by an enemy, I had be done for. As the vertigo intensified, Gyu Xiao felt increasingly drowsy and fell sound asleep directly on the sofa. The next day, name Gyu Xiao. Realm 7th stage martial disciple, 1/32,000. Cultivation method, Baming Divine Art max level. Basic gymnastics 18 postures, beginner, 664/1000. Martial skill, basic fighting technique beginner, 15/1000. Basic swordsmanship mastered, 1/100,000. Basic movement technique proficient, 1/10,000. Current experience points, 9846, 7th stage martial disciple, auto increasing by 7 points per minute. Looking at his status panel, basic swordsmanship had reached the mastered stage, and basic movement technique had reached the proficient stage. 100,000 points. He gasped upon seeing that basic swordsmanship required 100,000 points of proficiency to reach the next level. 100,000 is no small amount. Reaching the 8th stage only takes 32,000, and even the 9th stage probably will not require that much. I wonder what it feels like to have mastered basic swordsmanship and proficient basic movement technique. After washing up in the bathroom, he looked at his disheveled hair in the mirror and wondered if he should get a haircut. Suddenly remembering something, he found a string in the house and tied his hair up, forming a bow that looked particularly flamboyant. I must say, I am quite handsome after all. Although he was still wearing those coarse hemp clothes like a servant, simply changing his hairstyle had remarkably improved his aura. After packing his belongings, he planned to head to the bank in the city to open an account, as carrying cash around was inconvenient. Gyu Zio. Hearing someone call his name, Gyu Zio turned in the direction of the voice. It was his homeroom teacher, Su Qing, accompanied by a girl who looked about his age. Gyu Zio did not mind and greeted her. "Hello, teacher. Call me Sister Qing. Outside of school, do not call me teacher. I prefer you to call me sister." "All right, teacher." Su Qing looked at him and asked curiously, "If you are not at home cultivating, where are you headed?" Gyu Zio answered honestly. "Going to the bank to open an account. Carrying cash on me makes me worry about thieves." The girl beside Su Qing could not help but laugh. Given how Gyu Zio was dressed, he did not look like someone wealthy. Not even a thief would target him, yet he was worried about being robbed. "Su Lin," Su Qing scolded the girl beside her sternly. "So her name is Su Lin. She seems a bit silly," Gyu Zio thought while watching the girl giggle. "Sorry, sister," Su Lin said to Su Qing. Seeing her younger sister admit her mistake, she turned back to Gyu Zio apologetically. "Student Gyu Zio, I am really sorry. This is my sister, Su Lin. She did not mean to be rude." "It is fine. Sister, grandpa is almost here. If we keep talking, we will be late." Su Qing checked the time, realized it was almost 9 o'clock, and said to Gyu Zio, "Student Gyu Zio, we have things to do, so we will be going." She was dragged away by her sister, but shortly after she turned back to say, "Student Gyu Zio, once you have finished at the bank, hurry home to cultivate. I look forward to seeing you get a great result in the martial arts exam." Gyu Zio nodded as his teacher turned back to offer her advice. "All right, T." Before he could finish, his teacher had already turned away and left quickly with her sister. "What is the rush? As a teacher, she does not seem very mature or steady." "Sister, was that your student just now?" "Yes, he was. Judging by his clothes, I would say he is at most at the 3rd stage of martial disciple." "Just about, that poor boy. If it were not for his difficult family circumstances, he might actually be stronger than you." "No way, that guy. Besides, I will be hitting the 9th stage soon, and I have a real chance of becoming the national champion," Su Lin said smugly to her sister. "Stop bragging. As for the champion title, our school's grade 3 class 1 already has 2 students who have reached the 9th stage, and you know both of them." "I know them. Yi Luo and Yi Tian. How did they reach the 9th stage so fast?" "If you were not so lazy, you would have reached the 9th stage long ago too." And Gyu Zio was unaware of the conversation between Su Qing and her sister. Had he heard it, he would have likely exclaimed in surprise, "This silly girl actually has the cultivation of an 8th stage martial disciple. Is it really this much trouble just to get a bank card in this world?" Gyu Zio thought to himself with a sigh after walking out of the bank. He had originally thought that getting a bank card would be a quick process. Just hand over his ID, and it would be done in 10 minutes at most. But he never expected that there would be pupil scanning and fingerprint scanning. Fingerprint scanning was one thing, but he absolutely did not expect that all 10 fingers had to be scanned and recorded. What left him speechless the most was when he casually joked about whether his toes needed to be recorded too. The bank staff actually said that if he did not mind the trouble, it would be best to record them as well. He was rendered speechless on the spot. It is no wonder they need so many staff members inside. If it were like my past life, they would probably only serve a few people in a whole morning. Still, the service was truly beyond reproach. On the way out of the city, Gyu Zio could not help but reflect. On the road, he took a moment to check his experience points, 11,526. By noon, Gyu Zio finally reached the north gate of Honghai City. It was not that he liked walking, but he had only brought 200 yuan when he left that morning, and after spending over 180 on bank processing fees, he simply could not afford a ride. Sigh, I will just treat it as a workout. The place he was heading to now was where he encountered the tusk boar yesterday. He had heard a rumor in the bustling city center yesterday that the tusk boar's territory had the fewest martial artists. Although the tusk boar is a Tier 1 Rank 5 beast, its strength is comparable to a Tier 1 Rank 7 beast. While its tusks can be sold for money, the effort just is not worth it. Most importantly, tusk boars usually appear in pairs. It was pure luck that he managed to find a lone one yesterday. Martial artists above martial disciple rank 7 do not look down on such low-level beasts, which meant that under normal circumstances, very few martial artists at the martial disciple level would bother hunting tusk boars. But does he need to hunt easy beasts? No. What he needs is a place where few people go. He is not here for the money, he is here for the experience points. Fewer people is better, as it allows him to safely absorb experience using the northern profound divine art without attracting unnecessary trouble from onlookers. That is why he decided yesterday that before the martial arts exam, he would stay right here in the tusk boar's territory. On the main road out of the city, cars drove by from the distance from time to time. Tisk tisk, those who can afford to drive at least have a martial master level fighter in the car. I wonder when I will be able to reach the martial master level. Yu Zio thought with a hint of longing. After all, the higher the realm, the higher the level of beasts he could hunt, and the more experience points he would gain. He shook his head. Now was not the time to reach for the stars. One has to take things one step at a time. For instance, let us set a small goal first. Break through to the martial artist realm. This should be the place. The grass that was trampled during yesterday's fight had already grown back. One has to admit that since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the growth cycles of many plants and animals have changed dramatically. He wandered around, looking to see if he could encounter any tusk boars. He was a completely different person today compared to yesterday. Not only had he reached martial disciple rank 7, his basic swordsmanship had reached the mastery stage, and even his basic movement technique had reached the entry stage. It could be said that his overall strength was growing by leaps and bounds. He was now eager for a fight to test his strength. And the tusk boars were the perfect candidates for this test. Hey, speak of the devil. He saw 2 tusk boars lying on the ground ahead of him. A sense of playful mischief rose in him. He struck a defiant pose and shouted at the tusk boars in the distance. Come and get me. You guys, come and get me. Oh my god. He had expected the 2 tusk boars to jump up and charge at him. But to his surprise, they only lazily lifted their heads to look at him, showing no intention of getting up at all. Yu Zio even felt that the look in their eyes was as if they were calling him a big idiot. He never expected to be mocked by 2 pigs. He grabbed a few pebbles from the ground and hurled them at the tusk boars with all his might. Thwack! Thwack! His aim was a bit off, only hitting both, but it was just enough to successfully enrage the 2 boars. Snort! Snort! That is more like it. Seeing the 2 boars stand up in anger, Yu Zio nodded in satisfaction. He gripped the hilt of his bronze sword with his right hand and charged toward the boars first. Seeing him charge at them, the already irritated tusk boars became instantly enraged. They pawed at the ground and charged straight at Yu Zio. Seeing the 2 beasts rushing toward him, he shouted out loud. Welcome! A perfectly serious scene suddenly became filled with a sense of adolescent melodrama. It was fortunate that there was no one else around. He unleashed his basic sword techniques, thrusting, hacking, and sweeping. Before long, the tusk boars were covered in small cuts. Yu Zio did not rush to finish them off. Instead, he used them to practice his newly mastered basic swordsmanship. Yu Zio dodged all the attacks. The minor success in his movement technique was clearly leagues ahead of the introductory level. If he had encountered these 2 yesterday, while he could have dodged, it would have been quite a mess. Unlike today, where he could truly toy with them. His movement technique made his body increasingly agile. It was only a 20 or 30% increase in speed, but it felt like an entirely different level. After contemplating his mastered sword and movement techniques, he looked at the 2 boars and muttered to himself. It is time to end this. With that, Yu Zio dodged a strike from the boars and thrust his sword into both their skulls. Struck in the brain, the tusk boars fell heavily to the ground, their limbs twitching. After a while, the twitching stopped completely. He cautiously looked around, saw no one, and activated the northern profound divine art with both hands. If only I could absorb from a distance. After all, since I named this skill myself, there is definitely a gap between it and the real version. I have to touch them with both hands to absorb experience. Experience points plus 10,000. He did not bother with the tusks. Even though the hide could fetch a good price, experience points were the priority. After packing up the hides, he went back to looking for more tusk boars. "Kid, this is no place for you." Suddenly, a voice echoed from all around. Yu Xiao looked in every direction but saw no one, assuming he had suffered an auditory hallucination. "Above you." The voice spoke again, and following its lead, Yu Xiao looked up at the sky. An old man was standing on a tree branch, stroking his beard as he watched Yu Xiao. From what he could sense, Yu Xiao was merely a martial artist at the 7th stage of the martial disciple realm. Judging by his age, he looked like a high school student, and his worn-out clothes suggested he came from a poor background, making it unlikely he had learned any combat techniques. Without effective combat skills or even a team, someone like him should not be here. "Why cannot I be here? Why do you think you can?" The old man did not answer, but asked instead. "Because of my strength." Seeing Yu Xiao's expression, which suggested he felt it was only natural, the old man smiled and continued to ask. "Just because you are at the 7th stage of the martial disciple realm." Yu Xiao looked at the old man. Although he did not know why he was being questioned, he did not seem like a bad person. Besides, if he could appear silently directly above him, he could have finished him off just as silently, so he continued the conversation quite calmly. "And because of the sword in my hand." The old man looked at the sword in Yu Xiao's hand. Its blade was slightly chipped, and it was crafted using inferior techniques, likely by an apprentice. "That piece of junk? That depends on who is holding it. In my hands, it is a good sword." The old man fell silent. He did not know how to refute Yu Xiao's statement because he also felt it was true. If he refuted it, he would be betraying his own sword heart. But if he did not, he could not stand Yu Xiao's arrogant look, as if he owned the world just because he had a sword in his hand. Seeing that the old man did not reply, Yu Lin continued. "Since civilian martial artists can hunt beasts at the martial disciple realm, why cannot I? We martial artists should always strive for self-improvement." Well said. Looking at Yu Xiao below spouting such ambitious words, the old man felt deeply moved. 500 years ago, when those strange beasts first descended, everything was so small and fragile, and it was only by climbing up step by step that he achieved what he had today. Back then, even when he was just an ordinary person, did not he still manage to slay beasts? Compared to students today, one wrong step would mean total ruin. Society today is far too comfortable. Seeing the old man lost in thought, Yu Xiao stopped talking and just watched him quietly from under the tree. In reality, he was panicking on the inside. Is he thinking about how to kill me? Should I run away now? Should I lie on the ground and play dead? And Yu Xiao was also tangled in his thoughts. The old man, snapping back to reality, saw the changes on Yu Xiao's face and instantly knew what he was thinking, causing his hand that was stroking his beard to freeze. "I am not the kind of cold-blooded murderer you think I am. How infuriating." Then he pulled a manual from somewhere and tossed it down, and it landed right at Yu Xiao's feet. Looking at the manual at his feet, he looked up and was completely stunned. My God, he just flew away. It turned out the old man had simply used his ability to fly through the air and left. He picked up the manual the old man had dropped and started reading it. The Art of Sword Drawing. Looking at the 3 words on the cover of the manual, Yu could not help but recall that man, who grew stronger the lower he bowed his head. He shook his head, brushing away the unrealistic thought. He tucked the manual into his chest pocket and started heading back. After all, now was not the time to study the manual. If he got too engrossed and was ambushed and killed by nearby beasts, that would be truly unlucky. He had the manual now, he could study it any time. It was not worth the risk. In the bustling streets of Honghai City, "Hey man," an employee at the stall greeted him when he saw it was Yu Xiao. "Xiaolin." "Yep, that is me." "You do not look very old. Why are you working here?" "It is nothing to be ashamed of. My family has no money, and luckily Boss Chen was willing to take me in, so I come here often whenever I am free." Looking at Xiaolin, Gyu's eagerness to return home suddenly cooled down. Here, help me see how much this is worth. Zio Lin skillfully inspected the two tusked boar pelts. These two pelts have a few extra sword puncture marks, but they are still in quite good condition overall. We can offer 3,000 for them. That works. Gu Zio did not care much at this point. Killing those two tusked boars had not taken much effort anyway. Cash again. Bank transfer, please. Zio Lin, who was about to take cash from the drawer, stopped and grabbed a device from the table instead. He scanned Gu Zio's face with it, and Gu Zio's bank information instantly appeared on the screen, which he then showed to Gu Zio for confirmation. Since this was his first time using it, he carefully checked the information on the screen. Finding no errors, he said to Zio Lin, "Yes, that is correct. This device is a bit old in model, but its accuracy is still fine," Zio Lin said while looking at Gu Zio. "They say the newest devices can read all your relevant info just by scanning you. It is that convenient. Supposedly, they developed some other black tech gadgets this year, but I do not know what they are. All right, the money has been transferred. You can check your phone. The notification should have arrived by now." Just as Zio Lin finished speaking, the phone in Gu Zio's small bag vibrated right on cue. He took out his phone and saw the bank notification text message. "That is fast." "You bet it is." And after chatting with Zio Lin and learning a bit about other high-tech equipment, Gu Zio returned home. He sat on the couch and could not wait to pull the sword drawing manual from his chest. He began flipping through it page by page. After finishing the manual, his consciousness was once again drawn into that mysterious space. Watching the silhouettes around him, Gu Zio muttered to himself, "What is going on here? I can get here just by reading a manual. Did I just break through in the art of sword drawing like this?" He thought uncertainly, watching the mysterious figures practicing the technique. This time, instead of looking at the figures' appearances, he focused on the sword drawing technique they were practicing. The mysterious figures only repeated 2 motions, drawing the sword and sheathing it. And as time passed, their movements grew faster and faster. Until drawing and sheathing were completed in an instant, with the sword fully leaving the scabbard only to return to it in the blink of an eye. Then his consciousness returned to his body. Gu Zio checked his attribute panel and found that sword drawing technique had appeared under his martial arts, and it had already reached the minor mastery stage. How did it suddenly reach minor mastery? Could it be because my basic sword technique is at great mastery, and combined with the simplicity of the sword drawing technique, it just clicked? Zio guessed it might be related to his basic sword technique, but without other sword manuals, there was no way to verify it. He stood in a relatively open area of the hall and gripped the hilt of his bronze sword. He aimed at a tiny piece of debris on the wall. Swish! The tiny object on the wall was instantly struck and fell to the ground, while the bronze sword had already returned to its scabbard. Setting aside the power for a moment, just the speed of the draw was clearly several times faster. Seeing that his experience points had reached 23,206, he did not hesitate and used them all immediately. He upgraded both his basic movement technique and sword drawing technique to great mastery, promoted his basic combat technique to minor mastery, and poured the remaining experience points into his realm. A stream of information surged into his mind like a tidal wave, crashing violently against his consciousness. Damn, I forgot about that. After processing the surge, his consciousness once again entered the mysterious space. He felt exhausted now, his mind heavy and foggy, with no heart to watch the mysterious figure practicing martial arts. All he wanted to do now was sleep. He did not know how long he had stayed there before his consciousness returned to his body. He collapsed onto the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Have I been asleep for 2 days? When Gu Zio finally woke up, 2 days had passed. He had been in a deep slumber for the entire time. That was truly reckless of me this time. I wonder if the Martial University has any techniques for increasing mental strength. They probably do. Name, Gu Zio. Realm, Martial Apprentice Level 7, 2224/32,000. Technique, Northern Profound Arts, Max Level. Basic Gymnastics 18 Forms, Entry, 664/1000. Martial Arts, Basic Combat Technique, Minor Mastery, 1/10,000. Basic Sword Technique, Great Mastery, 1/100,000. Basic Movement Technique, Great Mastery, 1/100,000. Sword Drawing Technique, Great Mastery, 1/100,000. Current experience points, 13,440, martial apprentice level 7, automatically increasing by 7 points per minute. With this standard equipment, who in all of Honghai No. 7 High School could possibly stand against me? He was confident that not a single student in Honghai No. 7 High School was his match. As for all the high schools in Honghai City, he would not dare boast. After all, he understood the principle that there is always someone better and a heaven beyond the sky. Looking at the 3 tusk boars lying on the ground, Su Xiao muttered to himself, "So I am already this strong. 3 tusk boars did not put any pressure on me at all. I handled them so easily. One use of the sword drawing technique, and one was killed instantly. It is a pity my realm is not high enough to unleash the full power and range of the technique. Even though 2 of the boars were so close together, I only killed one, while the other only suffered a superficial wound. The basic movement technique at great mastery is truly extraordinary. It boosted my speed by at least 60%. Within the martial apprentice realm, I would call myself the strongest. Experience points plus 15,000. Not wanting to get too arrogant, he absorbed the 3 tusk boars on the ground and continued on his way. After the recent test, he roughly knew his power range. He was essentially invincible within the martial apprentice realm. He no longer needed to be as timid and cautious as before. As long as no level 2 demonic beasts appeared, he could sum up his current state in one word: aggressive. At this moment, about 500 meters away from Gyu Xiao, a young girl was fighting a tusk boar, though her outfit looked slightly disheveled and her face was covered in dust. It was obvious that she was in a bit of a sorry state. Not far from her, a group of people was watching. A female archer among them already had her weapon aimed at the tusk boar. The moment the girl in the arena was in danger, she would instantly kill the boar to ensure her safety. At this point, a man standing in the crowd shouted at the girl, "My dear little sister, did you not have enough to eat? It is just a level 1 tier 5 beast. How are you in such a mess?" Damn it. The girl, hearing the taunt, really wanted to go over and hit him. "Yun Shan, after all, she is your sister. Should not you give her some guidance?" "It is fine. She is already a martial apprentice level 8. It is pathetic that she is struggling this much with a tiny level 1 tier 5 beast. I am being nice by not yelling at her." Beside Yun Shan, a burly man looked at the girl and commented, "After all, this is her first time facing a demonic beast. This performance is already quite good." Just as Yun Shan was about to retort, the burly man spoke again. "The fight is over. Xiao Jing, you can put your bow away." The archer Xiao Jing heard this and obediently lowered her weapon. It was exactly then that the tusk boar collapsed on the ground, but not because the girl killed it. It was just too exhausted to move. Seeing the boar fall, the girl realized her chance had come. She approached it in a flash and drove her weapon directly into its head. After seeing the boar die, she sat on the ground quite ungracefully, but the expression on her face showed how happy she was. After all, managing to kill a beast in her first fight was worth celebrating. The group outside the arena approached her after she killed the beast, and her brother could not help but taunt her again. It is rare to see someone actually exhaust a tusk boar to the point of collapse. The girl sat on the ground, completely worn out after fighting the boar for over 2 hours, and could only roll her eyes at Yun Shan. The archer Xiao Jing, who was following behind, came over and said, "Do not listen to your brother. He was incredibly nervous just now." "You." Ignoring the bickering, the burly man said to the girl, "Xiao Yun, let us call it a day. Take tomorrow off to reflect on today's battle, and we will come back out for training the day after." "All right, Uncle Liu." Hearing the girl call him Uncle Liu, his serious expression vanished instantly, and he said indignantly, "Yun Kiui, you should call me Brother Liu, understand? Brother Liu." Oh, all right, Brother Liu." Hi. The others could not help but laugh as they watched the burly man get teased. After a while, seeing the girl had rested enough, the archer Xiao Jing helped Yun Qiuyi up, and they followed the rest of the group back. There is someone ahead." The burly man stopped suddenly and signaled them to halt. Given that this tusk boar zone was usually deserted, suddenly sensing someone ahead inevitably made them a bit tense. "Monkey, climb up the tree and take a look." "Got it, Captain." The man called Monkey jumped straight up from where he stood, soaring over 4 meters high. Just as he was about to fall, he stepped off his own left foot with his right, using the momentum to propel himself even higher. Monkey's cloud ascending ladder technique must be reaching perfection. Xiaojing the archer said with a touch of envy. My cloud ascending ladder has only just reached the elementary stage. I did not expect Monkey to be so fast. I am only at the entry level, but my bewildering steps are already at the elementary stage. And as they were talking, Monkey jumped down and said to the burly leader, Captain, it is a young man, and we have actually met him before. We have met him. It is that young brother you mentioned a few days ago who reminded us of our old selves. But his luck is bad. There are 2 tusked boars not far in front of him. He completely failed to notice the boar skin in Guo Zio's hand. If he had seen it, he probably would not have said Guo Zio was unlucky. The captain immediately knew who he was talking about and said, Oh, it is him. Let us go over and take a look. We have to pass by there on the way back anyway. If he needs help, we will give him a hand. Hearing their conversation, the young girl Yan Qiui asked in confusion, A young man? Is he here for training too? Monkey recalled the situation when he first saw Guo Zio and said, His cultivation level is probably about the same as yours. He is quite poor anyway. Maybe he is just looking for a death wish, Yunshin added from the side. Yan Qiui was filled with curiosity at this moment. A young man with a cultivation level similar to her own. She had just fought a tusked boar and knew exactly how difficult these monsters were to deal with. And Kingning. Walking along the road, Guo Zio suddenly sneezed. Is someone thinking of me? He wondered, rubbing his nose. Yo-ho, luck is with me. I found 2 more. Seeing the 2 tusked boars in front of him, he was overjoyed. After all, this meant more experience points. How could he not be happy? Looking at the tusked boar lying on the ground, he kicked a rock hard, perfectly hitting the boar squarely on the head. Not bad, not bad. Seeing the 2 tusked boars stand up, Guo Zio nodded repeatedly in approval. Witnessing Guo Zio's reckless move, Yan Qiui and the others were instantly petrified. Is this kid an idiot? Instead of backing away, he is actually provoking them. Yunshin said with a hint of smugness, Look, I told you, he is just here to seek death. At this, Yan Qiui said to their leader, Brother Liu, that is my classmate. He is only at the 3rd stage of martial apprentice. Can we save him? As a well-known figure at Honghai No. 7 High and a classmate of hers, she would not mistake him for someone else. Knowing Guo Zio only had the strength of a 3rd stage martial apprentice, she knew he was clearly seeking death. Seeing the happy expression on his face, she felt quite uneasy, even though they had never exchanged a single word. But as the class monitor of grade 12 class 5, she felt an obligation to save him and give him a deep lecture afterward. Xiaojing, the burly captain, shouted at the archer. Understood. Just as she raised her weapon, she lowered it again. It was not that she did not want to save him, but Guo Zio had already run toward the tusked boars. In this situation, unless she reached the martial master realm, it would be impossible to kill the 2 boars before he did. Not to mention, she was only at the 3rd stage of martial artist currently. It is over. Yan Qiui closed her eyes in despair, unable to bear watching Guo Zio being torn apart. My God. Zio Yan, are you sure he is at the 3rd stage of martial apprentice? And Guo Zio did not know anyone was watching, nor that they thought he was seeking death and were planning to rescue him. Seeing the tusked boars sluggishly approaching, he took the initiative and charged at them. Just as he neared them, he gripped the hilt of his bronze sword with his right hand and unleashed a sword-drawing technique. The bronze sword flashed across the boar's neck, and with a swift lift, the other boar was also killed in a single strike. Then he sheathed his sword with style. My God. Someone is here. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt again, which he had intended to release, and looked toward where the noise came from. Seeing Guo Zio take down 2 tusked boars so easily, Monkey could not help but curse, and even the burly leader could not help but question Yan Qiui. This strength is a 3rd stage martial apprentice. It is at least the 9th stage. Seeing Guo Zio look at them with vigilance, the burly captain said, Little brother, we mean no harm. Hearing Brother Liu's out-of-the-blue remark, she opened her eyes to find Guo Zio alive and the 2 tusked boars lying on the ground. Having closed her eyes, she had not seen him draw his sword and asked blankly, Sister Xiaojing, did you save him? It was not me. He killed them himself. Yan Qiui was stunned. Having just fought a tusked boar herself, she knew how difficult they were, but this. Coming to her senses and seeing Guo Zio's wary expression, she popped her head out from behind the others and shouted, Classmate Guo Zio. Gyu Zhao looked at the group, debating whether to leave the dead boars and run. The burly man obviously looked like he was in the martial artist realm, and those muscles. He had to admit he could not compete. Suddenly, a young girl popped out from behind the burly man and called out to him. Who is this again? Searching his memory, he found no information about the girl in front of him, so he asked, "Who are you?" Yun Qiuyi was instantly petrified, and the people around her turned to look at her in confusion. She could clearly feel them thinking, "Did not you say he was your classmate?" "Class monitor, I am your class monitor." "Impossible. I remember the monitor is Ningzuer. I definitely know what she looks like. She was the monitor in the second year. I am the monitor for this third year. It is me, it is me." Yun Qiuyi shouted in anger. She and Ningzuer were famous school beauties at Honghai number 7. How could he only know Ningzuer and not her? "And after being classmates for 3 years, even if I was not the monitor, you should still recognize me. Why are you treating me like a stranger?" Watching Yun Qiuyi's reaction, Gyu Zhao searched his mind frantically. Damn, she really is my classmate. What was the original owner doing? How could he not know his own classmate, especially one who is actually quite pretty? He had zero info on her. Is there something wrong with his brain? No, it must have been deep-seated inferiority, causing him to ignore everything. Contemplation, helplessness, relief. These expressions flashed across Zushin Zhao's face one after another. It was the first time everyone had seen such a dramatic display of facial expressions. After a moment, Gyu Zhao apologized to Yun Qiuyi. "Class monitor, I am sorry. The wind was so strong just now that it got into my eyes, and that is why I did not recognize you." "Was there any wind just now?" "There clearly was not." "Is it really appropriate to lie in public so blatantly?" "Where did that look of not knowing me from a moment ago go?" Hearing Gyu Zhao spout such nonsense without batting an eyelid, everyone was mentally roasting him. He was truly shameless. The rugged Captain Liu laughed heartily and said to Gyu Zhao, "Haha, little brother Gyu, you are quite the character." Hearing such a boisterous voice, he felt a faint sense of familiarity and asked, "Uncle, have we met somewhere before?" Hearing himself called uncle, Captain Liu corrected him frantically. "It is brother. You should call me brother or brother Liu. If that does not work, calling me by my name Liu Heng is fine too. Besides, I am only 20 years old this year. I just look a bit older. Did not I invite you to hunt monsters together a couple of days ago? You turned me down back then." "Oh, it is you, uncle. It is brother." "Got it, uncle." Captain Liu Heng was truly helpless. No matter how he corrected him, the boy kept calling him uncle. He resigned himself to his fate, though he glared fiercely at Yun Qiuyi, as if to say that if she dared to call him that, she would be in big trouble. Seeing Liu Heng's feigned ferocity, Yun Qiuyi took it seriously and repeatedly signaled that she would not dare. Liu Heng nodded, satisfied. "Well, if that is all, I will be off now. I have things to do." However, no one believed Gyu Zhao's words at this point. It was obvious he was saying that just because he did not want to see them. Except for Yun Qiuyi, the rest of them had that much discernment. Yun Qiuyi did not understand, and she asked the question she wanted to ask most, or rather, the one everyone was interested in. "Classmate Gyu Zhao, could you tell us what your level is? If it is inconvenient, never mind." The highest among them was only at the 5th stage of the martial artist level, and their spiritual power was not yet strong enough to leave the body, so they could not sense the levels of a martial apprentice. Unlike martial artists or those above, who have already generated internal energy, allowing others to perceive their approximate level when they strike. This is no secret. I am just at the 7th stage of the martial apprentice level. 7th stage martial apprentice. 7th stage martial apprentice. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Except for Yun Qiuyi, they had all seen very clearly the speed at which he swung his sword. It would not have been an exaggeration to call him a full-fledged martial artist. None of them expected Gyu Zhao to only be a 7th stage martial apprentice. Then, why were you only at the 3rd stage of the martial apprentice level during the school tests? "Oh, I had a cold that day. I could not muster any strength, and I only hit the force tester with about 300 pounds of force, so they mistakenly thought I was only at the 3rd stage." Watching Gyu Zhao explain with a straight face, everyone believed him. "Even I find this expression fake when I see it. How did you guys fall for it?" Gyu Zhao had originally expected to spend more effort arguing, but he did not expect them to actually believe him. Am I too naive, or are the people in this world just too simple? It is not entirely their fault. After all, who would imagine someone could jump from the 3rd to the 7th stage in such a short time? So they just assumed he really had a bad cold. They knew about the force tester in school. It only measured basic force, and one could only judge a person's level based on that strength. In reality, it is inaccurate. However, during the martial arts exams, there are special grade stones that test them, which are the most accurate. Even if you have a bad cold and cannot exert yourself that day, it can still determine your level precisely. It is just that the cost of producing these grade stones is too high, so they are only used for major events. It is said that because they contain special materials, they can only be used on a small scale. Well, if there's nothing else, I am really going now. Watching Gyu Zhao leave quickly with 2 wild boars in tow, everyone was speechless. Are we that terrifying? Did we scare him just now? Zhao Yan, did you offend him at school? And looking at Gyu Zhao retreating in haste and listening to the others, Yun Qiuyi could not help but ask herself, did I offend him at school? I do not think so. And considering how good-looking I am, the fact that he did not even glance at me is infuriating. Once he was a distance away from them, Gyu Zhao finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought the spoils in his hand were about to be lost, but they were recovered instead. How could he not be happy? How could he not leave them as soon as possible? Absorbing experience points is what matters most. No matter how pretty Yun Qiuyi is, can she be prettier than experience points? Experience points plus 10,000. Hey, smells good. Looking at the 2 hides on the ground, he thought it really smelled good. I just came from that direction. Just as he wanted to head back, he realized he did not know which way to go. He had been dragging the 2 boars, anxious to absorb experience points, so he had just picked a random direction. Now that he turned around, he was stunned. He pulled out his phone to check the time. It was past 5 in the afternoon. It will get dark soon, and the monsters will start to become active. I am doomed. For some reason, his train of thought shifted. Wait, no matter how I walked, I could not have gone more than 100 miles from Honghai City. Since I am still within 100 miles, what am I afraid of? Every 3 years, the Martial Arts Association organizes a mission to clear out monsters. Any monster within 100 miles of Honghai City is killed. From his memories, he knew the association's last cleanup was just 2 months ago, so there should be fewer monsters right now. Most of the monsters are not high level, though it does not exclude the possibility of second-level monsters. If it is a second-level monster, if I cannot beat it, I can still run. His basic movement technique has reached the perfection stage. Even if he cannot win, he can rely on his movement to escape. It would be great if I had a movement technique manual. I wonder how much experience a second-level monster is worth. For some reason, he had not seen a single person. Is everyone so cowardly that they will not even spend the night outside the city? He had hoped to meet someone to ask for directions. If it were close by, he would go back, as sleeping at home is definitely more comfortable than in the wilderness. If it were far, he would find a safe place to hide. Maybe if he is lucky tonight, he can absorb some more experience points. Just then, he caught a glimpse of it by chance. Not far away, a tree hole was faintly visible in a tree, but it was too far off, and with branches and leaves in the way, he could not make out the details. I hope I saw that right. It better be a tree hole, so I have somewhere to hide out here in the wilderness tonight. Night is when monster beasts are most active. Many of them hide during the day and only come out at night. Take tusk boars, for example. During the day, they will not attack you unless you provoke them, but at night, it is a different story. That is exactly why, when you see tusk boars during the day, most of them are just lying on the ground. Sai. In front of him stood a tree with a trunk diameter of at least 2 meters and an estimated height of about 20 meters. The tree hole he had just seen was roughly in the middle. He would have to climb at least 10 meters up, and he had never learned any martial arts movement techniques. Might as well just climb it the honest way. Under normal circumstances, without any tools, he would not be able to climb it by hand. If it were just a trunk 10 centimeters in diameter, he might have a way. Fortunately, there happened to be a notch every short distance on this tree. Someone must have chiseled them out on purpose. I wonder how the people before me managed to carve these notches. That is really impressive. Having already climbed nearly 6 meters, Gyu Zhao sighed in admiration. After a while, Gyu Zhao successfully stood on a branch. It was clearly visible now. There was indeed a tree hole right where the branch met the trunk. Looking around, there was nothing but green. He could not see the landscape in the distance at all, let alone which direction Honghai City was in. Unless he kept climbing higher, but he dismissed that thought as soon as it crossed his mind. Because he could not climb any higher. Giving up on the idea of heading back today, he stepped into the tree hole. The space inside the tree hole was not exactly large, but it could definitely accommodate one person. Surprisingly, there was even a bed inside. Or rather, a tree bed. Because it was connected to the trunk itself. This must have been here for a long time. He ran a finger across the tree bed, felt a thick layer of dust, and muttered to himself. He took off the tusk boar hide he had been carrying on his back and spread one of them out over the tree bed. Hey, I am so clever. Sitting on the tree bed, Gyu Zhao thought smugly. It was a good thing the tusk boar hide did not have even a hint of a smell, otherwise he could not have done this. Sitting on the bed, Gyu Zhao checked his attribute panel. Name, Gyu Zhao. Realm, Martial Disciple Rank 7, 2224/32,000. Cultivation Method, Baming Divine Art Max Level. Basic Calisthenics 18 Forms, Beginner, 664/1000. Martial Skill, Basic Combat Arts Minor Achievement, 1/10,000. Basic Swordsmanship, Major Achievement, 193/100,000. Basic Movement Technique, Major Achievement, 145/100,000. Draw Sword Technique, Major Achievement, 13/100,000. Current Experience Points, 40,960, Martial Disciple Rank 7, automatically gaining 7 experience points per minute. This experience is coming in really fast, over 40,000 already. It is safe enough right here on the ground, I might as well just break through to rank 8. No sooner said than done. He injected all his experience points into his realm. Without the slightest resistance, he successfully reached the Martial Disciple Rank 8 realm. After the breakthrough, he felt a wave of hunger, so he ate a pseudo-inanition pill, and after a while, the feeling slowly faded away. Sigh. At this rate of consumption, by the time I break through to rank 9, the effects of the blood-supplementing qi-enhancing pill will be completely gone. It is a shame I am broke. If I had money, I could go to the Martial Artist Guild to buy more, but alas, no money. Realm, Martial Disciple Rank 8, 11,184/64,000. Still need 52,816 experience points. After mentally calculating the experience required to hit rank 9, he could not help but sigh with emotion. Who would have thought that just a few days ago he was only a rank 3 Martial Disciple, and in just a few short days, he had broken through to rank 8. Standing outside the tree hole, he looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Dad, Mom, can you see me? I have made something of myself now. He was not sure if he meant his parents from before his reincarnation or his current ones, perhaps both. The night is truly beautiful. The starry sky seemed to rotate around Gyu Zhao, a magnificent sight to behold. In his past life, unless you were on a high mountain, on a plain, or in a sparsely populated area, you basically never saw such a colorful and brilliant starry sky. Ow! Snap! Grunt! Sounds of various monster beasts echoed from all around, reaching his ears, completely different from the deathly silence of the day. Using the moonlight, he looked down beneath the tree. A wind wolf and a tusk boar were facing off. Though it differed by only one word from a gale wolf, the difference in strength was worlds apart. A wind wolf is only a tier 1 rank 6 monster, while a gale wolf is a tier 2 rank 5 monster. The wind wolf was only 1 rank higher than the tusk boar, yet the boar was clearly no match for it. He watched as the wind wolf bit into the tusk boar's neck. The boar twitched its legs on the ground for a moment before dying completely. Yet before it died, it let out an angry cry, perhaps lamenting the unfairness of fate. Seeing that the tusk boar was dead, the wind wolf could not wait and opened its jaws to bite into the carcass. It was clearly famished. The wind wolf had no idea of Gyu Zhao's presence. After all, it was just a tier 1 rank 6 monster with weak perception, completely oblivious that danger was approaching. Is the opportunity here. Watching the wind wolf below feasting on its catch, Gyu Zhao knew the moment had arrived. He gently drew the bronze sword at his side, aiming at the wind wolf below. Whoosh! Gyu Zhao jumped straight down from the 10-meter high tree. A 10-meter drop was nothing for a rank 5 martial artist, let alone for Gyu Zhao, who was already at rank 8. The wind wolf seemed to sense something and looked up toward the sky, meat still in its mouth. But it was too late. Its head had already been pierced by Gyu Zhao's sword. Looking at its expression, it still maintained a look of enjoyment, satisfaction, and confusion. It was clear it had died without feeling any pain. Grunt. Ow. And just as Gyu Zhao was about to pull his bronze sword from the wind wolf's head, more and more sounds began to resonate in the surrounding area, though he could tell from the noises that tusk boars made up the vast majority. What is going on? Something feels wrong. The sounds of demonic beasts grew closer and closer, and a voice in his heart urged him to leave this place immediately. As he pulled out his bronze sword, he took the opportunity to absorb the experience from the wind wolf. Experience points plus 565. He took one last look at the 2 fallen demonic beasts with regret, then turned and climbed up the tree using the grooves in its bark. Just as Gyu Zhao scrambled onto a branch, a pack of tusk boars arrived at the scene. Oink oink. Oink oink. And looking at the tusk boars killed by the wind wolf, they raised their heads and wailed in grief. The thick branches blocked the tusk boars' view, so they did not notice Gyu Zhao. Even if they had, they likely would not have cared, as he was too high up. They could not climb trees. Although they did not know how the wind wolf lying nearby had died, the bite marks on the tusk boar's neck and body clearly belonged to a wind wolf. At this moment, they glared at the wind wolf in a rage. They did not even spare a glance for the as yet undiscovered Gyu Zhao up in the tree. At least 10,000 experience points, just like that, gone. Up on the branch, Gyu Zhao felt incredibly frustrated. After all, the meat that was almost in his mouth had just vanished. Huh, why did it suddenly get so quiet? He leaned his head out a little. Suddenly, he felt a bit of fear, but also a sense of confusion. He was scared because of the pack of demonic beasts below. Thankfully, he had trusted his gut and did not stay behind to absorb the experience, as there were simply too many of them. He was confused because the 2 groups below, the wind wolves and the tusk boars, seemed ready to tear each other apart. Are the wind wolves and the tusk boars about to have a battle of the century? Sure enough, after a brief standoff, both sides lost their patience and engaged in a fierce battle. The wind wolves were technically a rank higher than the tusk boars, but since there were far more boars, they did not lose any ground. Human wave tactics. No, boar wave tactics, it really is something else. Gyu Zhao watched from the tree with great interest, his earlier fear completely forgot. After all, the number of carcasses piling up below was just growing and growing. If he could just scavenge a bit after they finished fighting, he would make a fortune. Other nearby demonic beasts, seeing the massive brawl, took a wide detour. After all, they were all demonic beasts. Sometimes it is better to just look the other way. The sky began to brighten, and Gyu Zhao stretched lazily in the tree. The sounds of fighting below had gradually faded away. Gyu Zhao knew the main event was coming, so he quickly leaned out to look down. My goodness! Do not take them all, leave some for me. And the beasts below, whether wind wolves or tusk boars, did not forget to carry away a carcass as they retreated, regardless of whether it belonged to their own group or the enemy. He did not dare to go down yet. The beasts had only just left, and heading down now could easily lead to trouble. After a long while, the area fell completely silent, so silent that not a single beast was in sight. Seeing that they had all retreated, he quickly jumped down from the tree, landing heavily and leaving 2 clear footprints on the ground. He thoughtfully rubbed the ground to erase the footprints. Having read so many novels in his previous life, he knew to pay attention to such details. Hey, talk about greedy, they left nothing but a mess. There were piles of carcasses on the ground, but anything remotely intact had been taken away, leaving only bits and pieces. He grabbed a wind wolf's leg and began absorbing it with his North Mystic Divine Art. Experience points plus 444. His eyes lit up instantly. He never expected that even one leg would grant 444 experience points. With so many scattered about, he could harvest a massive amount. He quickened his pace to absorb the experience. If he did not hurry, other beasts would arrive soon. The smell of blood was so strong that it would easily attract other scavengers. Experience points plus 2,599. Experience points plus 1,644. And hey, over 2,000 experience points, that works. With one hand on one side and another on the other, he was busy as a bee. Hugh finally done, this job is truly exhausting. He had already absorbed every somewhat substantial limb he could find. He was too lazy to bother with the smaller bits, they would not give him much experience anyway. The day had fully dawned, and he could vaguely hear the sounds of beasts. That should be enough, time to head back. After packing up the pelts from the ground, he suddenly thought of a serious problem. He did not know which direction led back. Suddenly, who is there? In the bushes to his left, he clearly heard a branch snap. Not knowing if it was a human or a beast, he tried calling out. If it was a beast, he could handle it. But if it was a person... Xiao Wu, I told you to be careful, yet you still made a sound. Hearing Gu Xiao's voice and realizing they were exposed, a man with a scar on his face emerged from the bushes, accompanied by a subordinate. The scarred man saw the pelts Gu Xiao had neatly gathered and said greedily, "Little brother, quite a haul you have got there. Do you want your brother's scar to help you carry it back? And you, the guy in the bushes, you can come out too. I saw you. Little brother, you have got sharp eyes." Then the scarred man clapped his hands and said, "Boys, come on out." As soon as he finished speaking, the others in the bushes came out. The moment they appeared, their eyes locked onto the pelts beside Gu Xiao. Back in the bushes, they had been blocked by branches and could not see the situation clearly. Now they could not contain themselves and arrogantly shouted, "Kid, leave everything valuable you have got behind. Drop that sword in your hand and put your hands on your head, or you will regret it. Listen, kid, we are from the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group. Behave and do as we say or else." And upon hearing the name Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group, Gu Xiao's pupils constricted. The Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group was a formidable force. They were rumored to have 3 martial masters, over a dozen martial artists, and hundreds of martial disciples, making them a well-known name in the Martial Artists Guild. The problem was, this mercenary group did not have a good reputation. Within Honghai City, they were cautious because of the prosecutor's office and the Martial Artists Guild, but things were different outside the city gates. They made a living by burning, killing, and looting, and countless people had fallen victim to their robbery. Because there was no hard evidence to prove their crimes, and they acted like well-behaved citizens inside the city, they lived quite freely. Rumor had it that there was someone powerful protecting the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group behind the scenes. The scarred man saw Gu Xiao's pupils shrink, and with a smile, he said to him, "Kid, it seems you have heard of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group. If you are smart, leave everything of value behind. We are in a good mood today, so we will spare you." The scarred man's smile looked quite terrifying, but upon hearing his words, Gu Xiao sneered inwardly. He had learned quite a bit of news while in the busy city last time, and the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group never left anyone alive. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out by the Martial Arts Association long ago. I will give it all to you." Hearing Gu Xiao's stuttering tone, the group thought he was truly terrified and burst into laughter simultaneously. Seeing that Gu Xiao was scared to this extent, the scarred man walked straight towards him, completely unconcerned that Gu Xiao might suddenly attack, especially after seeing the clothes Gu Xiao was wearing. In his heart, he had already labeled him with one word: poor. Since he was poor, how high could his cultivation level really be? As for the furs beside him, monsters engaged in small-scale skirmishes every night. It was common to come outside the city early and pick up some scraps. One has to say, sometimes your own appearance can easily mislead others. Watching the scarred man approach, he did not rush to make a move. After all, his lackeys had not closed in yet, and it would be a trouble if they managed to escape. He still understood the principle of not letting a tiger return to its mountain. Watching the few men get closer and closer, he thought to himself, "It is time." Gu Xiao, who had been trembling and keeping his head down in everyone's eyes, suddenly looked up and cast a cold, sharp gaze at them. "Oh no." The scarred man saw the chilling smile on Gu Xiao's face, and his heart skipped a beat. But it was too late. Before he could react, he was decapitated by the bronze sword in Gu Xiao's hand. "Sword draw skill." "You." The bronze sword in Gu Xiao's hand swiped across the scarred man's throat so fast that he did not feel a hint of pain before he died completely. Then, without even looking at the scarred man's corpse, he charged at his lackeys. The lackeys were stunned when they saw their leader decapitated, completely paralyzed by fear. It was not until Gyu Zhao killed one of them and warm blood splattered on their faces that they finally snapped back to reality. The remaining ones immediately showed expressions of horror, kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. In which direction is Honghai City? Thinking they could escape with their lives if they answered the question, the terrified men pointed in one direction simultaneously. After getting the answer he wanted, he killed them all on the spot. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he dragged them into the nearby bushes and proceeded to absorb them into experience points. After all, it was already daytime. Who knew if anyone else was lurking nearby? If someone were to see the corpses caught by Gyu Zhao slowly shrinking until they disappeared, and then went back to make a big fuss about it. The whole city. No, the whole world would know about him absorbing corpses, and would not he be finished then? Experience points plus 12,000. Experience points plus 7,000. Phew, this scarred man actually provided over 10,000 experience points, at least at the martial artist level. It is a good thing I ambushed him first. Judging by the experience points absorbed, the remaining ones were around the 5th to 7th level of the martial disciple realm. He himself was currently only at the martial disciple realm, and his mental power was not strong enough to sense other people's cultivation levels. Young man, you have made a fortune today. Gyu Zhao, having returned to Honghai City, was currently selling the furs he had obtained. Just then, Boss Chen arrived at the stall. Seeing the furs in Zhao Lin's hands, he gave Gyu Zhao a thumbs up and praised. Little brother, you have got real skills. Although the condition of these furs was not exactly perfect, there were so many of them. It was just luck. Do not say that, sometimes luck is also a part of your strength. Seeing how modest Gyu Zhao was, he could not help but think to himself, if only my son were this humble, instead of causing me trouble every day, sigh. You have provided a large quantity, so it will take some time to tally them up. Wait here for a moment. All right. Seeing Gyu Zhao take a seat on the chair to the side, he began to wait. Boss Chen went to the back to help Zhao Lin with the tallying. It was rare for someone to sell such a large amount of goods in the morning, so only Zhao Kong was at the store during the day. After all, the quantity was huge, and Zhao Lin had not been in the business for long. It would take way too long for him to count it all by himself. After over half an hour, the two of them finally finished the count. Fang-toothed boar furs are 114,000 yuan, wind wolf furs are 152,000 yuan, totaling 266,000. I will round it up to 270,000 for you. After finishing, Boss Chen handed the itemized list and the price to Gyu Zhao. Listening to Boss Chen finish the count and offer 270,000, Gyu Zhao was inwardly surprised. He had no idea that what he had scavenged was actually worth 270,000. He pushed the list back to Boss Chen and said, I trust Boss Chen's integrity. He did not even know how many furs he had brought, so checking the list was useless. He could not possibly re-verify each item against the list himself. It was better to do him a favor, even if this favor might not be of much use. After the transaction was completed, the phone in his small bag vibrated at the perfect moment. It signaled that the 270,000 yuan had arrived. Seeing the money arrive, he did not linger and said, Boss Chen, I will be heading off now. If you have more furs to sell, remember Boss Chen, we can always talk about the price. Watching Gyu Zhao leave, Boss Chen could not help but sigh with emotion. They are both young men, so why is the one at my home so hopeless? After leaving, Gyu Zhao headed toward the stall where he had bought medicine last time. He wanted to see if they had any for sale. Even if they did not, he could at least inquire about them. After all, he was still a pauper, with less than 300,000 yuan to his name. Young man, what kind of pills do you need this time? The owner of the medicine stall recognized Gyu Zhao the moment he saw him. He remembered Gyu Zhao quite deeply, as it was rare these days to pay in cash, especially 10,000 yuan in physical notes. Boss, do you have any pills that replenish vitality and blood? Replenish vitality and blood. Yes. Come into the shop and have a look. The stall only sells things needed for going outside the city. Zhao Li, you watch the stall. Upon hearing this, Gyu Zhao was secretly overjoyed. He had only come to try his luck. After all, the things sold at the stall were all common items, and there were no cultivation-type pills at all. He had just come to get an idea of the market prices before heading to the Martial Arts Association to buy them. Otherwise, if he did not have enough money, he would just be wasting a trip. He did not expect to find them sold here as well. The pill shop is located in the row of storefronts behind the stalls. Upon entering, the shopkeeper pointed at the medicinal pills on the counter and said, "These pills can all help replenish blood and chi. Do you have any first-grade blood and chi boosting pills?" The shopkeeper was speechless when he heard Gyu Zio ask for first-grade blood and chi boosting pills. "Young man, are you pulling my leg? Even the Martial Arts Association in Honghai City might not have first-grade blood and chi boosting pills. How could a small place like mine have them?" Hearing the shopkeeper's response, Gyu Zio asked curiously, "They do not even have them at the Martial Arts Association." Perhaps because there were no customers in the morning, the shopkeeper had some free time, so he smiled and explained to Gyu Zio, "Sometimes they do, sometimes they do not. It depends on luck. After all, Honghai City is just a small city. Many graded pills require pre-orders and have to be shipped from other cities." "Oh, I see. The standard price for a first-grade blood and chi boosting pill is at least 2 million. Unless you are particularly well off, I would not personally recommend buying them," the shopkeeper said to Gyu Zio in a tactful manner, as Gyu Zio did not look like a wealthy person, and then proceeded to introduce the other pills in the shop. Pointing to the pills in one of the cabinets, he said, "Low-grade blood-boosting pills. Pills made from the meat and blood of level 1 spirit beasts. Dinkun pills, which can nourish blood and chi, and regulate menstruation and soothe stagnation. 10 complete great replenishment pills, also used for replenishing blood and chi. And among these, the most effective one is the low-grade blood-boosting pill. Of course, it is also the most expensive, costing 30,000 per pill. How effective? For someone at the 5th tier of the martial disciple realm, taking just one pill will allow you to reach the 6th tier without any discomfort. Naturally, the higher your realm, the more you need to take. Of course, if you are willing to spend some time, eating more spirit beast meat can also replenish your blood and chi. Spirit beasts are meant for gaining experience. Eating them is out of the question. Besides, with my mediocre cooking skills, I might as well just eat pills to save time." After hesitating for a moment, he said to the shopkeeper, "Give me 9 low-grade blood-boosting pills." The shopkeeper was overjoyed. It is rare to see someone buying 9 low-grade blood-boosting pills at once. Usually, customers buy them one by one. Though he was full of doubt whether Gyu Zio could afford it, he still warmly said to him, "All right, one moment please." Upon receiving the money transferred by Gyu Zio, he became even more enthusiastic. "Young man, here are your pills." After taking the pills, he had no intention of lingering and left the shop. After all, he was out of money, and since he had asked what he needed to know, staying any longer was useless. He still had to go back to break through to the 9th tier of the martial disciple realm. Returning home, he sat on the sofa, looked at the low-grade blood-boosting pills in his hand, and muttered, "These cost the same as body tempering powder. I wonder how effective they are." After saying this, he tossed one into his mouth. The taste is a bit strange, but it is much better than fake fasting pills. At least it does not have a foul or sour smell. After swallowing it, the effects began to spread, and he felt a wave of warmth throughout his body. Before long, the effect of the low-grade blood-boosting pill wore off completely. His body felt significantly more comfortable, as if he were feeling a sense of satisfaction. He could not resist taking another one, and then checked his status panel. Name, Gyu Zio. Realm, 8th tier martial disciple, 11,184/64,000. Cultivation method, Northern Divine Art, maxed. Basic gymnastics 18 forms, beginner, 664/10,000. Martial arts, basic combat skills, intermediate, 1/10,000. Basic sword techniques, advanced, 512/100,000. Basic movement techniques, advanced, 388/100,000. Sword drawing technique, advanced, 104/100,000. Current experience points, 134,527. 8th tier martial disciple, gaining 8 experience points automatically per minute. 130,000. He had been busy all day and had not checked his experience points. He had estimated it would be around 80,000 or 90,000, never expecting over 130,000. It was a pleasant little surprise, and he sighed. The Wind Wolf and Tusk Boar from last night were truly good people. No, they were good spirit beasts. He shook his head, brushing the thought aside. Breaking through to the next realm is more important. He then infused the experience points into his realm, and mysterious power began to surge within him. Just like every breakthrough, when his body stopped absorbing the mysterious power, he had already reached the peak of the 8th tier martial disciple realm. And not long after, the barrier of his realm shattered. This meant that Gyu Zhao had reached the 9th tier martial disciple realm. A feeling of hunger emerged from within, so he took 2 low-grade blood-boosting pills from his small bag and swallowed them. The hunger soon vanished. These low-grade blood-boosting pills are quite useful. I wonder what the mid-grade ones feel like. In just this short while, I have already consumed 4 low-grade blood-boosting pills. 120,000 is gone just like that. Poor scholars and rich warriors, that saying is certainly true. Zhao Yun, why have you been so listless since you came back yesterday? Yun Shan spoke up from the side. Dad, do not worry about her. She's just been discouraged by a classmate. Oh. Seeing his daughter so discouraged, he felt a bit relieved, as she had always been incredibly strong-willed since childhood. To be discouraged by a classmate, that classmate must be truly outstanding. This made him curious, as his daughter had told him that apart from Zuer and the Tuyi brothers, she did not really think much of anyone else. Zhao Shan, tell me more. Yun Qiui then spoke up. Did not I go outside the city to kill spirit beasts with my brother's classmates yesterday? I put in so much effort to barely kill 1 tusk boar. She did not dare to mention that she had actually worn the tusk boar out until it collapsed from exhaustion before killing it, as that was a bit embarrassing. That is great, daughter. Being able to kill a spirit beast on your first encounter, you are worthy of being my daughter. Yun Qiui's mother, hearing that her daughter had gone out to kill spirit beasts, hurriedly pulled her close, checking her all over, and said, Zhao Yun, you did not get hurt, did you? No, Mom. Yun Qiui's father suddenly asked, Is not this something to be happy about? Why were you discouraged by a classmate? Sai, seeing his younger sister sigh again, Yun Shan continued. On our way back, we ran into her classmate. We saw with our own eyes that her classmate killed 2 tusk boars with just 2 sword strikes, effortlessly. Yun Qiui's father smiled at his daughter and said, Once you learn how to control your own power, with your level 8 martial apprentice cultivation, you will be able to do this just as easily. At this moment, Yun Shan spoke mysteriously to his father. Dad, do you know what his cultivation level is? He claims to be a level 7 martial apprentice, but I suspect he is hiding his true strength. Even a conservative estimate would place him at level 8. Knowing how to keep a low profile is good, but that is no reason for you to feel so defeated. Dad, I am also a level 8 martial apprentice, but it is such a struggle for me to kill a level 1, rank 5 beast. Am I really that bad? So that is what is bothering you. He tapped Yun Qiui's forehead and said, That is because you have never faced beasts before. Once you have more experience and lose that fear in your heart, you will naturally be able to unleash your full potential. That classmate of yours must frequently face beasts outside the city, which is why he is so fearless. It is my fault too, for protecting you too well and never letting you truly face beasts while you were growing up. And hearing her father's earnest advice, the gloom in Yun Qiui's heart eased quite a bit. However, there was one thing that still bothered her. She remembered clearly that yesterday, Gyu Zhao had looked at her as if she were just an ordinary person. She was a beautiful young girl after all. Was she really that invisible to him? Dad, can you teach me some other martial arts techniques? Wait until your martial arts exams are over. You know, I am the deputy chairman, and I must lead by example. Besides, have you reached the minor accomplishment stage in your basic swordsmanship yet? Almost. Foundations are the beginning of all martial arts, which is why high schools only teach basic techniques and nothing more. Seeing her father starting to lecture her again, Yun Qiui sat helplessly in her chair to listen to his words. All right, now my daughter is still young, and besides, the martial arts exam is almost here, is not it? Inside the Lin family study, a burly middle-aged man spoke in disbelief to the butler standing by. That kid broke through to above a level 7 martial apprentice right under our noses. The butler's face was also filled with disbelief at this moment. He knew how that kid lived. Logically, it should have been his absolute limit to reach a level 5 martial apprentice. Although he had known about this news beforehand, he still felt shocked. Having lived with the master for a long time, the butler naturally knew what the head of the house was thinking, so he said, This information is definitely correct. They saw it with their own eyes. Hearing his butler being so curt, he fell silent. He knew how rigorous his butler was in his work. Since he was so sure, it meant the news was real, and perhaps they had even been conservative about the level. A loser is just a loser. He cannot even disguise his own level properly. The middle-aged man slammed the table hard. It is mainly because that kid is too deep and cunning. The butler naturally knew why the master was so angry, because, "Sir, should we?" The butler made a throat-slitting gesture to indicate his suggestion to the master. "Tiger and Zio, you went to the desolate city and took most of our combat power with them. I do not think we have anyone available now. Why do not you check?" The middle-aged man drummed his fingers on the table and added, "If you have some hands available, break the kid's limbs and bring him to me." Although he was puzzled as to why they did not just kill Zio, he replied submissively, "Understood, head of the family. I will take my leave now." The middle-aged man, lost in his thoughts, waved his hand at the butler to signal his acknowledgement. To think Scar would get ambushed by a martial apprentice-level brat, what a waste of space. "Fourth brother, should we report this to the boss?" "How are we supposed to report it? The boss and the others have gone to the desolate city. We cannot reach them at all." "I love you, falling for you just like." It was fourth brother's ringtone. Once the phone rang, he already knew who was calling. He signaled for his lackey to be quiet and answered the call. "Butler Sue, what brings you to call me today?" "Zio C, how many martial artists do you have available right now?" "2, the highest is level 5 martial artist." "That will do, I will send you a photo later. If possible, break his limbs and bring him to me." "All right, I understand." Beep. Beep. Hearing the line go dead, fourth brother put his phone down and said to the lackey who had also heard the conversation, "You heard it just now, right?" "Yes, fourth brother, I heard." He had put the phone on speaker, and the lackey was not deaf, so naturally, he heard it loud and clear. A moment later, the phone buzzed. It was the photo butler Sue had mentioned. "Come over and take a look. You have broken through to the martial artist level now, so it is time you started participating in these things." Fourth brother looked at his lackey with trust. After all, he had been following him for years, and his background was completely fine. "This guy?" The lackey looked at the photo, speaking with a hint of doubt. "What, you know him?" "Fourth brother, this is the guy who killed Scar and his men." "Are you sure?" "Sure, in the photo, he looks much younger, so I did not recognize him at first." "What a coincidence. How many people has this kid offended to have even caught Butler Sue's attention?" "Fourth brother, who is Butler Sue?" Fourth brother shook his head at the lackey and replied, "I do not know." His answer left the lackey confused, especially since they seemed so familiar with each other. Other than the leader, nobody knows who Butler Sue really is. Then, fourth brother spoke earnestly to the person beside him. "Sayo-san, there is one thing you must know. No matter what kind of trouble we stir up, as long as there is no clear evidence pointing to the Tiger mercenary group, Butler Sue can protect us." Upon hearing this, Zio-san was stunned. He was not stupid. If fourth brother could say something like that, it meant Butler Sue truly had connections that reached the heavens. Butler Sue. The title, Butler, is what surprised him the most. If a mere butler is this powerful, then the person behind him must be truly untouchable. Zio-san. Seeing the shock on Zio-san's face, fourth brother knew exactly how he felt. He had been just as stunned when he first found out. "Fourth brother. Tell the boys below to keep a close eye out. We will strike together to avoid any long-drawn-out complications." "I understand, fourth brother." Hee, it is simple again. After breaking through to the 9th stage of the martial apprentice, he could not wait to leave the city, and let me tell you. The night truly belongs to the demonic beasts. It is very rare to see a human being in the entire forest. Of course, it might also be because his current location is within the safety line. Perhaps if he traveled 100 miles further, he would see more people at night. Look at this. He had only been here for a little while, and he had already absorbed quite a bit of experience. Some short-sighted demonic beasts were no match for him either. Experience points plus 7,000. Experience points plus 6,500. And after absorbing the few little green snakes that attacked him, he complained. "I do not know whose terrible idea this name was, calling them little green snakes. Why not just call them big green snakes?" A snake 6 meters long with a waist at least 1 meter thick is actually called a little green snake. After the recovery of spiritual energy, many original wild beasts evolved. Even ants have evolved, but they are still called ants, and their strength is the weakest, roughly around the first level, stages 1 to 3. However, after so many years, they have merged with the monsters coming out of space rifts, giving birth to many strange demonic beasts. He glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Gyuzio. Realm, Martial Apprentice 9th stage, 1/100th 0. Technique, Northern Divine Art, max level. Basic Gymnastics 18 moves, introductory, 332 fifths 0. Martial Skill, Basic Combat minor success, 1/10 0. Basic Sword Techniques, Great Success, 599 100ths 0. Basic Movement Technique, Great Success, 451 100ths 0. Draw Sword Technique, Great Success, 61 50th 0. Current Experience Points, 122,411, Martial Apprentice 9th stage, auto-gaining 9 experience points every minute. Sigh, it is a pity there is no safe place nearby. Otherwise, I could have broken through to the next realm first. At this moment, his experience points have broken through 100,000 again, reaching as much as 120,000. He has already met the requirements for breaking through to the martial artist realm. He could choose to go back and break through, but coming out of the city takes too much time. And he came out of the south gate this time, which is much further away than the north gate. It is also much more dangerous. The frequency of demonic beasts appearing here is clearly much higher than on the north side of the city. He had only just left the city for a little while and had already encountered several demonic beasts. Of course, they had all become ghosts under his sword. Cracked. What was that sound just now? He looked around, but did not find anything unusual. Must have heard wrong. Thinking it was just the sound of his feet stepping on a branch, he ignored it. He did not notice at all that the blade of the bronze sword in his hand had developed a tiny crack. He sheathed his sword, packed up a few pelts, and wandered off in a random direction. Krog troke. Hiss hiss. And the calls of the demonic beasts in his ears were becoming clearer and clearer. Gyuzio stopped, threw the pelts on the ground, and slung the bronze sword onto his back. Judging by the sounds, there was clearly a large number of beasts, so for safety's sake, he picked a relatively thick tree, took a dagger from his small satchel, and climbed up slowly. My God! After climbing up and seeing where the sound was coming from, he could not help but curse. In his line of sight, in an open space about 50 meters away, a group of little green snakes were confronting a species similar to a toad. Just like the wind wolves and tusked boars from last night, they were likely about to start a slaughter. Blocked by branches from other trees, he could not see the exact number, but he estimated it should not be more than 100. I knew it felt so familiar. He did not feel any of the fear that others might have of getting into trouble. In fact, he was filled with excitement. After all, this meant he could scavenge, and scavenging meant his experience points would definitely go soaring again. Brothers, start fighting already. Why are you just staring at each other? And he watched the demonic beasts ahead, cheering them on in his heart. He was not in a hurry to climb down now. After all, it had been hard to climb up. If this tree were just a bit thicker, he could even consider breaking through to the martial artist realm right here. The next day, it is finally almost over. Now it is my turn. After a night of fighting, only less than 10 demonic beasts were left on the scene. Gyuzio knew it was time for him to act. He had to finish dealing with them before dawn. Otherwise, when the martial artists started coming, he would not be able to absorb the experience points anymore. Thinking of experience points, his sleepy self instantly became energized. He jumped down from the tree, leaving 2 clear footprints on the ground. Following his usual habits, he would have cleaned things up, but now he was too lazy to do so. He ran towards the battlefield of the demonic beasts at his fastest speed, and before they could react, the first green snake was slain. Krog troke. Hiss hiss. And the moment the green snake was killed, the surviving beasts instantly stopped fighting and turned their attention to Gyuzio. They could fight among themselves, but when facing an enemy, they must stand united, especially when it is a human. At this moment, it seemed their minds became one, and they all charged at Gyuzio. But the remaining beasts on the field were already inferior to Gyuzio in realm, and after a night of fighting, their combat power was less than 30% of their normal state. Even if there were twice as many beasts on the field, to Gyuzio, they were nothing but a rabble. Soon, all the demonic beasts on the field were killed. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Clang! The bronze sword, which had already cracked slightly, could hold on no longer after slaying the last beast. Gyu Zhao's sword seemed to be hit by an invisible force, snapping in two with a crisp sound. This quality is really lacking. If the clerk who sold him the weapon knew his thoughts, who knows if she would come over and kill him? The kind of bronze sword in his hand was only meant for beginners to practice their swordplay. Even though it was sharpened, it could only kill first level, stage 1 demonic beasts. After all, as demonic beasts increase in realm, their physical bodies become increasingly tough. The fact that it lasted this long was only because the smith was a good craftsman and had not cut corners. Given how long he had been using it, he should be laughing with joy. He had no idea about the technicalities of the weapon. He just knew that the bronze sword he spent 3,000 ocean dollars on had shattered. He sheathed the broken pieces and got busy absorbing the experience points. Since it was just starting to get light, he had to finish absorbing them quickly. Hehe. Gyu Su, now back inside Honghai City, could not stop chuckling to himself. Pedestrians on the street were not surprised to see him carrying a huge roll of furs. In fact, they looked at him with envy, as the pile on his back was truly massive. Although they could not clearly see the quality of the furs, even the worst ones would still be a small fortune that they would all covet. Despite their jealousy, no one dared to rob him. Every town has its rules, and anyone who tries to start trouble will not be getting out of prison for a few years. If they had run into him outside the city, things might have been different. After all, there were quite a few martial artists present, and their eyes were filled with a very bright, greedy glare as they watched him. They just did not dare to make a move. However, this did not dampen Gyu Zhao's mood. He was feeling incredibly happy right now. After all, his experience points had reached as much as 580,000. How could he not be happy? His face could not hide his inner joy, and those watching him on the road just assumed it was because of the huge payday he was about to have. Brother Gyu. Brother Gyu. And it was not until someone called out several times that Gyu Zhao finally realized someone was trying to get his attention. Lost in his own joy and surrounded by the noisy street vendors, he had not heard them at first. Boss Chen, what are you doing here? Seeing the confused look on Gyu Zhao's face, Boss Chen immediately understood what he was thinking. I just send people over to the market in the North City to collect materials. My main business is located around here. Boss Chen pointed in a direction and continued, the pride on his face clearly showing. Look, it is right there. Gyu Zhao looked in the direction he pointed. Chen's Chamber of Commerce. The shop was located right on the corner, and its exterior had a distinct traditional Beijing charm. Especially the two stone lions at the entrance, which complemented the entire shop perfectly, giving it an overall peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. Looking at the shop, it was no wonder Boss Chen looked so proud. If it were him, he would probably be the same. Besides, in a location like this, you really would not be able to open such a large store without some serious backing. Old Chen, you have got some real strength. I am just a small shareholder here. There is another major stakeholder, but he does not care to manage the place. That is still very impressive. All right, care to come inside and sit for a bit, and while you are at it. Boss Chen said this while glancing at the rolled-up furs on Gyu Zhao's back. Seeing Boss Chen's look, Gyu Zhao naturally knew what he was talking about, so he said with a smile, "What a coincidence, I was just looking for a place to sell these, and then I ran into you. That is perfect. I will make sure to give you a price you will be happy with later. Come on, let us head inside first. It is too cold and dreary standing out here." Hearing Gyu Zhao's words, Boss Chen's attitude became even warmer. It was a good thing he came here today, otherwise this deal would have gone to someone else. After all, given that quantity, it would be a lie to say he was not tempted. Zhao Wang, take these, count them and give me a quote, calculated at the highest rate. After entering the shop, Boss Chen beckoned over a staff member and pointed at the furs on Gyu Zhao's back. Understood, boss. Zhao Wang acknowledged his boss, then turned to Gyu Zhao and spoke respectfully. Sir. Gyu Lin handed over the roll of furs and politely said, "Sorry for the trouble." "No trouble at all, please wait a moment." With that, he took the big roll of furs and walked into a side room. That room is specifically for purchasing and appraising beast furs. Brother Gyu, why do not you take a look and see if you need anything? Me, what could I possibly need? Now, do not take this the wrong way, Brother Gyu, but once you have money, you should at least buy yourself some better clothes. He grabbed a piece of armor from the side and continued. Take this for instance. Although it looks quite bulky, thanks to a special crafting technique, it is actually only slightly heavier than what you are wearing right now. You are really right about that. Gyu Zhao took the armor from Boss Chen and weighed it in his hand. It really was not much heavier than his own clothes. He had no idea how it was made. Seeing Dahai Zhao examining the armor with curiosity, Boss Chen smiled and continued. The most important thing is that, with this armor, any beast under level 2 basically will not be able to cause any significant damage. It is that effective. Frontline fighters in many martial artist squads wear this kind of gear to soak up the damage. If you do not like this style, we have others like Qin Dynasty, Shang Dynasty, Han Dynasty styles. If you still do not like those, our shop also offers custom-made options. And Boss Chen spoke eloquently, successfully making Gyu Zhao feel that he really should get a change of outfit. Do you have anything in the style of what I am wearing? Yes, we have high, medium, and low tiers in our shop. Which one are you looking for? What is the difference? The high-tier ones use top-quality fur and can block about 50% of damage from level 2 beasts and below. The medium tier blocks about 30%, and the low tier about 10%. Is it expensive? He was a bit tempted. Being able to block 50% of attacks from level 2 beasts was quite incredible. If it were too expensive, he would have to settle for a lower tier. It is not expensive. For styles that are not like armor, even the high-tier ones are only 50,000 each. All right then, get me 2 sets. Then let us go over there and try them on for size. And they stayed at Chen's attire until nearly noon before the final tally was done. He was now wearing his newly purchased clothes. And I have to say, they were definitely much more comfortable than what he had on before. This money was well spent. After leaving the store, he did not rush home. He needed to make a trip to the weapons shop first, as the bronze sword he bought for 3,000 last time had broken. After all, combat effectiveness with a weapon in hand versus without one is vastly different. Oh, it is you. What are you looking to buy this time? Just as he walked into the shop, he was greeted by a young woman in a work uniform. It was not because Gyu Zhao was handsome, but because when he bought the bronze sword last time, the pained look on his face when paying left quite an impression on her. Do you still have that 90-fold folded Longquin sword? The last one was sold this morning. We are currently out of stock for the 90-fold folded Longquin swords. The young woman in the uniform seemed to remember something and continued. Do you want a 101-fold folded Longquin sword? But the price is quite steep. It is 400,000. The 90-fold one only cost 200,000. Why is the 101-fold one so much more expensive? Yes, sir, a weapon that has been folded 100 times is already considered a sharp weapon, so the price is far beyond what an ordinary one can compare to. A sharp weapon. Weapons folded fewer than 100 times are generally called ordinary weapons. Those folded between 100 and 499 times are known as sharp weapons, and anything beyond 499 folds is a treasure weapon. As for what comes after a treasure weapon, the shop assistant in the uniform did not go on, perhaps feeling it was not necessary. Can you show me that Longquin sword with 101 folds? Please follow me. Walking behind her, Gyu Zhao pondered the classification of weapon grades. Ordinary, sharp, treasure. Based on the novels I have read, the ones above that should be legendary and divine weapons, right? I wonder if that is the case. Sir. Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about something. This is the 101-fold weapon. You can hold it in your hand and see how it feels. He gripped the hilt of the Longquin sword, slowly drew it out, and examined it carefully. The patterns on the Longquin sword were unique, possessing a sense of artistry as if they were naturally formed. Moreover, the feeling of holding it was completely different from the bronze sword. Is this sword 400,000? That is right, sir. I will take it. Just then, a harsh voice came from the side. Yo, is not this our classmate Gyusu? Since when did you become so fond of bragging? Hearing this familiar voice, Gyu Zhao frowned involuntarily and spoke up. Yang Wei. What? Have not seen each other in a few days, and you do not recognize me anymore. Yang Wei was the person who left the deepest impression on him. His talent did not seem great either, but with his family's help, he at least managed to reach the level of a level 5 martial apprentice. But for Honghai No. 7 High School, an aristocratic school, Being a level 5 martial apprentice was barely a passing grade. In his memory, whenever he saw Yang Wei at school, he was always following a student named Lin Kai like a servant. A typical small-minded person riding on someone else's coattails. Back when the news of his level 3 martial apprentice status got out, this guy Yang Wei would constantly come over to flaunt and mock him, as if that made him superior. He was also one of the people he disliked most in his memory. Yang Wei looked at the female shop assistant, his eyes lighting up as he said to her, "Beauty, do not waste your energy serving him. He is just a pauper. Where would he get 400,000? Beauty, I will take this sword. Are you free tonight?" After saying that, he struck a flashy pose, winking at the shop assistant. Seeing Yang Wei's frivolous behavior, a flash of disgust crossed the assistant's eyes. She was not that shallow, and besides, she was not short of money. "I am sorry, but this sword has already been reserved by this gentleman. If he cannot pay for it, you can consider buying it then." Hearing the beauty's rejection, Yang Wei was not angry and continued. "Beauty, look at my classmate here. Look at what he is wearing. His whole outfit is not worth more than $100. Do you really think he can afford this?" What Yang Wei did not notice was that, when he said Gu Zhao's clothes were not worth more than 100, a trace of mockery flashed in the assistant's eyes again. If someone had told her that last time, she might have actually believed it, because Gu Zhao did look quite shabby then. But Gu Zhao's current outfit, although the style was the same, was clearly made of high-quality fur. It was worth at least over 60,000. Wait, did I just say that? Erectile dysfunction. Yang Wei thought Gu Zhao was calling him, so he answered. "What? Erectile dysfunction? Did you forget to take your medicine today?" Yang Wei was dazed by Gu Zhao's question, completely failing to notice the emphasis on his name, and replied foolishly. "I took it." "Since you took it, what are you acting crazy for? Whether I can afford it or not is none of your business." The shop assistant on the side was holding back a laugh. After all, she had never seen anyone so stupid. "You?" Seeing the shop assistant holding back her laughter and reflecting on what had just been said, he was instantly so angry he was speechless. "I will see how a pauper like you pays for this later." After saying that, he walked to the counter, ready to watch Gu Zhao make a fool of himself. What an absolute moron. Your classmate really does not have much brain power. The clerk on the side nodded in agreement, as it was her first time seeing someone so dense. Let us introduce ourselves properly. Nan Gongjing, freshman at the Magic City Martial Arts University, Weaponry Academy. Gu Zhao, senior at Honghai No. 7 High School, Class 5. Does the Martial Arts University have a Weaponry Academy? Yeah, there are many colleges within the Martial Arts University, like the Alchemy Academy, Weaponry Academy, Research Academy, Martial Arts Academy, and so on. Each one teaches different knowledge. You will understand once you get to the university. Nan Gongjing answered Gu Cheng's question and said no more. Let us go pay. Nan Gongjing led Gu Zhao to the counter to settle the bill. Yang Wei also looked back toward the counter. Seeing the Longquin sword on the counter, the shopkeeper announced the price. A 101-fold Longquin sword, 400,000. Bank transfer. Yeah. Yang Wei was waiting to see Gu Zhao embarrass himself so he could mock him, but he was stunned to see him successfully pay the 400,000. The whole school knew that Gu Zhao was a genuine pauper. Even managing to pull out 4,000 would be a feat. Who would have thought he would have 400,000? After paying, Gu Zhao looked at Yang Wei on the side and asked, Yang Wei, do I look like someone who has no money? You? Yang Wei fell silent, not knowing what to say. Consider yourself lucky today. With that, Yang Wei left the weapons shop with a dark face. He had come to watch someone else lose face, but ended up losing his own. And boy, was it a loud slap to the face. By the way, boss, do you buy back broken swords? He handed the shattered bronze sword to the boss. No. The boss did not even look up, just muttered casually. You just spent 400,000 and you still care about this piece of junk? This bronze sword cannot even be reforged. It is just trash now. It still matters. It is a sword after all, even if it is broken in half. Watching Gu Zhao's stinginess, Nan Gongjing looked like she was developing a twitch. If it were the Longquin sword that broke, I could barely recycle it. As for the bronze sword, just throw it away like garbage. The boss interrupted, then lowered his head again. Who knows what he was looking at? Fine then. He casually threw the bronze sword into the trash, Can nearby and left the weapons shop in disappointment. He had specifically brought it back thinking he could sell it for some money, but it turned out to be worthless and treated as trash. After Gyu Zhao left the shop, the boss, who had been lying on the counter, raised his head and said to Nanggong Jing, "Young lady, that man earlier gave me a very dangerous feeling. If his background is unclear, I suggest you would better keep your distance. Old Mo, are not you overthinking this? At most, he is only at the 9th rank of the martial apprentice stage. I am already at the 3rd rank of the martial artist stage. If we really fought, would I have anything to fear? My intuition tells me he is dangerous. I cannot quite put my finger on why, but he is." Hearing Old Mo say this again, Nanggong Jing fell silent. Old Mo was once a powerhouse at the martial spirit stage. If he had not suffered serious injuries that caused his cultivation to drop to the martial artist stage, he might have already reached the martial king stage by now. Although his cultivation has fallen, he was a master of the martial spirit realm after all, so his judgment is highly credible. Old Mo, I understand. Besides, what kind of danger could there possibly be in the city? Nanggong Jing had no idea the shock Old Mo felt at that moment. Even though his cultivation had dropped to the martial artist stage, he was far beyond the average martial artist. But just now, when facing Gyu Zhao, he had felt a sudden, sharp tug in his heart. Especially when Gyu Su held that sword. It was the kind of feeling he only ever had when he was facing mortal danger. But seeing that Gyu Zhao was so young, he could not figure out why he would have such a reaction. Just to be on the safe side, he decided to warn Nanggong Jing. Su Zhao, who had already returned home, naturally had no idea that the weapon shop owner considered him a dangerous person. Current experience points, 591,392. He glanced at the experience points on his attribute panel. Thanks to the 9 points he gained every minute, he had successfully reached 590,000. He remembered that in the morning, he had only had a little over 580,000. This is simply the peak of life. Seeing such a large amount of experience points, he decisively chose to break through his cultivation stage first. The number on his experience bar began to drop rapidly. It stopped only when it hit 491,393, exactly 99,999 points deducted. As the experience points poured in, a mysterious energy surged through his body, and his strength began to grow slowly but steadily. From the 9th rank of martial apprentice, early stage, middle stage, late stage, peak stage. About 2 hours passed. Once he hit the peak of the 9th rank of martial apprentice, the surging mysterious energy in his body was fully absorbed. Just as Gyu Zhao thought it was over, he felt his mind gradually becoming ethereal, as if his consciousness had left his body. Where is this? In his perception, he seemed to have appeared in a marvelous world. In this world, wisps of white light particles were constantly emerging. These light particles, could they be spiritual energy? This must be spiritual energy. After all, man lives between heaven and earth. When we breathe, we naturally inhale spiritual energy to meet our body's oxygen needs. It is just usually invisible. Only now, because I am in this unknown state, can I see it so clearly. Soon, Gyu Zhao realized a problem. He had not learned any techniques to absorb spiritual energy. Even the 18 basic gymnastic moves were only for tempering the physical body at the martial apprentice stage. They contained absolutely no information about spiritual energy. Baby, come over to Big Brother here. Sweetheart, come here quickly. Come, baby. And he tried calling out in over 100 different ways, but the spiritual energy in the air did not react at all. If anyone outside heard what Gyu Zhao was saying, they would surely think he was a pervert. After calling out for a long time without any movement around him, he began to feel dejected. Just as he was about to give up, a wisp of spiritual energy in the air seemed to be moved by his perseverance. It automatically drifted into his body. As the first wisp of spiritual energy was absorbed into his body, Gyu Zhao could not help but let out a cry of pleasure. This feeling was even better than taking a first-grade blood and chi replenishment pill. Right after absorbing the first wisp, the spiritual energy in the air seemed to find a guide and began to actively pour into Gyu Zhao's body. As the energy poured in, it was like sweet rain after a long drought, causing Gyu Zhao to tremble on the sofa as every cell in his body began to greedily absorb the spiritual energy. The feeling was wonderful. as if he were flying above the clouds, incredibly comfortable and soothing, making him unable to resist immersing himself in it. As more energy flowed in and his cells devoured it, his physical body kept growing stronger, and black impurities began to ooze out of his skin, accompanied by a foul stench. Gyu Zhao, completely immersed in his breakthrough, had no idea about the abnormality on his skin. This state lasted until the next morning. His cultivation had successfully broken through to the first rank of the martial artist stage. At the same time, Gyu Zhao opened his eyes, and the sensation radiating from his entire body made him let out another cry. And this sound was even more ecstatic than before. Crack snap. Crack snap. And after the cry, he stretched, and crisp popping sounds echoed from his bones, like beans frying in a pan. It stinks. Is the neighbor having snail noodles? Suddenly, he felt a bit sticky on his body. He looked down. What is this black stuff on my skin? Gyu Zhao raised his arm and took a whiff. And as the foul odor filled his nose and entered his body, he could not help but gag. These would not happen to be the impurities from my body, would they? Ignoring the joy of his breakthrough, he rushed to the bathroom, quickly stripped off his clothes and started scrubbing. 2 hours later, Gyu Zhao emerged from the bathroom, holding a bag with his nose pinched, clearly disgusted. Inside the bag were the clothes he had spent 50,000 to buy. In his eyes now, they were nothing but a plague. Although they could be worn if washed, the stench was just too much. He really could not stand the smell. Why did not the teacher mention this basic fact, that breaking through to the martial artist stage would make you smell so bad? He threw the bag into the trash, can outside the door, and muttered in frustration. After all, he had spent 50,000 on those clothes, only to wear them once before ruining them. If he had known, he definitely would have performed the breakthrough in the bathroom. If his teacher heard him, they would surely shout about how wrong they were. How could they have known that someone would break through to the martial artist stage while still in high school? For the past 100 years, not a single student had managed to break through to the martial artist stage during their high school years. The highest record was only the peak of the 9th rank of martial apprentice. Students basically only started breaking through to the martial artist stage after entering university, and university teachers would specifically highlight this issue after the semester started. That is why it was basically never mentioned in high school. Of course, if a student were to ask, the teachers would not mind sharing this piece of trivia. Back home, the air was still filled with a nauseating stench. Needless to say, he knew what it was. It must have been the impurities expelled from his body when he broke through to become a martial artist, which had stained the sofa. He had to endure the stench and start cleaning it up again. Fortunately, there was not much of the black grime left on the sofa. Otherwise, he would have considered throwing it away. Phew. This chore is even more exhausting than going outside the city to hunt monsters. Housekeepers really have it rough. He felt so tired after just cleaning the sofa that he could not help but feel for those homemakers. After all, they have to do chores every single day, and some have kept it up for 20 or 30 years. That is truly exhausting. After cleaning up, Gyu Zhao sat down, exhausted on the other sofa, took the remaining 4 low-grade blood-replenishing pills from his pouch, and swallowed them. Still no feeling of saturation. Is the effect not strong enough? After breaking through to the martial artist realm, his energy requirements had clearly increased. However, since he had not consumed much while absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he only started eating the pills after finishing his tasks. Being a martial artist really is a money-burning profession. The higher the realm, the more money it burns. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that the higher the realm, the more money one tends to earn. He had made less than 800,000 from selling those furs. After buying clothes and weapons, he only had about 300,000 left on his card, not even enough to buy slightly better pills. Fortunately, he had the North Dark Divine skill gifted by the system. Otherwise, he would still be worrying about the pills needed for cultivation. He sighed, stopped thinking about these issues, and took a look at his attribute panel. Name, Gyu Zhao. Realm, Martial Artist Tier 1, cannot be upgraded. Cultivation method, North Dark Divine skill, maxed. Basic Gymnastics 18 forms, beginner, 664/10,000. Martial skill, Basic Combat Techniques, minor success, 1/10,000. Basic Sword Techniques, major success, 612 Su 100,000. Basic agility techniques, major success, 488/100,000. Draw sword technique, major success, 231/100,000. Current experience points, 493,673. Martial artist tier 1 automatically gains 10 points per minute. Cannot be upgraded. Gyu Zhao thought his eyes were playing tricks on him due to mental exhaustion, so he rubbed them and looked again. The words "cannot be upgraded" were still displayed next to his realm. What is going on? Could it be because I do not have a cultivation method for the martial artist stage? That is why I cannot upgrade. Well, I guess I will just have to wait. Forget it, there are not many days left until the martial arts exam anyway. Under normal circumstances, cultivation methods for the martial artist stage are not made public. Even the lowest mortal grade methods are not available on the market. Not to mention the yellow grade, which is one level higher than the mortal grade. It is unclear why that is. If he wanted to obtain a martial artist level technique now, he would either have to sign a lifelong contract with those large corporations or obtain it from the Martial Artists Association. However, the Martial Artists Association is not that simple. It would take at least a year of grinding tasks to accumulate enough points. And the final method is to pass the martial arts exam and get into a top martial arts university. Even the lowest tier martial arts university provides a free secret manual, let alone those prestigious ones, which would provide techniques of much higher quality. Maybe it is good that I cannot upgrade. If my realm improves too fast, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. He thought about it again and realized that not being able to upgrade had its benefits. After all, the higher the rank, the higher the chance of being suspected. If he were to suddenly jump to martial artist tier 2, and someone asked where he got his martial arts technique, he could not exactly say he just happened to find it. He had no money or influence, and his parents had died in battle long ago, leaving him nothing but this house, let alone any martial arts techniques. Having understood this, he stopped dwelling on the issue of his realm upgrade. Since he could not upgrade his realm, he would upgrade his martial skills instead. He had 490,000 experience points, and he was not the type to save them for a rainy day. Basic sword technique, basic agility, draw sword technique. First, he would upgrade his basic sword technique to the perfection level. He would not dare to upgrade all three at once. Even upgrading from minor success to major success was tough for him, not to mention upgrading from major success to perfection. As expected, as the experience points flowed in, his mind went blank, and a flood of information was forced into his brain like stuffing a duck. It made his brain feel painfully bloated. Fortunately, he had been cautious. If he had tried to upgrade 2 or 3 skills at once, it would have been more than he could handle. He was even worried his brain might explode from it. After a long while, the bloated feeling in his brain gradually faded. His consciousness once again entered the mysterious space. He saw figures practicing basic sword techniques everywhere around him. However, after entering this time, it was completely different from what he had seen before. From beginner to minor success, and from minor success to major success, every time he entered the space, he could not see the mysterious figure clearly. It was as if the figure had been blurred out by a mosaic effect. But entering the space, this time made him feel something different from usual. He noticed that the mysterious figures practicing sword techniques, the mosaic effect on their bodies, was gradually fading. Gyu Zhao watched with his eyes wide open, unblinking. Just as he thought he was about to see clearly, all the figures in the space went into a wild, frantic spin. And the number of figures decreased rapidly, until countless figures gradually merged into one and stood before him. The person looked exactly like Gyu Zhao, even wearing the same clothes. Looking at the figure, Gyu Zhao muttered to himself, "Is that me? Wow, so handsome, such charisma." When he first saw the mysterious figure, he had a hunch that the swordsman was himself, but at that time, it was blocked by a layer of mist, and he could not tell if it was really him. Now that he saw clearly, he was not even surprised. His first impression upon seeing the figure was actually to compliment himself. Just as Gyu Zhao was about to approach the figure for a closer look, he saw the other Gyu Zhao in the space slowly fade away. And in the spot where he had been standing, there was a sword stuck in the ground. He recognized this sword. It was the 100 refined Longquin sword he had just bought. What is going on here? He did not understand why the figure in the space had disappeared, but he had not returned to his own body yet. Confused, Gyu Zhao stepped forward and grasped the hilt of the Longquin sword stuck in the ground. The moment he touched the sword, a feeling welled up within him. He could not describe what it felt like, but it was as if the sword had suddenly come to life. Immediately after, before he could think, the scene around him flashed, his consciousness left the mysterious space, and he returned to his own body. What is going on? Seeing the familiar scenes inside his home, he knew that his consciousness had returned to his body. Just now did the sword come to life. He could not forget the feeling when he held the Longquin sword stuck in the ground within that mysterious space. It felt as if the sword had a life of its own, trying to convey some information to him. His eyes caught the Longquin sword to the side, and without a second thought, he picked it up. Sword length Chuyu, thickness 0.9 cm, weight 2.3. The moment Gyu Zhao gripped the hilt, a stream of information flowed into his mind. This information was entirely about the Longquin sword in his hand. He was truly stunned. He could swear that he only knew the Longquin sword in his hand was forged from 101 refined steel. He had never really looked into things like sword length or width. At this moment, the Longquin sword in his hand seemed to have no secrets, as if it were completely exposed before Gyu Zhao. Moreover, while holding the sword, he felt as if he was not holding a weapon, but rather his own hand. With just a single thought, the sword in his hand would strike wherever he willed. Is the effect really this powerful, just from breaking through to the perfection level of basic swordsmanship? What Gyu Zhao did not know was that, under normal circumstances, breaking through to the perfection realm cannot be achieved by hard work alone. It requires one's own insight and a bit of serendipity. Martial artists who do reach the perfection realm have typically experienced a lot and possess vast knowledge, so such changes would have long been within their grasp. The reason he was lucky enough to break through to the perfection realm of basic swordsmanship was due to the attribute panel, allowing him to achieve at this age what many could not in a lifetime. After all, if hard work were enough, there would be no monster attacks on humans in this world at all. Could it be that I am truly a genius? Puzzled, Gyu Zhao could only attribute this change to his being a genius in swordsmanship, one who simply had not been discovered until now. Basic swordsmanship, perfection 0/0. What is this situation? He had intended to keep leveling up his basic swordsmanship to the next realm if he had enough experience points, but he did not expect this to appear on the attribute panel. This is not right. There should be realms beyond perfection. Why is there no proficiency anymore? Is it possible there is not one? That should not be it. The beaming divine art shown by the system is at its true full level. Could it be there are other advanced requirements I do not know about? Sigh, at the end of the day, I am just suffering from a lack of education. After some analysis, Gyu Zhao could only conclude this for himself. He lacked cultural knowledge. Forget it, I will take a nap first, and once I wake up, I will break through the basic movement techniques as well. With that said, he lay on the sofa and fell asleep instantly. Having accepted the information regarding the perfect level basic swordsmanship and spending a long time in the mysterious space, his mind had reached its limit. The only reason he had persisted until now was that the breakthrough to the perfection of basic swordsmanship had stimulated his spirit, keeping it active so he did not feel any fatigue. But once the excitement faded, the mental exhaustion gradually surfaced. Unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed on the sofa and fell into an instant sleep. Fourth brother, it has been nearly 10 days. Why has not that kid come out yet? I am tempted to just break in. Right now, in a restaurant not far from Gyu Zhao's home, several thugs kept their eyes glued to his house. It was clear from their faces that they were impatient. It looked like they had been watching for quite a while. Do not just talk about yourself, I want it too. After saying that, he gestured toward the police-clad personnel on the street and said helplessly to his lackey, "The point is, do you see those people?" "I see them." "Sai, if you do not want to spend a few years eating free meals in prison, just keep an honest watch. Once he leaves the city, it will all be up to us." "I will listen to you, fourth brother." "Yeah, listening to you. Once we catch him, I am definitely going to make him suffer. Making me watch for so long, my eyes are about to go blind." "Exactly." And these men were the thugs from the Fierce Tiger mercenary group, led by fourth brother and Zhao San. They had been watching for nearly 10 days. If they had not seen Gyu Zhao enter his home with their own eyes, they would have doubted he had returned at all. They desperately wanted to barge in, but ever since 10 days ago, the prosecutor's office began organizing patrols. They had hoped to take advantage of the dark to slip in, but unexpectedly, the office arranged 24-hour patrols. This left them no choice but to give up on force and just wait patiently. They did not know what had gotten into the prosecutor's office. In previous years, they only organized patrols 7 days before the martial arts exam and only made a show of it during the day, finishing by dusk. They were being so cautious this year. The brothers who caused trouble before the exam in previous years still had not been released. They were still young and did not want to throw away their freedom for some kid. Meanwhile, in the direction fourth brother was gesturing toward. "Captain, there are some people in that restaurant over there who have been staring at this place the whole time. Ignore them. As long as they do not cause trouble, even if they stare for 8 or 10 years, let them stare." "Understood," the officer said dejectedly to the lead captain. The captain knew his men were exhausted these past few days, so he cheered them up. "All right, do not look so down. Just a few more days of hard work, and once the martial arts exam is over, you will be able to get some rest." "Captain, what is going on with the office this year, ordering 24-hour patrols? Do you know what year it is this year?" "The 500th year of the martial arts era." "Right, because it is the 500th anniversary. The top brass from 100 martial arts universities will choose cities to observe the exams. It is said that the leaders from Magic City, the imperial capital, Jiangnan, and the First Military Academy are coming to our Honghai city." "Captain, how do you know such confidential information? You are not just pulling our legs, are you?" "SHH. Let me tell you, my uncle's cousin's sister-in-law's sister's husband's nephew's cousin is a member of the Ministry of Education's Security Department, so this news is absolutely true." "Really? It must be true. Why would I lie to you? The reason it is so strict this year is to leave a good impression on those top university leaders, so." And watching the captain talk eloquently, even if they did not fully grasp it, it did not stop the young officers from beginning to admire their captain. The captain saw their admiring gazes, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "All right, hold on for another 3 hours, then it is time for our shift change. I will treat you all to a feast at the night market then. Long live the captain. Captain, I love you." And in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During this period, Gyu Zhao had not stepped out of the house even once. Deeply immersed in his cultivation, he did not feel hungry at all. Whenever he cleared his mind from the mysterious space, he would just eat a few pseudo-fasting pills. He had managed to save the pills so well that out of the original 21, he still had 7 left in his small bag. When Gyu Zhao opened his eyes again, a flash of joy crossed them. He had successfully elevated his basic combat skills to the perfection realm. A day ago, all his martial arts skills, except for basic combat, had already reached the perfection realm. He had not planned on upgrading it initially, but then he thought that if his sword broke again, he would still be able to rely on his own fists for close quarters combat. Name, Gyu Zhao. Realm, Martial Artist Level 1, cannot be improved. Technique, North Dark Divine Art, Max Level. 18 Basic Gymnastic Forms, Entry, 664/10,000. Martial Arts, Basic Combat Skills, Perfection 0/0. Basic Swordsmanship, Perfection 0/0. Basic Movement Skills, Perfection 0/0. Sword Draw Technique, Perfection 0/0. Current Experience Points, 260,806, Martial Artist Level 1, automatically gaining 10 experience points per minute. Not bad, not bad. He was now at his absolute peak state. Except for the 18 basic gymnastic forms, there was nowhere left to add experience points. His realm had already reached the martial artist level, so techniques for the martial apprentice realm were completely useless now. He could not be bothered to upgrade the 18 basic gymnastic forms to perfection. He was not obsessive-compulsive. After reveling in his success for a moment, he prepared to lie down and rest. Practicing martial arts was physically demanding, after all. He still felt mentally exhausted, though not as bad as before. Maybe my mental strength has increased a bit lately. Gyu Zhao could clearly feel that reaching the perfection realm in basic combat was not as draining as it had been with his swordsmanship, movement skills, or sword drawing technique. He guessed it was because he had been absorbing massive amounts of information every day for the past few days, keeping his mind in a state of expansion, which had slightly raised his capacity. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz. And his phone in the bag was vibrating, signaling that someone was looking for him. Su Ching. Looking at the caller ID on the screen, Gu Zio suspected that Su Ching might have dialed the wrong number. Hello. Hello, Teacher Su. Student Gu Zio, do you remember what day next Monday is? I know, it is Father's Day. He glanced at the calendar on the wall and answered without hesitation. I knew it. Gu Zio, your thinking is dangerous. How could you forget such an important day as the martial arts college entrance exam? He had truly forgotten about the exam while practicing martial arts. Hearing Su Ching mention it, he quickly realized his mistake and hurriedly explained. Teacher Su, I am sorry. I was groggy from sleep and did not react in time. On the other end of the line, Su Ching seemed to have dark lines appearing on her forehead at his vague excuse. Even though your current realm is a bit low, it is not like you have no hope of getting into a martial arts university this year. I can let you in on a secret. The admission scores for major martial arts schools will be lower this year. Although your realm is a disadvantage, as long as your academic and martial arts practical scores are high enough, you still have a chance. Listening to Teacher Su's lecture, Gu Zio remained silent. He could not exactly tell her that his realm had already broken through to the martial artist level. He reckoned she would not believe him anyway and would just think he was bragging. Student Gu Zio, are you listening? Su Ching had been talking for a while without getting a response, and she asked with a hint of irritation. Yes, Teacher Su. Fine, I will not say any more. Spend these remaining few days focusing on your academic subjects and try to aim for a perfect score. Understood, Teacher Su. Just as Gu Zio was about to hang up, Su Ching added something that made him pause his hand, nearly hanging up prematurely. Oh, right. Be at the school's multimedia classroom before 8:00 am next Monday for the martial arts theory exam, and then gather at the track field at 11:00 am for the realm assessment. Make sure you are not late. Understood. Hearing his response, Su Ching hung up immediately. With the exam approaching, she had plenty of other things to handle. If it were not for the fact that Gu Zio was an exception who had not joined the grade 12 class 5 group chat, she would not have bothered calling. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. And listening to the disconnected line, he was left feeling a bit flustered. He had wanted to ask if there was a student ID card or something similar. So busy, she did not even ask if I understood or if I had any questions. He put his phone back into the bag and laid down to sleep. In the teacher's office at Honghai No. 7 High School. Sigh. Su Ching put down the phone and let out a sigh. Teacher Su, what is wrong? A female colleague nearby asked upon hearing her sigh. It is about Gu Zio from my class. I am worried about his future. The other teachers in the office fell silent. Although Honghai No. 7 is a prestigious private school, there are still students from poor families who somehow managed to scrape enough money together to send their children here, pinning all their hopes on that one slim chance. Every class usually has one or two such students. But no matter how miserable their situations were, they were still slightly better off than Gu Zio in Su Ching's class. The first teacher who spoke added, Lin Ren in my class is still only a martial apprentice level 4. With only a few days left, it is doubtful if he will even reach level 5. In my class, and the whole office began to sigh. As teachers, they truly wanted their students to get into a martial arts university. After all, in this era, the martial arts college entrance exam is the simplest path for students to make something of themselves. But unfortunately, even this simplest path is incredibly arduous. There are 7 high schools in Honghai City, and No. 7 is actually quite decent since it is a private school with a high threshold. They knew that in other schools, students with backgrounds like Gu Zio's were everywhere. These people were destined to do the most grueling and exhausting labor. The next day, crackling, Gu Zio woke up from his deep sleep, stood up, and stretched his body. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed from within him. He checked the date and time on his phone and realized that only one night had passed. Not bad, I woke up much faster this time. It seems my mental power really has increased. He had originally thought it would take at least 2 days to wake up. After all, based on his previous experience of breaking through the basic sword technique, basic movement technique, and drawing sword technique to the perfection stage, he had been in a coma for at least 2 days each time. He had not expected to wake up after just one night this time. Fortunately, there were no enemies around. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. I still have 5 days. I will go out and roam around to absorb more experience points, so that when I go to the martial arts university to learn new techniques and martial skills, I can upgrade them immediately. Having planned his short-term goals, he could not wait to tidy himself up and head out of the city to hunt exotic beasts. Zio, what is going on? He is just a kid at the martial disciple level. It has been over 10 days, why have not you caught him yet? Listening to the calm voice of Butler Sue on the phone, Zio hurriedly explained. Butler Sue, that kid has not stepped out of his house for over 10 days. We cannot do anything about it. Cannot you just break into his house? The martial arts examination is approaching, and police patrols nearby are too frequent. We do not dare to break in recklessly. Butler Sue on the other end of the line fell silent upon hearing Zio's response. As the mayor's butler, he naturally understood these matters. He also knew these thugs were cowardly and would not risk taking such a gamble during this tense period. Hurry up and capture him, even a corpse will do. The people behind me have limited patience. Although he did not know who was behind Butler Sue, he felt a sudden chill in his heart for some reason and quickly replied into the phone. I understand, Butler Sue. Beep beep. Beep beep. Yeah. Listening to the dial tone on the phone, the once-tense man let out a sigh of relief. By now, his back was drenched in cold sweat. He knew the consequences of failing to carry out Butler Sue's orders. The previous fourth leader of the Fierce Tiger mercenaries was not him. That man was killed by the group leader himself precisely because he failed to handle a task and caused trouble. If it were not for his sharp mind and obedience, how could he, with only the 5th rank martial artist cultivation, have earned the position of 4th leader of the Fierce Tiger mercenaries? Do not let his current glory fool you. One careless move, and he could lose his life. Fourth brother. Suddenly, Zio-san rushed in a hurry, causing Zio-C to frown involuntarily. However, since Zio-san was his trusted confidant, he did not say much, though he still remarked. Zio-san, try to be steadier. It is fortunate that it is me. If it were the boss, you would definitely get a beating. I know, fourth brother. All right, what is the matter that has you in such a rush? Fourth brother, that kid has gone out, and our people are following him right now. What, that kid went out? Where is he now? Seeing fourth brother so agitated, Zio-san could not help but roll his eyes inwardly. So much for being steady. He just left, he should be outside the city by now. Heaven is helping me. Butler Sue had just told him to hurry up and handle it, and he was worried about what to do when Gyu Zio suddenly went out on his own, and to the outside of the city at that. Was not this heaven looking out for him? The two of them contacted the underlings who were tailing him and headed toward the location together. Boss, here's your phone. Zio-san took the phone handed over by the underling, and before he could ask, fourth brother asked eagerly, where is that kid? He left the city half an hour ago. I only have the 3rd rank martial disciple cultivation. I did not dare to follow him out. Hearing that his underling lost him after half an hour, he could not get mad. It was already decent for a 3rd rank martial disciple to have followed him this far, let alone asking him to follow Gyu Zio out of the city. That would be suicide. All right, you can go back. All right, boss. The underling was delighted to be told he could leave. The sight of corpses everywhere was disturbing, and if his superior were not pressing him, he would not want to stay for another second. Wait for the others to arrive, then we will go out of the city together to find him. If we cannot capture him alive, we will just deliver a corpse to Butler Sue. Fourth brother said coldly to Zio-san. The once carefree Zio-san noticed the cold look on fourth brother's face and understood the gravity of the situation. Understood, fourth brother. Seeing that Zio-san had also dropped his carefree attitude, he added, Butler Sue wants us to handle this quickly, otherwise the last fourth leader is our example. I get it, fourth brother. He knew exactly how the previous fourth leader died, as he had been present at the time. Only then did Zio-san understand why fourth brother was so urgent. If it were him, he probably would not be as calm as fourth brother right now. He would have panicked. So I have become this strong. He looked at the 11 wind wolves lying on the ground, a look of smugness appearing on his face. Although he had faced such a large number of exotic beasts alone before, it was incomparable to this moment. Before, the green snake and the toad had already fought for a whole night, and their strength was less than 30% of their prime state. But it is different now. He faced 11 wind wolves in their prime. Even the speed that the wind wolves were so proud of could not land a single hit on Guozio, and he killed them all with ease. Experience points plus 6,000. Experience points plus 5,500. The efficiency of the Northern Profound Arts has also become much faster. When absorbing experience points, he found that the efficiency of the Northern Profound Arts had increased significantly, though unfortunately, it still required physical contact to absorb. In a short while, the wind wolves on the ground had all disappeared, leaving behind only 11 wolf pelts to prove their past existence. Wind wolves are only level 1, rank 6 exotic beasts. Relying on my martial artist cultivation, it is just bullying the weak. I cannot be proud, I must stay steady. After packing up the pelts, he randomly chose a direction and walked off, not forgetting to reflect on himself as he moved. After all, breaking through from the martial disciple level to the martial artist level brought a qualitative change in strength, not to mention that his martial arts had all reached the perfection stage. If he still could not kill wind wolves that were only level 1, rank 6, would not he be a loser? What Guozio did not know was this. Although wind wolves are only level 1, rank 6, when combined with their speed, their overall strength is not comparable to human martial artists. However, they always appear in packs, and general martial artists who have just broken through to the martial artist level dislike facing them, especially when they are not in a team. You cannot kill them, and you cannot outrun them, which is absolutely annoying. Guozio was now about 80 kilometers away from Honghai City, and the number of monsters around him had begun to increase. However, the monsters he encountered were basically within the range of level 1, rank 8. Any monster that caught his eye had little chance of escaping death. Just then, a flash of crimson light in the distance caught his attention. Are these red leaf grass? There were a few herbs completely crimson in color. The red leaf grass was mostly hidden by weeds. If it had not been for the sunlight hitting the part that was exposed, he really would not have discovered it. And if his memory served him right, this should indeed be red leaf grass. Red leaf grass is one of the main ingredients needed for body refining pills, and it has a market value as high as 200,000 per stalk. Besides being a main ingredient for the pills, it is also a key component for body refining powder. Guozio remembered that in his sophomore year, during a medicinal herbs class, the teacher specifically explained this plant. Red leaf grass is completely crimson, making it one of the easiest medicinal materials to identify. After all, crimson medicinal plants are rare, let alone ones that are crimson through and through. He also recalled the teacher joking during class that if they were not afraid of dying, they could try their luck outside the city, and if they were lucky enough to pick one, they could earn at least 200,000. That was a memory deeply etched in his mind. He once fantasized about trying his luck near the outskirts, thinking that if he could pick a few, he would not have to worry about the resources needed for cultivation. But the fear of being killed by monsters outside the city eventually put that thought to rest. He never expected that he would actually fulfill that old wish today. Although the original Guozio was gone, having inherited all his memories, he felt he had fulfilled a small dream. Experience points plus 10,000. 10,000 points, my God. He honestly did not expect that just a tiny stalk like this would yield 10,000 experience points after being absorbed. He clearly remembered that absorbing a pack of body refining powder only gave him 500 experience points. Good heavens, a bunch of profiteers. Body refining powder costs 30,000 a pack, while a stalk of red leaf grass is 200,000. The price difference is just over 6 times, yet he never expected the difference in efficacy to be this vast. Although he did not know the exact price of body refining pills, the cost must be significant, and in his heart, he cursed those profiteers once more. What Guozio did not know was that body refining powder was made from the residues left over from refining body refining pills, mixed with a few other herbs. If he had known, he would have definitely cursed those alchemists again, and perhaps even considered learning the art of alchemy when he reached a martial arts university. Experience points plus 10,000. Experience points plus 10,000. And I am really lucky today to think this spot had not been discovered yet. These red leaf grasses provided him with a total of 110,000 experience points. It was practically a windfall. He did not even consider picking them to take back and sell, as the monster pelts he already had were enough to earn a considerable amount of money. And if he remembered correctly, once this kind of medicinal herb is picked, it needs to be stored in a specific container. Otherwise, its efficacy will gradually dissipate. He did not have any containers capable of preserving these herbs, so it was more cost-effective to just absorb them into experience points. Since red leaf grass grows here, there should be more nearby, right? Although the likelihood of more being nearby was not high, keeping an eye out was worth it. He might find another one or two, which would still be quite a good deal. After all, being able to absorb one stalk for 10,000 experience points is truly sweet. Xiao Wang, are you telling the truth? Brother Long, it is absolutely true. 2 months ago, I and a few friends were responsible for clearing this area. However, the red leaf grass had not fully matured yet, so we intentionally camouflaged it. Counting the time, even if it is not fully mature yet, it should be close. Xiao Wang said respectfully to the leader, Brother Long, but his heart was filled with bitterness. If it were not for the fact that Adai and Scarface had mysteriously disappeared, he would not have reported this information. 2 months ago, when they discovered the red leaf grass, some of the leaves had not completely turned crimson. Since the price of immature red leaf grass is at least 2/3 less than mature ones, they had done some camouflage and originally agreed to come back and check on it today, 2 months later. Unexpectedly, those few guys had mysteriously vanished and could not be reached at all. If he had known, he should have just picked them at the time. If the red leaf grass is still there later, I will record a merit for you when we get back and promote you to a small team leader. Brother Long did not ask much else, instead promising a reward, and did not utter a word about the fact that they had not reported finding the herbs 2 months ago. Thank you, Brother Long. Hearing that he would be promoted to a small team leader afterward, the bitterness in Xiao Wang's heart gradually eased, and he even began praying that the herbs had not been discovered by anyone else. Xiao Wang led Brother Long for about half an hour before finally seeing the familiar scene, and he excitedly spoke up. Brother Long, it is right by the tree ahead. Brother Long replied calmly, though in his heart he was actually quite expectant. Red leaf grass is not just some common item, it is a rare and valuable treasure. If he could refine a few body refining pills, he would not have to worry about the cultivation resources needed for the martial artist realm anymore. Even if he used them directly, he could improve by 2 minor stages. He had been stuck at the 5th rank of martial artist for a long time, all because of the lack of cultivation resources. As the two got closer to the location of the red leaf grass, Xiao Wang felt even more anxious. Whether or not he would become a small team leader depended entirely on this. The next second, the expectations in both of their hearts were instantly shattered. On the ground where the red leaf grass used to grow, there were nothing but weeds. Not a single trace of the grass remained. Brother Long, it must have been picked by someone. Xiao Wang brushed aside the weeds with his hand and said to Brother Long in disappointment. Brother Long looked at the spot where the red leaf grass had grown without saying a word, then crouched down, pushed aside the weeds, and touched the ground with his hand. If Guo Xiao were present, he would be surprised that the spot Brother Long touched was exactly where he had been standing earlier. Small holes among the weeds that have not closed yet. These impressions have been here for about an hour. Based on his experience, he judged that someone had picked these red leaf grasses about an hour ago. And the most important thing is, there were 11 small holes that had not closed up yet, and the size of these holes was basically identical. This means there were at least 11 stalks of red leaf grass. Brother Long felt a surge of excitement. Xiao Wang had only said there were a few, and he had assumed there were only 2 or 3, but he never expected there to be so many. It must have just been picked. Let us search the area. If that person is still around, we will make them hand it back. Brother Long emphasized the words hand it back at the end of his sentence. Hearing Brother Long's words, the disappointed Xiao Wang was instantly excited again. His promotion to team leader still had hope. I guess I was just overthinking it. He wandered around the area for quite a while, but did not find any more red leaf grass. It made sense, after all. This place was not exactly deserted, so if there had been any, it would have been picked long ago. Recalling how the red leaf grass he found earlier had been disguised by layers of weeds, he realized that even a fool would know it had been intentionally hidden. Maybe it was because the red leaf grass had not fully matured back then. He gave up on the idea of looking for more, deciding to just let nature take its course. Squeak! What was that sound? Did I get too excited today? Upon hearing the noise, Gyu Zhao quickly scanned his surroundings. Seeing the area was empty and not a single beast in sight, he assumed he was just hearing things. Am I just too on edge? Chirp chirp. Squeak squeak. Hiss hiss. And this time, the sounds lasted much longer, though they were too far away to be heard clearly. I knew I was too young to be that nervous or start hallucinating. Are there beasts fighting each other in broad daylight again? Since he was too far away to tell what was going on, he could only guess that it was more beasts fighting each other. Although he did not know the situation, there was no harm in going over to take a look. His memory of picking up the spoils last time was still fresh. He had gained at least 500,000 experience points from it. If there were still beasts fighting in the distance, it meant he could scavenge again. He headed in the direction of the sound, but unfortunately, the beast stopped making noise. He had no choice but to wait there for the next sound. Chirp chirp. Squeak squeak. And hardly a minute after stopping, he heard the intermittent sounds again. He immediately quickened his pace and moved rapidly in the direction they were coming from. As the sounds became clearer, his expression grew increasingly strange. This did not sound like beasts fighting each other. If he heard correctly, there were only 3 beasts ahead. From the sounds coming from the 3 beasts, one was likely the call of a bird. Another seemed to be the hiss of a snake. As for the third one, he had no idea what kind of beast it was. It sounded like a rat, but then again, not quite. He was now deep in the forest, surrounded by tall trees whose species he could not even identify. Forget it, since I am here, I will go check it out. If there is any danger, I will just run. With his perfected movement techniques and the terrain, he was confident he could escape even from a rank 3 beast. The trees in the forest were unfriendly to some beasts, as some were too large to move freely in such dense cover. Is that a rank 2 zephyr sparrow? He looked at the zephyr sparrow perched on a branch in the distance, feeling a bit uncertain. In high school, they mostly taught about rank 1 beasts. Rank 2 knowledge was limited, though it was not absent from the textbooks. But textbook pictures were only a reference. He had never seen a real zephyr sparrow, so how could he be sure? He could only guess that it was a zephyr sparrow. As for any rank 3 beasts, he could not imagine why one would be in a place like this. He crept forward a little further, and his view suddenly widened. In front of him was a cliff face about 30 to 40 meters high, with 3 beasts facing each other in a triangle. As his field of vision opened up, he saw the other 2 beasts. One was a green beast with 2 large blade-like forelimbs, a triangular head, and 3 eyes. It was a rank 2 twin-blade mantis. As for the other one, he recognized it immediately as a king cobra, marked by the spectacle-like pattern on its hood when flared. It was also a rank 2 beast. The 3 beasts were in a standoff, occasionally calling out to each other. Gyu Zhao did not speak beast language, but he guessed they were communicating. Since they were in a standoff, it meant the zephyr sparrow was likely only a rank 2 beast as well. If the sparrow had been rank 3, the mantis and cobra would not have stood a chance even together, and would have been turned into a snack long ago. Strange, are not these 3 natural enemies? Why are they standing off so cautiously right now? Gyu Zhao felt puzzled as he watched the 3 beasts. He did not dare to show himself. He would not underestimate these 3 just because of their small number. Something's not right. He noticed that while the beasts were in a standoff, they kept glancing toward the cliff face. Their heads turned so slightly that one would only notice if they looked closely. I do not see anything unusual. Gyu Zhao looked at the cliff, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Is that a cave? He shifted his position and discovered an opening. It was blocked by shrubs, making it very hard to spot. The 2 trees at his previous spot had obstructed his view, preventing him from seeing the hidden entrance. Could there be something good inside? He figured that if 3 rank 2 beasts were competing over it, there must be something valuable inside. Just as Gyu Zhao was pondering the cave, the 3 beasts, seemingly unable to reach an agreement, grew aggressive. Feeling the tension, Gyu Zhao could not help but get nervous himself. The king cobra on the left lost patience and attacked first. The cobra opened its mouth and spat 2 jets of black venom at the mantis and the sparrow. But for the sparrow and the mantis, such speed was nothing worth mentioning. The twin-blade mantis just took a small step to the right and dodged it easily. The zephyr sparrow had it even easier, simply flying straight up. The venom missed its mark and continued forward, hitting a tree about 10 meters in front of Gyu Zhao. He could clearly see the black liquid sizzling as it corroded a small hole into the trunk, which was widening before his eyes. Seeing the small hole that had expanded to the size of a basketball, Gyu Zhao was also taken aback. If that had hit him, he would surely be dead or at least severely maimed. Sure enough, no matter which era they are from, the venom contained in king cobras is always so terrifying. Moreover, he had a feeling that the three monsters in front of him were already aware of his presence. Gyu Zhao's instinct was correct. When he arrived, the three monsters had already sensed him, but seeing how weak he was, they simply ignored him. Then, the Gale Sparrow hiding on the branch saw the king cobra attack first, and followed suit by unleashing its own ability. Whoosh! Whoosh! It spread its wings wide, and then snapped them shut, sending two visible wind blades flying towards the king cobra and the twin-blade mantis. My god, are these really rank 2 monsters and not rank 3? It is one thing for the king cobra to have a ranged attack, as it also has the ability to spit venom, just not with this much power. But the Gale Sparrow's wind blade attack really shocked him. What he did not know was that the Gale Sparrow was different from other avian monsters. Once they advanced to rank 2, they automatically learn the wind blade attack. The king cobra looked at the wind blade and simply used its own body to block it. The twin-blade mantis, watching the incoming wind blade, was not panicked at all. It could not even be bothered to move until the blade was about to strike. It just raised its right forelimb, the one that looked like a large blade, and gave a fierce slash. The wind blade was instantly split in two and flew past either side of its body. This is so cool. Gyu Zhao, watching from afar, was genuinely impressed by the sight of the mantis slashing through the wind. Following that, after cutting down the incoming wind blade, the twin-blade mantis erupted with speed and attacked the king cobra closest to it. It was not that it did not want to attack the Gale Sparrow, but the sparrow was on a branch, and the height was simply beyond its reach. With a burst of movement, the twin-blade mantis closed in on the king cobra, leaped into the air, and brought its 2 blades down heavily. The king cobra twitched its tail, intending to knock the mantis away. But the cobra underestimated the mantis. The creature quickly adjusted its trajectory in midair and struck at the cobra's tail instead. The 2 monsters collided head-on, and both were sent flying backward. Through the forest, Gyu Zhao could see the eyes of both monsters narrow, revealing a mix of wariness and murderous intent. The king cobra's tail suddenly whipped out again, sweeping rapidly towards the twin-blade mantis. The mantis blocked with its blades, taking 4 steps back before steadying itself. Once stable, it pushed the tail back with force. The 2 blades bit into the tail, leaving 2 bloody gashes, and the king cobra, feeling the pain, retracted its tail. Seeing the mantis wound the cobra, the Gale Sparrow knew it could not miss such a great opportunity. The sparrow swooped down from the branch, its sharp claws raking viciously toward the injured king cobra. Just as it was about to successfully finish off the king cobra, the twin-blade mantis on the side suddenly raised its blades and darted forward instantly, catching the sparrow off guard and slashing heavily at its wings. The sparrow was annoyed at having its wing injured due to carelessness, but there was nothing it could do. On the ground, it was no match for the mantis or the cobra. Losing interest in the king cobra, the sparrow immediately flew back into the air, knowing that as long as it was airborne, it held the absolute advantage. Unfortunately, seeing the sparrow's wing was severely injured, the king cobra was not about to let it escape so easily. Before the sparrow could gain much altitude, the king cobra lunged up, wrapping its body tightly around the sparrow midair. Trapped, the sparrow desperately pecked at the cobra's body with its sharp beak. Hiss! Hiss! And the king cobra let out a pained cry, scales falling off one by one, and several bloody holes were pecked into its body. Writhing in pain, the cobra squeezed even tighter. Cracked! Cracked! And from far away, Gyu Zhao could hear the sound of the sparrow's bones snapping. A moment later, after a few final desperate cries, the sparrow fell completely silent. The twin-blade mantis watched the king cobra coil around the sparrow. It did not strike recklessly, but the wariness in its eyes became even more apparent. The moment the sparrow died, the mantis made its move. The king cobra, while dealing with the sparrow, had been keeping a close watch on the mantis, fearing a sneak attack from behind. It instantly released the sparrow, and whipped its tail heavily towards the mantis. Hiss! With a long hiss to the heavens, the king cobra steeled itself and lunged forward at the mantis. Then it opened its mouth wide and clamped its jaws onto the mantis. The mantis had not expected the cobra to resort to such a suicidal tactic, trying to hold it in its mouth to poison it to death. But the mantis was no weakling. Inside the cobra's mouth, it used its left arm to keep the jaws from closing, while slashing blindly with its right arm. The two beasts struggled for a while. The mantis, trapped in the cobra's maw, began to lose its strength. As it collapsed, it drove both its blades upward into the cobra's flesh. The king cobra had been forcing its jaws shut, feeling that the mantis was reaching its limit. A flash of joy crossed its serpentine face. Sure enough, after just a little longer, the cobra successfully pierced through the mantis. But then it began to thrash wildly on the ground, even trying to spit out the mantis. Strangely, no matter what it did, it could not dislodge the mantis from its mouth. If the cobra could see inside itself, it would clearly see the mantis's blades were fully embedded in its jaws. It seemed the king cobra's luck had run dry after killing the two monsters. One of the mantis's blades happened to pierce right into the cobra's brain. The mantis probably never expected to avenge itself even in death. Hiss! Hiss! After struggling for a while longer, the king cobra also drew its last breath. Are they all dead? Zhao looked at the scene. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that these three demonic beasts would end up destroying each other. However, he was not entirely sure if the Cobra King was dead. After all, it had fallen with its back turned to him, making it hard to see clearly. He approached the Cobra King cautiously. Just to be safe, he whipped out his Longquin sword, stabbed it into the beast, and then sprinted away without looking back. Hearing no movement from behind, he stopped and turned to look back at where the Cobra King lay. Seeing that the Cobra King remained motionless, his suspicious heart finally settled. Scaring myself for nothing, what is wrong with me? Despite his words, he moved quickly, running back to the Cobra King and reaching out to touch its scales. Hee, so smooth. This Cobra King really has great skin. He immediately unleashed his Baming Divine skill to absorb experience points, not forgetting to complement the beast's skin as he did so. Since the twin-blade mantis was stuck in the Cobra King's mouth, it could be absorbed for experience at the same time. Soon, both beasts were fully absorbed. Experience points plus 150,000. He now knew exactly how much experience the Cobra King and the twin-blade mantis had contributed. 150,000. Worthy of being a level 2 demonic beast, they really are valuable. Those two beasts alone gave him 150,000 experience points, and there was still the corpse of the Gale Sparrow on the scene waiting to be absorbed. Experience points plus 70,000. Sure enough, after absorbing the Gale Sparrow, his experience points increased by another 70,000. Not a wasted trip. Just by watching a show, I earned 220,000 for free. Afterward, he tidied up the two demonic beast hides on the ground. He had expected 3 hides, but he could only find those of the Cobra King and the Gale Sparrow. The mantis skin was nowhere to be found. He thought it might be hidden inside the Cobra King, but he turned everything inside out and still found nothing. Thinking that perhaps the hide could also be absorbed for experience, he tried using the Baming Divine skill on the 2 hides. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened, except for the suction in his hands. In the end, Zhao could only conclude that the twin-blade mantis either had no hide, or its skin was simply worthless. Then again, that makes sense. What would you even do with mantis skin? Make clothes out of it. Zhao imagined the picturesque scene of wearing clothes made from mantis skin, and could not help but shudder. Right, there's also the cave. Just as the joy of gaining 220,000 experience points was fading, he remembered that the 3 beasts had fought over a cave. He had a feeling there must be something good inside. Dumbfounded, Zhao cleared enough space through the bushes to enter the cave, but once he got inside, he froze. It was not what he expected. He thought there would be some rare treasures, but to his surprise, the cave was completely empty. With the sunlight filtering through the gaps in the brush, he could clearly see that the end was only about 10 meters away. You could basically see the whole cave at a single glance. Could there be a hidden space behind the stone wall? Walking to the end and looking at the wall, he thought that according to the novels, there should be a secret room, likely the final resting place of some martial arts grandmaster. The kind with top-tier techniques and legendary weapons just waiting for a fated successor. However, Gyu Zhao looked at the uneven, bumpy stone wall, and it did not look like there was any secret space at all. If it were following the plot, the wall surface should be smooth. Still holding a sliver of doubt, he pulled out his Longquin sword and started hacking at the wall. What am I doing? I must be crazy to be hacking at a stone wall. After hacking for 10 minutes, he had managed to carve a 20-centimeter deep depression into the wall and began to question his own sanity. As expected, I should not let my imagination run wild. How could something like that happen to me? Fortunately, the Longquin sword was of high quality. If the blade had chipped, he would have been even more annoyed. Drip! A drop of liquid fell from the cave ceiling, landing right on his head, and he instinctively looked up. A pitch-black wall. The ceiling was so dark that the light from outside could only barely reveal the structure of the cave. Deep inside the cave, he could not see what the liquid was, but he was certain of one thing. It definitely was not monster drool. Drip! At that moment, another drop fell. It landed perfectly on his lips. Feeling the liquid on his lips, he instinctively licked them. Tastes pretty good. Even though it was just a single drop, he could taste a sweet flavor. The next second, his body began to heat up. He thought it was because he was inside the cave, but as the heat intensified, he realized something was wrong. It is poisonous. Feeling the fire in his veins, Gyu Zhao assumed the liquid was toxic and was filled with regret. Why did he instinctively lick up a liquid of unknown origin? Unable to bear the heat, Gyu Zhao ripped off his clothes, trying to cool down, even running toward the exit. But just 2 steps later, the heat suddenly vanished, and as he thought he was saved, a biting cold washed over him. The chill came so fast that he put his clothes back on and wrapped himself in layers of the beast skins he had collected. He felt colder and colder, yet no matter how bundled up he was, the chill would not subside. My life is over. Just as he thought he was about to die, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He had not reached the peak of martial arts, he had not seen the vastness of the universe. To die so pathetically like this. He closed his eyes in despair, waiting quietly for death. Hot. So hot. Burning hot. The chill suddenly dissipated, followed by a surge of heat. Thinking the cold had just turned back to heat, he lay there, filled with despair and ignoring it. Something's not right. He realized this heat was not coming from inside his body like before, but felt like it was coming from the environment. He hurriedly cast the beast's skins aside. I am not dead. With the beast's skins off, everything returned to normal. He patted his chest, lucky to be alive, and muttered, "Good thing it was only 1 drop. If there had been a few more, I would really be a goner. I really must not eat things of unknown origin from now on." After reflecting on his actions, he rolled up the beast hide he had tossed aside, strapped it onto his back again, and left the cave without looking back, heading straight for Honghai City. As he stepped out of the cave, he took a look at the experience points he had gained from this trip. Name, Gyu Zhao. Realm, Martial Artist Grade 1, 5000/0. Internal skill, North Dark Divine Skill, Max Level. Basic Gymnastics 18 moves, Entry Level, 664/10,000. Martial Skill, Basic Combat Arts, Perfection 0/0. Basic Swordplay, Perfection 0/0. Basic Movement Technique, Perfection 0/0. Draw Sword Technique, Perfection 0/0. Current Experience Points, 894,006, Martial Artist Grade 1, automatically gaining 10 experience points per minute. Not bad at all. Added with the 10 experience points gained automatically every minute over these many days, plus the experience absorbed by the North Dark Divine Skill. It has broken the previous record once again, reaching 890,000 experience points. Huh? What is going on here? Gyu Zhao, who had only been staring at the experience points below, cast a glance at his realm. He discovered that the text behind his realm was no longer saying it could not be leveled up. Instead, he had gained 5,000 experience points, but the upper limit showed 0, and he had no idea what that meant. He tried injecting experience points into the realm, but unfortunately, it was useless. The 5,000 points remained exactly the same, not increasing at all. Where did these 5,000 points come from? Could it be? After breaking through to the martial artist stage, he had not swallowed any pills, and it was even less likely to be from his own cultivation. Suddenly, a possibility crossed his mind. Could it be that liquid that nearly killed him just moments ago? Swallowing it was definitely out of the question. He did not want to experience that feeling of being freezing cold after burning hot ever again. But since it could increase experience points, he could catch the liquid with his hand and then use the North Dark Divine skill to absorb and directly convert it into experience points. A single drop added 5,000 experience points. If he got thousands of drops, would not the experience be? The thought of returning to the city was completely forgotten, and he excitedly ran back into the cave. As for whether the liquid could be converted into experience by the North Dark Divine skill, he chose to ignore that doubt. 6,000 points. Watching the liquid vanish from his palm and seeing he had gained 6,000 experience points, he was truly stunned. A single drop of the mysterious liquid actually provided 6,000 experience points. And he also discovered that absorbing it directly with the North Dark Divine skill yielded 1,000 more experience points than swallowing it. However, in an instant, he understood why. After all, whenever you eat something, there will always be some loss. Nothing can be absorbed with 100% efficiency. This discovery made him decide that, unless absolutely necessary, he would always use the North Dark Divine skill to convert it into experience points. That way, it would be much more cost-effective. He gauged the position, took a step to the side, then drew his Longquin sword and began hacking at the stone wall above. Since the liquid was dripping down, there must be a source on the stone wall. If he absorbed it all then. Just as Gyu Zio was excitedly hacking at the stone wall. Two groups of people had also arrived outside the cave. One group was Brother Long and his underlings. The other group was none other than the Fierce Tiger mercenary group's fourth brother and Zio-san's party. The underling following Brother Long felt anxious and fearful upon seeing the people from the Fierce Tiger mercenary group. He had heard more than once from Scar about how ruthless their fourth commander was. He was only a martial disciple grade 7, so he was just tagging along to make up the numbers. Moreover, the Fierce Tiger mercenary group clearly had the numerical advantage, making him even more nervous. Just when he thought a fight was about to break out between the two sides, the next second left him stunned. Brother Long. Zio-si. Seeing the Fierce Tiger mercenary group's fourth commander greet his boss, Brother Long, with a hint of respect, and his own boss accepting it calmly, even greeting the fourth commander with a smile. Zio-si, what are you all doing here? Brother Long, we are looking for a kid named Gyu Zio. We heard the beast's pained wails, so we came to take a look. Gyu Zio. Hearing Zio-si's words, Brother Long recalled a kid he had been asked to teach a lesson some time ago by Lin Kai, also named Gyu Zio. Could it be the same person Zio-si was talking about? Brother Long, do you know him? Is that kid from the third year of Honghai No. 7 high school? Although he did not know if the Gyu Zio-si mentioned was the same one he knew, Brother Long still asked. Yes, that is him. The Fierce Tiger mercenary group's fourth commander said with great certainty. They had long since investigated that there was only one Gyu Zio in all of Honghai No. 7 high school. There could not be a second one. What a coincidence. Have you found any trace of him? No, but the brothers below sent word that the kid is still outside the city. Brother Long, has that kid offended you too? Something like that. Word from above was to teach him a lesson. The intelligence said he was a martial disciple grade 3, so I sent one martial disciple grade 5 and a few grade 3 brothers to handle it. I did not expect the kid to be playing the fool while hiding his true level. I suspect those men were dealt with. To this day, we do not even know where their remains are. Hearing Brother Long mention the notice from above, the fourth commander of the Fierce Tiger mercenary group felt a chill in his heart. He knew that Brother Long was also one of Steward Sue's people, though they usually pretended not to know each other in public, while having frequent secret contacts. Brother Long, that is quite a coincidence. The notice from above said to capture him alive if possible, or bring back his corpse if we cannot. Our group's Scar apparently died after being ambushed by that kid some time ago. The underling behind Brother Long felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing their conversation. I bet the people Brother Long mentioned were Ah Dai and the others. And as for the Scar mentioned by the Fierce Tiger commander, it must be the same one I knew. No wonder I could not reach Ah Dai and Scar no matter how I tried. It turns out they were already dead. The name Gyu Zio was instantly etched in his mind with hatred. If it were not for him, I definitely would have gotten a third of those red leaf grasses. Why else would I have had to report to Brother Long? Clang, clang, clatter, clatter. Clang. And the fierce tiger mercenary group's fourth commander was just about to ask if Brother Long was here on a mission and if they needed any help, when suddenly several distinct sounds reached their ears. Upon hearing the sounds, Brother Long and the fourth commander of the fierce tiger mercenary group both turned to look at the cave where Gyu Zio was. Your men! Your men! They asked each other, but then both shook their heads, indicating that it was not their own people. The situation turned awkward for a moment. Seeing that no one was speaking, Brother Long broke the silence. Shall we go in and take a look? Brother Long had a gut feeling that the person hammering away inside the cave was the one who had stolen his red leaf grass. Although he did not know the other person's exact cultivation level, it could not be higher than a 5th-rank martial artist. He knew very well that most martial artists in Honghai City above the 7th rank had already left for the desolate city, except for those who had to stay behind to guard their bases. Of course, if he discovered that the situation was beyond his capabilities, he would flee immediately and leave his underlings behind. He was quite experienced with this sort of thing. As long as he saved his own skin, why would he worry about finding new lackeys with his 5th-rank martial artist cultivation? Although the 4th leader of the fierce tiger mercenary group did not know what was going through Brother Long's mind, his own thoughts were essentially identical. The two exchanged a tacit, subtle nod and led their men into the cave, and before they knew it, they had both shifted to the middle rear of the formation. Gyu Zio! Gyu Zio! And upon entering, the group found Gyu Zio holding a bottle and collecting some kind of liquid. Except for Brother Long's men who did not recognize him, everyone else shouted in surprise. Unlike the surprise felt by the fierce tiger mercenary group, what truly surprised Brother Long was the bottle in Gyu Zio's hand. No, rather, it was the liquid inside the bottle. He recognized that liquid. It was stalactite milk. He had once had the fortune of attending an auction with Steward Su and the others. Even after several years, he could not forget the astronomical price that a small bottle of stalactite milk had fetched. The liquid in Gyu Zio's bottle was exactly the same as the one in his memory. He never expected to be lucky enough to obtain such a heaven-sent treasure today. And meanwhile, Gyu Zio, who was holding the bottle, was stunned when he saw the people coming in. Just a moment ago, he had punctured a gap in the ceiling of the cave, or rather, it was a space that had always been there, but the entrance had been hidden away. Having discovered the secret within the cave, he grew even more excited and managed to widen the entrance a little by hammering at it. After widening the entrance, he had assumed it would be pitch black inside, but it was quite the opposite. Faint light radiated from the stone walls and the space above, just enough to see, though he could not make out the details from his position below. The hidden entrance, a mysterious space. All signs pointed to the existence of something good inside, perhaps even an opportunity for fortune. Just as Gyu Zio was about to jump up, the mysterious liquid started dripping down, one drop at a time, making him temporarily abandon the idea of jumping up to investigate. He decided to finish absorbing the mysterious liquid before checking what was above. He had just used his North Dark Divine Art to absorb less than 200,000 experience points when he remembered that he still had a bottle of pseudo-fasting pills in his small bag. He swallowed the remaining pills, then picked up the bottle to collect the mysterious liquid. Although he did not know what this mysterious liquid was, since it could increase his cultivation, it was definitely something good. Since he had a container, he decided to fill it up and save some. Even if he could not use it, he could always absorb and convert it into experience points using the North Dark Divine Art. It was a win-win either way. He had collected about 50 drops of the mysterious liquid, filling the bottle roughly halfway when he saw the group of people enter. Who are you? We are from the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group. Who do you think we are? Exactly, just behave yourself, and maybe we will spare your life. And, kid, since you killed Scarface, you must pay the price. If you know what is good for you, come with us. The 4th leader of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group raised his hand to signal his men. Once they quieted down, he spoke to Gyu Zio. He was the one who attacked first. Should I have just given up and let him kill me? Gyu Zio reacted as if he had heard a joke. It clearly was not his fault, so why did they treat him like some heinous criminal? Kid, your mistake was killing Adai, killing Scarface, and the fact that you were born in the wrong place. Brother Long stepped forward and said, Adai? Gyu Zio looked at Brother Long with confusion. He did not remember killing anyone named Adai, and Brother Long's voice sounded vaguely familiar. Suddenly remembering, he asked with suspicion, "Are you Brother Long?" "Remembered me? Then be obedient, stop resisting, and come with us." Brother Long did not want to resort to force right now. If the bottle in Gyu Zhao's hand got knocked over, he would have nowhere to cry. As for the stalactite milk still dripping, he automatically tuned it out. Who knew how much was left above? The half-full bottle in Gyu Zhao's hand was the priority. As for the space above, he could check it after dealing with Gyu Zhao. During the brief standoff, the bottle in Gyu Zhao's hand had already been filled with the mysterious liquid. Ignoring their suspicious stares, he capped the bottle, tucked it into his satchel, and then turned his attention to the people in front of him. He would have to deal with the dripping liquid later. Seeing Gyu Zhao put the bottle away, Brother Long felt reassured and spoke coldly. "Do not bother with any futile resistance. Come with us, and you might just live." "I just do not want to die. What did I do wrong?" Even a simpleton would know that there is no way he would survive if he went with them after killing their men. Do they really take him for a fool? Sticking to the belief that he should strike first to gain the advantage, Gyu Zhao gripped the hilt of his Longquin sword and charged toward the group. Draw sword technique. Brother Long, leading the group, could not help but laugh as he saw Gyu Zhao charge at them. He knew Gyu Zhao was at most a 7th-rank martial disciple. There was no way he could be a match for them. Overestimating your own strength. Brother Long drew the long saber from his waist and blocked Gyu Zhao's strike. The next moment, Brother Long was sent flying backward, colliding with one of the fierce tiger mercenaries in the process. Those present who knew Brother Long's cultivation level were stunned. Brother Long was a 5th-rank martial artist, yet he had been sent flying by a kid who was only a martial disciple. Gyu Zhao did not care whether the people in the cave were stunned or not. After knocking Brother Long back, he swung his blade horizontally at another person nearby, cutting him in half at the waist before the man could even react. The victim felt no pain at all as he met his end instantly. The 4th leader of the fierce tiger mercenary group had not even realized what was happening before one of his henchmen was killed. You actually possess the cultivation level of a martial artist. Brother Long climbed up instantly after hitting the ground, staring at Gyu Zhao with a grave expression. Although he had not used his full strength, he had exerted at least 80%, yet he was still easily knocked away. So what if I do? Relying on his perfect mastery of basic sword and movement techniques, in no time at all, everyone present had been killed, except for Brother Long and the 4th leader of the fierce tiger mercenary group, who were still barely holding off Gyu Zhao's attacks. Watching as all his subordinates were cruelly slaughtered by Gyu Zhao, the 4th leader felt a chill run down his spine. Some were cut in half at the waist, others were decapitated, and some were split in two from head to toe. Although he enjoyed tormenting others, he had never seen such a scene before, and his heart began to tremble. He had not lived enough, had not enjoyed this vibrant world enough, and did not want to die here so soon, so he began to beg for mercy. "Spare me, and I can tell you who ordered me to deal with you." "Oh, go ahead and speak. If it is useful, I might just let you go." "It was ordered by a man called Steward Su. He told me to capture you alive, or bring back your corpse if I could not." "Who is Steward Su?" Just as Gyu Zhao asked, he heard Brother Long viciously shout at the 4th leader. "Little 4, if you do not want anything bad to happen to your family, you must not speak." The 4th leader was already terrified to the core and could not care less. His own life was at stake, so he hurriedly spilled everything he knew. "I do not know who he is. I only know that he is someone with immense power in Honkai City. Please, I am telling the truth. I beg you to spare me. You do not know this, you do not know that, and all you have is a name. What use is there in keeping you alive?" Ignoring the 4th leader kneeling and begging, Gyu Zhao gave him a quick death, then turned to look at Brother Long. "Kid, if you have the guts, come fight me for 300 rounds. Brother Long was not like the 4th leader. He had only ever seen others beg, never himself. "Oh." A sword flash flickered, and before Brother Long could react, his arm holding the knife was instantly severed. Pain flooded into Brother Long's brain. He used his remaining left hand to press against his empty shoulder, trying to dull the agony, but he could not help letting out a painful scream. "Speak. Even if you kill me, I will not say a word." Another sword flash flickered, and this time, Brother Long's left leg was severed. Speak." Brother Long just lay on the ground screaming, completely ignoring Gyu Zhao's words, and he certainly would not reveal what he knew. Looking at the stubborn Brother Long, Gyu Zhao did not know what to do. This was his first time doing something like this, and he had no knowledge of any interrogation methods. Suddenly, Gyu Zhao crouched down, placed his hand on Brother Long's head, and began to channel the northern profound arts to absorb his energy. Even if you twist my head off, I still will not tell you. What did you do? No. I will talk, just make it quick. Brother Long did not know why Gyu Zhao placed his hand on his head and thought he was going to finish him off, but the next second, his whole body felt like it was being bitten by thousands of ants. His flesh began to be devoured bit by bit, and he could only watch helplessly as his body shrank until only bones remained. What he could not accept most was that his cultivation at the 5th tier of martial artist, which he had worked so hard to achieve, was completely gone, vanished without a trace. Moreover, his bones began to itch intensely, and unable to accept the reality, he pleaded in agony. Seeing Brother Long give up, he stopped the northern profound arts. He had only been trying it out, never expecting it would actually succeed. Tell me what you know. Steward Su is the butler of the Lin family. The head of the Lin family is the mayor of Honghai City, Lin Feiguang. Last time, Adai and the others were hired by Lin Feiguang's son, Lin Kai, to teach you a lesson. And I have said everything I know. Please give me a quick death. Without needing Gyu Zhao to ask further, he had already spilled all the information he knew. He did not expect Gyu Zhao to spare him, only hoping for a quick death. Just as Gyu Zhao was about to grant Brother Long a quick death, he remembered something, took a pill bottle out of his small bag, and asked Brother Long, "Do you know what the liquid in this bottle is?" "Stalactite milk. I only know it can increase cultivation." "Last question, how much money is in your account?" 150,000. Poor guy. He originally thought that if there was a lot of money, he might have swiped it, but who knew Brother Long was even poorer than himself? It was not worth taking the risk for 150,000. Seeing there was nothing else to ask, he gave Brother Long a quick death. He was a man who kept his word. As Brother Long watched Gyu Zhao swing his sword to end his life, an expression of relief appeared on his face, even revealing gratitude toward Gyu Zhao before closing his eyes and passing away peacefully. Lin Feiguang Lin Kai. This was the second time Gyu Zhao had heard the name Su Feiguang. The last time was when Wang Yang mentioned it. As for Lin Kai, he was just a petty villain driven by his libido. Just because he told some people from the Honghai No. 7 high school news department to get lost, he actually hired people to teach him a lesson. There should be nothing worth Lin Feiguang coveting in this body of mine, right? He had grown up on government aid, and his parents left no property behind. He really could not imagine why he would be targeted by Lin Feiguang. Forget it, I will leave this place as soon as the martial arts exam ends in a few days. He had no intention of staying for revenge for now. Brother Long had said that Lin Feiguang was at least at the 7th tier of the Grand Martial Master level. He was just a nobody who had just broken through to the 1st tier of martial artist, so there was no way he could be an opponent. If it were just his son, maybe, but to be under the nose of someone like that would be throwing himself into the trap. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. He was determined to play the gentleman this time, even though he preferred playing the villain. A villain's revenge should not wait overnight. But unfortunately, it is not so easy to be a villain. After piling the bodies in the cave together, he placed his hand on one of them and activated the Northern Profound Arts to absorb experience points. Experience points plus 135,000. Adding the 20,000 or so experience points contributed by Brother Long earlier, he gained about 150,000 experience points from dealing with these people. Too little, not even worth as much experience as the stalactite, he thought with disdain, looking at the pile of clothes on the ground. Stalactite. Mentioning the stalactite reminded him of the one still dripping from above, and he hurriedly ran over to take a look. The dripping speed from above was no longer as fast as before, so he quickly caught it with his hand and absorbed it directly, converting it into experience points. No, I should go up and take a look. He realized that just standing here absorbing experience was not a good long-term solution. It was too time-consuming. Besides, if Brother Long's gang could find this place, it meant others could too. Remembering something else, he rushed over to the pile of clothes and started feeling through them. He had vaguely heard the sound of a medicine bottle hitting the floor earlier. There really is one. He did not know whose clothes he was searching, but he found a medicine bottle containing only one pseudo-fasting pill. Without being picky, he swallowed the remaining pseudo-fasting pill, placed the bottle under the dripping stalactite, and prepared to jump up to see what was in the mysterious space above. Just as he finished setting down the bottle, he caught a glimpse of the scene outside the cave. He walked back to the entrance, pulled some bushes over, and recamouflaged it. Seeing that the interior of the cave was significantly darker now, he nodded with satisfaction. It is beautiful. After jumping into the mysterious space above the cave, faint rays of light from the rock walls shone onto a milky white stone. Under the light, the milky white stone was crystal clear and looked dreamlike, causing Gyu Zhao to be mesmerized for a moment. In this life and his previous one, he had never seen such a beautiful sight. Drip. In the quiet space, a drop of liquid fell. Directly below the milky white stone was a depression about the size of half a soccer ball. From the pointed tip extending from the stone, a drop of liquid fell from time to time. That was the sound he had heard earlier. And this liquid was the stalactite essence. No wonder it kept dripping down below, so it was full up here. He tried placing his hand on the milky white stone and began to circulate the northern divine art, and a suction force started to erupt from his palm. He did not expect it to actually work. He could feel a surge of energy traveling from the stone into his hand and disappearing. After a while, the feeling of absorbing energy in his hand ceased. He pulled his hand back and checked the experience points he had just gained. Experience points plus 9 million. Units, tens, hundreds, millions. 9 million. Sure enough, poverty limited his imagination. He never expected a single stone to hold 9 million experience points. At this moment, the milky white stone began to dim and lost its luster, no longer appearing as exquisitely beautiful as before. It must be because I absorbed the liquid inside. I wonder if it will ever produce stalactite essence again. He had no intention of destroying the milky white stone, though he did not know how many years it had taken to produce this much. But he understood the principle of not draining the pond to catch all the fish. He sat cross-legged on the ground, gently placed his hand on the stalactite liquid in the depression, and started to absorb it. He actually really wanted to keep a few bottles of the stalactite liquid. After all, Brother Long said a bottle could be sold for a sky-high price. Having a few more would not hurt. Unfortunately, he had scoured the clothes on the ground, and besides a few small pouches, there was only one medicine bottle. There was no way to store any more. He had no choice but to absorb it all. Experience points plus 6,000. Experience points plus 6,000. And Gyu Zhao watched as the experience points on his attribute panel increased at a rate of 6,000 per second. He had thought it would be a one-time absorption like the milky white stone, but he did not expect it to work like this. Very soon, the experience points on the attribute panel reached 9,983,006, about to break the 10 million mark. Ding! As the experience hit the 10 million mark, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Before he could react, his vision went black, and he collapsed onto the ground as if he had lost all sensation. But his hand continued to absorb the stalactite liquid. The experience points continued to grow at 6,000 per second until the liquid in the natural depression was fully absorbed. If his consciousness were still clear, he could clearly see that the attribute panel was in the process of upgrading. However, the progress bar moved extremely slowly. 5 days later, when the upgrade progress bar increased from 99% to 100. Ding! At that very moment, Gyu Zhao, who had been lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. What happened to me? I was just absorbing the stalactite liquid, so why did I collapse? He remembered hearing a notification sound in his mind suddenly, and then he lost consciousness. At that moment, a stream of information flooded his mind. This information was about the attribute panel, so I had not truly bound the attribute panel until now. Thankfully, this place is relatively safe. From the information, he learned that he had not fully bound the attribute panel before. Only when his experience reached 10 million could a complete soul binding be achieved. During this binding process, the person would lose consciousness. Before him, 123,321 previous hosts had been killed during this very period. And he was the 322nd host of the attribute panel and the only true host. Even if he were to die someday, as long as his soul remained, the panel would accompany him through every reincarnation. Although the process was a bit dangerous, the rewards were huge. From the information, he knew that this situation would not happen again. In fact, some functions of the attribute panel would gradually unlock as his experience increased, though the information did not specify exactly how much was needed. Did not even provide an instruction manual, 1-star rating. Although Gyu Zhao did not know where the attribute panel came from, after it was bound to his soul, he no longer felt that sense of emptiness he had experienced before. Previously, every time he leveled up his cultivation or martial arts, he felt as if he were living in a dream. Because everything was obtained too easily. In just that short amount of time, he had broken through from a third-stage martial apprentice to a first-stage martial artist. Most people could not reach the perfection level of their martial arts even in a lifetime, while the techniques he had learned had all reached that level, which others could not even dare to imagine. He had always feared that one day these gains would suddenly disappear, but now, that feeling was gone. This was a certainty that emerged from the depths of his soul, even though he did not really understand what a soul was yet. It is not as if there was no change after my experience points broke through to 10 million, and this particular change was the one that satisfied me the most. That is, the North Dark Divine skill can now absorb experience points from a distance. However, this remote absorption only works on inanimate objects. If I want to absorb from living beings, I still need physical contact. The remote range is only 1 meter, but I am satisfied. Finally, I do not have to keep touching corpses to absorb energy anymore. Every time I absorbed experience before, I honestly felt like a total pervert. Name, Gyu Zhao. Realm, Martial Artist Level 1, cannot be improved. Cultivation Method, North Dark Divine Skill, maxed. Basic Gymnastics 18 Forms, Beginner, 664/10,000. Martial Technique, Basic Combat Arts, Perfection 0/0. Basic Swordsmanship, Perfection 0/0. Basic Movement Technique, Perfection 0/0. Sword Drawing Technique, Perfection 0/0. Current Experience Points, 17,336,026, Martial Artist Level 1, automatically increasing by 10 points per minute. Tusk, as expected of me. Looking at the attributes on the panel, especially the 17 million experience points, I nodded with satisfaction and even complimented myself. However, why do I keep feeling like there is something very important I need to finish right away? Although I was happy looking at the attribute panel, deep down, I felt like I had something major to complete today. Forget it, never mind. I will deal with it when I remember. I packed my luggage and returned into the cave. After jumping down, I saw the pill bottle I had left on the ground, which was almost filled with stalactite essence. I happily capped the bottle and put it into my small satchel. Then I looked at the entrance I had dug. I was thinking of a way to block it off, since those milky white stones above might produce more stalactite essence in the future. If I just leave the entrance open, the milky white stones would definitely be destroyed by others. I have got it. I remembered there was a stone near the milky white rocks that was about the same size as the opening. It would be perfect to plug it. I jumped back up quickly. Just as I thought, a medium-sized stone was there. I measured it, and it fit the entrance of the mysterious space perfectly. Since I had the means, I acted quickly and set up some small precautions. After that, I jumped down, and as I descended, the entrance was perfectly sealed. Nice, it is completely invisible. The chance of it being discovered is very low. With the cave entrance blocked, the whole cave turned dark. Given the current dimness, it would be almost impossible for anyone to find without lighting tools. I nodded with satisfaction at my work, then turned around and left the cave. Once out of the cave, the sky was still gray. I estimated it was about 4 o'clock in the morning. Gyu Zhao did not think much of it, assuming only one night had passed. After all, what kind of system binding would take several days? It was not that he did not want to check his phone for the time. When he first woke up, he had taken it out of his satchel, but it was out of power. As for the guys like Dragon Brother who he killed, one of their phones had been cut in half, and the other 2 were also dead. Checking the direction back, Gyu Zhao shouldered the beast's skins and ran back quickly. Meanwhile, in the mysterious space above the cave, the previously dull, milky white stones began to emit a mysterious glow, gradually returning to their original crystal-clear state. Even the stone tip, extending from the rocks, began to slowly condense a drop of stalactite essence, though not as fast as before. Gyu Zio, who had already gone far, had no idea about anything happening in the mysterious space above. In front of Chen's apparel shop. "Yo, Boss Chen, what a coincidence." Standing between two stone lions in front of his shop, Boss Chen heard someone calling him. He turned around and was surprised to see an old acquaintance. Especially when he saw the beast skins on Gyu Zio's back. His eyes narrowed into slits, and he greeted Gyu Zio warmly. "Little brother Gyu, I have to say, this is quite a coincidence." The beast skins he had received from Gyu Zio in the last transaction had all been sold after processing, earning him at least 600,000 yuan after costs. How could he not be happy now that his old acquaintance had brought another batch? Come inside the shop. I will have an employee prepare some breakfast for you. Then I will not be polite." After waking up, he did feel hungry. He remembered eating quite a few pseudo-fasting pills yesterday, but he figured it was due to the high energy consumption from breaking through to the martial artist realm. Besides, pseudo-fasting pills were not genuine pills, so he could understand why their effectiveness was lacking. So Gyu Zio had to endure the hunger. He was used to this feeling from his memories, so it did not bother him too much. "Zio Li, go pack some food from the nearby breakfast place." After entering the store, Boss Chen said to a staff member who was tallying data, even giving him a subtle nod. "All right, boss." Zio Li saw Boss Chen's signal and acknowledged. The moment Gyu Zio entered, Zio Li saw the beast skins on his back. If he did not have a sharp eye, he would not be the floor manager of Chen's apparel. Zio Li put down his notebook and ran to the one-star hotel next door, ordered a large amount of food, and insisted they send it to Chen's apparel as quickly as possible. As for why it was a one-star hotel, it was because that was the only place around that sold food. "Zio Wang. Coming, boss. Take the beast skins from this customer and tally them up." He then added, "Tally them at the highest price." Boss Chen was very satisfied with Zio Wang, but any beast skin appraised by him would usually have its price slashed by at least 30%, using reasons that were hard to argue with. That is why he quickly added the instruction to prevent him from haggling the price down. "Little brother Gyu, why do not you come to my office and sit for a while?" "All right." After letting the staff member, Zio Wang, take the beast skins, he followed Boss Chen to his office. Knock. Knock, knock. "Come in." The efficiency is incredible. And are you sure this is not lunch? Looking at the dozen or so dishes, I felt a bit surprised. It turned out that the knock was the delivery of breakfast from the one-star hotel. I expected some steamed buns or something similar, but not a dozen full dishes. The speed was truly impressive. Gyu Zio naturally did not know that Chen's apparel was a major client of the hotel, so the hotel had simply rerouted someone else's pre-ordered meal to him. Otherwise, there was no way a dozen dishes could have been prepared in less than 10 minutes. "Little brother Gyu, try some." Once the dishes were laid out, Boss Chen said with a smile, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zio Wang, who burst in. Boss! Boss!" Zio Wang rushed in without even knocking. Fortunately, Gyu Zio and Boss Chen were not doing anything inappropriate. Otherwise, it would have been hard to explain. "What did I tell you before? In our line of work, you must be steady and composed so that people will find us reliable." Hearing his boss say this, Zio Wang's anxious heart calmed down. "What is it?" Boss Chen asked only after seeing his capable assistant had regained his composure. "The beast skins this gentleman brought just now include those of the Tier 2 King Cobra and the Gale Sparrow." "What? Why did not you say so earlier?" "Let us go, we need to check this out right now." Boss Chen hurried off to the appraisal area with his assistant, leaving Gyu Zio behind in the office. "What about that serious tone you had just now? What happened to being composed?" Watching Boss Chen and Zio Wang rush out of the office in a panic, Gyu Zio was speechless. With a steamed bun in his hand, he followed them toward the appraisal area. "Wow, it is remarkably intact." And just as he reached the appraisal area, he heard the praises from Boss Chen and several employees. "It is just a Tier 2 beast, why are you so surprised?" Following the sound, he found one of the appraisal rooms. "Brother Gyu, you must sell these 2 skins to me. I will pay you double the price." Seeing Gyu Zio walk in, he looked at him with eyes full of desire and expectation. Boss Chen's gaze made him shudder. He did not want to be misunderstood, so he quickly replied, "I will sell them to you, I will sell them." After hearing Gyu Zio agree, he looked back at the unappraised hides on the table, hoping to find another king cobra or gale sparrow skin. "I was being too greedy." About 10 minutes later, after all the skins on the table were accounted for, not a single one was found. He shook his head with some disappointment. "Are not they just tier 2 beasts? Are they really that precious?" "Brother Gyu, I will not hide it from you. We took on a commission from the Guang group a while back, which requires snake or avian beast skins to make some specific garments. If it were just any snake or bird, we could manage, but they specifically requested the king cobra and the gale sparrow, which are the most troublesome tier 2 beasts to hunt. Martial artists at the lower levels do not want to take such risks, and we cannot afford the asking price of a martial master." And hearing Boss Chen's explanation, Gyu Zio finally understood. In the end, it was because Boss Chen had not thought it through. They had assumed the timeline given by the Guang group was sufficient, so they accepted the commission. Unexpectedly, very few people have been hunting these 2 beasts lately, and those that are brought in are usually in shreds, making them unusable. The skins Gyu Zio brought today met their exact requirements, so of course he was thrilled. Although Boss Chen did not mention the penalty for breach of contract, looking at his excited state, the penalty must be quite heavy. Because the king cobra and the gale sparrow are unique, they cost much more than other tier 2 beasts, around 200,000 to 250,000 each. 500,000 for the 2 is basically the ceiling price. Since I offered to pay double, that will be 1 million. I will count the rest of these tier 1 skins for 300,000. Here is the list, take a look. "No need, I will take your price." He did not even look at the list and said to Boss Chen, "All right, shall we go process the transfer? If the transaction is not completed, the goods do not belong to Chen's apparel yet, and they could change their minds." Boss Chen did not want the cooked duck to fly away. "Sure. Sai, I wonder if my son can get a good score today." "Do not even mention it. My son is only at the 5th level of martial apprentice. It is hard to say." And, "Boss Chen, what is today's date, and what time is it?" After finishing the transaction, he heard the nearby parents talking, and a bad premonition arose in his heart, so he hurriedly asked Boss Chen. "Today it is June 19th, and it is 7:43 a.m. What is wrong?" Boss Chen took out his phone to check the time and replied, "Is today the day of the martial arts college entrance exam?" "That is right, I even sent my son to school this morning. It starts in about 50 minutes. Sai, I hope my boy does his best today." 50 minutes. Yes, the exam starts promptly at 8:30. Although he did not know why Gyu Zio was so nervous, he answered truthfully, "That should be enough time. Boss Chen, I have something to take care of, I am off." Hearing that the exam started at 8:30, he knew he could still make it, so he rushed toward his school. Fortunately, Honghai City was not that big. With his speed as a level 1 martial artist, combined with his perfected basic movement techniques, he should make it. As for taking a taxi, he had already ruled that out. It was peak morning rush hour. It would probably be slower than running. What has gotten into him? Boss Chen watched, puzzled, as Gyu Zio ran out of the shop. "Old Chen, is that your nephew?" "No, just a client. He just ran out after hearing about the martial arts exam." "Hey, could that kid be a senior high school student who forgot today was the day of the exam?" "I think that is possible. Why else would he be so panicked?" And "I doubt it, that kid just came back from the wild. Are high school students these days that strong?" Hearing his friends, Old Chen felt a bit uncertain. He had never asked for Gyu Zio's age or identity. Since he had seen him returning from outside the city several times, he just assumed Gyu Zio looked young for his age and did not bother asking. Surely not right. Boss Chen looked in the direction Gyu Zio had left and still found it hard to believe. After all, the king cobra and the gale sparrow are tier 2 beasts, if he really was. At this moment, Gyu Zio was sprinting down the road, using every bit of strength he had, desperate to reach the school. He had only just soul-bound his attribute panel, and it had actually taken him a full 5 days. No wonder the previous 123,321 hosts had not successfully bound it. Given the situation, if he had not been lucky, he would probably be dead by now. It is no wonder why the phone ran out of battery. It was not exactly a high-end model. Even without the 5-day gap, it would have died in 2.5 days. And he had been foolish enough to think it was just because he had not charged it. Honghai No. 7 High School. Luckily, I still have enough time. Looking from a distance, Gyu Zio could already see his school, Honghai number 7 High. The retractable gate at the entrance was still open, which meant the exam time had not arrived yet. Brother Yi, do you think that big celebrity in our school has given up? I have not seen him come in since early this morning. I am not sure, maybe he has given up. I was looking forward to seeing him make a fool of himself, but it looks like that will not happen. And we are all of the same human race, there is no need to target him like that. A young man on the other side of the guardhouse heard their conversation, frowned, and decided to interject after a moment of thought. However, it was clear that the others completely ignored his words and instead started discussing the matter even more intensely. The young man did not seem to mind being ignored. He sat down next to the guardhouse, closed his eyes, and began to contemplate. Seeing the young man close his eyes again, the group looked at him with disdain. Brother Yi, someone is coming over there, and it looks like they are heading in our direction. It is that kid. I did not expect him to actually show up for the exam. Recognizing the figure in the distance, he identified Gyu Zio. Immediately having an idea, he pointed to the clock by the guardhouse to signal the two guys beside him, who instantly understood Brother Yang's intention. Just as Gyu Zio was about to rush into the school, they stopped him. Gyu Zio from Class 5, Grade 12. Though he found it strange that a few teenagers were on guard duty, he did not care and quickly reported his class and identity. I do not know you. You say you are from Class 5, Grade 12, but how do I know if you are not a substitute test taker? Show me your identification. Gyu Zio frowned and glanced at the clock hanging in the guardhouse. There were about 5 minutes left, barely enough time. Here, old Wang in the guardhouse knows me. He quickly took his ID card out of his small bag and handed it to them. We will check it ourselves. Who knows if you have colluded with the old man inside the guardhouse? Let him in, the exam is about to start. The young man who had been sitting aside with his eyes closed opened them and said to Gyu Zio. Thanks. Gyu Zio thanked the young man and reached out to take back his ID card. What are you thanking him for? His word does not count. We will check it, and if there is no problem, we will let you in right away. He slapped Gyu Zio's reaching hand aside and mocked him. You? What about me? Do not think I cannot keep you from entering the exam hall. Seeing the mockery in their eyes, Gyu Zio realized they were intentionally making things difficult for him to prevent him from entering the school smoothly. You have gone too far. The young man who had initially told them to let Gyu Zio in spoke again. Liu Chuanfeng, you would better mind your own business. Be careful not to get killed by a demonic beast one day. Kid, kowtow to us a few times, and if we are in a good mood, maybe we will let you in. Hearing this from the lead teenager, Gyu Zio knew they were clearly determined not to let him take the first martial arts theory exam smoothly. I do not recall ever offending you guys. Kid, we are the former president and vice president of the Honghai number 7 high school news department. What do you think? Gyu Zio never expected that refusing a single interview with the news department would lead to so much trouble. If he had known, he would not have told them to get lost, which had brought him so much grief. Truly, a pretty face is a source of trouble. Are not you afraid of getting in trouble for holding me up like this? Trouble, just because of your level 3 martial disciple status. Do not make me laugh. Do you know which martial arts universities we are attending? Imperial Martial Arts University and Magic City Martial Arts University. Do you think they would punish us for a level 3 martial disciple like you? So this is how Imperial Martial Arts University and Magic City Martial Arts University teach their students. I have certainly learned something today. Gyu Zio's hand slowly reached toward his bronze sword, preparing to teach them a harsh lesson. At that moment, student Gyu Zio, what is going on? Did not I notify you to arrive before 8 o'clock? It was his homeroom teacher, Su Qing's anxious voice. She came jogging out from a side path. She had arrived at the school gate early today, keeping an eye on the students from her class. However, by now, Gyu Zio was the only one who had not arrived, and she had started to get worried. She had been afraid of unexpected incidents, so she had notified the students to start the exam at 8 o'clock, reserving half an hour for both herself and the students. She had not expected 2 or 3 students to actually run into issues, though she had resolved most of them except for Gyu Zio, whom she could not contact at all, and he was not at home either. And here, she had just returned to school from Gyu Zio's house, and to her surprise, she found him right there. Hurry, time is running out. If the bell rings, it will really be too late. Ding dong. Ding dong. And it is over, Su Qing said helplessly as she heard the bell. As a teacher, she truly hoped Gu Zhao could make it in time, but now that the bell had rung, there was nothing she could do. Once the bell rang, even being 1 second late meant losing the chance to enter the exam hall. Looking at Gu Zhao's disheveled appearance, Su Qing, who had originally intended to lecture him, felt her heart soften. After all, what was done was done. What else could she do? I actually had enough time, but they stopped me and held me up for 10 minutes. Gu Zhao knew he had disappointed Su Qing, but looking at the gloating group nearby, he spoke directly. 10 minutes, Su Qing looked at the group Gu Zhao was pointing at with disbelief. This was nothing short of ruining someone's future. Not to mention 10 minutes, even 3 minutes was already a huge deal. Nonsense, it was only 5 minutes. How did it become 10? Exactly, you are lying through your teeth. We were just following the rules, checking his credentials in case he was a substitute test taker. Brother Yu was furious as he saw his two brothers blurted out so foolishly. They were total dead weight, and he had no choice but to bite the bullet and explain. See for yourself, Teacher Su. Gu Zhao spread his hands to signal that he was not lying, just that they had miscalculated the time. Liu Yi, Wang Gang, Lin Hua, you were put on guard duty to prevent troublemakers, not to make things difficult for your own underclassmen. Do you realize what kind of mistake you have just made? Leave here now, immediately, at once. As for your guard duty credits, forget about them. HMPH. Liu Yi and his two companions did not take Su Qing's words to heart. They turned and left, heading back to the temporary rest area assigned to them by the school. In their eyes, Su Qing was just a high school teacher at Honghai No. 7 High. What could she possibly do to them? 4 years from now, when they graduate, plenty of schools would be lining up to hire them as teachers. As students from the Imperial City and Magic City, they had that kind of clout. As for credits, that was definitely not something a mere high school teacher could decide. Seeing the expressions on their faces as they left, Su Qing knew exactly what they were thinking. But now was not the time to deal with Liu Yi and his group. She turned to look at Gu Zhao and sighed. Sigh, Gu Zhao, do you realize what missing this year's martial arts college entrance exam means? It means that in the future, you will only be able to work the most menial jobs, unless you have a stroke of special luck or decide to join the military. She truly hoped that every student she taught could make it into a martial arts university, even if it was the worst one, because it could change their destiny. Because, after all, this era belongs to the martial artists. You have already missed the first part, the martial theory exam. But I still suggest you participate in the cultivation level assessment and the martial arts skill test later on. You only get one chance at the martial arts entrance exam in your life, so you should at least experience it, even if the final result is not ideal. Teacher Su, what are the requirements for getting into a martial arts university? Gu Zhao asked his homeroom teacher, Su Qing, out of curiosity. He had not bothered to learn anything about the exam during this time, and his predecessor's memories did not contain anything about it either. He was not worried about getting into a martial arts university at all, just that he had missed one subject. However, he was not sure if he could meet the threshold for a top-tier university. It was not that he absolutely had to attend a martial arts university, but if he could get in, at least gaining access to cultivation techniques and martial arts skills would be faster and safer than trying to find his own channels. Seeing that Gu Zhao was not worried about his future at all, Su Qing assumed he had already given up on the idea of becoming a martial artist. She felt there was no point in criticizing him further. But since Gu Zhao had asked, she would explain it to him so he would know exactly what he had missed out on this year. The martial arts exam has 3 parts. The first was the martial theory exam you missed, which is worth 100 points. The second is the cultivation level assessment, starting at 11 o'clock. Being a level 1 martial disciple earns you 10 points, level 2 gets 20, all the way up to 90 points for a level 9 martial disciple. The third part is the martial skill assessment, which will be evaluated by teachers from the martial arts universities. Novice level earns 10 points, proficient gets 30, and mastered gets 70. And because of special circumstances this year, as long as you get a total of 140 points, you have a chance at being admitted to a martial arts college. Only 140 points? Is the threshold that trash? His blunt personality led him to speak his inner thoughts aloud. According to what Su Qing said, the first part is 100, the second is 90, and the third is 70. for a total of 260 points. If you only need 140 to get in, is not that requirement way too low? That is about the same as the technical colleges or lower-tier universities from his past life. Su Qing rolled her eyes. She really wanted to say to him, if you know the admission score is trash, then why cannot you get in? Based on last year's admission scores, even the lowest-ranked martial arts university required a total of 150 points. So, do you realize what you missed out on this year? Hearing this, Gu Zhao fell silent for a moment. If he had not obtained the attribute panel, he would have truly had a chance to get into a martial arts university this year with his level 3 martial disciple cultivation. And if he had been blocked by those people like Liu Yi today then? Gu Zhao did not dare to think further. What Liu Yi and his companions did was essentially ruining someone's future. The fact that he had not just cut them down right, there was truly a miscalculation. Zhao Qing, just as things went silent, Liu Yi and his friends who had blocked him earlier followed someone over. When that person saw Su Qing, he ran over excitedly. Senior Liu Yang. Su Qing greeted him indifferently upon seeing who it was. So this is the school you ended up at. Zhao Qing, look at you, you have clearly lost weight. Liu Yang said, approaching her with an excessively concerned look. Gu Zhao looked at the expression on Liu Yang's face and knew immediately that he was a suitor pursuing his teacher. Senior, please call me Su Qing or Junior, do not call me Zhao Qing. Liu Yang was not offended. He was already thrilled to run into Su Qing here, as he had not seen her in a year. Junior, let me introduce you. This is my younger brother, Liu Yi, who just happened to get into our Imperial Martial Arts University last year. Liu Yang said, pointing at Liu Yi behind him. This is your brother. Do you know what he just did? Su Qing interrupted Liu Yang and asked. He told me, and I have already scolded him for it. Liu Yang had already heard about the incident from his brother at the rest area, but he did not care. After all, according to his brother, the other party was just a poor kid at the level 3 martial disciple stage. Scolded, you think a simple scolding is enough. I will be reporting this to the Academic Affairs Office, and they will deal with it as they see fit. Su Qing looked at Liu Yang and said expressionlessly, Junior, I do not think that is necessary. My brother and his friends were just following the rules, and besides, he is only a level 3 martial disciple. Even if he were allowed into the exam, the outcome would be the same. Liu Yang tried to persuade her. If this were reported, while it would not be a huge deal, at most earning his brother a reprimand, it would still be bad for the Liu family's reputation. Senior Liu Yang, if that is how you think, then you are truly disappointing. Su Qing had only been annoyed by his pestering at the academy before, but now she felt genuine disgust. Su Qing did not want to stay for another second. She took Gu Zhao and left without looking back, heading toward the cultivation assessment site. Seeing the look of revulsion on Su Qing's face before she left, Liu Yang knew he was thoroughly disliked, and no amount of shameless persistence would help now. Zhao Yiyu. Liu Yang wanted to scold his brother but did not know what to say. Brother, she is just a high school teacher. Why? Liu Yi wanted to ask why he was being so sycophantic, but seeing his brother's dark expression, he shut his mouth just in time. Do you have any idea who this high school teacher really is? How many times have I told you? Do not make assumptions about people before you have figured out their background. Do you know who the director of academic affairs is? Seeing his younger brother and Wang Gang nod to signal that they understood, he continued. Su Qing is her student, but being the director's student is not easy. They say you have to pass some special assessment. I never expected to run into her here today. I was just about to win her over, and now, all because of that trivial nonsense you guys pulled, it is completely ruined. Sigh. Liu Yang talked to the three of them for a long time, expecting to see some shame on their faces, but when he looked, they did not take a word he said to heart, leaving him with no choice but to let out a helpless sigh. I cannot do anything about this anymore. You will have to tell your parents about this yourselves. He had never encountered a situation like this before. Those three were being genuinely impulsive this time, picking a fight with a mere level 3 martial apprentice, a poor kid. They did not even care about losing their own status. As for the credits for this guard duty, do not even think about them. The mere mention of this mission made Liu Yang's teeth ache. There are at least 8,000 or 9,000 students at the Imperial Martial Arts University. He had pulled quite a few strings just to get Liu Yi this guard duty assignment. As for Wang Gang, he is just a guy who got lucky. He He had cashed in a lot of favors for this, and yet Liu Yi and the others just ruined everything for the sake of some so-called news department. Liu Yang really wanted to curse out loud right now. But then again, it was fortunate he was not there, or else he would be crying in the bathroom too. Having chased Su Qing for so long, he knew her personality. He knew that if it were just the three of them, she would not drag anyone else into it. Sigh. On the way to the temporary lounge, Liu Yang sighed again, unsure if it was out of helplessness or relief. Brother Yi, what do we do now? After Liu Yang left, Wang Gang and Lin Hua looked at Liu Yi, both of them panicked. Let us listen to my brother and tell our families first. At worst, we will just get a disciplinary warning. They cannot possibly expel us, right? Liu Yi did not know how to handle it either, so he had no choice but to follow his brother's advice. He was not worried about Wang Gang and Lin Hua. Those who could hang out with him for so long had family backgrounds pretty much the same as his. Let us count ourselves unlucky. It is all Gu Xiao's fault. If it were not for him, how could this have happened? The three of them began to hold a grudge against Gu Xiao. Liu Yi and his friends completely forgot that if they had not purposely blocked Gu Xiao, none of this would have happened. In the end, it was all over a beautiful woman. Teacher Su, is that what students from the Shanghai and Imperial Martial Arts universities are like? Su Qing stopped in her tracks and gave Gu Xiao an unfriendly look, saying, I was a student at the Imperial Martial Arts University too. Do you think my character is like that as well? Teacher Su, someone as understanding, gentle, and beautiful as you? Naturally not. That was just a slip of the tongue, a complete slip of the tongue. Feeling the chill from her gaze and realizing he had said the wrong thing, he quickly replied. That is more like it. Trash like that exists in every school. You were just unlucky enough to run into 4 of them at once. Seeing Gu Xiao was so sensible, she nodded with satisfaction and continued walking. Watching Su Qing walk away, Gu Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thought, are all women this terrifying? On the playground of Honghai, number 7 high school. Old Zhang. A voice echoed from the sky down to the platform on the playground. An old man on the high platform looked up in the distance and smiled faintly. Old Du. Aside from the old man who had spoken, the other instructors from the martial arts universities on the platform looked toward the direction he was watching with blank expressions. A human figure was visible from the horizon, flying rapidly toward the playground. In just a few breaths, he arrived on the platform. Except for the first old man, the others stood up simultaneously and bowed respectfully to the figure. Principal Du. Principal Du. Principal Du acknowledged them with a brief look, gave a flat reply, and walked over to the old man who had spoken earlier. Hey, why did a bunch of useless people come from Shanghai and the Imperial University? Were not those 2 vice principals supposed to come to Honghai number 7? Principal Du asked the old man. The instructors on the platform did not dare to speak up even though they were angry at being called useless. They could only turn a deaf ear, as even if they teamed up, they could not beat Principal Du. Word has it that there is a kid at Honghai number 1 who has mastered the basic spear technique to the peak, so they went to scout him. Oh, the basic spear technique mastered to the peak. Barely acceptable, I suppose. Why did not you go scout him? For a high school student, mastering a basic martial art to its peak is an incredible feat. But in Principal Du's eyes, it was only barely acceptable. Everything has its destiny. What is meant to come will come, and what is not will not. The old man stroked his beard and said calmly, Do not give me that nonsense. When it comes down to it, you just cannot compete with the others. The old man, who had been stroking his beard, stopped abruptly. Principal Du was telling the truth. He really could not outbid the others. Thinking of Shanghai and the Imperial University makes me sick. Why does the Education Bureau give them so many resources, only for most of their students to turn out to be useless parasites? Principal Du, that is not something the Education Bureau allocates. It is just that you are not skilled enough to beat the students from those 2 universities. A woman wearing traditional hanfu descended slowly from the air, teasing the principal. Director Ding. Director Ding. The instructors from Shanghai and the Imperial University had just sat down. But upon seeing the woman land, they stood up again and greeted her respectfully. They were just instructors at their colleges, only at the martial spirit stage. Originally, they were supposed to go to Honghai number 1, but for some reason, they were reassigned to Honghai number 7. Director Ding waved for the instructors to sit, and they all returned to their seats. However, the instructors from Shanghai and the Imperial University were left unable to lift their heads after being put down by Principal Du's blunt words. Bullshit, just look at the all-schools tournament over these years. Look at the state of the students from old Zhang's academy and mine. They come back either severely injured or missing arms and legs. It would be a miracle if they could even put up a fight. If it were not for our two schools fighting for our lives on the front lines, the others would not be living so comfortably. And after all that, they only barely managed to edge us out. If our students were in peak condition, you would see just how pathetic those two academies really are. And Principal Du rambled on, spitting as he spoke. Every word he uttered made the mentors from the Magic City and Imperial Capital Martial Arts Universities shrink further into their seats. They could not argue. Everything Principal Du said was the cold, hard truth. In previous tournaments, their opponents were either heavily wounded or had less than a tenth of their combat power remaining, while their own students were in perfect peak condition, a massive advantage. Yet, even under such circumstances, those two universities only managed to win by a slight margin. Director Ding was well aware of the situation in past tournaments. She agreed that the effort put in by Jiangnan Martial Arts University and the First Military Academy was completely disproportionate to the recognition they received. But as a deputy director of the Education Bureau, there was little she could do to help, even if she wanted to. All right, old Du, we can only blame our own bad luck for this. Look at how composed Principal Zhang is. You really should work on that hot temper of yours, old Du. Principal Zhang interrupted to stop the rant, and Director Ding chimed in with some timely persuasion. Both Principal Zhang and Director Ding knew Principal Du well. If they let him continue, he could talk for a full day and night without ever repeating himself. As for the mentors from the surrounding martial arts universities, they only dared to listen. None of them had the guts to chime in. Students already? Director Ding asked in confusion as she spotted Su Qing and Gu Xiao walking over from a distance. Probably one of the school's teachers. The martial arts theory exam has barely started, so it should be at least another half hour before anyone comes out, Principal Du said casually. Today was the National Martial Arts Entrance Exam. They were not reckless enough to project their spiritual senses throughout the city. Instead, they all consciously reined them in. As for their higher-level spiritual perception, nobody dared to unleash it. Every school was equipped with sensors for that. It would not matter on a normal day, but today was the big exam, and they did not want to be accused of helping students cheat. Is that him? Principal Zhang muttered to himself as he saw Gu Xiao. Principal Zhang was the old man Gu Xiao had encountered in the forest. He had a deep impression of the boy, and he was surprised to run into him here. Old Zhang, do you know him? Principal Du, sitting right next to him, naturally overheard and asked with a hint of curiosity. I suppose you could say we know each other. The principal of Honghai No. 7 High School, sitting on the high platform, was also baffled. He could guess why Su Qing was there as a teacher, but should not Gu Xiao be in the multimedia classroom taking the theory exam? The one in front is Su Qing, the head teacher of Class 5, Grade 12. The person behind her is a student from her class. Although he did not know the situation, he introduced them to the surrounding mentors and principals anyway. Principal, mentors, good day, Su Qing said, quickly greeting everyone as she led Gu Xiao closer. Teacher Su, what is going on with Gu Xiao? Why is he here? Should not he be in the multimedia classroom taking his exam? The principal interrupted her greeting and pointed at Gu Xiao. He assumed Gu Xiao must have committed some offense, was barred from the exam, and that Su Qing had dragged him here for interrogation. But today was the day, the National Martial Arts Entrance Exam. No matter what mistake was made, the student should be allowed to finish the exam first. He was panicking internally, hoping it was not what he feared. Watching the sweat pouring down his principal's face, Gu Xiao thought to himself, is our principal really that frail? Why is he sweating so much? Should I anonymously mail him some restorative pills or herbal tonics? If it were not for the principal, he would not have been enjoying the monthly packet of body tempering powder. He, Gu Xiao, was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Principal, it is not really convenient to say it here. After all, the issue was caused by a student from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, and since she herself was an alumna, she did not want such a scandal broadcast to everyone. Seeing Su Qing's uncomfortable expression, the principal felt his heart sink. He knew something was wrong. It is over. At that moment, The principal of Honghai No. 7 High School turned deathly pale. He thought his career was about to end right there. The people on the high platform noticed the principal's expression and felt something was off, assuming the school had denied the student entry to the exam. Especially seeing Gyu Zhao's disheveled and dirt-stained appearance, they were more convinced than ever that the boy had been mistreated. "There is nothing inconvenient about it. Say it right here," Director Ding said, questioning Su Qing directly. As the deputy director of the Education Bureau, she had every right to ask. Just now, Su Qing naturally recognized Director Ding. She could only apologize to the Imperial Capital University in her heart as she laid out exactly what happened. "See, I told you. They take so much in resources, yet produce these kinds of students." After hearing Su Qing's account, Principal Du felt even more contempt for the Magic City and Imperial Capital Universities, especially given the resource allocation dispute. "I will report this to the Bureau as soon as today's events conclude. There are lines that simply cannot be crossed," Director Ding said, her voice filled with newfound anger. She truly had not expected this. Sneaky behavior behind closed doors was one thing, but to do it so blatantly, and on a day as significant as the National Martial Arts Entrance Exam, it was intolerable. Everyone present knew exactly what it meant for a student to miss a part of the martial arts exam. Standing to the side, the principal felt a sudden wave of relief after hearing Su Qing's story. He was even considering how to reward her. Meanwhile, the mentors from the Magic City and Imperial Capital Universities could not lift their heads and sat in silent shame after hearing what had happened. Even though they had not seen it with their own eyes, they did not doubt Su Qing for a second. They knew their academies were full of such people who relied on their status to act lawlessly. Sometimes they did not even show respect to their own mentors, which infuriated them to no end. Though they were humiliated, a small, spiteful part of them thought to themselves, "Serves them right." Gyu Zhao stood behind Su Qing, looking around at the teachers on the high platform. Apart from the principal, he did not recognize a single one of them, but that did not stop him from feeling disdain for them in his heart. "How come no one is concerned about me? I am the victim here. The least they could do is offer some compensation." He was not naive. He could tell that the people on the platform held significant status. The beautiful woman in Hanfu leading them was clearly a major figure. Especially that slovenly brawny man who dared to criticize the Shanghai and Imperial Martial Arts Universities in front of so many people. It was easy to see he was a big deal. Suddenly, Gyu Zhao's gaze sharpened. In his eyes, the slovenly man took a small step to the side, just enough for him to see Dean Zhang sitting nearby. "It is that old man." He remembered the old man perfectly. The sword-drawing manual he possessed had been given to him by this very man on the platform. The sword-drawing technique had been a massive help to him. Without it, he was confident he could still slay demonic beasts using his perfected basic swordsmanship and footwork, but it certainly would not have been that easy. Dean Chen on the platform also noticed that Gyu Zhao recognized him. He nodded at Gyu Zhao in acknowledgement. After all, Honghai City could be seen as large or small, and meeting again was a matter of fate. "All right, empty words are easy to come by. I will skip the fluff and just ask, what about this kid? What are you two from the Shanghai and Imperial Martial Arts Universities going to do?" After finishing his rant, Principal Du noticed Gyu Zhao behind Su Qing and pointed at him while asking, "We can provide some compensation. If his scores do not meet the standard, we can arrange for him to study at a Longsing Martial Arts Hall affiliated with our schools." The instructors from Shanghai and the Imperial City discussed and proposed a solution. As instructors, they did have the authority to arrange for someone to study at a martial arts hall under their own umbrella. Of course, whether or not the hall would actually teach anything worthwhile was not something they could guarantee. "Damn it, is that all? It is not that I look down on you, but after taking so many resources, is this how you clean up the mess when things go wrong?" Before anyone else could speak, Principal Du directly lashed out. He knew exactly what those so-called Longsing martial arts halls were like. To put it bluntly, they were just set up to rake in money, and the only things taught there were basic martial arts. "This is our proposed solution. If you are not satisfied, you can just recruit him into your own school." "Zhao Yu. Instructor Yu." And perhaps feeling annoyed by Principal Du's insults, an instructor from either Shanghai or the Imperial University, acting like a hot-headed youth, spoke back to Principal Du with anger. Those around him grew tense hearing instructor use angry words. After all, status mattered, and even if Principal Du killed them right then and there would not be much they could do about it. Principal Du raised his hand and gently swiped it toward Instructor Yu. Slap! A crisp sound rang out, and Instructor Yu, along with the two instructors beside him, flew backwards for 5 meters, falling off the high platform. When they stood up, one side of Instructor Yu's face was noticeably swollen and red. You have no respect for your elders. I never deal lethal blows to my own race, so take this slap as a lesson. With that, he ignored them and turned to Gyu Zhao. 3 years. As long as you serve in the military for 3 years, I will recruit you into the 1st Military Academy. Gyu Zhao, hurry up and thank Principal Du. This is a massive opportunity, Su Qing whispered to him hurriedly upon hearing the offer. Su Qing's logic was simple. In her view, even if Gyu Zhao took the regular entrance exams, he would at best get into the worst martial arts university. Being recruited into the 1st Military Academy in exchange for 3 years of service was an incredibly good deal. It was practically a pie falling from the sky. Principal Du? In Gyu Zhao's eyes, this slovenly man was actually the principal of the 1st Military Academy. One really cannot judge a book by its cover. If he did not have his attribute panel, he would have agreed immediately. But did he really need it now? No, he said without a shred of hesitation. Principal Du and the others were stunned. They could not believe someone would refuse such a good offer. Why, afraid? Principal Du assumed Gyu Zhao was afraid of hardship and unwilling to face demonic beasts. Besides, it did not really matter to the principal if Gyu Zhao accepted or not, so he said it offhandedly. Why would I be afraid? Gyu Zhao, you. Su Qing looked at the stubborn Gyu Zhao and tried to persuade him anxiously. Bang! A massive stone suddenly appeared and landed heavily on the high platform. All right, to each their own. If you do not want to, so be it. Since the students have arrived, let us start the level test. Zhao Fu, is everything ready? Director, we still need 5 minutes, replied the person fiddling with the computer, looking up at Director Ding. All right, then we will wait a little longer. Gyu Zhao was truly stunned as he watched the stone appear out of thin air. Could it be that this world really has things like storage bags? He thought, looking at the stone in disbelief. Other than a storage bag, he could not fathom how the stone had appeared on the platform. Teacher Su, how did that stone appear out of thin air? Always ask the teacher when you do not understand. That was the right approach. Su Qing was flustered. A golden opportunity had fallen right into Gyu Zhao's lap, and he had actually rejected it. She did not know what to say. Hearing Gyu Zhao's question, she said helplessly, "That is not just a stone. It is a rank testing stone, essentially an upgraded version of the force testing stone. But the method is different. Just place your hand on it, and it will automatically display your rank. As for how it appeared out of thin air, I have no idea." It is a storage ring. Dean Zhang and Principal Du walked over, and the latter said casually, "Old man." "No, senior." Gyu Su looked at Dean Zhang and hurriedly performed a sword salute, even bluntly saying his inner thoughts out loud. But for some reason, he could not bow his waist. It was as if something was holding him back, preventing him from completing the salute. "Ha ha ha. Kid, you are right. He is just a miserable old geezer. Why call him a senior?" Principal Du laughed and patted Gyu Zhao on the shoulder, agreeing. And Dean Zhang, hearing Gyu Zhao call him an old man, could not help but laugh and cry as he said, "No need for that. That sword drawing manual was not anything precious." Seeing Gyu Zhao about to salute, he waved his hand to stop him. Hearing this, Gyu Lu understood why he had not been able to bow. "Is there anywhere I can buy a storage ring? How much do they cost?" Since Dean Zhang did not seem to care, Gyu Zhao figured he had nothing to fear and asked the two of them. Now that he knew storage rings existed, he really wanted to get one immediately. Imagine how convenient it would be for traveling. If this were back in his previous life, having a storage ring would have made delivering packages or takeout so much easier. "Kid, what are you dreaming about? Do you even know how these things are made?" Principal Du looked at Gyu Zhao as if he were talking nonsense. "How are they made? Do you know what void nether stones are?" Seeing Gyu Zhao shake his head, Principal Du continued. "You do not even know that, and you still want a storage ring. Kid, do not aim too high. Just focus on improving your cultivation level, and you will naturally learn what you need to know." Then, Principal Du held up one finger and said to Gyu Zhao, "I like your attitude, kid. I will lower the barrier for you." Give me just 1 year, and I will offer you special admission to the first military academy. Gyu Zhao felt a bit embarrassed. With all this talk of me this and me that, is this guy really a principal? And the principal of the first military academy at that. Also, could you stop shoving those 2 big gold rings in my face? No. Student Gyu Zhao, you can come up now. Just as Principal Du was about to continue, the principal of Honghai No. 7 High School spoke up from the platform. The equipment on the platform was ready, so the test could begin at any time. Teacher Su, did not you say it would not start until 11 o'clock? Cultivation assessments can start as soon as the equipment is ready, but it would be too chaotic, and it would increase the workload for the staff later on. That is why we regulate it by class, which makes it easier to compile the statistics in the end. But since you are an exception this year, we pushed it up, which also happens to be a good way to check if the equipment is working properly. Before Su Qing could explain, Director Ding from the Education Bureau, who had somehow suddenly appeared beside Dean Zhang, spoke directly to Gyu Zhao. Sure enough, martial arts experts love to come and go like ghosts. He was on the platform a second ago, and in the blink of an eye, he was right next to him. But he was startled by the director's sudden appearance, and he felt a strange vibe when he unintentionally caught the director's gaze. It was a look he felt like he had seen somewhere before, but he just could not place it. However, it was not the time to dwell on it, so he hurriedly walked up to the platform. Come over here and stand right here. The principal of Honghai No. 7 High School pointed to the spot in front of the cultivation stone. Seeing Gyu Zhao standing where he was told, he added, Student Gyu Zhao, just place your hand directly on the cultivation stone. You will feel a pulse of energy from the stone enter your body. Do not be alarmed, that is perfectly normal. Principal, should I use my left hand or my right hand? Use whichever you like. The principal looked at Gyu Zhao with black lines on his forehead, wondering how he never realized there was such an eccentric student in his school. Oh. Gyu Zhao held out his right hand and placed it on the stone. After all, his left hand was still holding the Longquin sword. In this era, nobody would try to kill someone in broad daylight unless they were looking for a death wish. Is this the energy the principal was talking about? It feels so weak. A mysterious energy traveled from the stone into his body, but as soon as it reached his arm, it was swallowed up by the true energy within him. Experience points plus 10. Hey, not bad, earned 10 experience points for nothing. He had not learned any martial arts techniques yet and could not control his internal energy, so he just let it consume the energy coming from the stone. 1 minute passed. There was still no reaction from the cultivation stone, and everyone on the platform felt confused. Fu from the Education Bureau was also puzzled. He had tested the stone himself just a moment ago, and it worked fine. Why was not it working now? Student Gyu Zhao, take your hand off for a moment. Let me test it. The principal had been present when it was tested earlier, so he knew the stone was fine, but just to be safe, he decided to try it himself. If something really was wrong, there would still be time to get another one. Martial Apprentice, Tier 5. Gyu Zhao watched as his principal placed his hand on the stone. In less than 5 seconds, the words Martial Apprentice, Tier 5 appeared. Martial Apprentice, Tier 5. Are the requirements to be a principal really that low nowadays? Clueless, Gyu Zhao could only marvel at how low his own principal's cultivation realm apparently was. Thwack. Martial Apprentice my foot, I am at the Martial Master, Tier 9 level. Hearing Gyu Zhao's exclamation, he slammed his hand onto Gyu Zhao's shoulder. Ouch! Principal, but the stone clearly shows Martial Apprentice, Tier 5. Is it broken? Gyu Zhao rubbed his shoulder and said uncertainly while looking at the stone. Broken your head. I was just checking if the stone was working properly, so I only displayed the Martial Apprentice, Tier 5 level. How many times do I have to tell you to read more books? Just because something is not mentioned in the textbooks does not mean you should not look it up. Seeing Gyu Zhao's helpless expression, the principal could only sigh. He had completely forgotten that their school's textbook only contained information about strength testing stones, and the content regarding cultivation stones was barely mentioned. Fu, it is fine. Why did not it have any effect just now? After scolding Gyu Zhao, he turned back to Fu from the Education Bureau. I am not sure. Let me try as well. Martial Apprentice, Tier 4. Fu tested it again, and the result was exactly the same as before. He could not figure out why this was happening with Gyu Zhao, so he could only say uncertainly. Maybe the scholars at the Bureau have not maintained it in too long. Ding, I am not blaming you, but they get so much funding every year, cannot they get the students under them to do some maintenance? Principal Du, who was watching from below, turned to Director Ding. You cannot blame me for this. I notified them to perform maintenance a few days ago, and I even checked yesterday. They told me the equipment and the stone were all working perfectly. Director Ding said with a look that suggested he was not taking the blame. Well, perhaps they lied. Student Gyu Zio, put your hand back on and try again. Gyu Zio nodded and placed his hand back on. That mysterious energy flowed from the stone into his body once more, and just like before, it was quickly swallowed up by the true energy inside him. Experience points plus 10. He successfully gained another 10 experience points, and the result was naturally identical to the previous attempt. Nothing showed up on the cultivation stone. What is going on? Why is it not displaying anything again? They waited for another 30 seconds, but the cultivation stone still did not show any reaction. Zio Fu from the Education Bureau quickly walked up to the cultivation stone and placed his hand on it once again. Level 6 Martial Disciple. There is nothing wrong with this. The surrounding crowd stared at the cultivation stone in total confusion, and then one of the female instructors whispered, "Does he have no cultivation level at all, so it cannot measure it?" That is impossible. When I met him last time, he was at least at the level of a level 7 martial disciple. Hearing the female instructor's words, Dean Zhang immediately dismissed such an uncertain thought. When he first met Guo Zio outside the city, he had specifically scanned him with his divine sense, so his judgment of a level 7 martial disciple certainly would not be wrong. Su Qing heard Dean Zhang's words and looked at him with some suspicion, thinking to herself, was not he a level 3 martial disciple? That makes even less sense. Let me take a look. After hearing what Dean Zhang said, Principal Du simply released his own divine sense and scanned Guo Zio. Then he looked at Dean Zhang with a skeptical expression and said, "Are you sure he is at the level 7 martial disciple stage? Are you sure your eyes were not playing tricks on you back then?" Naturally, although I am getting on in years, I am still in my prime, so how could my eyes be failing me? When Principal Du released his divine sense to scan Guo Zio, Dean Zhang and Director Ding could naturally sense it, as this was not a special occasion that required secrecy. Although Dean Zhang found it strange that Principal Du would ask that, he also released his own divine sense to perceive Guo Zio's cultivation. Level 1 Martial Artist. That is right, Level 1 Martial Artist. Dean Zhang stared at Guo Zio in disbelief. He had clearly detected that Guo Zio was only at the level 7 martial disciple stage last time, yet now he had actually reached the level 1 martial artist stage. He had not suffered any injuries in the past 100 years, so it was impossible for him to have made such a low-level error when sensing him outside the city last time. Moreover, the true energy within Guo Zio was very active, which could only mean that Guo Zio had not yet learned any martial arts techniques at the martial artist level and was temporarily unable to control it. In other words, in just about 20 days, he had actually advanced from a level 7 martial disciple to a level 1 martial artist. Kid, I am giving you a special recruitment spot directly. Come to my first military academy. As long as you enroll successfully, 500. No, 1,000 academic credits will be transferred to your account immediately. Principal Du ignored Dean Zhang's look of disbelief and spoke directly to Guo Zio. He had not specifically released his divine sense to scan others before, so he naturally did not know Guo Zio's level. Based on what Su Qing had said earlier, he thought Guo Zio's martial arts level was not high. That was why he suggested he join the army first, to let him raise his cultivation level during his service, so he could legitimately be specially recruited into the first military academy. If he had known Guo Zio's level, he would have recruited him immediately. One had to know that reaching the level 8 martial disciple stage was enough to qualify for a special recruitment spot, not to mention reaching the martial artist level. Level 1 martial artist, this is truly incredible. Director Ding watched the two of them, and not understanding what was happening, she probed Guo Zio's level herself. Upon sensing that he was a level 1 martial artist, she exclaimed in disbelief. Level 1 martial artist. Level 1 martial artist. The instructors from the various martial arts universities on the high platform also exclaimed in shock upon hearing Director Ding's words. They were all well aware of what being a level 1 martial artist signified. A level 1 martial artist had broken a record held for nearly 100 years. Although they did not know if Gyu Zhao had used some pills to force his breakthrough, as long as they could recruit him into their own academy and hype it up a bit, their academy's popularity would surely reach a new height. Student Gyu Zhao, Hefeng Martial University will waive your tuition for the next 4 years, and 1,000 academic credits will be transferred to your account on the day you enroll. Tianjin Martial University will provide an additional monthly stipend of 1 million on top of what Hefeng Martial University offered. Qingjiang Martial University will add another million on top of Tianjin Martial University's offer. And the whole high platform became rowdy. Except for the top universities like Madu, Didu, Jiangnan, and the First Military Academy, all the others were frantically shouting out offers, with the prices getting higher and higher. They were gambling that Gyu Zhao still had untapped potential and could maintain this speed of breakthrough even in his sophomore year. Because the 100 University Grand Competition was about to begin, they did not want to miss any opportunity to improve their rankings. All right, this is not the time to be discussing this. Also, do not let word of this get out. The Education Bureau will make a timely announcement after the martial arts college entrance exam concludes. Do you understand? The tone of that last, "do you understand," was clearly heavy with emphasis. Understood. Understood. And they were not stupid. Spreading this widely right now would not benefit anyone. Only a few martial arts universities were currently at Honghai No. 7 high school. If the others found out, they would not have a chance left. Even if Gyu Zhao did not end up choosing their university, there would be no real loss. At most, things would just stay as they were. Since the new generation could now break through to the martial artist realm, there might be a second one, or even more. For the human race, this was a good thing. Director Ding, shall I let student Gyu Zhao go back now, and wait for the various instructors to pay him a visit? The school principal tactfully stepped in to ease the tension, saving him from the subsequent martial arts skills assessment. His status as a martial artist was already enough for these universities to offer sky-high prices. That works. Director Ding saw that students were already finishing their first exam from outside the track and walking over, so she agreed that Gyu Zhao could go home to rest and think about which martial arts university to choose. As for the martial arts skills assessment, Director Ding simply chose to ignore it. Teacher Su, why do not you go back with Gyu Zhao and introduce him to the various martial arts universities along the way? But Principal, I am they. Su Qing wanted to say she was the homeroom teacher of Class 5, Grade 12, and was responsible for maintaining order for her class during the cultivation assessment. But before she could finish, the principal interrupted her. I will have other teachers take care of the rest. All right then. Since her principal had already arranged everything, she had no choice but to take Gyu Zhao and leave the school. Zhao Fu from the Education Bureau sighed in relief as he watched the two of them leave. He had genuinely thought that the cultivation stone was malfunctioning because it had not been maintained properly, as he was the one responsible for its maintenance this time. Now that he knew it was not the stone's fault, he felt truly relaxed. His job had almost been on the line. This kind of cultivation stone could generally only test levels in the martial disciple stage. Of course, it was not impossible to test levels beyond that, but the prerequisite was that the user had to be able to control their internal true energy. Otherwise, the mysterious energy transmitted from the stone would be swallowed, making it impossible to obtain a reading. Teacher, it is on me today. Please do not be modest. By this time, Gyu Zhao and Su Qing had already left the school and were now at a restaurant near Gyu Zhao's home. Gyu Zhao gestured heroically at the menu on the wall. Su Qing looked at Su Zhao with black lines of exasperation on her forehead, having already checked the dishes and prices on the menu. Even if you ordered everything on it, it would only cost around 100 yuan. Because this was a place called Ide's breakfast shop. And since it was already noon, there was nothing left on the menu besides mixed noodles and meat soup dumplings. Teacher Su, do not look at how small this place is. The taste is absolutely top-notch, Gyu Zhao said, assuming Su Qing was put off because the shop was small and a bit dirty. Hey, get me 1 order of mixed noodles and 1 order of meat soup dumplings. Got it, and you, Zhao, what about you? The proprietress of the shop asked Gyu Zhao after taking Su Qing's order. The usual. All right, take a seat. It will be ready in a moment. Teacher Sue, why are you staring at me like that? Sitting at the table, Gyu Zio felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and could not help but ask. I am looking left and right, and no matter how I look at it, I cannot see how you have reached the martial artist realm. Tell me, did some Black Mountain demon spirit possess your body? Knowing Su Qing was just joking, he still felt a sudden shock at the word possession, but kept his face expressionless and rolled his eyes at her. Teacher Sue, are you daydreaming in broad daylight? Then tell me, what was up with that third stage martial apprentice level back then? I was not feeling well that day. My whole body felt weak. I already told them I could not test, but they dragged me to hit the power testing stone anyway, and somehow I just managed 300 pounds of force. Then you could have tested again. I wanted to, but every time they organized a test, they would taunt me on the side. I got annoyed and then, well, you know. Your previous homeroom teacher was really something. I always thought you avoided the tests because you were afraid of losing face over your third stage martial apprentice cultivation. Su Qing started complaining about the previous teacher of senior year 3, class 5. She had taken over the class 2 months into the semester, and since the previous teacher had moved to another province for certain reasons the very day she took over, she naturally did not know the specifics of that time. However, Gyu Zio was not lying to her. The Gyu Zio before his rebirth really did skip those tests out of fear of being mocked. If she asked about his level later, he could just say he was at the 5th stage of the martial apprentice realm. After all, there is a saying, if you tell 9 truths in 10 sentences, people will believe the one lie. Then, food is here. Su Qing was just about to ask what his level was back then, but was interrupted by the proprietress, so she had to wait until they got to Gyu Zio's place to ask again. After all, eating was the most important thing. Half an hour later, at Gyu Zio's home. So you were only at the 5th stage of the martial apprentice realm back then, and you broke through to the 1st stage of the martial artist realm in just 1 year? Back at his home, Su Qing asked the question she had been holding on to. I should say at the peak of the 5th stage, I just did not dare to break through to the 6th. Did not dare to. Teacher Su, I was poor. I was afraid that if I broke through to the 6th stage, I would starve to death. Recalling the memory of his breakthrough from the 2nd to the 3rd stage, Gyu Zio showed a look of genuine terror. The expression on his face was not faked, it was real, visceral fear. Looking at his face, her heart ached. As a teacher, she knew the energy consumption of a martial artist. Because of her wealthy background, she had never experienced what he described, but that did not mean she was unaware of it. Su Qing naturally knew Gyu Zio's family situation. To reach the 5th stage of the martial apprentice realm by the final year of high school was already quite extraordinary. Then how did you eventually break through to the 1st stage of the martial artist realm? She asked after a while. It might have been my talent. Once I had resources, my cultivation soared, taking me straight to the 9th stage of the martial apprentice realm. I thought that was it, but while hunting beasts outside the city, I had a bit of luck and found some rare natural treasures, which allowed me to reach the martial artist realm. Because it took time to absorb those treasures during the breakthrough, I did not make it to school before 8 o'clock. Gyu Zio was quite impressed with himself. Everything he said now sounded reasonable. But to make sure she believed him 100%, he pulled a vial of stalactite fluid from his small bag. Stalactite fluid? No wonder you were able to reach the martial artist realm. She had still been skeptical, as it was basically impossible to reach the martial artist level without a specific cultivation technique. And rare natural treasures were not easy to come by. But when he took out the stalactite fluid, she was completely convinced. Normally, reaching the martial artist realm requires a specific internal technique to absorb spiritual energy. However, there is another way, which is consuming certain rare natural treasures. For instance, stalactite fluid or monkey wine. Even an ordinary person can reach the martial artist realm if they consume enough of them over time. Teacher Su, thank you for looking after me during this time. Thank you. I do not have much to offer, so please accept this modest gift. Though he was reluctant to part with the stalactite fluid, he reached out and placed it in front of Su Qing. Su Qing was undoubtedly a good teacher. Even knowing he was a poor kid at the 3rd stage apprentice level, she still decided to sponsor him with 10 packs of body tempering powder. Regardless, it was precious to him at the time. As the saying goes, it is easy to add flowers to brocade, but hard to provide charcoal in the snow. A bottle of stalactite fluid was worth 600,000 experience points, but he could earn that by killing a few more beasts. Besides, with 17 million experience points in his reserve, he did not really need those 600,000. Keep it for yourself. You are at a stage where you need resources, and you earn this through your own hard work. The area outside the city is the domain of beasts, and it is full of extreme danger for a martial artist at the apprentice stage. She could imagine the perils he had faced. This made her even less willing to accept the gift. All right, put it away now. Upon hearing this, Gyu Zhao had no choice but to tuck the medicine bottle containing the stalactite into his small satchel. Su Qing felt that her own speed was inferior to his, and after he finished packing, she asked him, "Have you considered which martial arts university you want to enter? After all, you are qualified to go to any martial arts university now." Martial arts university, huh? Gyu Zhao had only been reborn into this world for less than a month, and he had been busy cultivating or earning experience points, so he really had not looked into martial arts universities. As for the original owner, it goes without saying that he was only at the 3rd rank of martial apprentice, and had long since given up on the chance of entering a martial arts university. Actually, I really hope you join the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. After all, it is one of the best in the country and is currently ranked #1 nationwide, Su Qing said with a smile as she looked at Gyu Zhao. Gyu Zhao could naturally hear Su Qing's invitation, especially since she had already mentioned that morning that she was a student at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Especially since teacher Su was an educator herself, she naturally hoped that her alma mater could recruit excellent students, though he was not sure which class she graduated from. "Teacher Su, can you tell me about the differences between martial arts universities?" "Of course. The principal asked me to come back with you specifically to explain these things to you, precisely because he was afraid you did not know. Martial arts universities are essentially different in terms of resources, and different universities naturally offer different environments. There are 123 martial arts universities in the country. 123 universities, that is so few. Naturally not. We have 912 universities in the country now, and only 123 are martial arts universities. The remaining 789 are regular universities that focus on basic subjects like architecture or finance. You only need to consider those 123 martial arts universities. You do not need to think about the others at all." Gyu Zhao naturally knew that in this lifetime, if he wanted to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and see the vastness of the universe, he could not choose one of those 789 regular universities. A good martial arts university can sometimes determine a martial artist's future. The better the martial arts university, the more capable and experienced its instructors are. For example, at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, the minimum strength of an instructor is the martial spirit realm. Do you know what is most important for cultivation? Suddenly, Su Qing asked Gyu Zhao a basic question. Talent and resources, followed by hard work. Although he did not know why she suddenly asked this, he still answered according to the textbooks. Correct. Besides one's own efforts, martial arts cultivation depends on talent and resources. Let us put talent aside for a moment and just talk about resources. Take the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, for example. They distribute at least 3 body tempering pills and 1 yellow dragon pill every month. Some lesser martial arts universities only give 1 body tempering pill a month. If this continues, the gap might not be obvious in the short term, but over a long period, would not the gap grow wider and wider? In terms of martial techniques and cultivation methods, take our Imperial Capital Martial Arts University's Jeet Kune Do as an example. If it costs only 1 credit to redeem this technique here, students at other schools would need at least 100 credits to obtain it. The same applies to weapons. Now, let me tell you about the differences in the environment. Su Qing's tone became serious. What she was about to say was likely the important part. Magic City, Imperial Capital, Capital City. These are located in relatively safe areas with an annual mortality rate of about 5%. Whereas places like Jiangnan, 1st, 2nd. These schools are not so lucky, and their mortality rates basically hover around 30%. A 6-fold difference, how can there be such a big gap? Think of it like a circle. Those with low mortality rates are basically located near the center of the circle, while those with high rates are near the edge. And the area outside the circle, is the range where monsters and terrifying beasts operate. Gyu Zhao understood the analogy Su Qing made. Is not this just the difference between a safe zone and a danger zone? Teacher Su, what is the difference between Jiangnan Martial Arts University and the 1st and 2nd military academies? Actually, there is not much difference. If there is one, it would be the administrative system. Jiangnan might be more liberal, while the 1st and 2nd military academies are managed more strictly and are slightly less free. Hearing Gyu Zhao's question, Su Qing basically knew the range of universities he was considering, but she continued anyway. However, I suggest you listen to the admission rewards offered by those universities before deciding which one to enter. It is not too late to choose then. All right, Teacher Su. If possible, I still hope you can join the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. If you are lucky, we might even see each other when school starts, and I will introduce you to some upperclassmen. Su Qing invited him sincerely once more, even using a bit of charm. If I am lucky, see you when school starts? Gyu Zhao found it strange that she said they would meet when school started. Would not she be at Honghai No. 7 middle school next semester? Of course, I am actually a sophomore at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, just on a temporary leave of absence for a special assessment. Whether I pass this assessment or not, I have to go back when the term starts. I will be a junior in September. This year has really gone by fast. You do not have to call me teacher anymore, just call me Sister Qing. I am not much older than you anyway. See, Sister Su Qing, but you look at least 30. Did you get held back a lot of years? Gyu Zhao looked at the fine lines on her forehead and said, surprised. Held back your head? I just took a year off. The way I look now is just because I am wearing makeup. I knew it. One of China's 4 great dark arts, makeup, it can flourish in any world. Ding dong. Ding dong. All right, that must be the instructors from the martial arts universities. I should be going. Do not be in a hurry to say yes. It is not too late to decide after you hear all the admission rewards offered by every school. She gave Gyu Zhao one last piece of advice before getting up and heading for the door. All right, Sister Su Qing. After opening the door, Su Qing saw who was outside and quickly said respectfully, Principal N. The woman leading the group looked at Su Qing's greeting and paused. She rarely traveled outside the school in recent years, and very few people knew she was the vice principal of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. She was surprised that a high school teacher had recognized her. Who are you? Little Su. Principal N sensed Su Qing's aura and said, sounding a bit uncertain. Yes, Principal N. I did not expect to run into you here. A year really flies by, does not it? I assume you should be heading back now to wait for your final assessment results. Principal N was naturally aware of the assessment Su Qing had been undertaking, as she was present when the tasks were announced, though she had not expected Su Qing to choose Honghai City as her location. Well, Principal N, I will be going then. There are still some things to take care of at the school. Su Qing knew this was not the right time for a long talk, and she needed to return to Honghai No. 7 High School to wrap up her remaining duties. As she left, she gave Principal N a light nod, followed by a slight shake of her head. Go ahead. Principal N naturally understood the implication of Su Qing's nod, which meant she had already spoken with Gyu Zhao and had even invited him to join Imperial Budo University. As for the head shake, it likely meant that Gyu Zhao had not given a definitive answer. Little N, you people are so sly. It is a good thing that kid did not agree, otherwise today would have been a total waste of time. Principal Du, who was standing behind them, had seen Su Qing's movements and could not help but speak up. It is just a matter of luck. Besides, that kid has not agreed to anyone yet. It will just come down to who offers the more tempting rewards. All right, Sister N, you go in first. We will follow. Du Jiangshan, look at Brother Zhang and then look at yourself. Cannot you be a bit more gentle? You are so crude every single day. Principal N looked at Dean Zhang with a softened expression, but when she turned to Principal Du, she said with clear disdain. With that, she entered Gyu Zhao's house first. Outside the door, only the mentors from the Magic City, Jiangnan, and the 1st Military Academy remained. As for the other universities, they had already given up. The offers they had made back at the school were the best they could possibly manage. At least 10 universities had originally come to Gyu Zhao's residence, but they had been chased away by Principal Du's cold, piercing gaze, the meaning of which was self-evident. Seeing Principal Zhang look, those mentors finally came to their senses. Gyu Zhao breaking a century-old record had blinded them, but only now did they realize that they were in no position to compete. If their own principals were here, they might have had a chance, but they were merely minor mentors. They had no standing to fight for him. Inside the house. Hello, student Gyu Zhao. I am in Zhengxi, vice principal of Imperial Budo University. I feel deeply sorry for what happened earlier, and when I return, I will personally discipline those involved. This bottle contains our Imperial Budo University's unique purifying qi pill. Its purpose is to remove impurities from the true qi in your body. I hope you can let bygones be bygones regarding what happened. Principal and did not start by listing her own conditions. Instead, she apologized to Gyu Zhao first and even gifted him the university's exclusive pill. She had already heard from Dean Zhang and the others about what happened at the school gate while she was on her way. The pill she gave was both an apology and a subtle gesture of goodwill. What happened? What are you referring to? Gyu Zhao asked with feigned curiosity while obediently tucking the pill bottle into his small satchel. He had not taken the incident to heart anyway, thinking at most about how to squeeze some compensation out of those people later. He had not expected an unexpected harvest. A unique purification pill had to be good stuff. Seeing this, Principal and could not help but smile. Since Gyu Zhao put it that way, it meant the previous incident was water under the bridge. She then began to state the enrollment rewards from Imperial Budo University. As long as you choose our Imperial Budo University, you will receive 1 profound grade cultivation method, 1 martial skill, 1,000 credits, a weapon forged 400 times, double the monthly pill allotment, and guidance from a mentor no lower than the 9th rank of the martial spirit realm. You can take your time to consider. Principal and had put forward the best price Imperial University could offer. Whether it would work out or not, she would have to leave it to luck. All right, Principal N, I will think about it. Principal N nodded, then walked out of the room. It is my turn now. Seeing Principal N come out, a middle-aged man who had been waiting behind her spoke up. After entering the room, he looked at Tangxing Zhao and said directly, Magic City Budo University. 1 profound grade cultivation method, 1 martial skill, 1,000 credits, a weapon forged 400 times, and double the monthly pill allotment. With that, he turned and left. What a piece of work. Watching the man's arrogant expression and hearing his casual tone, as if he were just a bug he could crush at any moment, Gyu Zhao could not help but feel indignant. Even if he was just a bug right now, he had immense potential, did not he? How did that saying go? 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west. Do not bully the young because they are poor. And just as Gyu Zhao was lost in thought, Principal Du came in. Kid, what are you thinking about? Even if those universities offered you rewards you are satisfied with, you should at least hear what old Zhang and I have to say before making a decision. Principal Du, fearing that Gyu Zhao had been blinded by the offers from the first 2 universities, spoke hurriedly. No, it is just that teacher from before, the one who... Oh, he is just like that. He might be a bit cold in his speech, but he is a reliable person. Listen up, kid. The first military academy cannot offer you as much as them, but 1 profound grade cultivation method, 1 martial skill, 1,500 credits, a weapon forged 400 times, double the monthly pill allotment, and you can pick any mentor in the academy you want. Gyu Zhao rolled his eyes. Did he think he was picking cabbages? Pick any mentor he wanted. Martial artists only ignite their full potential when they struggle between life and death. That is how you break through your realm faster. While you can certainly grow steadily in a safe environment, you will ultimately lack that bit of ferocity. I might as well tell you that although the first military academy is ranked 3rd, our overall strength is much higher than the top 2. We were just unlucky to be ranked 3rd. I will not say anything else. I will go call old Zhang in. Principal Du hurried out to call Dean Zhang in. Senior, 1 profound grade cultivation method, 1 martial skill, 1,500 credits, a weapon forged 400 times, and double the monthly pill allotment. As for the mentor, it will not be too late to choose when the entrance assessment happens. Just when Gyu Zhao thought that was the end of it, he heard Dean Zhang speak again. If you choose our Jiangnan Budo University, consider this ring a personal gift from me. In Dean Zhang's hand was, indeed, a storage ring. When Gyu Zhao asked about storage rings last time, he had clearly seen the faint longing in Gyu Zhao's eyes. And he just happened to have an extra one. President Zhang had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Although he personally suffered a bit of a loss, being able to recruit Gu Zhao was actually a worthwhile trade. In recent years, most outstanding students have opted for the relatively safer martial arts universities in the Magic City and the Imperial Capital. As for the martial arts universities in the outer circles, aside from the first military academy and the second military academy, which are doing okay, the others are all on a downward spiral. His Jiangnan Martial Arts University, in particular, while maintaining the overall strength of its students, has clearly seen a decline in the quality of new recruits each year. Now, they desperately need a student like Gu Zhao to make a name for himself among the new generation. If Gu Zhao can even maintain this rate of improvement, perhaps in the upcoming all-university tournament he could. Old man, no, President, is not this a bit much? Gu Zhao did not know what was going on in the president's head, but he accepted the storage ring with lightning speed. He had already planned to choose Jiangnan Martial Arts University, not to mention the added temptation of the storage ring. Besides, President Zhang was the one who taught him the sword draw technique. Regardless of everything else, he owed him a debt of gratitude for the instruction, making it all the more reason to attend his university. Life is truly unpredictable. A random act of kindness back then has yielded such a great reward today, the president said with a sigh as he watched Gu Zhao take the ring and realized his choice had been made. He completely forgot that it was his own act of luring Gu Zhao with the ring that had sealed the deal. President, how do I use this storage ring? Just drip a drop of your blood onto the ring, and you will be able to store or retrieve items using only your willpower. The internal space is about 2 cubic meters. It is something I acquired by chance a while back. Gu Zhao followed the old man's instructions, dripped a drop of his blood onto the ring, and then focused his mind on it. Just as the president had said, the space inside was about 2 cubic meters. Wait, why are there 2 sheets of paper and a pen inside the ring? Guessing they belonged to the president, he took the papers out. A martial arts college entrance exam application form and an admission letter. Looking at the 2 sheets in his hand and their contents, he did not even need to guess to understand what they were. Do I write my own name on this admission letter? He asked, looking at the blank space after filling out the application form. Leave that to me. The pen in Gu Zhao's hand suddenly broke free, hovered over the admission letter, and wrote the 2 characters for Gu Zhao on its own. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have suspected the name was printed, as it looked nothing like handwriting. President Zhang put away the application form and said to him, "The admission rewards I mentioned earlier will be issued only when you officially enroll. That means I have to wait 2 more months," he said with a shrug, thinking about the 2-month wait for a martial artist level cultivation technique. What is it? Well, after breaking through to the martial artist level, I do not have the corresponding technique. Just waiting around is frustrating. That is exactly what I was about to say. I am going to recruit a few more students and will be leaving Honghai City in about 3 days. If you are free, come with me, and I will have the faculty handle your registration as soon as we arrive. No problem at all. I could leave today if I had to. All right, then get some rest at home for the next few days. I will come pick you up in 3 days. What, something else? He asked, seeing Gu Zhao hesitant to speak. President, if I return this sword draw technique manual, could you exchange it for a movement technique manual for me? Gu Zhao said with a grin, handing the book over. President Zhang frowned at Gu Zhao, but then his expression softened, and he tried to persuade him. I know young people often want to give up when they hit a wall, but... Gu Zhao realized the president misunderstood him, and immediately demonstrated the perfected sword draw technique. Perfected? As a sword practitioner himself, President Zhang knew exactly what he was seeing. He was absolutely stunned. It had only been 20 days at most, and Gu Zhao had already reached the perfected stage. He could even tell that Gu Zhao was holding back. This was clearly not just a recent breakthrough. I have struck gold. A wave of wild joy washed over him. President, how about we forget about the movement technique? Noticing the president's stony expression and realizing he had overstepped, Gu Zhao dropped the request. He had asked on a whim, not really expecting it to work anyway. It is fine, but this is the only time. Keep the sword draw manual, said the president, expressionless. He used his spiritual sense to float the manual back onto the table before leaving. Gu Zhao hung his head, missing the look of pure joy on the president's face as he turned away. "Brother Tian, congratulations. Old Zhang, remember to treat us to a meal." And the others outside saw the look on President Zhang's face and assumed he was just happy because he had successfully recruited Gu Zhao. Looking at them, President Zhang wondered if they would beat him up in frustration if they knew Gu Zhao had mastered a martial skill to the perfected stage. Who could imagine that a student who had just reached the martial artist level had also mastered a skill to the perfected level? "All right, let us head to the next student's home." With that, the group soared into the sky. The people on the ground looked up with expressions of awe and respect. Was I being too much, asking for too much? Gu Zhao stood there, reflecting on his behavior. He felt he had indeed been a bit arrogant lately, and even considered reading more books to cultivate his character. After reflecting, he prepared to put the sword draw manual into his storage ring. Huh? Gu Zhao noticed something odd about the manual. It was significantly thicker than before. When he picked it up, he found another martial arts manual hidden underneath. Treading snow without a trace. So I was the one who overthought it. Old man, thank you. Treading snow without a trace. Yellow tier high-grade movement skill. Once mastered to the highest level, one can be as light as a wild goose and walk across snow without leaving a mark. Yellow tier high-grade. As expected of the president of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, he is so wealthy. He just casually hands out a high-grade movement skill. President Zhang, already far away, suddenly realized he had given the wrong manual, but it was too late. He could not possibly go back and ask for it back, only to give him a lower-tier manual instead. As the president of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, he still needed to save face. As he opened the movement technique manual in his hands, his eyes grew increasingly vacant while he read. A golden figure seemed to appear from the manual, dancing about, before flying straight into Gu Zhao's eyes. Following this came the mysteries of the treading snow, without a trace movement technique. 2 hours later. Time passed so quickly without me even realizing it. Gu Zhao came back to his senses and checked the time, discovering that 2 hours had already gone by. Indeed, yellow-grade techniques are far harder than mortal-grade ones. If this were just a basic movement technique, I probably would have reached the great success stage by now, right? He checked the information on the martial arts panel. As expected of a high-tier yellow-grade technique, it required a full 10,000 proficiency points just to go from the entry level to the minor success stage. At this moment, the proficiency of treading snow without a trace had just reached the entry level, 5,000 out of 10,000. He had a staggering 17 million experience points right now, enough to raise the technique directly to the minor success stage. He originally wanted to max it out, but he was afraid of spending too much time in the mental space and missing the departure with Dean Zhang and the others for Jiangnan Martial Arts University. The mental space was that mysterious realm he entered whenever he upgraded his martial arts. As soon as he upgraded the technique to the minor success stage, information regarding this new level flooded his mind. He had expected his consciousness to enter the mental space after absorbing the information, but strangely, he did not enter it this time. Now he could clearly feel his surroundings. His consciousness was evidently still within his own body. The next second, he felt his legs start to ache. It was a sensation like ants crawling over his feet, not hindering his movement, but extremely uncomfortable. Another half hour or so passed, and the soreness began to fade, replaced by a refreshing sensation flowing from his legs. This feature must have unlocked after the soul binding. This lousy panel does not even provide a manual, forcing me to figure everything out on my own every day. Gu Zhao grumbled at the attribute panel, then stood up from the sofa. With a light tap of his foot, he drifted back and forth across the living room. Yes, he was drifting. Although he had not fully mastered the technique, his speed was clearly twice as fast as before. This feeling is truly wonderful. After experiencing it, Gu Zhao sat back down on the sofa and spent another 100,000 experience points to raise treading snow without a trace to the great success stage. Just as he was about to upgrade it to the perfection stage, he hesitated. Because moving from great success to the perfection stage required 1 million experience points, and he was debating whether it was worth it. 1 million experience points is no small amount. If it were 400,000 or 500,000, he would have upgraded it without a second thought. God, experience points are meant to be spent, and spending them is for earning even more. With that thought, he decisively raised the technique to the perfection stage. Waves of information flooded into his mind like a raging tide. Overwhelmed by mental exhaustion, he lay back on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. If someone were observing him closely, they would see his legs twitching from time to time, as if he were experiencing something profound. The Lin household. Bang! I never expected that brat to be a first-rank martial artist. Just like his parents, he really is a natural-born genius. Hearing the news about Gu Zio's level test, Lin Feiguang was absolutely furious. He had thought the boy was only at the third-rank martial apprentice level, then the 7th, but now he had actually become a first-rank martial artist. This was something no one had anticipated. Damn it, I had planned to seize him and deal with him after the martial arts exam, but I never expected such a huge change. You two must have secretly left behind cultivation resources. Otherwise, how could that poor son of yours ever reach the rank of martial artist? You caused me to lose my friends. I will definitely catch your son and make him experience the pain of having his own lineage ended. Lin Feiguang pounded the table in anger, while Steward Su stood silently to the side. A long while passed. Zio Fei, go inform those people that I agree. But boss, we have not verified their background yet. Are you sure we want to cooperate with them? For once, the two did not address each other as head of house and steward, but rather like brothers. It does not matter. It is just giving them some insignificant positions. We will have Zio, Yu, and Meng who assign more men to keep an eye on them. It should not be a problem. His eyes burned with heat as he spoke to Steward Su. Zio Fei, do you know what they offered me for a few meaningless positions? Lin Feiguang held up 4 fingers and said excitedly. 4 spirit transformation pills, 4 of them. When the time comes, all 4 of us can break through to the martial spirit realm. Do you know what that means? Hearing about the spirit transformation pills, and 4 of them at that, Steward Su naturally knew what it meant. His heart began to race as well, and the next words from Lin Feiguang made him give up all resistance. And as long as we cooperate further, they can provide us with even more resources, even the legendary Martial King pill. Lin Feiguang looked at Steward Su, screaming wildly in his heart, and even the limb regeneration pills. Boss then, Steward Su said in a hoarse voice to Lin Feiguang. Half an hour later. Steward Su, go call someone to come and clear my desk. Very well, head of house. By now, both had returned to their calm selves, showing no trace of the brotherly dynamic from before. Honghai 7th Middle School. Sigh. It is hard for a poor family to produce a noble child. There are many in this world like Yu Zio who have decent talent, but in the end, very few are able to fight their way out like him. Indeed. And in the conference room, teachers from the Education Bureau and Honghai 7th Middle School listened to Su Qing's account, learning how Gu Zio attained the martial artist rank. He had practically risked his life to achieve it. This left them feeling troubled, though their ability to help their students was limited. Check the records and see how many students from poor families are in the senior year next semester. We should secretly provide them with a packet of body-tempering powder and low-grade blood-nourishing pills every month. But principal, the resources. Do not you worry about that. Just submit the list to me, and I will personally contribute more funds. I can at least afford that much, the principal said while clapping his hands for the teachers. Back in the early days, I once proposed providing assistance with cultivation resources for poor families, and even the leader agreed. Unfortunately, others opposed it, so the matter fizzled out. Director Ding from the Education Bureau spoke up at this moment. She herself came from a poor background, but happened to catch a good period, which is why she developed into her current position as deputy director. I know most of you present here come from humble backgrounds and have complained about why the leader did not help you. But the country is not run by the leader alone, after all. He sacrificed a lot for this issue, but unfortunately. However, with an unprecedented example like Gu Zio, it is highly likely this proposal will pass. Before I knew it, 2 days had already slipped away. Waking up from my deep sleep, I realized 2 days had passed, and tomorrow was the day I was scheduled to leave Honghai City. Name, Gu Zio. Realm, level 1 martial artist, cannot be upgraded. Technique, Northern Profound Divine Art, maxed out. Basic Gymnastics 18 Forms, Novice, 664/10,000. Combat Technique, Basic Combat Skills, Perfection 0/0. Basic Sword Techniques, Perfection 0/0. Basic Agility Techniques, perfection 0/0. Sword drawing technique, perfection 0/0. Snow walking trace, perfection 0/0. Current experience points, 16,264,628, level 1 martial artist, automatically increasing by 10 points every minute. I am really impressive, are not I? Looking at my status panel with all those perfected combat techniques and over 16 million experience points, I could not help but indulge in a moment of self-admiration. Grumble. Grumble. I forgot I finished off my supply of pseudo-fasting pills last time. Reaching into my small pouch to grab a pill, I felt nothing inside. Recalling something, I muttered to myself. As for the 2 bottles of stalactite milk, I had already tucked them into my storage ring after I got it. I kept the small pouch around merely as a cover to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble by revealing the ring's existence. There is about 1.6 million left. I might as well spend it all on pills. Glancing at the empty pouch, I thought for a moment and said to myself, I had learned from Su Qing that at martial arts universities, money is of little use, and all transactions are conducted using academic credits. So I figured I might as well spend it all here in Honghai City. If I need money later, I can just buy it with credits. I just do not know the exchange rate for 1 credit. Out on the street, Guo Zio drifted lightly toward the shop where he bought his low-grade blood-replenishing pills. He was only using the small success stage of his snow-walking trace. It was not that he could not use the perfected version, but it consumed way too much true energy. Moreover, using the small success version would not draw attention from the crowd. There were plenty of people on the street with faster speeds or flashier movement techniques, but none as young as him. Half an hour later. Hey, boss, I called out to the owner of the pill shop, who was lounging in a chair. Oh, it is you, back for more low-grade blood-replenishing pills. The owner, who had finally found a moment of peace at noon and was just settling in for a rest, was called up by Guo Zio. Upon seeing it was him, he said with a smile. He still remembered this young man. After all, the last time Guo Zio bought 9 low-grade blood-replenishing pills at once, it had made him quite a profit. Do you have any mid-grade blood-replenishing pills? I asked, shaking my head. The low-grade ones were becoming a bit weak for me. Nope, and even if I did, you would not need them. Mid-grade blood-replenishing pills are generally for martial artists in the cultivation realm. The shop owner did not believe for a second that Guo Zio was a martial artist, and besides, he did not stock them anyway. What about fasting pills? The real ones, not the pseudo ones. We have those, but they are much more expensive than the pseudo-fasting pills. 1 bottle costs 15,000 and it contains 21 pills. Is there really that much difference between the pseudo ones and the real ones? Do not you know? Pseudo-fasting pills are just failed products from alchemy apprentices. If we do not sell them at a discount, they will not sell at all. Hearing this, Guo Zio felt a bit embarrassed. So the ones he had been eating were just failed products from an apprentice. No wonder they tasted so bad and were so ineffective. I will take 50 bottles of the real fasting pills. What did you say? 50 bottles? Are you sure you are not pulling my leg? Why would I joke? There is no money in it, Guo Zio said, rolling his eyes. Never mind, just add 20 low-grade blood-replenishing pills and 10 packets of body-tempering powder as well. That comes to 1.65 million. I will waive the small change. Please pay first. The owner clearly did not believe Guo Zio could afford the price and did not want to bring out the pills only to put them back later. The moment 1.6 million was successfully transferred to his account, the owner's skeptical look vanished and was immediately replaced by a fawning expression. Please wait a moment, young man. I will go get your items ready. Watching the shopkeeper go to gather his supplies, Guo Zio sighed in relief. He had less than 20,000 left in his account. If the owner had not cut him a deal on that 50,000, he would have been in an awkward spot. 10 minutes later. Here are the pills you need, young man. Please check them. Tastes good. Guo Zio grabbed a fasting pill, tossed it into his mouth, and nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the sour and foul taste of the pseudo-fasting pills, these had a subtle, pleasant aroma. You really do get what you pay for. And an hour later, Guo Liang had arrived at the Liang slaughterhouse. He wanted to see Wang Yang and thank him again. If it had not been for the blood-replenishing and energy-boosting pill he gave him back then, his cultivation level would not have improved so smoothly. Come in. After knocking on Uncle Yang's office door, he heard the voice from inside telling him to enter. Zio, what brings you here? Seeing it was Gyu Zhao, he said in surprise. Did you make it into a martial arts university? Before Gyu Zhao could speak, Wang Yang continued. Wang Yang had actually wanted to ask yesterday, but he was afraid that if Gyu Zhao had failed his exam and was not in a good mood, it would be insensitive to ask so soon, so he decided to wait a day or two. I got into Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Gyu Zhao did not reveal his cultivation level. He just mentioned getting into the school, fearing he might shock Wang Yang. Zai Martial Arts University. Yeah. Good. Although Jiangnan Martial Arts University is a bit dangerous, it is a great opportunity for you. Wang Yang knew exactly where it was located, but he felt Gyu Zhao had made the right choice. If he had gone to a mainland university, he might have developed steadily, but the resources available would have been far too limited. For schools like Jiangnan, while riskier, they offer talented kids from humble backgrounds the chance to fight for resources that mainland universities simply cannot compare with. Classes do not start for another 2 months. Do you want to come work here for a while? I will give you a higher wage, so you will have some extra money to spend when you get to Jiangnan. Or, feeling Wang Yang's concern, Gyu Zhao felt a warmth in his heart. Uncle Yang, there is no need. Inside the university, we mostly use academic credits for transactions. If you do not need it there, you can use it in Jiangnan City. You have to understand, while money is not everything in this world, you definitely cannot do anything without it. Uncle Yang, I really do not need it. Seeing Wang Yang's slightly indignant expression, he continued. Besides, I am planning to head to Jiangnan City with my instructor tomorrow. I just came by too. So soon, Wang Yang paused before speaking in a low, lingering tone. Wang Yang really had not expected Gyu Zhao to be leaving Honghai City as early as tomorrow. Leaving is for the best. Yes, leaving is for the best. Honghai City is just too small after all. A thought crossed his mind, and he suddenly felt that it might be a good thing for Gyu Zhao to leave Honghai City. Wang Yang had a gut feeling that something major might happen in Honghai City within the next year or two, though he could not explain why he felt that way. Uncle Yang, thank you. Gyu Zhao bowed deeply to Wang Yang. What are you thanking me for? All of this is the result of your own hard work. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Yang's eyes flickered slightly. He naturally understood why Gyu Zhao felt this way. But to him, he had only provided a small medicinal pill, and everything else was achieved through Gyu Zhao's own efforts. And besides, I am your uncle. He patted Gyu Zhao on the shoulder, leaving everything unsaid. The two chatted for a long time, though it was mostly Wang Yang talking and Gyu Zhao listening. All right, go back now. It is getting late, and you have a long journey ahead tomorrow. Uncle Yang, then I will be going now. Go on then. You look just like your father, big brother. Watching Gyu Zhao's retreating figure, Wang Yang's eyes suddenly grew moist. Big brother, sister-in-law, your son has truly grown up. I miss you both so much. And Gyu Zhao, having already left, looked back at the Yongxing slaughterhouse. For some reason, his heart suddenly felt heavy. Parting ways today, who knows when we will meet again. In this world, he had only Wang Yang left, an uncle who was more than kin to him. He did actually have other relatives, but they had not been in contact for a very long time. In his memories, he had once overheard that due to issues surrounding his parents' marriage, the two sides had a fallout and completely cut off relations. Ever since his parents died in action during a mission, not a single relative had ever come to help him. He had complained about it before, but that was all in the past now. He shook his head and headed towards the park near his home. He activated his full-strength snow-walking trace technique, now at the realm of perfection. In the dead of night, he moved like a phantom, rapidly heading in the direction he remembered. Truly deserving of being a yellow-grade superior technique, this speed is at least 10 times faster than before, though the consumption of inner energy is a bit high. Sensing his internal energy, he realized that in just a few minutes, less than half remained. Is it because I have not learned a martial arts cultivation technique that I lack the finesse to control it, leading to such rapid consumption? Ever since he learned the snow-walking trace, he could barely control his internal energy. Everything was smooth as long as it followed the technique's pathways, but it became strained whenever he tried to move energy outside that scope. Not knowing the reason, he could only guess it was because he had not learned the proper martial artist's cultivation method. Tab. Why? Just as Gyu Zhao was feeling the internal energy in his body, a voice clearly reached his ears. Why cannot I even reach the entry level of basic swordsmanship? Am I really just meant to be a normal person like they say? I am so frustrated. And the young man knelt on the ground, pounding the earth hard with his hands, filled with overwhelming resentment. Following the sound, Gyu Zhao saw a sallow-faced boy kneeling on the ground, hitting the floor in anger and helplessness. History always repeats itself in surprising ways. Once upon a time, I lived just like this. The boy before him was so similar to how he once was. In his past life, lying in a hospital bed in the dead of night, he felt the same way, cursing heaven for letting him be diagnosed with terminal cancer at 30. In this life, according to his memories, he had once been just as powerless as this boy, hating why he could not break through to the next stage. But everything started to improve after his rebirth. With a light push off his feet, he floated above the boy and landed on a street lamp. Then give up the sword and train with a saber. If the saber does not work, try a spear. Among the 18 weapons, there is bound to be one that suits you. Gyu Zhao looked down at the boy and said, there was no other way. He and the boy were both too young. If he had walked directly up to him to say this, the boy probably would not have listened. He might even have thought he was being mocked. That is why he resorted to this strategy, and the effect was obvious, as the boy below was stunned. The boy was stunned, not because Gyu Zhao looked handsome, but because Gyu Zhao appeared the same age as him, yet had managed to stand silently atop the street lamp. After a long while, training with a saber, could I really do it? A raspy voice came from the boy's mouth, his doubtful tone showing he clearly did not believe in himself. Why could not you? How do you know you cannot if you have not even tried? Our innate conditions are fixed, but that does not mean we cannot break through. You must firmly believe that no matter how good your talent is, it will not matter if you give up halfway. And no matter how poor your talent, with perseverance, you will eventually succeed. These words were not just for the boy, they were also for himself. It was through his own hard work, combined with a little bit of a golden cheat code, that he reached his current level. If he had been afraid of death and just followed the rules step by step, he would probably only have reached the 9th stage of a martial apprentice by now. Clatter. Gyu Zhao tossed his small satchel in front of the boy. The satchel contained 10 packs of body forging powder, 5 low-grade blood replenishing pills, and a bottle of fasting pills. He had originally bought the powder to absorb for experience points. But since he had met the boy here, he would just give it all to him. Besides, absorbing it would only yield 5,000 points anyway. As the satchel fell from the air, it hit the ground and split open, causing the boy's pupils to shrink. Although he did not recognize the 2 bottles of pills, he certainly knew the body forging powder, and there was a lot of it. For him, this was a massive stroke of luck. Even though you are just an unsuccessful student right now, I believe that one day you will become an extraordinary person. Who are you? Why are you helping me? This sudden stroke of fortune left the boy in disbelief as he asked Gyu Zhao. Who I am does not matter. As for why I am helping you, perhaps it is because I saw my former self in you. Take care of yourself. Having said that, Gyu Zhao lightly pushed off the lamp, floated away quickly, and while leaving, he very dramatically dropped a line of poetry. I ride upon the wind to soar, to slay the demons evermore. The boy under the lamp watched the departing shadow and muttered to himself, "This former him." Then the boy's gaze gradually firmed up, and he picked up the wooden sword to practice basic saber techniques. Whether he was practicing them correctly or not, who could say? The next day, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window and struck Gyu Zhao's eyes, making him squint involuntarily. After returning from the park last night, he had stayed in the room his parents once occupied, quietly looking at the photos on the wall. The photos clearly showed a young Gyu Zhao with his parents before they passed away. Tab tab. Tab tab. Student Gyu Zhao, are you home? I am teacher Lin from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. A knock came from outside the door, followed by the voice of a mentor from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Coming, he shouted from inside the room before getting up to leave. Just as he stepped out of the room, he walked back to the wall where the photos were and began to wipe them carefully. I am leaving now. I will come visit you both again next time, he said with a carefree smile as he looked at the photos after finishing. These words were a farewell to both his life before and after rebirth. From today on, he would start a brilliant new chapter. Student Gyu Zhao. After he opened the door, the mentor from Jiangnan Martial Arts University smiled slightly at him. That is me, sorry to have kept you waiting. It is no trouble at all. I am Teacher Lin from the admissions office of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Have you packed your things? Do you need a moment? As a teacher at the university, she naturally knew about storage rings, but having checked Gu Xiao's background before coming, she did not believe he possessed one. No need, I did not have much to pack in the first place. I can just buy whatever I need when I get there. Gu Xiao was telling the truth. He had only prepared 2 changes of clothes. Teacher Lin did not doubt him. After all, every year there were a few students who found packing a hassle and chose to buy everything at the academy, though most ended up regretting it. All right then, we have a few other students to pick up. Shall we head out together? Teacher Lin, that works for me. Gu Dao felt that Teacher Lin was being overly polite, considering he was just a student who had just graduated from high school. Little did he know, Teacher Lin had not slept a wink all night. She had received exclusive information from her principal that Gu Xiao had reached the martial artist realm and his martial arts skills were at least at the mastery level. As an admissions officer, she knew exactly what that meant. She was so excited and nervous that she had not slept at all. That was why, at the first sign of dawn, she arrived with another admissions teacher to pick him up. Teacher Su, let us head to Honghai Plaza to pick up the other students, shall we? She closed the car door and said to the teacher in the driver's seat. Sure. Are we taking this car all the way to Jiangnan City? Gu Xiao asked with slight curiosity while sitting in the van. Of course not. Once we pick up the other students, we will head to the train station. As for this vehicle, it was borrowed temporarily from a colleague at the train station. Half an hour later. Is this the place? The car came to a smooth stop, and Teacher Lin opened the door and called out to the students outside. Gu Xiao looked over to see a group waiting at Honghai Plaza, who all came over upon hearing Teacher Lin's voice. Unlike Gu Xiao, they were all carrying large and small bags. A little chubby boy, in particular, was carrying a sack of rice filled to the brim with snacks. It was fortunate that this van was quite large. Otherwise, it really would not have been able to fit all their belongings. Parents, we must get going now, or we will miss our train. Teacher Lin, please take care of my son on the road. And my daughter as well. Teacher Su and Teacher Lin were clearly experienced. They seized the moment, stepped on the gas, and quickly drove away from Honghai Plaza. Hugh. Teacher Lin wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She glanced at Gu Xiao and thought to herself, if only everyone were as efficient as him. 7 students in total had boarded, 4 boys and 3 girls. This made the van, which was not very big to begin with, look somewhat crowded, not because of the number of people, but because of the volume of luggage. Bro, I am Lin Tiansai, 8th stage martial apprentice. Want some snacks? The chubby boy, Lin Tiansai, took a bag of snacks from his rice sack and offered it to Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, he replied, shaking his head to decline the snacks offered by the chubby boy. Pretty boys and girls, anyone want some? Lin Tiansai did not mind Gu Xiao's attitude. After all, they had just met, so it was normal to be rejected. Sure, I am He Fang, 8th stage martial apprentice. Li Weiyan, 7th stage martial apprentice. And the students who boarded began to get familiar with each other, fueled by Lin Tiansai's snacks, and even started sharing their cultivation realms. Among the 7, 2 were 7th stage martial apprentices, and the rest were at the 8th stage. Judging by their clothes, they seemed to be from wealthy or influential backgrounds. Apart from the chubby boy, Lin Tiansai, who had acknowledged Gu Xiao at first, the others acted as if he were a plague, keeping a slight distance from him. After all, Gu Xiao looked like a boy from a poor family, especially with his aloof expression, so they could not be bothered with him. 2 hours later. Train station parking lot. Students, gather your luggage and follow Teacher Lin to the waiting hall. After the car stopped, Teacher Su opened the doors and spoke to Gu Xiao's group before turning to Teacher Lin. I am going to return the vehicle to Old He. It is fine, go ahead and return the car. I can manage from here, Teacher Lin said, encouraging Teacher Su to return the car to Old He first. All right, I am off then. Seeing that Gu Xiao and the others had their luggage ready, she led them toward the waiting hall to join the main group. Old He, many thanks. Teacher Su expressed his gratitude to a middle-aged man and handed him the van keys. Do not mention it, just glad I could help. Let us have a good drink next time you come over. Of course, let us invite Old Wang and the others next time. Deal, remember to bring her along then. I have not won her heart yet, but Teacher Su smiled brightly at the mere thought of Teacher Lin. Gu Xiao, you did not bring any luggage. Seeing Gyu Zhao completely empty-handed except for the sword in his hand, the chubby boy, Lin Tianzai, was extremely envious. Among them, aside from the girls, he had the most stuff. He had even thoughtfully offered to help one of the girls carry a suitcase. Of course, this act by Lin Qingning only made the girls dislike Gyu Zhao even more. Yeah, Gyu Zhao. At that moment, a voice full of surprise came from the side. Inside the waiting hall, Liu Chuanfeng saw Gyu Zhao following behind the instructor from Jiangnan Martial Arts University and let out a call of surprise. He knew for a fact that Gyu Zhao had not even taken the first martial arts theory exam. Since he was appearing here, it was clear he had been specially recruited by Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Back at the school gate's security office, he had heard Liu Yi and the others say that Gyu Zhao was only at the third rank of the martial apprentice realm. Over the past few days, whenever he thought back to the day of the martial arts college entrance exam, he felt very regretful. If only he had been more firm in his attitude back then, maybe Gyu Zhao would have been able to successfully enter the multimedia classroom and start the first martial arts theory assessment. What he did not expect was to actually run into Gyu Zhao here. And since he was appearing here today, especially trailing behind a Jiangnan Martial Arts University instructor, he was obviously a special recruit. Can a third-rank martial apprentice be specially recruited too? Seeing Gyu Zhao enter a martial arts university made him feel a bit better, yet he still felt a touch of confusion inwardly. Thanks for what happened the other day. Seeing it was Liu Chuanfeng, Gyu Zhao smiled and said to him. Liu Chuanfeng had helped him out at the school gate back then. Although he had not made it into the multimedia classroom in the end, it did not stop him from having a favorable impression of Liu Chuanfeng. It should be me apologizing. My attitude should have been firmer last time, perhaps. What brings you here? Gyu Zhao shook his head, clearly not wanting to continue that topic, and asked instead. Heading back to the first military academy, let me formally introduce myself, Liu Chuanfeng, a quasi-sophomore at the first military academy. Nice to meet you. Gyu Zhao, a quasi-freshman at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Student Gyu Zhao, our college's meeting point is right there. I will take the other students over first. There is about half an hour left until boarding. You can head over on your own in a moment. Instructor Lin, who was leading the way, checked the clock in the waiting hall and pointed in a direction as he spoke to Gyu Zhao. All right, Instructor Lin, I will be over in a bit. Upon hearing Gyu Zhao's reply, Instructor Lin nodded and left with the other students. Are not you going back to rest during the summer break? Why are you heading back to school so early? I originally had not planned on returning this time, but I happened to take on a mission, so it worked out well to come back and visit my family. And after chatting for a while, Gyu Zhao took his leave. Neither of them left their contact information. Gyu Zhao felt they were not that close, and since they were attending different martial arts universities, he did not bring it up. Liu Chuanfeng also felt it would be too troublesome. He knew that once Gyu Zhao enrolled, the school would issue phones, and current contact numbers might not work, so he did not suggest it either. Both of them secretly felt that if they were meant to meet again, they would leave their numbers then. Sit here, we will be boarding the train in a little while. Instructor Lin saw Gyu Zhao and pointed to an empty seat beside him. The instructors around them also nodded at him in a friendly manner. They had long known about Gyu Zhao's realm, and they felt honored to have recruited a student with such promising prospects. He walked to the empty seat beside Instructor Lin and sat down. What he did not notice was that the group of people behind them were looking at Gyu Zhao's back with slightly puzzled eyes. Because the front row seats belonged to the college instructors, the fact that Gyu Zhao was invited by an instructor to sit in the front row clearly showed that the instructors thought more highly of him. They were also specially recruited students, and naturally did not think they would lose to Gyu Zhao. Gyu Zhao, how could he possibly be here? Behind and to the left of Gyu Zhao, a group of girls were chattering away. One of them looked at Gyu Zhao with a bit of confusion. Zuer, what is wrong over there? Nothing, that person just looks very familiar, but I must have recognized the wrong person. The girl called Zuer glanced at Gyu Zhao, then shook her head and smiled. Maybe she was overthinking it. How could Gyu Zhao possibly have been specially recruited into Jiangnan Martial Arts University? That guy came with us earlier. What was his name again? Right on the van, he looked like everyone owed him 3 million with a sour face. And The 4 girls who came in the same van as Gyu Zio all looked down on him a bit. However, they were not unreasonable, just recounting how Gyu Zio had looked on the ride. Pretty lady, that student's name is Gyu Zio. Little fatty Lin Tiansai popped up from somewhere, acting sycophantic as he told Zuer Gyu Zio's name. What a coincidence. The girl called Zuer looked surprised. The name the little fatty said was exactly the same one she had in mind. Ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling. All passengers heading to Jiangnan City, please prepare your... Students, gather your luggage, we are getting ready to board. A male instructor stood up and said to the people behind. As the girl called Zuer walked into the carriage, she saw Gyu Zio sitting in the front row. She stood frozen on the spot. Zuer, a girl behind Zuer, saw her standing still and asked with concern, thinking something had happened. I am fine. Zuer took a deep look at Gyu Zio, then walked into the carriage. Does she know me? Or did I get even more handsome lately? Gyu Zio saw a girl looking at him and felt a bit confused. Thinking she was just looking at his handsomeness, he stopped caring and turned to look out the window. The girl was exactly Gyu Zio's classmate, Ning Zuer. I am afraid Ning Zuer did not expect that Gyu Zio had no idea who she was. Wonder what she would think of that. The train started slowly. In this era, the train is the only way for long-distance travel. The tracks for bullet trains and high-speed rails have already been destroyed or occupied by demonic beasts. Only the train remained, and through the constant efforts of our predecessors, we have the trains we have today. And after constant improvements, their originally sluggish speed has also increased quite a bit, though still not as fast as bullet trains. It will take about 10 hours for us this time. You can read books or chat to pass the time. The instructor from the admissions office stood at the carriage entrance and said to Gyu Zio and the others. Understood. Understood. And once outside the city, the hustle and bustle faded away. Every now and then, one could hear the roars of demonic beasts, but they only dared to scream at the train from where they stood. Looking out, the lush forest was like a sea of green, and the clouds touched the peaks of towering mountains where giant trees grew. This would have been unimaginable in my past life. Sitting in the chair, he fell asleep without realizing it. It had been a while since he felt this relaxed. I do not know how much time passed. The noisy, screaming sounds in the carriage woke Gyu Zio up. Oz, what should we do? I do not want to die. Fear, anxiety, and clamor began to spread throughout the train carriage. Students, stay calm. There are powerful experts at the martial spirit realm guarding this train. They will not let the demonic beast harm us. Besides, the principal of our academy is also on this train today, so there is no danger at all. And hearing the mentor's words, the panicked students started to settle down. What is happening? Looking at the noisy carriage, he had no idea what was going on. Outside, a boy behind Gyu Zio trembled as he pointed. Outside. Hearing the voice from behind, Gyu Zio looked out the window. He saw a dense swarm of flying demonic beasts heading straight toward them. They were less than a few kilometers away from the train. So many. Watching the flying beasts get closer, Gyu Zio was also taken aback. It was not that he was afraid to face them, but there were just too many of them. Outside the city of Honghai, the most he had ever seen was a skirmish between 100 beasts. This was his first time seeing such a large swarm. However, he was not afraid. Even if he could not beat them, were not their mentors from Jiangnan Martial Arts University here. If his own school's mentor could not handle it, there were still the mentors from the neighboring First Military Academy. He had heard Liu Chuanfeng mention that they were on the same train as Gyu Zio, though Gyu Zio would be getting off before them. And he had once heard Su Qing say that mentors at top-tier martial arts universities were at least at the martial spirit realm, which made him feel even less worried. In another carriage, this carriage was filled with Dean Zhang, Principal Du, and the mentors from their respective academies. They were currently observing the performance of their special recruits. They have not even gotten close yet, and they are already scared like this. Each generation is truly worse than the last, Principal Du said with great disappointment, looking at the students on the screen. Well, most of them have never faced demonic beasts before. This reaction is to be expected, Dean Zhang replied, consoling himself. I look at that brat, then I look at our side. Old Zhang, can you understand how I feel? Principal Du knew this was normal, but looking at Gyu Zio's relaxed demeanor, even seeing him watch the incoming beasts with interest. It would not have been so bad if he had not compared them, but once he did, his own students really seemed lackluster. This girl's psychological quality is decent. Ningzuer, I think her name is. This little chubby guy is also not bad. This one. The mentors in the carriage ignored their principal's conversation and watched the screens intently, even recording notes in their hands. As special recruits, their benefits had already been negotiated upon enrollment. However, certain implicit benefits were distributed based on assessments. Otherwise, it would be chaotic if every special recruit had the exact same treatment. Usually, these assessments were meant to be conducted over time, but no one expected to run into a swarm of flying demonic beasts today. Seniors, I will go drive them away. A uniformed man walked over from another carriage and said, Zhao Wang, you do not need to step in this time. I will disperse them later and drop a few Tier 1 beasts into our student's carriage, Principal Du said to the uniformed man, having thought of something. Then I will leave it to you, senior. Principal Du waved his hand and spoke to the mentors. Keep a close eye on them. Those who perform well get 50 credits, and if anyone manages to kill one, I will give them 100 credits per kill. Follow Principal Du's lead. The mentors from Jiangnan Martial Arts University looked at their own principal, feeling a bit lost. Understood. After hearing their own principal agree, the mentors from Jiangnan Martial Arts University expressed their understanding. As for the students' safety, they chose to ignore it entirely. Since Principal Du said they were Tier 1 beasts, they had to be Tier 1. Among their special recruits, even the weakest was at the 7th stage of the martial disciple realm. Death was impossible. As for getting injured, that was a different story. Teacher Wang, did not you say there were experts? Why are the beasts getting closer? Yeah, teacher. And in Gu Zhao's carriage, the students were huddled around their teacher, Wang, asking him questions. Teacher Wang of Jiangnan Martial Arts University was a bit confused watching the beasts continue to fly toward them. Under normal circumstances, that swarm should have been dispersed long ago. Seeing the students surrounding him, Teacher Wang seemed to realize something and said, Do not be afraid. With me here, they will not be able to kill you. But he added to himself, That is right, they will not kill you, but a few scratches are to be expected. If they knew that the teacher they trusted most had already sold them out, who knows what they would think? Why did Old Man Du fly out? And why is that look in his eyes so strange? Still looking out the window, Gu Zhao noticed Principal Du of the 1st Military Academy fly out, and he even glanced toward his side. It was not looking at him, but into the carriage. Gu Zhao could tell that much. He was not arrogant enough to think Principal Du was looking at him. Then, Gu Zhao opened his mouth in awe. Wow, so cool. Just as the beasts were about to reach the train, Principal Du flew out and hovered in midair. Looking at the approaching beasts, he roared. Little beasts, how dare you be so insolent? Heaven-breaking palm. Principal Du pushed a palm forward. A massive palm made of energy grew larger and larger in the air before flying directly into the dense swarm of beasts. In an instant, 70% of the swarm died, turning into blood mist and disappearing, while the remaining 30% were terrified and scattered in every direction. My heart aches. Inside the carriage, Gu Zhao watched the countless beasts turn into blood mist and disappear, and he felt a pang of pain in his heart. With so many beasts, even if they were only Tier 1, the experience points he could have absorbed would have been at least in the tens of millions. Not to mention, he had even seen Tier 2 gale sparrows and other beasts he did not recognize. Teacher Wang, help. And just as Gu Zhao was grieving for those lost experience points, for some reason, a few flying beasts suddenly flew inside. This caused the carriage, which had been relatively calm, to descend into utter chaos, as everyone scrambled in a panic to dodge the attacking beasts. If those panicked students could have calmed down to observe, they would have realized that the beasts that flew in were not actually that scary. Tier 1 beast sparrow. That little girl is not bad. This one is okay too. And this one. Inside the instructor's carriage, they were watching the performance of their respective students on the screens. However, judging by their constant head shaking, it was clear that they were not very satisfied with their current performance. After Principal Du struck a palm, he used his divine sense to lure several level 1 monster sparrows into his own carriage, and that of the Jiangnan Martial Arts University's specially recruited students, before flying back. Tusk, why are students nowadays so timid? I only let a few level 1 monster sparrows in, and they are already in such chaos. Zhao Lin, other than these few students, deduct 100 credits from all of them. Principal Du looked at the carriage, which had become a mess on the screen, and his face grew dark. Fortunately, there were a few students who attacked the monster sparrows, which made his expression improve slightly. Understood. The teacher called Zio Lin replied to his principal, acknowledging the order. This batch of students also irritated him. Their mental fortitude was truly poor. He was already thinking about whether to give them special training when they returned to the first military academy. The more Principal Du looked at his own carriage, the more annoyed he became, so he simply looked at the Jiangnan Martial Arts University's carriage instead. Old Zhang, I thought the students specially recruited by my first military academy were bad enough, but I did not expect you to be even worse off than me. Principal Du, who had been in a foul mood, saw the carriage of the Jiangnan Martial Arts University's specially recruited students and began to gloat to Dean Zhang. The performance in Gu Zio's carriage was truly even worse. Excluding Gu Zio, there were only 4 people whose performance was barely passable. Inside the carriage where Gu Zio was, Ning Zuer, Lin Tianzai, and 2 other classmates were all looking vigilantly at the level 1 monster sparrows circling the carriage. Several people in the carriage had already been scratched by the sharp wings of the monster sparrows, though they were just minor superficial wounds. And yet, because of these simple superficial wounds, they were lying on the ground wailing. Are level 1 monsters really this terrifying? Gu Zio blinked as he looked at his classmates in the carriage. If he recognized them correctly, the monsters wreaking havoc in the carriage were just level 1 monster sparrows, and at most, they were only level 1, rank 5 monsters. Level 1 monster sparrows were actually evolved from the sparrows that existed before the martial arts era. However, due to their bloodline, 99.9% of them could only reach the level 1, rank 5 stage at best. What Gu Zio did not know was that everyone in the carriage, except for him and Teacher Wang, was facing monsters for the first time. Usually, they only had minor spars with martial arts hall coaches, and there was no way those coaches would actually try to kill them. It was no exaggeration to call them flowers in a greenhouse. Ning Zuer and the other 4 were also in a miserable state, struggling to defend themselves. Although the 4 of them had never faced monsters, after the brief battle just now, they had temporarily adapted to the attack patterns of the level 1 monster sparrows. They were even confident now that if it were a one-on-one situation, they could single-handedly kill a level 1 monster sparrow. Seeing that Ning Zuer and the others could not be effectively attacked, the few level 1 monster sparrows had to change their targets. The students who had already been scared were not so lucky. All of them had sustained some minor injuries to varying degrees. Crouch on the ground, they will not attack us. Whether it was some female classmate who shouted it, most of the students obediently crouched on the ground, and some even lay directly on the ground, covering their heads with both hands. This move left the monster sparrows at a loss for a moment, and they could only circle in the air looking for an opportunity. As for Teacher Wang, they even kept some distance from him because they sensed danger from him. Since Teacher Wang did not move to kill them, they naturally would not go and provoke him. They really wanted to fly out the window, but for some reason, all the windows were closed. At this moment, they saw Gu Zio standing up, and they did not feel any dangerous aura from him, so without hesitation, they locked onto him, spread their wings, and charged straight at him. Classmate Gu Zio, get down quickly. Ning Zuer saw Gu Zio stand up and thought, this is bad, as she hurriedly warned him loudly. Why should I get down? Just as Ning Zuer and the others thought Gu Zio was about to suffer some flesh wounds, the next second, all 4 of them were stunned. A flash of light passed by, and the level 1 monster sparrows that had approached Gu Zio fell to the ground one after another. Gu Zio calmly sheathed his sword and then looked at Ning Zuer and the others, saying, they were just a few measly level 1 monsters. Just a few measly monsters. Gu Zio's voice sounded so harsh to Ning Zuer and the others. They had been struggling so hard just now, while Gu Zio had killed those level 1 monsters with a single simple sword strike. And even for that simple strike, they had not even seen when he drew his sword. What a fast sword! Teacher Wang, who was watching from the side, could not help but exclaim. Then, he looked at the students crouched or lying on the ground and said grumpily, all right, the monsters have already been killed. How much longer do you plan to stay on the floor? Teacher Wang, why did not you just step in and kill those monsters earlier? Someone asked, voicing their inner thoughts. Fortunately, there was no anger or resentment in their words, just a hint of confusion. Your performance really disappointed us. The strength of these level 1 monsters is actually not higher than any of you present, yet so many of you could not even handle a few level 1 monsters. Just as classmate Gyu Zio said, they were merely a few level 1 monsters. Teacher Wang did not answer the students' question directly, but instead spoke to them with disappointment. Except for Gyu Zio, all the students present hung their heads in shame because what Teacher Wang said was the truth. Ning Zuer, Lin Tiansai, and the other two had originally felt quite proud that they could fend off the monster attacks. They even thought to themselves that in a one-on-one situation, they would surely be able to kill them successfully. Now, reminded by Teacher Wang, they realized that even with the tough bodies of monsters, these level 1 monster sparrows were at most at the level of a 7th grade martial apprentice, and the weakest person among them was at the 7th grade martial apprentice level. And yet, they had been in such a pathetic state. What a pity, there are so many people here, it is not convenient to absorb them into experience points. Gyu Zio looked at the sparrows on the ground and felt a sense of regret. Having lost millions of experience points earlier, he was now about to lose another 20,000 plus. In the carriage where the instructors were gathered. Whoosh! Great completion. Impressive. And watching the screen as Gyu Zio killed the monster with a single sword strike, the instructors erupted into a clamor of astonishment. Being at the martial artist realm alone was enough to shock them, but they never expected that one of Gyu Zio's martial skills had actually reached the state of great completion. This is a disaster. If only I had been more generous with the incentives earlier. Looking at the screen, Principal Du realized what he had missed. He even regretted not increasing the rewards further. Perhaps Gyu Zio would have been a student at his first military academy by now. Then he cast a resentful, narrow-eyed gaze toward Principal Zhang and said, "You knew all along, did not you? Why did not you tell me? It seems the affection I have held for you all these years was misplaced after all." Principal Zhang watched Principal Du feigning the air of a delicate young girl and laughed, saying, "I only found out later, but by then he was already a student at our Jiangnan Martial Arts University, so I did not mention it to you. Old Zhang, give us a hint. What kind of offer did you make that kid?" Principal Du was dying to know exactly what kind of compensation Principal Zhang had offered to recruit Gyu Zio. A few days ago, he would not have dared to ask, but since Gyu Zio was already enrolled at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, he felt no pressure asking now. The entire carriage fell silent as the instructors from both academies were consumed by curiosity. Since Principal Zhang had handled the recruitment personally, no one knew the specific rewards. It was nothing much. I gave the kid a profound grade cultivation technique and a martial skill, 1,500 credits, a weapon forged 400 times, and doubled his monthly pill supply. The instructors from both academies were stunned. The terms Principal Zhang offered were truly astronomical. Up until now, the best they had offered to special recruits was a yellow-grade top-tier technique, 500 credits, and a weapon forged 200 times. Really, that was the exact offer I gave him. Was it just bad luck? Principal Zhang looked at Principal Du and simply smiled, waving his finger. To the other instructors, it looked like a simple gesture. But to Principal Du, who had known him for hundreds of years, the meaning was clear. "I cannot match that, I really cannot." Realizing that Gyu Zio had been lured by a storage ring, he shook his head, admitting defeat. Meanwhile, the results for this year's Martial Arts College entrance exam were released. Number 1, Chen Maoyan from Huan Number 1 High School, 259 points. Number 2, Wang Dai from Tianan Number 2 High School, 258 points. Number 3, Wu Zixi from Honghai Number 1 High School, 257 points. And the national top scorer's 259 points had once again broken the historical record of 258. Gyu Zio's total score was exactly 100, ranking him 123, 456th nationally. People across the country were only discussing the top 1,000 students, let alone paying attention to Gyu Zio, who was ranked well outside the top 100,000. Inside a study at the Gyu family mansion in Jiangsu City, the old man was writing calligraphy while two middle-aged men stood by, not daring to even breathe loudly. "How did Linwen and Zioyu perform in their martial arts exam?" the old man asked after finishing his calligraphy. Linwen ranked 10th nationally with 245 points. Xiaoyu ranked 4th nationally with 255 points. Hearing the old man ask about them, the two men's faces flickered with pride as they replied calmly and respectfully. Not bad, the old man said it faintly, then fell silent before adding. Tell them to keep pushing when they reach Martial Arts University. The entrance exam is just the beginning. Hearing the old man's approval, a hint of joy crossed their faces. Since the elder had expressed satisfaction, he was clearly pleased. They acknowledged his advice immediately. Grandma, can you get Grandpa to let us learn martial skills now? That is right, Grandma. I have been eyeing that clear wind sword manual for ages. All right. And the voices of a boy and a girl drifted in from outside the study, and the two middle-aged men shared an awkward look. A moment later, the three of them entered the room. Ling Tian, just now, the elderly woman said to the man at the desk with a helpless expression. The old man had already prepared the manuals, intending to give them as a gift at dinner. Since his grandchildren were so impatient, he had no choice but to bring them out now. Otherwise, he'd be pestered to death. His wife was proof of that. Take them. Thank you, Grandpa, the boy and girl said happily. These two are yellow-grade top-tier martial skills. If you do not understand something, ask your fathers. Strive to reach the minor completion stage within 2 months. And do not fall behind on your actual cultivation level. We know, Grandpa. Grandma, we are going back to train now. Go on then, the old woman said, watching them with a doting gaze. The old man watched his skipping grandchildren and shook his head, saying to the two men, Linwen and Xiaoyu's mental fortitude still needs work. We understand, Father. I will make sure they read more when we get back, the men replied hastily. Heiabe, Hayashin, which martial arts university are they planning to attend? I was so distracted by them, just now I forgot to ask. Mother, they are going to Ningxi Martial Arts University, one of them replied. Madu Martial Arts University is good. It is relatively safe, the old woman said, sounding satisfied. HMPH. If you ask me, Xiaoyu is fine, but Linwen should be heading to Jiangnan Martial Arts University or the First Military Academy. How can one improve rapidly while hiding in a safe zone? The old man grumbled, clearly displeased. What good is cultivation if you lose your life? The old woman retorted, hands on her hips, visibly angry. Yes, of course, Madu Martial Arts University it is. The old man quickly conceded, clearly afraid of his wife. The two sons held back their laughter, their faces turning red. Sigh. If only Heianan were still here. Their child would be as old as Linwen and Xiaoyu by now. For a moment, everyone in the study fell into silence. Much like the character the old man had written on his desk, stillness. Inside the train carriage, where Gu Xiao was. 15 minutes later. The carriage was no longer in the state of panic it had been before. Everyone was sitting quietly in their seats. As for the few monsters on the floor, they had already been cleared away by the train attendants. Watching the attendants' practiced movements, it was clear that this was not their first time dealing with such matters. The carriage was buzzing with noise again, though judging by the expressions on their faces, the events that had just transpired still left them with lingering fear and even a sense of shame. Zuer, I misjudged the situation. I never expected that classmate to be so powerful. Yeah, I thought he was just a country bumpkin before. It would be great if he could be on our team in the future. Yeah. At this moment, the girls around Ning Zuer were chattering away, their conversations centering mostly on Gu Xiao. Ning Zuer had been listening to the girls' topic quietly, but when she heard the word teammate, her heart skipped a beat. After the incident with the monster, she and Lin Tiansai's group of 4 had become well acquainted, and they had even decided to register as a squad once they arrived at the university. If Gu Xiao could also join them, their future missions would be much safer. Besides, they had been classmates for 3 years, there was no way he would refuse her. Ning Zuer was quite confident in her own charm. I am fine with it, but will he agree to come? Zuer, you can go and ask him. Yeah. She shared her thoughts with her 3 future teammates, and they all clearly agreed. After all, Gu Xiao's combat power had been obvious to everyone, and it made no sense to refuse such a powerful teammate. After the discussion concluded with their agreement, Ning Zuer got up and headed toward where Gu Xiao was sitting. Upon reaching the front of the carriage, Ning Zuer reached up to brush her long, dark hair and spoke to Gu Xiao in a soft voice. Gu Xiao. Several of the boys nearby accidentally caught sight of Ning Zuer brushing her hair, and for some reason, they were completely stunned. It was not until she called Gyu Zhao's name that they snapped out of it, and they lowered their heads in slight embarrassment. However, they still cast glances at Ningzuer from time to time. When their eyes caught a glimpse of Gyu Zhao, they actually started to feel a bit of envy and jealousy toward him. But as soon as they recalled the scene of Gyu Zhao slaying the monster with a single strike of his sword, that jealousy instantly evaporated. They had been right there when Gyu Zhao drew his sword, and having seen it with their own eyes, they naturally knew they were no match for him. "Who are you?" Gyu Zhao remembered the girl. At the time, he had assumed she was looking at him just because he was handsome. But seeing that Ningzuer seemed to know him, he was genuinely bewildered, as he had no recollection of knowing this girl. Seeing Gyu Zhao's lost expression, Ningzuer, who had been brushing her hair, paused for a moment before dropping her hand casually. Ningzuer truly could not believe that Gyu Zhao actually did not recognize her. They had been classmates for 3 years. Even if they were not in the same class, he should still know who she was. She was the famous school beauty of Honghai No. 7 High School. How could anyone not know Ningzuer? Ningzuer, she said her own name with a hint of annoyance. Ningzuer, that name sounds familiar. Hearing the girl's name, Gyu Zhao felt like he had heard it somewhere before, but he could not quite place it for a moment. Watching Gyu Zhao's expression, which did not look forced at all, Ningzuer was truly resigned. "Your classmate, Ningzuer." "Oh, no wonder the name sounded familiar. It is you." "Sorry about that, classmate Ning. I was a bit rattled by the monster earlier, so my head's been a little foggy, and I did not recognize you for a second." The people around them nearly fainted upon hearing Gyu Zhao's words. Does he not even need a script to lie? It just rolled right off his tongue. And the excuse he came up with? They were truly impressed. They wondered who it was just a moment ago that had so proudly said it was just a few Tier 1 monsters. Ningzuer stared at Gyu Zhao, feeling extremely speechless. She might have believed any other excuse, but claiming he was scared and confused by the monsters. Was he serious? "Why are you heading to Jiangnan Martial Arts University so early?" Ningzuer clearly did not want to dwell on what had happened in the carriage and quickly changed the subject. "Well, the academy gave us a free cultivation manual, so I thought I would better hurry up and pick a movement technique. In case I ever run into a monster I cannot beat, at least I will be able to run away." Ningzuer rolled her eyes. What kind of logic is running away if you cannot beat them? Although she felt like Gyu Zhao was feeding her a line, when she thought about it carefully, it actually made sense. If you cannot beat them and do not run, are not you just a sitting duck? Surely you would not just wash your neck and wait to die, right? The surrounding students who had been listening in also felt that Gyu Zhao was right, and they started considering whether they should prioritize learning a movement technique upon arriving at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Do not listen to him. The cultivation manuals available to you through your special admission benefits are yellow grade superior level, and the credit value of such a manual is not something you can earn in the short term. The teacher suggests you choose a cultivation method to prioritize breaking through to the martial artist realm first. Of course, if you have a family legacy manual, do as you please. Lastly, let me remind you that after you officially enroll, you will have another opportunity to obtain a technique for free. Although it will only be yellow grade intermediate, those are more than enough for your current stage of practice. Teacher Wang, seeing that the students around him were clearly taking Gyu Zhao's words seriously, hurriedly put a stop to their line of thinking. These students were admitted through special recruitment, and their primary mission now was to reach the martial artist realm. Martial skills could come later. They could not afford to put the cart before the horse. As for Gyu Zhao, although he did not know the exact terms of his enrollment, since Gyu Zhao was already a martial artist, he guessed that even at the very least, he would have received both a cultivation manual and a martial skill. This train is arriving at Jiangnan City shortly. Passengers preparing to disembark, please gather your luggage. At this moment, the train's intercom broadcast interrupted the students' thoughts. Classmates, get your luggage ready. We are about to reach Jiangnan City. Please follow the teachers in an orderly manner to the university's assembly point after we get off. Teacher Wang, upon hearing the broadcast, quickly addressed the students. Before long, the other instructors who had left the carriage earlier had all returned to join Teacher Wang in managing the scene. When the announcement played, Ningzuer knew this was not the time to invite Gyu Zhao, so she had no choice but to return to her seat, pack her luggage, and wait to disembark. The plan to invite Gyu Zhao would have to wait until after they enrolled. We are finally here. This train ride was truly miserable. Yeah, I wonder what the scenery and food are like at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. And listening to the students around him, Gyu Xiao rolled his eyes helplessly and thought to himself, what kind of students did this year's intake bring in? Did they struggle to get into a martial arts university just to go on vacation? Obsessing over scenery and food, of all things. 5 minutes later, the train came to a smooth stop. Under the guidance of the professors from Jiangnan Martial Arts University, they arrived at the station's pickup area. Xiao Yue, how am I supposed to live without you? Xiao Yue. And why does this scene look so familiar? As soon as he reached the pickup area, he heard a scene that felt incredibly familiar to him. He remembered a drama from his past life that played out exactly like this, except the female lead had a different name now. How touching. It would be great if my future husband were like that too. Totally. This guy is so handsome. I wonder why the girl would dump him. And everyone present, except for Gyu Xiao and the teachers, looked at the boy collapsed on the ground with great sympathy. What they did not notice was that all the instructors from Jiangnan Martial Arts University had taken a step back, looking visibly embarrassed. A while later, the boy who had been lying on the ground stood up and walked to a nearby chair, lost in thought. Everyone assumed he was just sitting there in sorrow. But the next second, their entire perception was shattered. A minivan slowly drove out from the parking area. Upon seeing the vehicle, the boy immediately burst into tears, ran toward it, and shouted, "Sia, please do not go. Sia, how am I supposed to live without you? Sia." And watching this familiar scene, everyone's worldview collapsed simultaneously. Tusk. This kid has potential, though his expression is not sincere enough. It is a bit too fake. Gyu Xiao smacked his lips while observing the boy in the distance. He was truly a piece of work. Even the legendary romantics of his past life would not dare pull a stunt like this. Li Mubai, cannot you go back to campus to embarrass yourself? Professor Lin, clearly unable to watch anymore, scolded the boy in the distance angrily. Oh, Professor Lin, what a coincidence. Hearing someone cursing him, Li Mubai did not seem angry at all. Instead, when Li Mubai saw Professor Lin, he beamed at her and started walking toward Gyu Xiao and the others. Professor Lin, are you telling me this energetic weirdo is from our university? Gyu Xiao said with disbelief. Li Mubai was just too bizarre. What do you mean by energetic weirdo? Watch your tongue, kid. Although he did not quite grasp the full meaning of the slang, it definitely did not sound like a compliment. An energetic weirdo is just a guy who looks full of life and spirit. Gyu Xiao explained to Li Mubai with a straight face. You have got an eye for talent, kid. I, this young master, am obviously a guy full of life and spirit. I like this term. And Gyu Xiao looked at Li Mubai, wondering how his brain was wired. Li Mubai glanced around, spotted Ningzuer in the crowd, and his eyes lit up. He brushed off his clothes, and then approached Ningzuer with a stylish and enthusiastic flair. Come now, Junior, let me help you. It breaks my heart to see a delicate girl like you carrying such heavy luggage, Li Mubai said, looking at Ningzuer with an expression of earnest concern. Hey. The students were stunned into silence. It was the first time they had ever met someone whose attitude could flip so fast. Li Mubai, Professor Lin was truly furious now. She stretched out her hand, and a rope flew out from somewhere, wrapping Li Mubai up tightly in layers. Not only that, a female professor behind Professor Lin flicked her wrist, and a piece of cloth from a trash can flew over and was precisely stuffed into Li Mubai's mouth. MMPH. And student Lin Xiao, would you mind dragging him along as we leave? Gyu Xiao originally wanted to ask why him, but seeing the expressions of the professors, he tactfully walked over to Li Mubai and lifted him up by the scruff. He obediently followed Professor Lin and the others into the station. I am telling you, bro, why do you have to provoke the professors like that? MMPH. What did you say? MMPH. You want me to take the cloth out of your mouth? Li Mubai nodded repeatedly, and even began to plead with his eyes for Gyu Xiao to hurry up and remove it. Looking at the rag stuffed in Li Mubai's mouth, Gyu Xiao hesitated but decided to help him out. It was absolutely foul, no wonder it came from a trash can. Having that in his mouth might actually choke a person to death. Fortunately, Li Mubai was a martial artist. A normal person would have been suffocated by the stench by now. You dare? Professor Lin suddenly turned back, gave Gyu Zhao a stern warning, and then turned away to continue walking forward. It is not that I do not want to help you, but you will have to bear with it. At worst, it is just a little smelly. Li Mubai closed his eyes in despair. His reputation was completely gone today. 10 minutes later, Gyu Zhao successfully boarded the bus provided by the school, heading to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Thankfully, the number of specially admitted students who arrived first was not large. Otherwise, there would not have been enough seats for everyone. As time passed, everyone got a look at the scenery within Jiangnan City. Unlike Honghai City, which was filled with skyscrapers, the most common sights in Jiangnan City were single-story houses, and they even looked quite rundown. Due to the unique geographical conditions, Jiangnan City is not suitable for steel and concrete construction. So, we basically use all-wood traditional structures. If one collapses, it can be rebuilt at any time. That was Li Mubai, who was sitting next to Gyu Zhao. The rag from his mouth had been removed somehow. Seeing Gyu Zhao lost in thought and assuming he was curious about the architecture, he explained it. Junior, I am Li Mubai, the current president-elect of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Society, a rank 7 martial artist. Gyu Zhao. Gyu Zhao looked at Li Mubai with suspicion, unable to fathom how someone like him could possibly be the president-elect of the Martial Arts Society. What is with that look? Are you doubting me? Li Mubai saw the skeptical look on Gyu Zhao's face, which clearly showed he did not believe him. He had won the election based on his pure talent and charisma. Junior Gyu Zhao, if you do not believe me, you can ask the professors here. They can all testify. They even approved my position as president-elect. His voice was loud enough that the professors sitting nearby heard him, and their expressions grew noticeably awkward. Although Li Mubai is a bit of a playboy, he is still an exceptionally talented individual. True, he might be a bit unreliable, but his talent and potential are undeniable. Junior, you heard that. I am not just bragging. Reaching the 7th stage of the martial artist realm before the start of sophomore year, I would not go as far as saying I am number 1 in the world, but I am definitely up there. Whoa. And excluding Gyu Zhao, the students present gasped in unison. They were not clueless rookies. They would have been grateful just to reach the 4th stage of the martial artist realm before the end of their freshman year. Hearing Li Mubai say this, they found it truly hard to believe, even making them question if they were just losers. Was the gap between people really that massive? As for Gyu Zhao, he just curled his lip. If it were not for the fact that he lacked a cultivation technique for the martial master realm, he would have broken through in minutes. Junior, you are new to the martial arts university and do not know how harsh the world can be. Want to join my squad? I will look out for you, senior brother. Upon hearing Li Mubai invite Gyu Zhao to join his squad, Ning Zuer and the other 3 became tense. After all, they had already claimed Gyu Zhao as their prospective teammate. A squad? You do not know about it. After entering the martial arts university, the academy recommends that students form 5-person squads so that it is less likely to suffer casualties when taking on dangerous missions. That sounds troublesome. It is not troublesome at all, especially when completing certain missions. Having more people is actually a good thing. Of course, if you think you are strong enough, you can choose to work alone. But as your senior, I still suggest you join a squad, because some missions require a squad just to be eligible for acceptance. And the rewards for such missions are extremely generous. So how about it? Want to consider joining my squad? No thanks, working alone is better. If I cannot beat them, I will just run. Having teammates might just make them dead weight. Li Mubai had expected Gyu Zhao to agree, but he flatly refused, even calling teammates dead weight. This made him respect Gyu Zhao a bit more, but he would surely regret it once school started. Because such a lone wolf mentality just does not work at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Ning Zuer and her group, who had originally wanted to invite Gyu Zhao, temporarily shelved that idea for now. All right then, I hope you do not regret it later. I will leave a spot open for you in my squad for now. Although he regretted that Gyu Zhao did not join, Li Mubai was not discouraged. In time, Gyu Zhao would naturally see how ridiculous his current logic was. However, Li Mubai still thought highly of Gyu Zhao. Back at the station when Gyu Zhao started walking away, he had felt an inexplicable sense of danger. And he was already at the 7th stage of the martial artist realm, while Gyu Zhao as a freshman was at most at the 9th stage of the martial disciple realm. He trusted his intuition, so he felt there was more to Gyu Zhao than met the eye. He decided to invite him now before classes started. Even if his intuition was wrong, he would not lose anything. I will think about it when the time comes. Hearing the repeated invitation, Gyu Zhao did not refuse. Anyway, he had no intention of joining any squad. Hunting monsters at his own pace and absorbing them for experience points sounded much better. If he were to hunt in a group and could not absorb the experience points, he would be losing out big time. And quiet down, I have an announcement to make. Teacher Wang spoke to the students on the bus. The bus fell silent instantly, and all the students, including Gyu Zhao, turned to look at Teacher Wang. We will head straight to the yellow sector dorms. When I call your name, come collect your key. Each key has the dorm number. You will find your rooms yourselves, as the teachers will not be going inside. Gyu Zhao, Lin Tiansai, Ning Zuer. And Teacher Wang, is the dorm assignment based on strength, or is it random? One student asked curiously after getting his key for yellow sector dorm 106. Naturally, it is based on strength. Teacher Wang told them bluntly, it was a fact, and it did not matter if they knew sooner or later. Based on strength? I did not even make the top 100. The student gasped. He was at the 7th stage of the martial disciple realm and never expected to be ranked as low as dorm 106. Oh, do not worry about things like that. When I first entered the university, I was only in yellow sector dorm 8, and look at me now. My realm has surpassed all of them. Dorm assignments are just for living, that is all. Li Mubai, standing to the side, spoke up, seeing the disappointed expressions of the others. However, in everyone's eyes, Li Mubai's words clearly carried a hint of showing off. You do not have to be like this. Dorm rankings are only temporary because we did not know your exact strength yet, so... Before Teacher Wang could finish, his voice was drowned out by the chatter of the students on the bus. So that is how it is. I see. And I wonder which dorm Gyu Zhao is in. Someone on the bus said this, and the noisy cabin instantly fell silent as everyone turned to look at Gyu Zhao. Yellow Sector 1. Feeling uncomfortable with the attention, Gyu Zhao glanced at his key and said flatly, "Well, even though I thought it might be room 1, knowing it for sure makes me feel so hopeless." Me too. And the students on the bus were clearly shocked to hear Gyu Zhao was in Yellow Sector 1. But then, remembering what happened on the train, they felt it was only natural. Still, some students felt a sense of despair because Gyu Zhao's strength was way out of their league. Even Li Mubai looked at Gyu Zhao with astonishment. He had felt his junior was not simple, but he never expected him to be ranked in Yellow Sector 1. He was not a freshman. He knew that being placed in Yellow Sector 1 meant that Gyu Zhao's strength and talent had been unanimously recognized by the instructors, with no room for exaggeration. If you guys want it, 100 credits in Yellow Sector 1 is yours. Looking at the key in his hand, Gyu Zhao said. He really did not care about dorms as long as there was a place to stay. However, he then felt a bit of schadenfreude. Being ranked Yellow Sector 1 was not always a good thing. Some of the students on the bus were clearly tempted after hearing Gyu Zhao's words. Spending 100 credits to stay in Yellow Sector 1 actually sounded quite worth it. Some things, if they do not belong to you, do not even think about possessing them. The price you would have to pay is more than you can afford. Exactly, one must have self-awareness and know their own limits. The instructors present were speechless. They had not even enrolled yet, and they were already thinking about earning credits. Although it was Gyu Zhao's freedom to sell his dormitory, out of consideration for the students on the bus, they still spoke up to offer a reminder. The few students who were originally interested extinguished that spark after hearing what the instructors had to say. Though they were a bit impulsive, they were not naive. Since the instructors present said that, it could only mean their strength was not enough to live in the Huang 1 dormitory. I will wait for you at the entrance of the dormitory area tomorrow morning at 9:00 to handle your enrollment procedures. Understood. All right, teacher. Huang rank, are there Xuan rank dormitory areas above that? Gyu Zhao asked Li Mubai, who was beside him. Yes, the Jiangnan Martial Arts University dormitory area has 4 zones: Heaven, Earth, Xuan, and Huang. The Huang zone is for you freshmen, Xuan is for sophomores, and it goes all the way to the Heaven zone for seniors. Then what about this dormitory ranking? He looked at the key in his hand marked Huang 1 and asked with some confusion. It is divided based on strength. Dormitories are not fixed. As long as you feel your strength is sufficient, you can choose to seize one yourself. Lee Mubai adjusted his sitting posture and added, "The higher the ranking of the dormitory, the better the rewards. As for what those rewards are, you will know once you move in. We can even seize them." He sounded a bit surprised after hearing that. Of course, the academy even encourages this behavior, provided you do not fight to the death or use lethal force. After hearing Lee Mubai's words, he thought for a moment and understood. Although he did not know how many rewards the Huang dormitories provided each month, it should not be a small amount. If it were negligible, it would not ignite the students' desire to challenge. And when the reward is tempting enough, even if they cannot win currently, they will still train diligently. Of course, that excludes some students who do it for mere vanity rankings. After another half hour of smooth driving, the bus successfully arrived at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. The driver significantly slowed down the speed, clearly intending to let the students on board take a look at the place they would spend the next 4 years. Wow, so impressive. Yeah. At this moment, everyone on the bus looked at their school gate and exclaimed in wonder. It turned out that in the middle of the school gate, there was a huge welcome stone, and the words Jiangnan Martial Arts University were boldly carved on it. Everyone on the bus was leaving Honghai City for the first time to go to another city. They were already surprised by the local customs, and they did not expect their own martial arts university entrance to be so imposing, which made them look forward to the inside even more. Gu Xiao felt a thump in his heart as he looked at the words on the stone, but the feeling soon vanished. These words were written by our Dean Zhang himself. It is said that they contain a portion of his martial arts power, but so far, no student has ever been able to feel it. Lee Mubai, who was beside him, watched Gu Xiao stare at the welcome stone until the bus pulled away before he looked back. He curled his lips and explained, clearly not believing the claim about martial arts power. "Maybe," Gu Xiao said absent-mindedly. He clearly felt something from those characters just a moment ago, but when he looked again, there was nothing. He had already decided in his heart to come back to the school gate tonight to see if he could discover anything. "Quiet down." As the bus fell silent, Teacher Wang nodded with satisfaction and continued. "We are about to arrive at the Huang dormitory area, and I have one more thing to remind you all. Remember to gather at the entrance of the dormitory area at 9:00 tomorrow morning. If you miss the time, you will have to wait until the freshmen's official enrollment in 2 months to handle it." As soon as Teacher Wang finished speaking, the bus pulled smoothly to a stop at the entrance of the Huang dormitory area. "All right, get off in an orderly manner. You have been on the bus for so long, so everyone must be tired. Get some rest tonight, and I will see you tomorrow. Goodbye, teacher." "Goodbye, teachers." "Yeah. Old Fu, take us to the administrative area," Teacher Wang said to the driver after all the students had left. "Sure," Old Fu replied, and the bus slowly started and disappeared from the Huang dormitory area. Wow, they are all detached houses. The academy is really rich. Yeah. The biggest taboo for martial artists during cultivation is having others around, and our Jiangnan Martial Arts University is not short of money, so everyone gets a house. It is just that the higher the ranking, the better the dormitory. And no one is allowed to barge into dormitories on campus, because no one knows if the person inside is at a critical moment of a breakthrough. Anyone who violates the rules will face severe punishment. Lee Mubai, who was beside Gu Xiao, acted as a guide and explained to everyone. "Are not you going back?" Gu Xiao knew Lee Mubai was a sophomore and should normally head to the Xuan dormitory area, so he asked, confused about why he was following them. "I live next door to you," Lee Mubai shrugged and said. "Next door to me?" Yes, the Huang and Xuan dormitory areas are connected. They are both arranged from the largest number to the smallest, so we are neighbors. It might be closer for me to walk from here. If I went from the Xuan entrance, it would be quite a detour. "I see." After hearing Lee Mubai's explanation, Gu Xiao summarized. Lee Mubai wanted to take a shortcut. Lee Mubai actually had another small motive. He wanted to see how strong Gu Xiao was. If he remembered correctly, several special recruits from other cities had already arrived this morning. And he heard from some friends that there were a few troublemakers who might try to snatch Gu Xiao's Huang 1 dormitory. So by following him, he could just happen to see Gu Xiao's strength. Sure enough. Now number 5 is mine. Hand over the key. With your strength, you dare to snatch number 7. You truly have a death wish. Yeah. You just wait, I will be back. When Gyu Zio and Lee Mubai approached the Huang 10 dormitory, they already heard the sound of arguing ahead, though judging by the voices, the fight seemed to have already ended. Shortly after, a few people walked out with minor injuries and returned to their respective dormitories. Apparently, the few who came out were students who owned dormitories, 10 to 20 in the Huang zone. Someone new has arrived, though looking at one of them, he seems to be a senior from the Xuan district. Both of them are quite handsome, but that one is clearly on the poor side. It is Lee Mubai, a sophomore. In front of dorm rooms 1 and 2 in the Huang district, a crowd had gathered, chatting in small groups. When they saw Gyu Zio and Lee Mubai approaching, the discussions intensified, though most were about Lee Mubai, as he was clearly recognized by many. What are they doing? Just here for the show. See those few people sitting over there. Lee Mubai pointed at some students sitting cross-legged in an open area nearby and added, I guess they got the news and are waiting specifically for you. Waiting for me? Gyu Zio was puzzled. He did not even know those people, so why would they be waiting for him? It is about who gets Huang District Dorm Room 1. Lee Mubai rolled his eyes at Gyu Zio's confused look. Are they bored or something? It is just a room, why go through all this trouble? Gyu Zio was just being honest, but he did not expect to stir up dissatisfaction among those around him. Tusk, people these days sure like to talk big. Exactly, saying it is just a room. And I think he is just sour grapes because he cannot have it. Hearing the freshmen around them, Lee Mubai gave Gyu Zio a look, clearly implying, see what I mean. He then said in a mature tone, Junior, you do not understand the vanity of young people. Besides, anyone who can live in dorm room 1 is essentially the strongest among this year's batch. Even if they do not care about the room itself, they certainly covet the title of the number 1 freshman. So because they cannot have it, they cannot stand to see others do well. And what does my comment about dorm room 1 have to do with them? Instead of focusing on their cultivation, they are just causing trouble. I think they have got nothing better to do. Before Lee Mubai could finish, Gyu Zio cut him off. His tone was not particularly friendly. All these people gathered here just to watch the show? Is not this just like watching monkeys perform? Kid, state your name. Who do you think you are? Tisk, Junior, your tongue is quite sharp. You offended so many people with just a few words. Lee Mubai chuckled. He loved watching this kind of drama. Gyu Zio rolled his eyes. Even if the whole crowd attacked him at once, he was confident he could take them. He had already gathered that at the high school level, the peak was at most the 9th stage of the martial apprentice rank, and in terms of martial techniques, they would at most reach the state of mastery. Looking at this group, none of them seemed to have reached the 9th stage or mastered any advanced techniques. I am just stating the truth. You are bold. Lee Mubai watched Gyu Zio offend so many people just after entering the academy, feeling a bit of admiration. With so many enemies, probably no first-year student would dare to invite him to join a team. He will likely become a lone wolf. And lone wolves have a hard time getting missions in the academy. All right, do whatever you want. I am going in to rest. After saying this, Gyu Zio ignored Lee Mubai and the surrounding crowd and headed straight toward his dormitory. Is he the one in Huang District Room 1? No wonder he is so arrogant. And watching Gyu Zio head straight for Room 1, the crowd guessed he was the occupant. As for why it was not Room 2. The occupants of Rooms 2, 3, and 4 were currently sitting on the open ground in front of his dorm. So you are the student living in Room 1? I am Wan Yangin from Room 2. A burly man sitting cross-legged on the ground watched as Bai approached the room and asked, I am Sun Lecheng from Room 3. I am Lisi from Room 4. I am Gyu Zio. Do you all want the residency rights for Room 1? Gyu Zio raised the key labeled Room 1 and looked at them. No, we 3 have no interest in these so-called residency rights. Then what are you doing? Gyu Zio did not understand. If they did not care about it, why were they sitting in front of Room 1? We just want to spar with you to see how strong this year's top freshman really is. Wan Yangin stated their purpose directly. Before arriving at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, he had heard his uncle, who worked in the academic affairs office, mention Gyu Zio, calling him the strongest freshman in the school's history, bar none. Sun Lecheng and Li Si happened to be with him at the time, and heard it too. They knew how rigorous his uncle was, so they believed it must be true, which only fueled their desire to test Gyu Zio's strength. You are not my opponents. Gyu Zhao shook his head. He really could not muster any interest in a spar. That remains to be. Wan Yong'an was about to say that they would only know after fighting, but he was interrupted by an arrogant voice coming from behind. So you are the one in room 1. If you are smart, you will hand over the key. Exactly, or else you will regret it. Wan-san, this is not the Wan family estate or Jiangnan 3rd High School. No one is going to tolerate your behavior here. Wan Yong'an frowned at the leader, a boy with dyed yellow hair, with clear displeasure. I wondered who it was. It is just the 3 of you. Wan-san, the yellow-haired leader, mocked Wan Yong'an. What, you want room 1 too? Too bad, I am the one calling the shots here now. Gyu Zhao looked at the 2 leaders. Judging by their familiarity, they clearly knew each other, though their relationship did not seem friendly. That had nothing to do with him, though. He could not be bothered with them, so he inserted the key into the door, ready to go in. Kid, move a muscle and see what happens. Wan-san shouted angrily when he saw Gyu Zhao's action. Do what you want. The academy assigned this to me. If you have a problem, go complain to the academy, or what? 1,000 credits, and it is yours. Gyu Zhao noticed Wan-san's hostility but did not get angry. Instead, he smiled, pulled the key back out, and waved it at him. Kid, you should ask around. When has Wan-san ever had to pay for anything he wanted? If you do not want to get hurt, hand it over obediently. I am in a good mood today, so I will let you off. Wan-san laughed as if he had heard a joke and spoke arrogantly. Oh, so you are just some broke small-time punks. Kid, you have successfully angered me. Wan-san had never been insulted like this, especially being called a small-time punk. He looked at Gyu Zhao, laughing with cold fury. Wan-san drew the sword at his waist and thrust it fiercely toward Gyu Zhao. So it is basic swordplay at the great success level. No wonder you are so arrogant. Gyu Zhao's own basic swordplay had already reached the perfection level, so he could naturally see that the basic swordplay Wan-san was using had reached the great success stage. Judging from the speed and momentum of Wan-san's attack, Gyu Zhao estimated that Wan-san was at least at the 9th rank of martial apprentice. This also explained why Wan-san had been able to get away with his arrogance for so long without getting killed. It seems talent really can make people selectively ignore certain behaviors. Why is not he resisting? Has he got a death wish? Look out. The onlookers watched as Wan-san's sword drew closer and closer to Gyu Zhao. Yet Gyu Zhao did not make a single move, looking as if he had been scared witless. The crowd had never seen such a sight. The girls were so frightened they closed their eyes, while some of the boys were breaking out in a cold sweat. Could this top student of the yellow dormitory just be all show? Wan Yong'an and his 2 companions muttered to themselves as they watched Gyu Zhao, who remained motionless. Never mind the others. Even Wan-san himself started to feel nervous as he looked at the unresponsive Gyu Zhao. This strike had been launched in a fit of rage, leaving no room for error. It was the absolute peak of his ability, and it was too late for him to pull back his strength. His biggest worry now was whether he would accidentally kill Gyu Zhao with his sword. If he were really that unlucky, he would be finished. But the next second, what? How is this possible? A 9th rank martial apprentice with great success level swordplay was actually blocked so easily. The crowd watched as Gyu Zhao extended 2 fingers and caught the blade of Wan-san's sword directly. With a flick of his fingers, he sent Wan-san and his sword stumbling back a few steps until he landed on his backside. Wan-san sat on the ground, staring at Gyu Zhao in disbelief. Wan-san could confidently say that no other martial artist at the same level could have withstood his full-force strike. Even if they had managed to block it, they would have been injured, yet he never expected Gyu Zhao to stop it with such ease. If Gyu Zhao knew what Wan-san was thinking, he would definitely let out a laugh. He could have dodged that strike of Wan-san's easily even back when he was at the 7th rank. Meanwhile, Wan Yong'an and his 2 companions were shocked to see Wan-san sitting on the ground. Although they did not particularly like Wan-san, they respected his strength. In a one-on-one fight, they would at best fight him to a draw, yet he had been defeated so effortlessly. This reminded them of what Gyu Zhao had said earlier. You are no match for me. They had thought Gyu Zhao was just talking big, but it turned out he was telling the truth. And looking at the situation, it was clear Gyu Zhao was still holding back. I do not have time to play these games with you. It is really childish. Seeing their expressions, Gyu Zhao waved his hand impatiently and walked into his dorm. Before entering, however, he gave himself a little advertisement. If you want the yellow number 1 dormitory, just pay 1,000 credits and you can trade with me. You are always welcome. Wow. So strong. Is this the strength of the number 1 freshman? Once Gyu Zhao entered the yellow number 1 dormitory, the surrounding crowd erupted in exclamations. They would not have believed Gyu Zhao was this strong if they had not seen it with their own eyes. As for those who had mocked Gyu Zhao earlier, they had already slunk away. They realized they had been truly blind. Feeling their faces burn with shame, they had no dignity left to stay. A martial artist level? And with this strength, he could probably rank in the top 100 among second-year students. Li Mubai was internally shocked as he watched Gyu Zhao defeat Wan San so easily. The surrounding freshmen might not have been able to tell, but he could. As the prospective president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts University Martial Arts Club, his judgment was sharp. In his eyes, Gyu Zhao had clearly reached the martial artist level. He just was not sure what specific rank he was. What shocked him most was that Gyu Zhao was a freshman this year. Gyu Zhao had only just graduated from high school, and yet he had already reached the martial artist level. Inside the yellow number 1 dormitory. Not bad, it saves me the trouble of cleaning up myself. He nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the clean and tidy room. The entire dorm was a 1-bedroom apartment, which was sufficient for his daily needs, provided he did not practice any large-scale martial arts skills. A freshman handbook. He saw an album on the table in the living room with the words freshman handbook clearly written on it, so he picked it up and began to browse through it carefully. An extra monthly supply of 1 yellow dragon pill, 100 credits, and 10 hours in the gravity chamber. Is the gravity chamber a place for physical training? Residents of the yellow number 1 dormitory can get a 10% discount on items purchased at the logistics department. From the booklet, Gyu Zhao learned about the perks of living in the yellow number 1 dorm. In addition to pills and credits, there were other benefits like the gravity chamber and shopping discounts. However, his main concern was whether the doubling of his monthly pills, as promised by the old man, included these pills provided by the yellow number 1 dorm. Although I do not know what a yellow dragon pill is, it is likely a pill taken by those at the martial artist level, right? Right, there is also the compensation from the Imperial Martial Arts University, the Qi purifying pill. I wonder if this pill has any effect. He took the bottle of Qi purifying pills out of his storage ring, poured one out to examine it closely, and even gave it a sniff. Unable to tell anything, he decided to just swallow one. 5 minutes passed. He could feel that the pill had been fully digested, but he felt absolutely no sensation of impurities in his true energy being purified. Is not this thing supposed to eliminate impurities from true energy? Why is there no effect? Could it be a fake? He looked at the remaining 4 pills in the bottle and muttered, but then another possibility crossed his mind. Or perhaps, my true energy simply has no impurities. The reason he was able to reach the martial artist level was, to a large extent, due to the attribute panel, so he considered this possibility. If the attribute panel could give Gyu Zhao an answer, it would surely tell him that he had guessed correctly. 9 o'clock, he glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing that before he knew it, it was already 9 in the evening. He wondered if the characters engraved on the entrance stone at the school gate truly contained a fraction of Dean Zhang's martial prowess, and whether he could comprehend something from them. With no heart to stay in the dormitory any longer, Gyu Zhao headed straight for the school gate. At the entrance of the Xuan 1 dormitory, Li Mubai was sitting outside his dormitory, looking up at the starry sky. He had recently acquired a technique called the star-pointing sword, and it was said that observing the stars at night helped accelerate his progress in mastering it. Although he was skeptical, he decided to give it a try. Hearing the sound of the neighboring door closing, he knew it was Gyu Zhao leaving, because the student in Xuan 2 had not returned yet. Why is he heading out at this hour? He stood up from his reclining chair, curiously watching Gyu Zhao's retreating figure. It was already past 9 at night, and he really could not imagine where Gyu Zhao would be going so late. After all, today was Gyu Zhao's first day at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, and he was not familiar with his surroundings. There was no reason to go out at night. Surely he was not going off to peep at something, right? For the sake of the school's safety, Li Mubai resolutely decided to follow Gyu Zhao. My God, I actually cannot keep up with him. As Gyu Zhao picked up speed, He eventually turned into a mere shadow rushing forward, leaving Lee Mubai with no choice but to stop helplessly. It was not that he did not want to keep following, but simply that he could not. If the other students knew about this, they would definitely be even more shocked than he was. Among the sophomores, Lee Mubai considered his movement techniques top tier, yet he never expected to be outclassed by a freshman, and by such a significant distance at that. Mind you, he had mastered the yellow-grade mid-tier technique, grass-skipping step, specifically for traveling, and he had even reached the state of perfection. No wonder I felt that hint of danger back then. Lee Mubai recalled their first meeting and realized that while he thought Gyu Zhao was someone special, he had not realized just how special he really was. He was a 7th stage warrior, yet in terms of speed, he could not even keep up with a freshman. Watching Gyu Zhao vanish before his eyes, Lee Mubai was left standing in the wind, completely bewildered. Is something wrong with Lee Mubai's head? Why is he tailing me late at night? Gyu Zhao thought, feeling helpless as he watched Lee Mubai get left behind. He had spotted Lee Mubai on the reclining chair the moment he stepped out. At first, he did not think much of it, but for some reason, the guy had actually followed him. Forced into a corner, he used his snow-walking trace technique at full power to try and shake Lee Mubai off. He had originally intended to ask why the guy was following him if he could not shake him off. But he had not expected the top student of the sophomore year to be so weak. Since he managed to lose him, he did not even need to ask. As for why he was heading to the school gate late at night, it was simply to keep a low profile. He had heard Lee Mubai mention on the bus this morning that so far, not a single student had managed to sense the martial prowess within the entrance stone. If he were to suddenly comprehend something, it would be far too conspicuous. As the old saying goes, the tree that stands above the forest will be broken by the wind. He understood this principle well, so when not strictly necessary, keeping a low profile was the best policy. When Gyu Zhao reached the school gate, it was just as he had imagined. The entrance was completely deserted, and apart from a few streetlights, everything was shrouded in darkness. The eye-catching entrance stone stood in the middle of the gateway, radiating a mysterious and tranquil aura in the dead of night. When Gyu Zhao looked at the stone again, he expected to gain some insight from reading the characters, but to his surprise, he felt absolutely nothing. It was nothing like the sensation he felt during the day. It was as if everything had been a mere illusion. Could I have been too sensitive, or did that feeling come from somewhere else? Gyu Zhao muttered to himself while looking at the 6 characters of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. No, that feeling could not have been wrong. He countered his own doubt and looked at the stone again with focused intent. An unknown amount of time passed. Gyu Zhao felt a flash before his eyes. The 6 characters seemed to erupt with power, growing brighter and brighter until he was forced to close his eyes involuntarily. When he opened them again, the scene before him made his pupils dilate in shock. The entrance stone had vanished, replaced by a giant sword that was currently slashing down towards him. He subconsciously tried to dodge, but his body would not move, and he could only watch helplessly as the strike descended upon him. Boom! The giant sword struck his body. The sensation was as if his entire being was being torn apart. The pain made him want to scream at the top of his lungs, but no matter how hard he tried, not a single sound escaped his throat. He fell to his knees and hammered the ground with his fists, trying to find some relief. What is going on? He could not understand why a giant sword was falling from the sky, nor why he had not died after being struck, feeling only a sense of being torn asunder. After a while, the tearing sensation began to fade. He stood up shakily, but the scene before him broke him out in a cold sweat. Right in front of him, the giant sword was reforming. It took only a moment to coalesce again before slashing down towards Gyu Zhao once more. This time, the giant sword in the sky clearly did not intend to give Gyu Zhao any time to rest, as strike after strike rained down continuously. It hurt so much. Gyu Zhao held his head and rolled on the ground desperately, hoping to make it stop. But no matter where he rolled, the sword seemed to have a lock on him, hitting him with pinpoint accuracy every single time. As time passed, the look of agony on his face began to soften, and a sense of enlightenment emerged within his mind. He seemed to understand something, yet at the same time, he understood nothing at all. He struggled to stand up from the ground and looked at the giant sword lingering in the air. The blade of the giant sword was now dim and lusterless, as if it were about to vanish at any moment. Perhaps unwilling to fade into mediocrity, the sword began to emit a dazzling light that shone in all directions. As he watched the glowing sword, a sense of grief began to well up inside him, like the feeling of losing the person closest to you. The sword in front of him was the very source of all his agony, yet he could not understand why he felt this way. As the light radiating from the great sword grew brighter and brighter, he could not help but close his eyes. A while later, when he opened his eyes again, a faint yet sharp aura flashed across his body, instantly turning the leaves scattered at his feet into dust. This aura came and went so quickly, as if it had never existed at all. Was everything that just happened an illusion? Looking at everything around him, just as it was when he first arrived, with the entrance stone standing right in the middle of the school gate and no sign of any great sword, he could not help but feel self-doubt. No, I can feel it. What happened just now was not an illusion. He could feel that his spirit and state of mind had suddenly improved significantly, though he did not know why. But he could clearly perceive the changes in his own mental state. Even though he was not staring at the ground, he could clearly perceive the veins on the fallen leaves. It was as if a young girl were standing before him without any clothes on. He could see every detail of her body clearly whenever he wanted. This sudden change was clearly brought about by that great sword. However, this also planted a seed of doubt in Gyu Zhao's heart. Martial artists in this era had only just begun to develop, and what happened just now clearly exceeded the limits of this era's capabilities. He did not believe his principal had such power. Assuming it really was the principal's power, would not every student passing through the gate be incredibly gifted? But as it stood, the students he had seen were all at a normal human level, including Li Mubai, the top student of the sophomore year. Can I enter that place again? Looking at the entrance stone, Gyu Zhao could not help but wonder. Although the torture from the great sword had been very painful, the rewards were substantial. He felt that such an equivalent exchange was acceptable. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. His intuition told him that no matter how much he stared at it, he would not find anything else. But holding onto a glimmer of hope, he struggled to look at the entrance stone again. Half an hour later, the school gate was still the same school gate, and the entrance stone was still the same entrance stone. It was as if the giant sword had never appeared. The only change was that staring at one thing for so long had made his eyes sore. This confirmed that his intuition was correct. He could no longer experience the baptism of the great sword. He took his phone out of his storage ring to check the time and found it was already 4:00 a.m. He could not help but exclaim, "Time flies so fast, and after all this time, not a single person has disturbed me." He remembered arriving at the school gate shortly after 10:00 p.m. and now it was 4:00 a.m. At least 6 hours had passed without anyone disturbing him. If it had been an enemy, he would have been dead long ago. He took one last deep look at the entrance stone and headed straight into the academy. Although his mental state had improved significantly, the long period of torture by the great sword had left him feeling slightly mentally exhausted. With less than 5 hours left until 9:00 a.m., he needed to go back and get some rest. Ignoring the students who were beginning to gather, he used his full speed with the treading snow technique and rushed toward his Huang-1 dormitory. Did a person just suddenly appear by the entrance stone? No, did not you sleep well last night? I saw it too. There really was a dark shadow that suddenly appeared by the entrance stone. And that must have been a senior returning. With their speed, it is possible for them to appear suddenly. That must be it. By now, students were beginning to gather at the gate. Some saw Gyu Zhao suddenly appear by the entrance stone and pointed at it in surprise, speaking to those around them. However, they quickly brushed it off with a perfect excuse. After all, no one would believe that a heaven-sent opportunity existed at the entrance stone of the Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Back in his dormitory, Gyu Zhao habitually checked his attribute panel and was surprised to find that it had changed without him realizing it. Name, Gyu Zhao. Realm, Martial Artist Level 1, cannot be improved. Cultivation method, martial skills, artistic conception. Current experience points, 16,351,028, Martial Artist Level 1, gaining 10 experience points automatically every minute. But now was clearly not the time to study the panel. He decided to rest for a while. He could look at it after waking up. After all, he was only a level 1 martial artist and could not yet reach the level of not needing sleep. Besides, the attribute panel was soul-bound to him and would not run away. so checking it early or late made no difference. That kid is back. Lee Mubai, who lived next door, knew Guo Zio had returned as soon as he heard the door close. He glanced at the wall clock. It was already past 4:00 a.m. Last night, he had followed Guo Zio, but after losing him a few blocks away, he had continued in the direction Guo Zio left in, unwilling to give up. After standing at the school gate and finding no sign of him, he had to return to his dorm in defeat. Kids these days, they have no sense of restraint. In the end, he could only guess that Guo Zio had gone to the city center for some shady business, as he himself had enjoyed doing when he first arrived in Jiangnan City. Time passed bit by bit, and soon it would be the designated assembly time for the special recruits. Except for Guo Zio, all the special recruits had already arrived at the entrance of the Huangtier dormitory area half an hour early. Are these this year's special recruits? Time really flies. Before I knew it, I was already a sophomore. And this year's freshmen are a lot better than our batch. Have you noticed there are a lot more special recruits this year than in previous years? Students passing by in the distance could not help but express their thoughts upon seeing the group standing in the Huangtier dormitory area. They were all students of Jiangnan Martial Arts University and knew that special recruits arrived early every year, but they did not expect so many this time. Once I finish the enrollment formalities, I will go pick a cultivation method first. Me too. Do you think I should choose a cultivation method or a martial skill? And as soon as my credits arrive, I will go buy pills for cultivation. It will not be too late to pick a cultivation method after I break through to the martial artist realm. Standing at the entrance of the Huangtier dormitory area, the special recruits discussed their post-enrollment rewards in small groups. Clearly, they were all very much looking forward to their next 4 years of university life. Good morning, Teacher Lin. Good morning, Teacher Wang. And seeing their respective admissions teachers, the special recruits from various cities called out to them with respect. Students from Huan City, gather over here by me. Those from Tianan City, come over here. And Honghai City students, over here. Teacher Lin and Teacher Su, who were responsible for Honghai City and had picked up Guo Zio that day, finished taking attendance and noticed one person was missing. They hurriedly asked the group from Honghai City, "Where is student Guo Zio? Have you seen him?" "I have not seen him since yesterday." "Me neither." And hearing that the students knew nothing, Teacher Lin started to get a headache. They had all come from the same city, so why were they so united in ignoring Guo Zio? Did they not know that Guo Zio was already at the martial artist level? Teacher Lin patted his head. Up until now, they had kept Guo Zu's cultivation level confidential, so it was normal for the others to be unaware. Forget it, I will just ask him myself. Teacher Lin felt fortunate that he had asked for Guo Zio's phone number back then. Beep. Beep beep. Beep beep beep. The vibration of the phone woke Guo Zio from his deep slumber. He picked it up and saw that it was already 9:04 a.m. Just as he put the phone down, the screen lit up again. Teacher Lin's name was clearly displayed on the screen, so he hurriedly answered. "Student Guo Zio, where are you?" "Sorry, Teacher Su. I was training too late last night and lost track of time. I will be there in 2 minutes." "All right, we will wait for you at the entrance of the yellow dormitory area." Beep. This piece of junk phone, did not I set an alarm this morning? Why did not it wake me up? He grumbled at his phone, then rushed out without even stopping to wash up. If the phone had consciousness, it would surely cry out in grievance. It had rung several times, but Guo Zio was like a dead log and could not be woken up. Clearly, the events at the entrance stone that morning had taken a toll on Guo Zio's mental state. Ever since he became a martial artist, as long as his spiritual energy was not overused, he usually only needed 2 to 3 hours of sleep to fully recover. "Guo Zio, are you in Tur?" Seeing Guo Zio, Li Mubai, who had been waiting at his door for a long time, hurriedly tried to ask him something. But he had no time to pay attention to Li Mubai. He rushed toward the entrance of the yellow dormitory area, even using his major perfection level, treading on snow without a trace. As for his consummate treading on snow without a trace, he subconsciously chose to keep it hidden. What is going on? He originally wanted to ask if Guo Zio was interested in joining the martial arts club, but he had not expected Guo Zio to head straight toward the dormitory entrance without looking back. Oh right, they have to complete their enrollment formalities this morning. Never mind, I will follow them over too. Only when Gyuk Zio's figure disappeared from view did Lee Mubai realize what was happening, and he followed him toward the yellow dormitory entrance. As the quasi-president of the martial arts club, he had an obligation to help the academy with these enrollment procedures, even though he did not have to do the manual labor himself. Of course, his main goal was to see if he could recruit some students into the martial arts club. After all, anyone talented enough to be specially admitted to the Jiangnan Martial Arts University would not be mediocre. Teacher Lin, did student Gu Zio say where he was? Ning Zuer asked from the side. She had been classmates with Gu Zio for 3 years in high school and would be classmates with him for the next 4 years in university, so it was only natural to show some concern. At the dormitory, he said he would be here in about 2 minutes. Teacher Lin repeated the timeframe Gu Zio had given. 2 minutes? Even if you gave him 5, he might not make it here. Wan San was in the area gathered near Teacher Lin. Since Teacher Lin had not spoken quietly to Ning Zuer, Wan San, with his 9th rank martial disciple cultivation, could naturally hear it. He spoke to Ning Zuer and the others with a look of disdain. You have to know that he lived in dormitory number 5 of the yellow sector, and with his major perfection movement technique, it took him at least 10 minutes to get here from dormitory number 4, let alone dormitory number 1, which was even further away. It is fine, we will just wait a few more minutes. Teacher Lin understood Wan San's point. Honestly, she did not believe Gu Zio could make it in 2 minutes either. Unless Gu Zio had learned a movement technique of at least yellow grade mid-tier, and had also mastered it to the major perfection level. Otherwise, it was practically impossible for him to arrive within 2 minutes. Gu Zio, wait for me. Just then, a voice came from inside the yellow dormitory area. Everyone looked toward the dormitory area and saw 2 dark figures rapidly approaching them one after the other. However, to the onlookers, the figure behind was clearly moving faster. But since they were only at the martial disciple stage, they could not clearly see who those 2 shadows were. Compared to the students, the instructors present were martial spirit level masters and could naturally see clearly. The figure in front was Gu Zio, and the one behind was Lee Mubai. What shocked these instructors was not Lee Mubai, but Gu Zio. They knew Lee Mubai had mastered the yellow-grade mid-tier grass skimming technique to major perfection, so it was normal for him to have such speed given his 7th rank martial artist cultivation. But according to his records, Gu Zio had only just broken through to the martial artist level. How could he have mastered a movement technique to that level, and where did he get such a secret manual? In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures arrived in front of everyone, one right after the other. Whoosh! Whoosh! And is he really in the same year as us? Seeing that one of the figures was Gu Zio, the students exclaimed in unison, completely shocked. Although they had guessed it from the voices earlier, they still could not bring themselves to believe it. After all, they were all freshmen of the same year, and even if there were some gaps, they could not be this outrageous, right? But with hundreds of eyes witnessing this scene, they could not help but be shocked and start exclaiming. I say, could not you have slowed down just a little bit? Lee Mubai said, naturally placing his hand on Gu Zio's shoulder. He had seen Gu Zio's true speed with his own eyes last night. The fact that he was able to catch up now clearly meant Gu Zio had gone easy on him after hearing his request. Sorry, that is not really my thing. Seeing Lee Mubai's hand on his shoulder and recalling how Lee Mubai had followed him last night, he assumed Lee Mubai was into men. He subconsciously stepped back and told him so. What are you thinking? I am so handsome, how could I be that kind of person? And how could you even have such dirty thoughts? Do you really think so little of me? Watching Gu Zio instinctively take a small step back, and hearing the words he spat out, Lee Mubai spoke to him in a state of flustered agitation. With so many students present now, if this label were to stick, how could he possibly hold his ground at Jiangnan Martial Arts University in the future? All those senior and junior school girls are currently in deep water, waiting for him to save them. He absolutely cannot let this reputation be pinned on him. Seeing Lee Mubai making such flustered excuses, Gu Zio became even more convinced that Lee Mubai had a problem with his sexual orientation. Yes, upon hearing Lee Mubai's question, Gu Zio put on a sincere expression and replied to him very earnestly. I never expected that someone as handsome as Lee Mubai would have that kind of preference. I heard a sophomore senior say yesterday that Lee Mubai is still single and often stays the night with male classmates. I did not believe it at first, but I did not think it was actually true. And it looks like I should stay away from Senior Lee from now on. The surrounding freshmen and senior students were pointing fingers and looking at Lee Mubai. They had all been present just now and naturally saw with their own eyes Lee Mubai leaning so naturally on Gyu Zhao's shoulder. They originally thought they were very close, but looking at Gyu Zhao's reaction now, it was obvious their relationship had not reached that level. Since they were not close, Lee Mubai's actions were clearly abnormal. Even an extreme social butterfly probably would not do something like that. Even some rumors about Lee Mubai were now starting to fit perfectly into the narrative. All these signs pointed to the fact that there was something wrong with Lee Mubai's sexual orientation. After everyone present finished analyzing the situation, all the male students instinctively took a step back. It is over. Watching the students whispering around him, Lee Mubai felt that his innocence was about to be lost. The way the male students instinctively stepped back felt like a dagger piercing his heart. He really could not understand how his reputation was ruined just because of one tiny, casual action. He realized that any further explanation would just be seen by others as him making excuses, and the more he tried to explain, the more people would think he was exactly that kind of person. He could only helplessly look to the mentors present, hoping they would clarify things for him. All right, stop the wild speculation. Lee Mubai is not the kind of person you think he is. Have you been watching too many soap operas, thinking about all this nonsense every day? And Lee Mubai is the prospective president of the Martial Arts Society. If he really were that kind of person, would we have approved him? It was not clear which mentor spoke up first, but then the surrounding mentors also began to vouch for Lee Mubai. However, looking at their faces, it was clearly more a case of schadenfreude. They were evidently happy to see Lee Mubai make a fool of himself. Besides, they knew what kind of person Lee Mubai was. When he campaigned for the prospective presidency of the Martial Arts Society, his lifestyle and conduct had already been thoroughly vetted. Otherwise, he would not have been able to run. But this joke was ultimately just a joke, and it could not be allowed to become an established fact. After all, Lee Mubai was their prospective president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Society. If such a rumor spread, it would reflect poorly on their university. I knew it, someone as handsome as Senior Lee Mubai could not possibly have that kind of preference. Exactly. And that scared me. I was almost ready to consider moving. Phew. Seeing the mentors stepping in to vouch for him, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, what the mentors said was much more convincing than what he could say himself. Just like that, the tide that had turned against him suddenly reversed. Lee Mubai shot a hateful glare at Gyu Zhao and immediately moved away from him. If anything else went wrong, he would never be able to clear his name. Seeing Lee Mubai's gaze, he only felt a fiery heat, which made him shiver. It was obvious that Lee Mubai had not given up, but it was just inconvenient to act on it in such a public setting. Looks like I have to be careful from now on. After all, there really are not many people as outstanding as me left. He could not help but sigh to himself. Student Gyu Zhao, how did you come by the treading snow without a trace technique? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from above, and then a figure was seen slowly descending from the sky. Principal Bai. The mentors and students above their sophomore year hurriedly and respectfully greeted the figure landing before them. I am Bai Xinyuan, the current vice principal of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Bai Xinyuan nodded in greeting to the surrounding mentors, then introduced himself to the freshmen before looking at Gyu Zhao, waiting for an answer. He had happened to pass by in the sky earlier, and inadvertently saw Gyu Zhao performing the treading snow without a trace. As for Gyu Zhao, he had already heard about him from Dean Zhang a few days ago, so there were no issues regarding his identity. But precisely because of that, he knew this manual had only been placed in the logistics department by him recently, a fact even the mentors did not know yet. So how could Gyu Zhao, who had been living in Honghai City, have learned it? It could only mean there was a problem within their own academy, and he even dared to guess that someone in the logistics department was secretly selling the academy's manuals. Selling academy resources privately was something he could not forgive, but without evidence, Bai Xinyuan could not just go to Feng Wude in logistics to investigate. He could only ask Gyu Zhao first to see how he had learned the treading snow without a trace. The surrounding crowd also looked at Gyu Zhao with curiosity. They were also wondering how Gyu Zhao had acquired the secret manual. In this era, the importance placed on these manuals was still very high. Unless one was lucky enough to stumble upon one, or came from a wealthy background, it was basically impossible for a commoner to obtain them. The mentors present had already looked through his files. Clearly, Gyu Zhao did not belong to the latter group. But they also did not believe someone could be lucky enough to find a martial arts manual, especially one that appeared to be of such high rank. It was clear that Gyu Zhao had some unknown background. Compared to the mentors, the students' thoughts were much simpler. Having just seen Su Zhao perform that movement technique, it was obviously not simple. Although their families might be considered wealthy, they still could not get their hands on high-rank martial arts manuals. The techniques their parents and elders learned were basically obtained from these martial arts universities, and without authorization, they would not dare to pass them on to their descendants at will. Even if they did teach them privately, they certainly would not use them as openly in the academy as Gyu Zhao did. Now, they were simply curious about Gyu Zhao's family background. After all, someone capable of being trained to such a level must be extraordinary. Even Ning Zuer looked at Gyu Zhao with curiosity. Back in high school, there had been a rumor that Gyu Zhao's parents had long passed away and he survived on government assistance. But ever since seeing Gyu Zhao's strength, she no longer believed those rumors. The old man, no, Dean Zhang gave it to me. Although he did not know why Bai Zinyuan would suddenly ask this, he still answered truthfully. After saying it, he suddenly realized something. In this world after his rebirth, the copyright of martial arts manuals is taken extremely seriously. For social martial artists, even if they use one, people would only assume they bought it themselves or redeemed it at the Martial Arts Association. No one would ask too many questions unless you were unlucky. But he just graduated from high school, and his family background was never great, so it is normal for him to be asked this question. If it were him, he would not believe that a poor kid like himself could suddenly acquire a yellow-tier superior movement technique manual. However, he was not afraid at this moment. After all, the sources of the martial arts he learned were all legitimate. Bai Zinyuan heard Gyu Zhao mention an old man, but immediately changed his tone to say Dean Zhang, which confused him, but he still continued to ask Gyu Zhao. Dean Zhang, is it Zhang Tian? I suppose so. I only know he is the dean of Jiangnan Martial Arts University, but I am not very clear about his name. This question from Bai Zinyuan made Gyu Zhao truly not know how to answer. He only knew that Dean Zhang was the dean of Jiangnan Martial Arts University and had never bothered to look up the dean's full name. It is not like he could just call him Zhang Tian if he met him later, right? That would be so impolite. Besides, Dean Zhang is a powerhouse at the martial emperor level. Calling a superior by their given name is inherently disrespectful. Well, it seems it really was given by old Zhang. He should have told me a few days ago, instead of making me worry over nothing. As a martial emperor, Bai Zinyuan could naturally sense that Gyu Zhao was not lying. Combining this with the fact that Gyu Zhao was personally scouted by Dean Zhang, it meant that the stepping on snow without a trace manual was basically given by the dean. At this moment, he could not help but silently curse the dean. He had almost thought there was a traitor in his academy. Just a moment ago, he was prepared to personally clean house if a traitor had really emerged. Suddenly, Bai Zinyuan looked at Gyu Zhao and his pupils constricted. He had clearly discovered a problem, and a shocking thought crossed his mind. If it really was given by Dean Zhang, that means in just a few short days, he has already mastered the stepping on snow without a trace technique. No, I need to go find old Zhang and verify this. Mastering a martial art to its peak is nothing for someone at their level. But Gyu Zhao is only an 18-year-old high school graduate, which makes this incredible. If it was really as he thought, then their Jiangnan Martial Arts University had truly found a treasure. Although he was anxious to find the dean, he maintained a calm expression on his face. Your use of stepping on snow without a trace is quite good. Strive to reach the perfect level. I have other business, so I will take my leave. After giving Gyu Zhao a slight compliment, he addressed the instructors present and then took off into the air, flying towards the interior of the academy, clearly to seek out Dean Zhang and inquire. Tusk, the old man is really generous. As expected of an academy dean, his generosity is on another level. Watching Bai Zinyuan take flight and leave, Gyu Zhao thanked the dean in his heart once more. It was clear that the stepping on snow without a trace manual was quite precious. Otherwise, Bai Zinyuan would not have specifically asked about its origin. Not until Bai Zinyuan had flown a certain distance away did the students finally relax their tense spirits. After all, the presence of a martial emperor is a source of pressure regardless of when you encounter them. But this was immediately followed by feelings of shock deep within them. My God, he even called the dean an old man. Why have I never heard that Dean Zhang had such a grandson? And it seems I should really suck up to Gu Zhao from now on. He actually calls the dean an old man. That is incredible. Wan Yonggan, Wan San, Li Mubai, and the others looked at Gu Zhao, and at this moment, they understood why Gu Zhao's strength was so formidable. If they had a martial arts university dean backing them, they were confident they could be as powerful as Gu Zhao too. Those who had been surprised by Gu Zhao's strength suddenly felt as if the clouds had parted. Everything now had a reasonable explanation. If Gu Zhao had mind-reading powers and heard these chaotic and increasingly absurd thoughts, he probably would not know whether to laugh or cry. He clearly relied on his own strength. How did he get linked to a dean? All right, enough time has been wasted. Since everyone has arrived, let us head to the large conference hall in the #1 teaching building. Seeing that Bai Zhang had already left, one of the older instructors also spoke to the crowd. Immediately after, he told the special admissions students, the first 10 students to arrive will each be rewarded with 50 credits. Hearing that there were credits to be earned, everyone became excited. Then, the older instructor added something that made the students even more thrilled. By the way, Gu Zhao will not be counted among these 10 spots, but he will still receive the 50 credits. With an extra spot, maybe I have a chance too. I thought there were only 9 spots, but now there are 10, so maybe I have a chance. The rewards for this batch are so high. Why did my batch only get 10 credits? At least you got 10 credits. In my batch, the last 10 people had 20 credits deducted. As freshmen, they had flipped through the student handbooks placed in their rooms the moment they settled into their dorms yesterday, so they naturally knew the value of credits. Although they did not know exactly what 50 credits could buy, they were still happy to receive rewards right after enrollment. As for the seniors, they started discussing when they heard about such generous rewards. 50 credits could buy 5 packs of body forging powder. While it was nothing to them now, for freshmen, it could be considered a small fortune. If they knew that the enrollment rewards for this year's special admissions students were basically around 500 credits, who knows what they would think? Why am I excluded? I am a freshman too, okay? Am I the type of person who needs special treatment? Who are you looking down on? Is he, Gu Zhao, the kind of person who likes to reap without sowing? As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. Although getting 50 credits just by lying around made him happy, he felt he did not need such privileges. If the surrounding students knew what he was thinking, they would surely say in unison, "No, you do need them." All right, stop and think. If you really started running, would they even have a chance? Teacher Lin rolled his eyes at Gu Zhao's tone of acting modest, while having benefited from the situation. Fine then, I will just follow behind, lest they say I ran too fast and ruined your performances. He looked at his classmates who were bracing themselves, and could not help but mock them in his heart. Ningzuer, you are only at the 7th stage of the martial disciple level. Is that serious look for real? Obviously, these 50 credits have nothing to do with you. Little fatty, you're so chubby. Are you sure you can even run? And do you guys have no sense of self-awareness? Looking at the few acquaintances around him, it seemed they had eyes only for the credits. Clearly, for 50 credits, they had completely forgotten their own limitations. 1 hour later. Instructor, how much further is building 1? Already giving up? If you're tired, then lie down and take a rest. The lead instructor turned to the 5 people behind him and said with a chuckle, how could a man ever say he is finished? Even if we run for another hour, I can still keep going. The arrogant voice belonged to Wan Sanfa, though his credibility would have been much higher if he had not been gasping for air while saying it. They had already been following the lead instructor for nearly an hour. Had they not reached the 9th stage of martial apprentice, they never would have lasted this long. As for the other students, they had long since been left in the dust. We are here. That building in front is the one. Perhaps noticing the pallor on their faces, he pointed to a teaching building in the distance and said. Wan Yong'an and the others perked up and looked in the direction the instructor was pointing. With their vision as 9th stage martial apprentices, they could naturally see the instructors chatting and laughing at the entrance of Building 1. Their destination was clearly ahead, and they began to pick up the pace, even though they had slowed down moments before. As for why they were so sure it was Building 1, because right above the entrance to that building, it clearly read Building 1. Even a blind man could tell this was the right place, right? Youth is truly wonderful. The lead instructor watched the students gradually quicken their pace, shaking his head with a sigh. In the eyes of the instructors, Wan Yang'an and his group could have comfortably secured one of the 10 spots even by slowing down. Why burn off their remaining stamina? If they ran into danger ahead, it would be no different than lambs walking into a tiger's den. He could only attribute it to the competitive nature of young people. Meanwhile, regarding Gyu Zhao's location. Teacher Lin, this is just too far. Ning Zuer panted as she spoke to Teacher Lin beside her. Exactly, it is so far, I feel like I have lost at least 10 pounds on this trip. Beside Ning Zuer, Lin Tianzai rubbed his belly and chimed in. I can last at most another 10 minutes before I collapse. Although they were asking their instructor, their eyes kept drifting toward where Gyu Zhao was. Gyu Zhao's footwork at this moment was simply too elegant. He looked as if his feet were barely touching the ground, floating effortlessly behind them. This scene made the chubby Lin Tianzai especially envious, so much so that he could not wait to redeem the treading snow without a trace manual and start practicing immediately. He could already imagine himself mastering the technique and picturing the looks on the faces of the underclassmen in the future. Just hang in there a little longer, it is just ahead. At this moment, Gyu Zhao was walking beside Teacher Lin, occasionally asking questions about the academy. Bai Xinyuan, having left earlier, had now arrived at Dean Zhang's office. Rare to see you here today. What brings you by? Dean Zhang looked at Bai Xinyuan and asked with a smile. Old Zhang, did you take that manual I left with the logistics department? Yes, Feng Wu told me that he could not gauge the grade of that manual and was not sure how many academic credits to set for it. I have to say, among movement techniques of the same grade, that treading snow without a trace of yours is at least 30% stronger. How did you decide it was yellow grade superior? In my opinion, it could barely pass for a mysterious grade inferior technique. Old Bai, what is wrong with you? Dean Zhang was in the middle of talking, but seeing Bai Xinyuan expressionless and frozen in place, he asked with concern, wondering if something had happened. To think it reached great success so soon after getting it into his hands, this is. After confirming that Dean Zhang had indeed taken the manual a while back, it was obvious that the treading snow without a trace Gyu Zhao was using had come from the Dean. But what shocked him was that Gyu Zhao had reached the great success realm in just a few short days. What do you mean great success shortly after getting it? Hearing Bai Xinyuan muttering to himself, Dean Zhang was a bit confused and asked him, did you give that manual to Gyu Zhao a while back? Bai Xinyuan asked in return, finally coming to his senses upon hearing the Dean. How did you know? I originally intended to give him a yellow grade inferior one, but I was in a rush and handed him this treading snow without a trace instead. Why are you suddenly? Dean Zhang started to say, then recalled Bai Xinyuan's mutterings. It was clear that Gyu Zhao had successfully mastered the manual, and even more incredibly, reached the great success realm. He was stunned by such an unrealistic thought. One had to remember that Gyu Zhao was just a student who had recently entered the martial arts university. He asked Bai Xinyuan with a slightly stiff expression. Are you saying Gyu Zhao cultivated treading snow without a trace to the great success realm? I would not have believed it myself, but I saw it with my own eyes. I could not be mistaken. The instructors present could have testified to it, but since the treading snow without a trace manual had only just been placed in the logistics department and had not been publicized yet, they would not have recognized the technique Gyu Zhao was using, let alone have been able to tell that his mastery had reached the great success realm. What kind of monster have I taken in? Seeing Bai Xinyuan's ghostly expression, Dean Zhang also began to feel dazed. Over the past 500 years, he had seen countless young prodigies, but none like Gyu Zhao, who had broken through to the martial artist realm, mastered his sword technique, and now even achieved great success in treading snow without a trace. Achieving any one of these things at Gyu Zhao's age would make someone a heaven-sent talent, but for someone to achieve them all at once, that is something seen once in 1,000 years. Old Zhang, I have already thought about the upcoming inter-university tournament. It seems it is finally our Jiangnan Martial Arts University's turn to reach the top. Bai Xinyuan's face had now shifted from shock to excitement. Their Jiangnan Martial Arts University's comprehensive strength was slightly better than the universities in the imperial capital and Madu. but they always ended up with poor rankings due to bad luck. In recent years, due to high fatality rates, some students with great talent clearly leaned toward the imperial capital and Madu universities, causing him to lose so much hair from worry over the past year or two. The two of them talked in the office for a long time until Dean Zhang said, "They should be in the Building 1 conference hall today. Please go over and bring Gu Xiao here so we can confirm it on the spot. We do not want to end up with a wasted hope." "All right, I will go right now." Bai Xinyuan was not offended that Dean Zhang doubted his words. Instead, he flew off in excitement, clearly intending to bring Gu Xiao over from Building 1. After all, sometimes a second confirmation never hurts. It has been hundreds of years and he is still so impatient. Does he think his cell phone is just for decoration? Watching Bai Xinyuan dash away, Dean Zhang shook his head and muttered to himself. Then, he lowered his head and continued to process the paperwork on his desk. 15 minutes later, all the specially recruited freshmen had arrived at the number 1 teaching building. Few finally made it. I am exhausted. What a pity. Just a little bit more and I would have been in the top 10. And I am so hungry. At this moment, they were sitting on the ground without any regard for their image. The continuous running had left them completely worn out. The student who arrived in 10th place was panting heavily, yet there was a clear look of relief on his face, as the 11th place student was less than 30 centimeters behind him, almost caught up. "All right, that little bit of distance should not have tired you out this much. It is not that I want to criticize you, but look at student Gu Xiao, and then look at the state you are all in now." One of the instructors looked at the student sitting on the ground, caught in a train of thought. He then pointed at Gu Xiao and mocked the students on the ground, clearly intending to use Gu Xiao to provoke them. Hearing the instructor's words, everyone collectively chose to ignore him. However, they could not help but glance toward Gu Xiao. He looked so relaxed. They were all the same age, even in the same grade, so why was there such a huge gap? "Why are you looking at me? Did something happen?" Suddenly noticing the gazes around him, Gu Xiao looked at his classmates with a confused expression, unaware of what was going on. Just a moment ago, he had been thinking about credit exchanges and had completely missed the instructor's intentional mockery. But even if he had known, he probably would not have cared, as it was the truth anyway. "What are you all doing standing outside? Come in quickly." At this moment, a girl walked out of building number 1 and asked the crowd in confusion. Then she spotted Li Mubai in the crowd, put her hands on her hips, and said to him with annoyance, "Li Mubai, do you know what time it is? Did not I tell you yesterday to be here before 8 o'clock? Ding Lan, I was just following the main group, and I am not late yet. Besides, you are here, so I do not have to worry about anything." Li Mubai brushed it off with a laugh and quickly explained. He would never admit that he had overslept, and was only late because he had waited specially for Gu Xiao at his door. "Wow, what a beautiful senior. Senior Li, is she a sophomore or a junior? And what is the point of being pretty?" The male student sitting on the ground stood up, very mindful of their image, attempting to make a good impression on the senior. The female students silently watched the girl who had come out of building number 1, trying to compare themselves, only to discover with disappointment that they seemed to fall short in every aspect. Greetings to all the instructors, the girl called Ding Lan said respectfully to the instructors present. "Ding Lan, have you been waiting long? Is everything prepared?" The instructors present looked at Ding Lan with much friendlier expressions, as it was clear they thought highly of her. "Everything is ready, just waiting for the freshmen." "All right, come on in. Let us get your enrollment procedures sorted first." Inside the main conference hall of building number 1, 2 elderly men were whispering to each other on the podium, and one could tell from the eyes of the surrounding instructors and students that they held high status. "They are here, a bit later than expected. I remember last year there were at least a dozen students at the 9th stage of martial apprentice, but this year there are only 5. This batch really is not as good as the last. We will see exactly what they are like when the term starts. After all, some students do not want to arrive so early." "That is true." The 2 elders on stage watched the students entering in an orderly fashion, their initially relaxed expressions gradually turning slightly unpleasant, and then they stopped paying attention to the incoming students, clearly dissatisfied with the quality of this year's cohort. It was not until Gu Xiao finally took his seat that the people on stage began to speak. "Hello, students. Let me introduce myself first. I am the Director of Academic Affairs, Lin Dishan." I am the head of the logistics department, Feng Wood. I am very happy to be here. Another half hour passed. No matter what world it is, leaders love to go on and on. Cannot they just get to the point? Gu Xiao watched the two on the podium listlessly as they spouted long-winded nonsense. He could not help but wonder why leaders love to talk rubbish. After another 10 minutes, it was the turn of Feng Wood, the head of the logistics department. He expected another half hour of rambling, but was surprised when he got straight to the point. This made Gu Xiao start to listen carefully. Ding Lan, pass out the phones one by one. You will receive a phone, turn it on, and follow the operations on the screen to authenticate. This phone acts as your student ID. Moreover, the built-in software allows for real-time credit transactions and even lets you check items that can be exchanged for credits. Of course, you still need to come to the logistics department to redeem items. We do not provide delivery services. And as for your enrollment reward credits and the 50 credits for today's top 10, they will be credited to your accounts this afternoon. Feng Wood was still talking on stage, and Gu Xiao had also received the mentioned phone. As expected, the better the academy, the more generous they are. They even give away phones. It looks a bit like the fruit phones from my previous life, but it clearly uses more advanced technology. And does this thing not need a SIM card? He fiddled with the phone he received, and then followed the operations Feng Wood had mentioned. Fingerprint lock, pupil scanning. After a series of authentications, a line of text appeared on the screen. Welcome to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Just as Gu Xiao was about to explore, the conference room door opened. President Bai, Instructor Bai. The Martial Arts Society members and instructors on the side greeted Bai Xinyuan as he walked in. Old Bai, why are you here? Feng Wood and Lin Dishan asked with confusion as they watched Bai Xinyuan enter. This was just a routine pre-enrollment procedure for the specially recruited students. There was no need for Bai Xinyuan to preside over it. It is nothing, please continue, Bai Xinyuan said to the two, and then said to Gu Xiao. Student Gu Xiao, please come out for a moment. Bai Xinyuan's words caused everyone's eyes to turn toward Chen Xiao, making him the focal point of the conference room once again. Is he the Gu Xiao that old Zhang mentioned? Lin Dishan and Feng Wood thought to themselves while looking at the bewildered Gu Xiao. The students who entered first had already disappointed them, so they had not bothered to look at those who entered later, and naturally, they had paid no attention to Gu Xiao. Because according to previous year's customs, the students who entered the #1 conference hall first were usually the strongest. They had not sensed any martial artist aura from him, and simply assumed Gu Xiao had not entered the academy early. The two of them were not as idle as Bai Xinyuan, who would specifically look at freshman enrollment files, so they naturally did not know what Gu Xiao looked like. Principal Bai, were you looking for me? Yes and no, Bai Xinyuan replied, before grabbing Gu Xiao and flying away. Under the gazes of numerous students and instructors, Lin Xinyuan carried Gu Xiao off into the air. What is wrong with old Bai? He is in such a rush. And why did he have to take Gu Xiao with him? Lin Dishan and Feng Wood watched Bai Xinyuan fly away, equally baffled by what had happened. Lin Dishan then turned to Li Mubai and Ding Lan, who were standing nearby, and said, Li Mubai, Ding Lan, you two handle the rest of the session. I have something to take care of. With that, Lin Dishan drifted out of the conference room and followed Bai Xinyuan into the sky. Well, I have said what needed to be said. You two can take over the guidance for the juniors. Seeing his good buddy leave, Feng Wood gave a quick word of instruction to Li Mubai and Ding Lan before heading off himself. Whoosh! Once Lin Dishan and Feng Wood were gone, the crowd in the large conference hall began to buzz with noise. Those two instructors were actually martial emperor experts too. He is so lucky. I wish I could experience flying through the air like Gu Xiao. It must be amazing. And that direction leads to the office building, right? Did something happen? Although everyone was curious about why Gu Xiao was whisked away by Bai Xinyuan, they were certain it was not for anything bad. If it were really something bad, Bai Xinyuan would not have been so easygoing. He would have just had someone arrest him, or even just made a phone call to handle it without needing to step in personally. Although Bai Xinyuan had appeared expressionless, the instructors who had known him for a long time could tell he was actually quite anxious. Otherwise, he would not have been so impatient to take Gu Xiao away. Clearly, Gu Xiao had caught his attention in some way, and he could not wait to find out more. Quiet everyone next. Look, Principal Jia is carrying someone and flying away. It was too fast, I did not see clearly. Was that someone from the cult? And that direction they are flying in, is not that the principal's office? Principal Bai, could you please put me down? This is so embarrassing. As he saw the students below pointing at him, Guo Xiao tried to negotiate with Bai Xinyuan to be let down. What is there to be embarrassed about? Your reputation is not worth that much, and besides, I do not mind, so why should you? Bai Xinyuan pointed at the ground and added, "And are you sure you want me to drop you now?" Listening to the principal, Guo Xiao felt completely hopeless. They were at least 50 meters above the ground, and he was just a first-tier martial artist. If he fell from here, he would be dead or at least permanently disabled. He had his whole life ahead of him. He did not want to end up paralyzed. He could only pray silently that they would reach their destination soon and put him down. This was just too humiliating. "Old Zhang, I have brought the person." "Hey, why did you two come along as well?" As they stepped into Dean Zhang's office, Lin Dishan and Feng Wude followed close behind. Everything that needed to be said was said, and you looked so urgent, so we followed to see what was going on. "Oh, nothing major. Just some minor things I need to ask this kid about," Bai Xinyuan said, pointing casually at Guo Xiao. Lin Dishan and Feng Wude looked at Bai Xinyuan. It was just a student, after all. Surely there was no need to bring him all the way here just to ask a question. Just as they were puzzled, Dean Zhang, who was sitting inside, asked Guo Xiao, "Did you learn the movement technique manual I gave you last time?" "I learned it." "Have you reached the level of great completion?" "I suppose I have." "Show it to us then." Right here, Guo Xiao looked around the office. While it was not small, what if he accidentally stepped on something he should not? That would be the end of him. Plus, this space just was not suited for practicing the snow tracing footwork. "Let us go outside." Dean Zhang seemed to read Guo Xiao's mind and realized the space really did not allow for the display of a great completion level technique, so he pointed outside. Outside the office building. "Kid, show me the speed you had this morning. If you impress me, everything will be easy," Bai Xinyuan said suddenly, just as Guo Xiao was about to start. "Really?" A man's word is like spilled water. It cannot be taken back. Hearing Bai Xinyuan's firm promise, Guo Xiao was clearly tempted. Originally, he had only intended to display the speed of just reaching great completion, but because of what Bai Xinyuan said, he decided to show his fastest speed at that level. As for the state of perfection, he was not about to show that. Displaying great completion was already earth-shattering enough. If he showed perfection, he was afraid someone might kidnap him to study his brain. As Guo Xiao activated the snow tracing footwork and drifted into the distance. "Old Zhang, look, I told you I could not have been wrong this morning." He really did reach great completion. "What kind of movement technique is that? It is so fast. I do not recall our academy having a manual like this." Lin Dishan asked the other three, confused by the lightfoot technique Guo Xiao was using. In his memory, this was not any technique from the academy, yet what Dean Zhang just said implied it was their own. Is not this the snow tracing footwork? How does that kid know it? And it clearly reached great completion, or he could not possibly be that fast given his current cultivation level. Feng Wude watched Guo Xiao in utter shock. He knew of the snow tracing footwork manual. In fact, he had personally practiced it to the level of great completion. It was precisely because of this that he knew the difficulty of mastering the snow tracing footwork was several levels higher than other manuals of the same rank. Even though he already knew Guo Xiao had reached great completion, witnessing it with his own eyes still left Dean Zhang stunned. He then explained the situation to the bewildered Lin Dishan and Feng Wude. Just as Dean Zhang finished his explanation, Guo Xiao drifted back toward them. "Kid, how did you manage to get the snow tracing footwork to great completion?" Feng Wude asked, staring at Guo Xiao in disbelief, having just learned from the dean that Guo Xiao had only received the manual a few days ago. "Is that not something you can reach just by practicing a little? Does it usually take a long time?" Guo Xiao replied with genuine curiosity. He was not lying. He really had just tapped it on his attribute panel a few times and reached the state of perfection. If anyone else had said that, they would have scoffed, but they had just witnessed Guo Xiao's skill with their own eyes. Hearing Guo Xiao's words, the group was left momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. "We have other things to attend to, so we will not be seeing you back. You have nearly 2 months left, so make sure to manage your time well and focus on your cultivation." The cultivation methods and martial techniques awarded for your enrollment have already been registered under your name. You can head to the library to make your selections now. Dean Zhang looked at Guo Zhao, not knowing what to say, as Guo Zhao's talent had truly left them in shock. Since it had been confirmed that Guo Zhao's snow-treading footwork had reached the great success stage, there was nothing left to ask him. The rest of them would just discuss it amongst themselves later. Seeing that Guo Zhao made no move to leave, he assumed there was still something on his mind and asked, "Is there anything else you need?" Principal Bai, does what you said earlier still count?" Guo Zhao stared at Bai Zinyuan with bright, eager eyes, clearly not having forgotten what had just been said. "Old Bai, we will be heading in first." Hearing that the conversation was for Bai Zinyuan, Dean Zhang spoke to him, then took Feng Wude and Lin Dishan back into the office they were in earlier. "All right, I will be in shortly." "Speak, what is it that you want, kid?" Seeing the expression on Guo Zhao's face, how could Bai Zinyuan not know what he was thinking? Bai Zinyuan was a man of his word, and since he had already said it, he would naturally give Guo Zhao a reward that would satisfy him. A heaven-grade cultivation method. "Are you dreaming? I do not even have one myself, how could I possibly give you one?" "What about an earth-grade cultivation method then?" "Neither do I have that." "Then how about swapping the 400 refinement weapon from my enrollment reward for a treasure grade one and adding a few tens of thousands of credits? That should work, right?" "That is not impossible, but you can only choose one, either the treasure grade weapon or 10,000 credits." Bai Zinyuan stroked his beard and thought about it, finding Guo Zhao's request to be acceptable this time. "Then I choose the treasure grade weapon. I want a sword." "Here, take it and get going, hurry up." Bai Zinyuan clearly had a storage ring as well. Upon hearing Guo Zhao's answer, he took out a sword from it, tossed it to Guo Zhao, and walked into the office building without looking back. "Heh, I did not expect to haggle my way into a treasure-grade weapon. I made a profit this time." Looking at the treasure in his hands, Guo Zhao chuckled to himself. He had not really expected any big reward, but on a whim, he tried bargaining like one would at a street stall, and to his surprise, he got an unexpected gain. Of course, he was not clueless. It was clearly because his talent had impressed Bai Zinyuan that he was even able to make demands. Otherwise, why would a dignified vice principal of a martial arts university bother with a student who had just enrolled? What did that kid ask for? That brat is clearly not someone to be trifled with, talking about heaven-grade methods, earth-grade methods, and huge sums of credits. He was basically dreaming. Bai Zinyuan first ranted about Guo Zhao, then added, "In the end, I gave him a 508 refinement weapon." "That counts as a treasure-grade weapon. How could you be so generous?" Feng Wude could not help but say as he looked at Bai Zinyuan. "What is there to be stingy about? I have over a dozen of these weapons. Giving him one is nothing. Besides, old Zhang originally promised the kid a 400 refinement sharp weapon, so upgrading it a bit does not really matter." "That is true. That kid's talent is worth such an investment. You have to realize that the all-university martial arts competition is less than 2 years away, and a good weapon can provide some extra survival capability." "True, it is just." As Dean Zhang sat at his desk listening to the three of them talk, his eyes drifted toward a photo standing on his desk. In the photo, a man and a woman were embracing, looking very close. It was not hard to tell that the man in the photo was Dean Zhang when he was young. "A Lion, I believe that child will be able to help our Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Your wish will soon be fulfilled." Dean Zhang thought silently while looking at the woman in the photo. Inside the library. "Take out your ID and scan it." "My ID." "Oh, you are a freshman this year, right? Just place the phone given to you directly in this area." "Is this good enough?" Following the administrator's instructions, he placed his phone in front of a camera. Another piece of black tech. Does this era have so much advanced tech? Why is it also so backward at times? Guo Zhao watched as the camera emitted a beam of red light that immediately vanished, and he could not help but wonder. You may choose one cultivation method and one martial technique, both at Xuan grade low tier or above, for free, along with either one Huang grade mid-tier cultivation method or martial technique. Of course, if you take a liking to other manuals, you can choose to exchange your credits for them. Below each manual, its exchange price and transaction code are listed. "All right, thank you." After thanking the administrator, he headed into the depths of the library. It seems this one must be the freshman king for this year. To have 2,150 credits right upon enrollment, and even Xuang grade methods and techniques. Impressive. The administrator sighed with emotion as he watched Gu Zio's back. Are all these on the shelves manuals? So many. The Transformation of the World, 5 credits. How to Become an Excellent Martial Artist, 10 credits. And The Origins of the 1,000 Years of Death, 3 credits. What is this? Does the 1,000 Years of Death need a guide on how it was formed? What is all this? Are not these just basic books? Why do they need credits to purchase? I might as well go into the city and buy them with money. Looking at various books on a shelf, Gu Zio thought with embarrassment. Are you a freshman this year? Just then, a girl cleaning nearby happened to pass by. Seeing Gu Zio's expression, which was exactly like her own back then, she could not help but laugh. Yes, I am a freshman, Gu Zio, and you are. Looking at the girl in front of him, she was very pretty, not much different from Ning Zuer or the Ding Lan he saw this morning. But what puzzled Gu Zio was, why was she doing the cleaning here? Did such a large library not have dedicated cleaning staff? Sophomore Lin Yaoyu. You mean this? I am just cleaning. I was lucky enough to snag the task of cleaning the library this time. A task? Yeah, the phone has a built-in app called Task Hall. It contains all kinds of tasks with various rewards, but the most common one is credits. This area of bookshelves holds miscellaneous books. If you are looking for cultivation methods and martial techniques, you can check the area over there. Lin Yaoyu pointed in a direction, then added, I have things to do, so I will be going now. All right, thank you, senior. Watching Lin Yaoyu leave, Gu Zio could not help but think, there are still kind-hearted people in this world, but it is rare to see someone this pretty. Sky Pillar Qigong, a yellow-grade mid-tier Qi cultivation technique. Life Preservation Skill, a yellow-grade top-tier body refinement technique. Sunflower Technique, a profound-grade low-tier Qi cultivation technique. When used with its accompanying martial art, Afterimage Sword, it can unleash tremendous power. Recommended for women. Following the direction Lin Yaoyu pointed, Gu Zio found the technique section and was now scanning the shelves book by book. It is a pity that these manuals cannot be opened and read. If I could open them, I would master them all in a matter of minutes. The manuals on the shelves could only be seen, not touched. To hold one in his hands, he had to purchase it first. Fortunately, there were introductory summaries, otherwise he really would not know how to choose. But if he were able to flip through them, he would really want to learn every single one of these martial arts manuals. Hi. Mystic Sky Technique, a profound-grade low-tier Qi cultivation technique. It expands internal energy capacity and allows for rapid Qi recovery. However, the cultivation difficulty is extreme. Those without sufficient talent should not choose it. High cultivation difficulty, that is good. The harder something is to master, the more powerful it usually is. He took out his phone to scan the transaction code below the manual, and a line of text popped up on the screen at the right moment. You may select one profound-grade low-tier technique for free. Do you want to select the Mystic Sky Technique? Just as Gu Zio was about to tap yes on the screen, a shout from behind made his hand pause. Student Gu Zio. It turned out to be Lin Yaoyu and Ning Zuer walking over. Seeing them chatting and laughing, it was clear they already knew each other. Zuer, you know him. Looking at Gu Zio, Lin Yaoyu felt the world was truly small. She had not expected her cousin Ning Zuer to know the student she had just met. Yes, this is my cousin Lin Yaoyu, and he is my high school classmate Gu Zio. Ning Zuer introduced them, assuming Gu Zio and Lin Yaoyu did not know each other. What a coincidence, I saw this student over there just a moment ago. Student Gu Zio, are you here to redeem a cultivation manual? Ning Zuer asked with a curious look on her small face. Her purpose in coming to the library today was to choose a technique and a martial art, and since her cousin mentioned being here, she decided to drop by and meet up. Then, as if remembering something, Ning Zuer added, by the way, does the library have the movement technique you used this morning? I heard Dean Bai call it something like snow stepping. She remembered the trace-free snow stepping Gu Zio had used. Such an elegant technique was obviously perfect for a beautiful girl like her, but at this moment, she could not quite recall the full name. Trace-free snow stepping. The library should have it, right? Guo said uncertainly. Since his manual was given to him by Dean Yang, he was not sure if the library carried it, but he assumed they did. Yes, trace-free snow stepping. I will look for it later and see if it is there. Click. While they were talking, Gyu Zhao had already confirmed the redemption on his phone, and the cabinet housing the Mystic Sky technique opened at the same time. After receiving the manual, he did not put it directly into his storage ring, but tucked it into his clothes. After all, there were people around, and he was not ready to reveal the existence of his storage ring yet. You chose your technique so quickly. Yes, I have been looking around the library for a long time, and I barely managed to find this one. You go ahead and look. I will head to the martial arts section. All right, see you next time. Mystic Sky technique. After Gyu Zhao left, Lin Yaoyu curiously looked at the empty cabinet. The name Mystic Sky technique was written clearly below it, leaving her stunned. Cousin, is this Mystic Sky technique very powerful? Your classmate is truly something. He has only just enrolled and is already able to practice a profound grade low-tier technique. Profound grade low-tier. Hearing the grade of the manual her cousin mentioned, Ning Zuer could not help but exclaim. Realizing she was in the library, she quickly covered her mouth. Indeed. Lin Yaoyu was also slightly awestruck, as she herself had not even mastered a profound grade technique or martial art yet. But I am getting close. Once I complete this month's task, I will have just enough credits to get a profound grade low-tier technique, Lin Yaoyu thought to herself. She then said to her cousin Ning Zuer, Zuer, are there any techniques or martial arts you want to learn? I can give you some advice. Cousin, do you have any recommendations? Yeah. After bidding farewell to the two sisters, Su Chen went straight to the martial arts section. Looking at the various martial arts on the shelves, he felt dizzy. There was just such a wide variety. Water wave palm, a yellow-grade low-tier martial art. When mastered, a palm strike can cause ripples on the surface of the sea from a distance. Rainstorm spear technique, a profound grade low-tier martial art. When mastered, performing it feels like a raging storm. Yeah. Wait, this thing has actually been sold 1,677 times. Is this some kind of scam? Gyu Zhao had spotted a series of 1,000 years of pain martial arts on the shelf. Bizarre techniques like index finger 1,000 years of pain and middle finger 1,000 years of pain were actually sitting on the shelf, and they cost a staggering 50 credits each. On one of the middle finger 1,000 years of pain manuals, it specifically noted, as of April, year 500 of the martial era, 1,677 copies have been sold. Looking at these 1,000 years of pain manuals, he really could not imagine himself suddenly poking someone from behind while fighting monsters or people. No, what am I thinking about? He shook his head, tossed those messy thoughts aside, and continued scanning other shelves. Green Dragon Claw, a profound grade low-tier martial art, Master 2. Immortal Points the Way, a profound grade top-tier martial art, Master 2. Yeah. Clear Wind Swaying Willow Sword, a profound grade low-tier martial art. The sword technique is as elusive as a gentle breeze, making its trajectory impossible to predict. The Clear Wind Swaying Willow Sword is a good one, and it just happens to be profound grade low-tier. Never mind, I will just take this one. He did not bother looking for more. Searching for martial arts was too troublesome. God knows why the library organized their collections so haphazardly. Right next to the Clear Wind Swaying Willow Sword were yellow-grade low-tier and mid-tier manuals. If he had not looked closely, he almost would have missed it. One more to go. I remember seeing it around here. Found it. This one happens to be a yellow-grade mid-tier technique. In his hand was a manual for the concealment art. Concealment art allows one to hide their true cultivation level. He currently had 16 million experience points and could break through at any minute. If some people with ulterior motives noticed this and assumed he had some kind of supreme treasure, would not he be in trouble? So this type of manual was a must-have. He had originally wanted to get a profound grade low-tier one, but after searching for a long time, the best he could find was this yellow-grade mid-tier concealment art. Half an hour later, he returned to his Huangwon dormitory, clutching 3 cultivation manuals. Hey Junior, wait up. Li Mubai and Ding Lan called out to Gyu Zhao, who was about to enter his room. It was clear they had been waiting for a long time. Something up? We would like to invite you to join the Martial Arts Club. Li Mubai stated the purpose of their visit. Martial Arts Club. That is correct. Are there any benefits to joining? At least 50 academic credits per month. It is not a lot, but it is steady. Also, with the club's status, you will get certain privileges when accepting tasks at the mission hall. And you will get a 10% discount when redeeming items from the logistics department and the library. Hearing the list of benefits, Gyu Zhao felt a bit disappointed. He had expected at least 100 free credits a month. 50 felt like pocket change for a beggar. Is that all? What would I have to give in return? While he was disappointed, he might consider it if there were no major strings attached. You would assist the instructors, handle tasks assigned regularly each month, and organize the new. Do not bother. I have no interest in joining the martial arts club. You can go ask Wan Yonggan or Wan San instead. They already joined this morning. The benefits are quite good. I really suggest you reconsider. Ding Lan was stunned that someone could actually resist the temptation of the club. Back in the meeting room that morning, everyone had agreed without hesitation the moment they heard the benefits. She had not expected to be rejected by Gyu Zhao. I am very busy. I am either breaking through or on my way to breaking through. I do not have time for a martial arts club unless. The more Gyu Zhao heard, the more he felt that joining the club was just being a glorified servant. He had monsters to hunt for experience points. He had no time to waste on chores around the academy. Unless what? Li Mubai asked directly. He had seen Su Zhao's strength with his own eyes last night. For a 7th stage martial artist like him to be unable to outrun a junior, it meant this junior's strength was unfathomable. If he were a sophomore, just imagine how strong he would be. Li had just been promoted to the acting president of the club and was desperate for talent, and Gyu Zhao was clearly the ideal candidate. No work, just getting paid, and the credits need to be at least 10 times higher. Are you robbing us? You have to realize, my time is precious. I do not have time to play these little kid games with you. You? Fine, do not join then. Is it fun to humiliate our club like this? Li Mubai and Ding Lan realized the conversation was over, but they were furious that Gyu Zhao saw their club as a game. They had worked hard to compete for the president and vice president positions, even if there was a bit of luck involved. I am just being honest. The academy provides resources for us to cultivate hard and serve the country and the Jiangnan Martial Arts University. If I wasted my time on these trivial matters, that would be a disaster. All right, I am busy with my cultivation. Do whatever you want. Bang! You! Ding Lan had never been treated like this. She moved to rush into the room to teach Gyu Zhao a lesson, but Li Mubai held her back. Do not do anything stupid. We are in the academy, not out there. I just cannot stand this. Good thing you stopped me. Ding Lan, who had been boiling with rage, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, calming her down instantly. Let us head back to the club. Besides, if I have to be blunt, you might not even be able to beat him. How is that possible? I am at the 6th stage of the martial artist realm. I cannot be beaten by a freshman. It is true, you have not seen. Li Mubai took Ding Lan back to the club, recounting Gyu Zhao's strength and his suspicions on the way. Back in his room, Gyu Zhao gave no thought to what had just happened at his door. After all, he had only spoken the truth. He looked at the 3 manuals on his table and started flipping through them one by one. Xuanshan technique, a low-grade profound rank qi cultivation method. It has 9 layers. The first 3 correspond to the martial artist realm, the middle 3 to the martial master realm, and the last 3 to the grandmaster realm. He followed the cultivation method in the manual. There was no resistance at all, and his internal energy circulated perfectly through his body. He had expected to spend some time to even reach the beginner level, but it worked perfectly on his first attempt. Did I just master it? I heard this was incredibly difficult to cultivate. That must be total nonsense. Thinking he was having an illusion, he specifically checked his status panel. Xuanshan technique, 0th layer, 1/20th 0. Am I actually a genius who was just buried by a lack of resources? The status panel clearly showed he had mastered the basics. If he had not, it would not even appear on the list. What he did not know was that apart from his own talent, another reason he succeeded so quickly was that he had already sensed the energy before. After finishing his thoughts, he moved on to the next manual. The Willow Sword art has 8 styles. The first 7 styles are just average, but the last one, the Willow Sways in the Breeze, is extremely powerful. At my current level, using it at full strength would surely come at a high cost. Willow Sword, sword. Damn it, I almost forgot I have a treasure weapon. Seeing the word sword, he remembered the treasure weapon inside his storage ring. He had been so eager to head to the library that morning, he had not even looked at it closely. Swish! A cold gleam flashed. He drew the weapon from his storage ring, performed a casual sword flourish, and touched the blade to inspect it. Cold. The moment his fingers touched the metal, his expression changed. A chill surged through his hand. He was certain it was not just ordinary cold. It felt like a frost that could freeze his very soul. However, a moment later, the chill vanished, replaced by a warmth. It felt as if the sword had gained a life of its own, welcoming its new master. The feeling was incredibly pleasant, but the next second, it all faded away, as if everything had been nothing more than a hallucination. Was I hallucinating just now? He shook his head. Since he could not figure it out, he did not bother thinking about it. Whatever he was meant to know would reveal itself in time. From now on, I will call you the King Feng sword. Looking at the unresponsive King Feng sword, it was obvious. How could a sword answer him? Then he continued. Since you are not saying anything, I will take that as your agreement. He then sheathed the sword. What Gu Zhao did not notice was that as he slid the King Feng sword into its scabbard, the blade suddenly flashed. Old friend, let me wield you one last time. As he said this, he drew the Longquin sword from the side and performed the King Feng willow-brushing sword style he had just learned. After all, having acquired the superior King Feng sword, the Longquin sword in his hand was essentially useless. Using it one last time to practice the sword technique could be considered a fitting final act for the weapon. Swish! Swish! Performing the King Feng willow-brushing sword for the first time, he felt no resistance. It flowed out quite smoothly. With his foundational sword techniques and sword drawing skills at the perfected level, while he could not reach the minor success stage yet, achieving the introductory phase was no problem. Of course, since the King Feng willow-brushing sword was only at the introductory level, its power was clearly lacking a bit. Seeming to remember something, he also stepped out using the perfected level of the snow-treading trace footwork. Immediately after, his figure became like a ghost, flickering all around his dormitory. He stopped only when his internal energy was depleted to 50%. The combination of the King Feng willow-brushing sword and the snow-treading trace is truly effective. Looking at the sword marks on the walls, he nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, he was very pleased with the synergy between the two techniques. Crack, crack, track. The Longquin sword in his hand suddenly shattered on the floor, breaking into pieces without any warning. Seeing this scene, Gu Zhao could not help but feel surprised. I do not think I have done anything recently. How did it just break for no reason? Such a pity. He had intended to find time to sell the Longquin sword to add to his assets, considering it cost him 400,000 yuan to buy, but he had not expected it to shatter so suddenly. He cleared up the sword fragments from the floor and picked up the last book, The Concealment Technique, to read it. Concealment Technique. Introductory level can hide cultivation by 1 stage, minor success can hide 3 stages, major success can hide 5 stages. Why is there no description for the perfected level? After flipping through the entire book again, it truly only introduced the effects up to the major success level. The absence of information on how many stages could be hidden at the perfected level made him feel a bit strange. Could it be that no one has ever cultivated this secret manual to the perfected level? He could only helplessly guess. He was not wrong. Since this book was placed in the library, no one had reached the perfected level. At most, they reached major success. After all, who would be so bored to hide their own cultivation level when everyone else desperately wants others to know how strong they are? The practice of the concealment technique was very simple. Before long, he had reached the introductory level. Seeing that all 3 secret manuals were at the introductory level, he looked at his attribute panel. The attribute panel had changed since he woke up this morning. The whole interface had become much tidier, and it even added a section for artistic conception. Artistic conception. Sword intent, level 0, 1/10 million. Sword intent. Have I ever comprehended something like this? Could it be? He recalled everything that happened in front of the welcoming stone last night, the giant sword constantly striking his body, and even his vague realization of something. It was clear he had comprehended sword intent at that time. It was just that since it was newly acquired, he could not feel the presence of the sword intent at all. It seems I really got lucky and encountered a monumental stroke of fate. 10 million, just to advance to level 1 requires 10 million. Is not this killing me? Looking at the 10 million experience points required for advancement, he muttered to himself. Seeing the word sword intent, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Only a swordsman who possesses sword intent can be considered a true sword cultivator. Otherwise, They are at most just an ordinary person using a sword. Good heavens! He cursed under his breath, then gritted his teeth, and the 10 million experience points vanished instantly. An unprecedented wave of insight flooded Gyu Zhao's mind. His mastery of the sword and his understanding of its essence were skyrocketing. He could feel a deeper understanding of the Qingfeng willow brushing sword he had just learned. He even had new insights into his foundational sword techniques, which had already reached the perfected level. He did not know how much time had passed. He was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through from level 0 to level 1 of sword intent. Boom! Without any bottleneck, he successfully broke through to the first level of sword intent. Hum. Hums hum. The Qingfeng sword began to vibrate at this moment, as if congratulating its master on the breakthrough. What is wrong with my sword? Why is my tiger dove sword vibrating suddenly? Is it an earthquake? Centered on dormitory, number 1 of the Huang grade, swords within a radius of 1,000 meters began to vibrate simultaneously. Some students who had not slept, yet noticed the swords they were carrying started to vibrate, and were confused about what was happening to their weapons. But many more students were already asleep, completely unaware of the strange disturbance caused by their swords. The welcoming stone at the school gate seemed to sense Gyu Zhao's sword intent fluctuation, and its surface flashed. Students passing by did not think much of it, assuming it was just a reflection of the nearby streetlights. Not long after, when Gyu Zhao opened his eyes, the strange phenomenon around him vanished. The nearby students were left feeling baffled, assuming it was some phenomenon caused by a senior faculty member passing by, so they did not dwell on it and continued with their own affairs. This power is not bad at all. This is simply killing without a trace. It was worth spending those 10 million experience points. Looking at the sharp sword mark on the wall, Gyu Zhao could not help but exclaim in admiration. This sharp mark was caused by him subconsciously unleashing his sword intent the moment he opened his eyes. He did not expect the power to be so great. The mark was even deeper than the one he made earlier while performing the Qingfeng willow brushing sword. Furthermore, he could feel that his spirit and state of mind had suddenly improved significantly. This was clearly the additional effect of reaching the first level of sword intent. He had previously felt heartache over the loss of 10 million experience points, but now only one thing came to mind: this is truly amazing. He even understood why the Longquin sword had suddenly shattered. It was because when he performed the Qingfeng willow brushing sword, he had inadvertently infused his sword intent into the blade, and the Longquin sword, being merely a standard weapon, could not withstand the sharpness of the intent and crumbled. 20 million. As the excitement in his heart faded, he took another look at the attribute panel and discovered that the experience points required to upgrade his sword intent from level 1 to level 2 had doubled. He needed 20 million experience points to make the upgrade, a fact that made him gasp in shock. You have to realize, the reason he had as many as 16 million experience points was entirely due to absorbing those stalactites earlier. Otherwise, he would have had at most a few million. Otherwise, he might not have even been able to upgrade his sword intent to the first level. With over 6 million experience points left, I should upgrade my cultivation technique and martial arts skills first. He estimated that he would not be able to reach 20 million anytime soon, so his top priority was to upgrade the skills and techniques he already had on hand. After all, if his overall strength increased, his efficiency in killing magical beasts would improve, and the experience he gained would naturally become more plentiful. Concealment technique, entry level 1/10,000. The concealment technique can only hide 5 minor levels at the Great Perfection stage. I wonder how much it can hide at the completion stage. Looking at the concealment technique on the attribute panel, Gyu Zhao felt a spark of curiosity. First, he spent 10,000 experience points to reach the small success stage, then 100,000 for great success, and finally 1 million for the completion stage. Snap! Another 1.3 million experience points gone. Experience points really do not last long at all. Although he felt a pang of heartache over losing another 1.3 million points, he was satisfied with the concealment technique at the completion stage. The completion stage and great success stage of the concealment technique are clearly two very different levels. The great success stage can only hide one's cultivation by 5 minor levels, but at the completion stage, one can not only hide their cultivation, but also mask their aura entirely. It is a pity that the concealment technique can only fool cultivators within the range of one's own spiritual sense. Someone like that old man would still be able to detect some clues if he used his spiritual sense to scan me. However, for existences like them, as long as they are not paying special attention, they probably will not notice. After reaching the completion stage, the information in his mind told him that as long as he did not want to reveal his true level, he would basically be undetectable to any cultivator who did not possess spiritual sense. Even a powerful martial emperor with spiritual sense would be fooled if they did not look closely. Since he was just a small fry, there was no reason for those big shots to specifically pay attention to him. Although it was a slight pity, it was acceptable. It is only a yellow grade mid-tier concealment technique. What more can I ask for? He stopped dwelling on it and turned his attention to the profound sky technique on his attribute panel. Profound sky technique, level 0, 5/100,000. The first 3 levels of the profound sky technique correspond to the warrior realm, so let us try cultivating it to the 3rd level first. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. Profound sky technique, level 3, 0/0. Even the attribute panel knows to pity me and save my experience points by intentionally blocking me from upgrading further. Seeing that he could not upgrade beyond level 3, and assuming it was due to his own cultivation limits, he could only guess that there were prerequisites he had not met yet. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he felt the true energy inside his body surge. If he could look in a mirror right now, he would clearly see his complexion flashing between pale and blue. He was not concerned about these changes. He would have found it strange if there had been no reaction at all. The attribute panel was just a way to save the time usually required to practice techniques, but his body still needed to undergo some physical changes in the short term. It was just like the previous footprints on snow technique. During each stage of upgrading to the completion level, his legs had experienced some tingling sensations. But once those sensations faded, he could execute the completion level technique naturally whenever he wanted. There was no such thing as his mind learning the skill while his body could not keep up. He endured the sensations caused by the expansion and contraction of the true energy within his body. After persisting like this for another hour or so, the true energy in his body finally settled down completely. The first 3 levels of the profound sky technique are this powerful. He marveled, feeling the total amount of true energy in his body double. He had hoped it might increase by 50%, but he never expected it to double. He could even feel that his true energy was very stable and compliant, without a hint of being shallow or hollow. And this is only a profound grade low-tier technique. What about earth grade or even heaven grade techniques above that? This filled him with a new sense of yearning. Or perhaps I should learn a few more profound grade techniques. Although he could not get his hands on earth grade techniques for now, profound grade ones were possible. If one technique could have such a huge effect, what would 2 or 3 do? He did not know if this idea was practical, but for him, it was worth a try. Forget it, I should not think about that too much for now. I do not have enough credits, and I would only be able to exchange for another yellow grade low-tier technique, which would not be worth it. He had 2,150 credits currently. It looked like a lot, but in reality, it could only buy a yellow grade low-tier technique. He was still about 400 credits short of a yellow grade mid-tier one. He did not believe a yellow grade low-tier technique could have much power. If he was going to learn one, it had to be at least yellow grade mid-tier. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. With 4.45 million experience points left, I will upgrade the clear wind and willow sword technique first, then use the rest to raise my cultivation level. After looking at his remaining points, he decided that upgrading his martial arts first was the right choice. After all, upgrading martial arts brings a period of physical sensation where his body adapts, so he could use that time to raise his cultivation level to avoid wasting any time. Martial arts. Basic combat, completion 0/0. Basic sword art, micro full level. Basic movement, completion 0/0. Sword drawing technique, micro full level. Footprints on snow, completion 0/0. Clear wind and willow sword, small success, 1/200,000. Micro level, how did it suddenly upgrade? And does micro mean the skill is maxed out? He looked at his interface, baffled. His basic sword art and sword drawing technique were at the completion stage before. How did they jump to the micro stage? Is this also a result of the sword intent? Once his sword intent reached the first level, he could feel his insight and understanding of swordsmanship increase significantly. But he never expected it to push his basic sword art and sword drawing technique directly to the micro stage. Even the clear wind and willow sword had reached the small success stage. I am absolutely a damn genius. As his thoughts became clearer, he could not help but heap praise upon himself. He did not bother to test the improvements to his basic swordsmanship and drawing sword technique now that they had reached the subtle realm. He would figure out the changes naturally when he encountered some demonic beasts later. The profound tier martial technique is truly worthy of its name. Just advancing from minor accomplishment to major accomplishment requires 200,000 experience points. He sighed as he looked at the requirements for the breeze-sweeping willow sword. The higher the experience points required, the greater the corresponding power would be. For example, when his stepping on snow without a trace reached the perfection realm, it increased his speed tenfold, which made him very expectant of the power of the breeze-sweeping willow sword once it reached perfection. As 200,000 experience points vanished, his mind was flooded with information about the breeze-sweeping willow sword at the major accomplishment level, and this insight made him realize just how powerful it had become. He could say without exaggeration that with the breeze-sweeping willow sword at the major accomplishment level, he could take on 3 of his former self. Additionally, a tingling sensation of electricity began to spread through his upper body. As time passed, he felt his execution of the breeze-sweeping willow sword becoming even smoother. A while later, the sensation faded completely, and he no longer felt the sting of losing 2 million experience points. He directly upgraded the breeze-sweeping willow sword to the perfection realm. Breeze-sweeping willow sword, perfection 1/5 He had assumed that once the breeze-sweeping willow sword reached perfection, it could not be improved further. He had not expected it could still be leveled up, clearly due to the increase in his sword intent. It is a pity that I do not have enough experience points. Even if I absorbed 2 bottles of stalactite essence, it would not be enough to reach the subtle realm. Looking at the staggering 5 million experience points required, he could only sigh helplessly. If it were possible, he really wanted to upgrade it further. After upgrading the breeze-sweeping willow sword to perfection, he only had about 2.26 million experience points left. Even with 2 bottles of stalactite liquid, he would only have around 3.5 million, still falling short by at least 1.5 million. Once the information about the sword technique was fully integrated into his mind, he turned his attention back to his status panel. He immediately poured all the remaining 2.26 million experience points into his cultivation level. Martial Artist Tier 1, 1/150,000. Martial Artist Tier 2, 1 Liang 200,000. And Martial Artist Tier 5, 462,437/800,000. 2.26 million only brought me to Tier 5. I thought I could at least reach Tier 7. Feeling his internal energy churning once more, he cast aside those thoughts and focused entirely on refining it. Meanwhile, after Li Mubai and Ding Lan left in a fit of rage, the two returned to the martial arts club office. The current president of the club was waiting in the office. Seeing their dejected expressions, he smiled and asked them, "What happened to you two?" "Brother Bai, Mubai and I went to invite this year's top freshmen to join our club, but then..." Ding Lan recounted everything that had just happened to the current president, Bai Shi. As she spoke, the anger that she had managed to calm down began to boil over again. Playing house, Bai Shi murmured expressionlessly after listening to her story. "Exactly. If he does not want to join, fine, but to insult us like that." "You are wrong. He actually was not wrong in what he said." Li Mubai and Ding Lan were stunned by their president's words. They had worked so hard to compete for their positions as president-elect and vice president, yet in the eyes of the current president, it was nothing more than a game of playing house. In truth, whether it is our Jiangnan Martial Arts University, the Capital Martial Arts University, or the Madu Martial Arts University, the martial arts clubs are essentially just playing house. If Lin San and the others were still here, you would understand why, Bai Shi said lightly, mentioning only a name. Li Mubai and Ding Lan fell silent at the mention of Lin San. According to the original trajectory, the new president of the club should have been Lin San, but he died in an accident during a mission. Otherwise, it would never have been Li Mubai's turn. Even Ding Lan might only be a minor cadre in the club right now. Normally, the club president should be chosen from second-year students, but for some reason, the instructors went mad and chose freshmen like Lee Mubai and Ding Lan instead. Bai Shi was only here now because he needed to complete the handover with Lee Mubai and the others before the start of the semester. Brother Bai, then why? Why do I still stay in the club? Bai Shi anticipated their unspoken question. Instead of answering directly, he asked them, "You have been in the club for so long, you should know that although I am the president, I never actually manage anything. I throw all the affairs to Lin San and the others. Do you know why?" Both shook their heads. A few days ago, they would have said Bai Shi was training Lin San's management skills, but clearly that was not the case. In fact, no president has ever kept these affairs in their own hands. They have always focused on cultivation. The school's instructors never need the club's help to get things done. They only have to say the word, and a crowd of students will flock to assist. Then why does the club exist? It is because the members of the club are the elite of their respective years. When it comes to exchange meetings with other universities, we are the ones who need to bring glory to our school. And to put it bluntly, if your cultivation were any lower, given your frivolous personality, you really would not have a chance. Lee Mubai smiled awkwardly. After listening to Bai Shi for so long, they had gained a lot of understanding. So do not take your titles as president and vice president too seriously, because it really lowers your worth. When you're strong enough, people will naturally recognize you. Brother Bai, we understand, Lee Mubai and Ding Lan said in unison. However, although what Gyu Zhao said is a fact, the fact that the martial arts club cannot be insulted is also indisputable. Since he could say that, he naturally must pay the corresponding price. Return.